Chapter 1. The Struggling Cat. Meow. The pain coursing through his body made Chu Xiu cry out, and as he opened his eyes, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils, and darkness surrounded him, as if he were shrouded in a black bag. Meow. He raised his hand to tear it away, but as he did, the sense of wrongness intensified. Wait a moment. Had he just heard a cat's meow? Frantically clawing at the plastic bag enveloping his head, light suddenly broke through, revealing his surroundings. He had been discarded into a trash bin. More disturbingly, the appendages before him were not hands at all. With the light filtering through the lid of the dumpster, he glimpsed his battered, clawed paws. What the hell? The expletive morphed into a series of meows. A solitary man, well-versed in the narratives of novels, the concept of reincarnation was no stranger to him. However, he had never imagined that he would be reborn as a cat. So, he had become a cat. Fine. Yet he vividly recalled how, just the night before, he had indulged in watching videos of cats, enviously observing a proud feline reluctantly nestled in a girl's embrace, lavished. With affection, he had wished aloud for a similar fate in his next life, hoping to live a life of comfort and adoration from a lovely companion. Little did he expect that merely a night later, his dream would materialize. However, his feline existence was evidently far from blissful. Fragments of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, revealing that he was a stray cat, having never known a day of happiness. He had been chased by wild cats and dogs, scavenging for food in dumpsters while evading the relentless pursuit of city officials. Last night, two seemingly gentle youths had approached him with delectable food. Their soft voices and tender movements had coaxed him to cautiously venture closer, only to fall into their trap. In the hours that followed, he endured inhumane torment. Those were no boys, but rather demons in disguise. Burned by cigarette butts, pricked by needles, and lashed with whips, he was finally discarded, shoved into a trash bag and thrown into the dumpster. At this point, his memories abruptly ceased. Chu Xiu, racked with pain, seethed inwardly. Those damned beasts, may I never cross paths with you again, for I shall ensure your demise. After venting his anger, he regained his composure. The pressing concern was not vengeance, but rather how to escape this dumpster. Having exhausted all his strength when he had managed to tear open the trash bag, he now found it arduous even to make a sound. Where are the cat lovers? Please come to my rescue. Miss, please save me. I am not proud. I welcome your affection. His thoughts spiraled as the pain dulled his consciousness, plunging him into darkness. Upon awakening again, the light was blinding, starkly contrasting the confines of the dumpster. Could it be that all that transpired was merely a dream, and I have not truly become a cat? With a sudden surge, he leaped, yet the searing pain and the coldness of the floor reminded him that this was no mere fantasy. He remained a battered, struggling cat. Perhaps a kind soul had rescued him from the dumpster, for he now lay upon a floor not far from it, a loaf of bread before him and a takeout container filled with water. The container was somewhat dirty, with remnants of rice and oil floating atop the water, yet he was beyond concern for such trivialities. What mattered was survival. Extending his tiny tongue, he lapped at the water, feeling a modicum of vitality return. Gradually, he turned his head towards the bread and began to nibble. His body ached, his wounds seemed inflamed, and dizziness washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue, as if he were feverish. But could a cat even catch a fever? He dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on sustenance, that if he continued in this state, death would surely follow. After a few bites of bread, he could muster no more strength, and, despite forcing down a few sips of water, curled up and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the city lights shone brilliantly. The night was resplendent. Chu Xiu gazed at the illuminated streets, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He longed for home, for his modest 10-square-meter abode, for the taste of instant noodles and sugary sodas, even for the pixelated wives stored on his computer. Meow, meow. Tears of despair streamed down his face. He shuffled slowly towards the light, hoping for a lovely girl to rescue him and take him home. Snowflakes danced in the chilly breeze, and the world felt desolate. Throughout the night, no one came to his aid. In fact, at the sight of his disheveled state, those who noticed him recoiled in fright. He wept in sorrow. Women were all deceivers. Women were all superficial. After spending an entire night under the streetlight, the following morning, he managed to nibble on a half-bun discarded by a child, regaining a semblance of strength, and continued his slow journey towards areas of greater foot traffic. Though other cats deemed humans dangerous, to Chu Xiao, the presence of many people signified safety. In crowded spaces, the wretched were often deterred, and he had a greater chance of encountering benevolent souls. After a morning of laborious movement, he arrived beneath an office building bustling with workers. He reasoned that these white-collar employees possessed a stable income and could afford to care for him, providing the necessary treatment for his injuries. Moreover, their demanding workdays left them in need of companionship, making his chances of adoption significantly higher. With great effort, he leapt onto a nearby dumpster, seeking the warmth of the sun to heal his wounds while increasing his visibility to passers-by. Yet, life as a cat was not merely a product of imagination. His dismay. When he clambered atop the dumpster, many young women refused to even approach it to dispose of their trash. A few did stop to glance at him, offering a meager amount of water and food, but none expressed any intention to adopt him. This night it fell, and most lights in the office building extinguished. Chu Xiao lay atop the dumpster, overwhelmed by loneliness. Meow, meow, meow. Why could the heavens not bestow upon him a handsome visage? In his former life, he had been unremarkable. Why must he now appear so wretched as a cat? He did not necessarily seek adoption. He simply feared that if his injuries went untreated, his days would be numbered. Life as a cat was fleeting, and he dared not ponder whether he could return to his former self after death. Ah, there's a cat here. Just as he contemplated surrender, a melodious, refined voice broke through the air above him. Was it a handsome young man? Chu Xiao lifted his head. Chapter 2. The chubby man and the cat. A slightly overweight, disheveled middle-aged man appeared before him. Slung casually over one shoulder was a computer bag. Observing his attire, one could see a checkered shirt on his upper body, denim trousers below, and though his footwear was obscured, they were likely sports shoes. His appearance was completed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, slightly greasy hair, and an utterly ordinary demeanor. Was this not the stereotypical programmer? A mere reflection of his former self? Chung Su regarded Chu Xiao with a furrowed brow. The poor cat seemed to have suffered abuse. Noticing the ghastly wounds on its body, some patches devoid of fur, he felt a pang of compassion and gently scooped the creature into his arms. I don't want to. You, fat man, let go of me. I want to wait for my lady. Chu Xiao struggled for a moment, but ultimately nestled submissively against Ching Su's chest. See, I've put up a fight, but it was futile, so I reluctantly shall accept being your chubby master-ass cat. Upon seeing the now calm Chu Xiao, Ching Su reached out to stroke him gently. A shiver coursed through Chu Xiao. You fat man. You pervert. How dare you disrespect me, your master? Remove your hands at once. However, from Ching Su's perspective, this little cat, curled in his embrace and softly mewing, appeared quite obedient and pitiable. Opening a mobile application, Chung Su summoned a vehicle to take Chu Xiao directly to the veterinary clinic. What a pitiable little cat, he mused. The veterinary assistant was both beautiful and gentle. She carefully avoided the wounds while bathing Chu Xiao and delicately applied medication. Resting his head against her palm, Chu Xiao felt a comforting warmth he had long missed. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he managed to look up and meow twice. You are truly a kind and lovely lady. However, just as his heartfelt mews echoed in the room, the charming assistant uttered words that made Chu Xiao's heart sink. This little cat is not so young anymore. Would you like to consider neutering him as well? Indeed, the hearts of women can be the cruelest. Meow, meow, meow. Chu Xiao cried out frantically. He did not want to be neutered. Even as a cat, he wished to be a proud, majestic tomcat. What if one day he could transform back into a human? Would he then be rendered a eunuch? He struggled vehemently, prompting Chung Su to chuckle softly. Perhaps it's best to leave that idea behind. It seems he comprehends our words and is quite resistant. Indeed, cats possess a certain sensitivity, and yours, in particular, seems exceptionally perceptive. Su Ran remarked as she fitted a collar around Chu Xiao's neck and then removed her gloves, turning to Ching Su. However, Mr. Cheng, although your cat appears well behaved now, it would be wise to keep him isolated in a cage for a few days to monitor his condition. Why is that? Is it because he might contract bacteria from human interaction due to his wounds? Cheng Su inquired hastily. Just then, a young woman rushed in, carrying a cat cage. Doctor, Su, what is going on? Ever since my cat received its shot here yesterday, it has been acting strangely. Today, when I went to feed it, it even scratched me. She displayed her injury and glanced at the furious cat in the cage, its fur bristling. It used to be so well behaved. Miss Zhang, do not be alarmed. For some inexplicable reason, many pets have been rather agitated these past few days, which is why I suggested keeping your cat here temporarily, Su Ran reassured her. Chu Xiu then noticed that the clinic housed numerous cats and dogs, all exhibiting signs of restlessness, some even scratching at the doors in a frenzy. Mr. Chung, this is precisely why I cautioned you. Many pets have been rather frantic these days, Su Ran explained to Ching Su before addressing Miss Zhang. Will you be leaving your cat here, or how would you like to proceed? How much is it to keep it here for a day? The young woman asked. 200 yuan per day, Su Ran replied. 200? The girl was taken aback by the price. Wasn't it only 30 or 50 before? That was in the past. Look around. See how many cats and dogs we have in here now? Su Ran raised an eyebrow at her. If you wish to leave it here, that's fine. If not, I can only offer a sedative shot for your cat. Dressed rather simply. The girl hesitated but ultimately said, just give it the shot. I'll be careful in my care at home. Very well, Su Ran nodded, gently scratching Chu Xiu's chin. Little kitty, you must always remain this well-behaved. Mr. Cheng is the kindest person I've ever met. You will surely find happiness with him. With that, she fetched a cat cage, placed Chu Xiu inside, and handed it over to Cheng Su. Cheng Su peered through the window at Chu Xiu and asked Su Ran. How much is it? 1,380, she answered. Chu Xiu gasped at the price, yet Cheng Su, without hesitation, pulled out his phone to scan the payment. On the way home, Cheng Su carried Chu Xiu, his steps light and seemingly joyous. From now on, I am a cat owner. Sitong will surely be delighted to see this little feline. The cat cage swayed gently, having just received medication and a shot. Chu Xiu had curled up inside, fast asleep. When he next awoke, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Cheng Su, you actually brought a stray cat home and spent over 1,000 to treat it. Have you lost your mind? Sitong, haven't you always loved cats? This little one is merely injured. Once healed, it will undoubtedly be adorable. Cheng Su weakly defended himself. Adorable? It's just a common cat. I want a pet cat. Do you understand? Yu Sitong shouted at Cheng Su. To spend over 1,300 on a stray is the most foolish thing I've ever witnessed. After her tirade, she stormed out, leaving Chu Xiu with only a fleeting glimpse of her black stockings and high heels as she departed, the sound of her heels fading away. Cheng Su remained on the sofa, bewildered and helpless, utterly perplexed by the intensity of her fury. Chapter 3. Meow and girlfriend Meow. Chu Xiu called out to him softly, her voice imbued with comfort. Cheng Su turned his head and met the gaze of a pair of anthropomorphic eyes in the cage, which smiled reassuringly at him. He stood up, found a cushion, and placed it in the corner of the sofa before opening the cage and gently lifting her out. From now on, this will be your home. Do you understand? Cheng Su said, reaching out to stroke her head. Although a male cat's head was generally off limits, he felt that given the sacrifices she had made for him today, he could make an exception. Chu Xiu looked up at him, found a comfortable position, and curled her head on the sofa. This collar is quite bothersome, she thought, stretching out her paw to scratch at it. However, the collar was tightly fastened. Unable to free herself, she looked up at Cheng Su and meowed, you need to take this off me. Yet, Cheng Su, oblivious to her words, merely offered encouragement, saying, be good, don't fuss. Just wear it for a few days until you recover, and then I'll take it off. This chubby fellow, though unremarkable in appearance, possessed a melodious voice that even he found charming. It was likely enough to captivate a few women. Perhaps his girlfriend was initially enchanted by his voice. After all, how else could this plump man have a girlfriend, given he had none in his past life? However, recalling the woman who had stormed out earlier, Chu Xiu looked at Cheng Su with sympathy and meowed. Brothers are like limbs, while women are mere garments. From now on, you shall be my brother. And once I recover, I shall surely find you 10 or 8 women. Cheng Su, of course, could not comprehend Chu Xiu's words, but the affectionate gaze from her large yellow-brown eyes filled him with a sense of healing and satisfaction. It was no wonder so many people adored cats. There must be a reason behind it. With this thought, Cheng Su moved closer to Chu Xiu, playing with his phone while gently scratching her chin. Though he was a chubby fellow, he had a surprisingly gentle touch. Chu Xiu squinted her eyes in contentment, resting her head in the palm of his hand. The man and the cat savored this tranquil moment together, but just as Chu Xiu began to doze off, the woman returned. Cheng Su, are you deliberately opposing me? You haven't even gotten rid of that filthy cat? With the sound of the door opening, Yu Sitong's sharp voice pierced the air. Chu Xiu lifted her head and finally caught a clear glimpse of the woman. She was adorned with exquisite makeup, vibrant red lipstick, and golden, wavy hair. Complemented by a decent figure, she could be considered a beauty, at least by a score of 7. However, based on Chu Xiu's extensive surfing experience on the internet, he was certain that after removing her makeup, she would likely be reduced to an ordinary 5. Furthermore, this woman, lacking in education, had the audacity to call him a common street cat? How absurd. Did my raccoon cat offend your ancestors? Did it unearth your ancestral tomb? He mused. Those British short hairs and the like were merely foreign street cats. How infuriating. He had often heard the saying, a fickle woman is like a wavy hairstyle. And he had never believed it until now. Humph. Foul woman. It was rare for me to even glance at you. Chu Xiao averted her gaze, while Cheng Su looked up at Yi Sit-ong. Before he could respond, she approached him in her high heels, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Cheng Su. Haven't I made myself clear? I said to get rid of it. Throw it away. Sit-ong. Cheng Su glanced at her, then lowered his head to look at Chu Xiao, clearly indicating his refusal to part with her. Fine, fine. Today, it's either me or that cat. If it doesn't leave, then I will. After declaring this, Yi Sit-ong stormed into the inner room to gather her belongings. Cheng Su remained rooted in place, and Chu Xiao cast him a worried glance. Brother, go after her. Even though I know I'm important to you, your girlfriend is important too. What if I don't find you 10 or 8 girlfriends after I recover? Wouldn't you end up single again? Though Chu Xiao had numerous virtual wives online, real-life girlfriends were equally significant. She meowed insistently at Cheng Su, but he remained oblivious, standing there like a statue. Bro, you're so dense, Chu Xiao thought anxiously, wishing she could rush in and apologize to Yi Sit-ong on his behalf. After all, what did it matter to be a love-stricken fool? In the end, one would have it all. Once Yi Sit-ong finished packing, she emerged, dragging her suitcase. Finally, Cheng Su snapped out of his stupor and grabbed her hand, pleading. Please don't go. Sure, but you need to get rid of that cat. Yi Sit-ong pointed at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao glared at her. Does this woman have a grudge against me? So in your eyes, I'm now less valuable than a mere stray cat? Seeing Cheng Su remain unmoved, Yi Sit-ong shot him a defiant glare, tears streaming down her face as she dragged her suitcase outside. Chu Xiao, who had never had a girlfriend in her past life, was bewildered by the unreasonable nature of women. After all, she had just bathed, received injections, and taken medicine at the veterinary hospital. Aside from a little ointment on her body, she was impeccably clean, devoid of any parasites. She rifled through her memories, certain she had never bitten her. So why was Yi Sit-ong so intent on causing her trouble? Chu Xiao pondered in vain, simply lying there in a daze. As Yi Sit-ong reached the elevator with her suitcase, a fierce teddy dog lunged towards her, causing her to pale in fear. Fortunately, the owner managed to restrain it. Once she regained her composure, Yi Sit-ong angrily yelled at the dog's owner. What is wrong with you? If you can't control your animal, don't keep it. You woman, I admit I was wrong just now, but there is no need for you to insult me. The dog owner retorted. How is it that you've done wrong, yet still feel justified? What have I insulted you about? Your dog scared me, and I haven't even demanded compensation for emotional distress. Yi Sit-ong's voice boomed, her high heels seemingly granting her a queenly aura. Upon hearing her high-pitched voice, the dog owner felt his temper flare uncontrollably, his gaze narrowing on Yi Sit-ong, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Startled by his peculiar expression, Yi Sit-ong closed her eyes as she saw him raise his hand as if to strike her. However, the blow never landed. Cheng Su, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to intervene, but the dog seized Cheng Su's leg with an unrelenting grip. With Cheng Su holding his wrist, the dog owner snapped back to reality. He looked at his dog, still fiercely biting Cheng Su, and hurriedly grabbed the leash, scolding his dog. When it still refused to let go, he had no choice but to clamp down on its mouth, forcefully prying it open. Chapter 4: The Arrival of the Apocalypse. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. The dog's owner hurriedly apologized to Cheng Su. My dog used to be very well behaved. I do not know why it has changed today. Let me take you to the hospital. Humph. Are you deliberately allowing your dog to harm others? Do you not know? You even attempted to hit me just now. You think going to the hospital will make this all go away? I am calling the police. Yi Sit-ong declared as she pulled out her phone. I truly did not understand what happened. It was somewhat uncontrollable, the dog owner said, a flicker of red light flashing in his eyes. Yi Sit-ong, feeling a twinge of fear at the strange glint in his gaze, softened her tone. Cheng Su interjected, let us not escalate this to the police. But we must go to the hospital for a vaccination. Yes, absolutely. I will cover the medical expenses, the dog owner replied, his demeanor considerably more agreeable. What? You still do not wish to pay the medical fees? Yi Sit-ong retorted, her irritation palpable. After the incident, she chose not to leave immediately, instead dragging her suitcase back into the house, casting a fierce glare at Chu Xiao. You wretched cat. She then slammed the door behind her. Since transforming into a cat, Chu Xiao's hearing had markedly improved. Although he had not witnessed the commotion outside, he could surmise much from the sounds that reached his ears. However, he remained comfortably nestled in his home, feeling that this matter had little to do with him. Cheng Su and Yi Sit-ong must have gone to the hospital. After waiting for quite some time without their return, Chu Xiu curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. Halfway through his slumber, Chu Xiu was suddenly jolted awake. He opened his eyes to a sea of fiery red light. He leaped onto the window, and before him, crimson clouds enveloped the sky, casting a surreal hue over the world. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? Chu Xiu pondered as rain began to fall outside. The droplets also tinged red. They pooled on the ground, forming rivulets that resembled blood. Red clouds and red rain. What sort of ghastly weather is this? Suddenly, he was startled by a piercing scream. Peering down from the window, he was taken aback to see a person in the crowd suddenly go mad, viciously biting the neck of a companion. No. It was not just one person. At that moment, many individuals gathered at the base of the apartment building appeared to have lost their sanity, their eyes glowing red as they lunged to bite those nearby. My goodness. Chu Xiu was horrified by the gruesome scene, letting out a frightened meow as he leaped onto a flower pot on the windowsill, curling into a ball. Trembling, he peered through the leaves, witnessing the chaos below. Many seemed to have lost their wits, exhibiting aggressive behavior. What on earth is happening in this world? Are these people insane? Or has the apocalypse truly arrived? It must be said that having read several novels, such bizarre situations did not incite panic within him. System, Chu Xiu muttered to himself. The current situation was unmistakably clear. As a cat that had traversed into this world, he must undoubtedly be the protagonist. Yet, why had the system not yet manifested? System, he meowed again. But there was still no response. No additional information flooded his mind, nor did any luminous screen appear before him. What is going on? Am I not the protagonist of this world? Do I lack a golden finger? Crouching beneath the flower pot, Chu Xiu felt the desolation of his feline existence. After a long while, he suddenly sensed an unsettling silence enveloping the house. Wait, why has Cheng Su not returned yet? I just found a master. He cannot possibly have been bitten to death. As this thought crossed his mind, he heard a commotion outside. Cheng Su and Yi Sidong hurriedly opened the door and rushed inside. Upon entering, they slammed the door shut. Moments later, Chu Xiu heard the sound of scratching at the door, sharp claws raking against the metal, a cacophony that was exceedingly uncomfortable for a cat. Meow, he called out, causing Yi Sidong's hair to stand on end. She slowly turned her face, only to see Chu Xiu nestled atop the flower pot, casting her a disdainful glance. Cheng Su, this cat isn't going to bite, is it? Yi Sidong's voice trembled slightly. They had encountered not only crazed individuals on their way back, but also animals that seemed to have gone mad, attacking anyone in sight. It shouldn't, Cheng Su replied, though his confidence waned. I told you to get rid of it, and you refused. Now, we have crazies outside and a mad cat inside. Yi Sidong exclaimed in frustration. Cheng Su quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. Finally succumbing to fear, Yi Sidong fell silent, though she dared not approach the cat. Cheng Su cautiously advanced, murmuring, Good kitty, do you remember me? I brought you back. I saved you. Meow, Chu Xiu lifted his eyelids in acknowledgement. Well aware that Cheng Su was indeed his savior. Yet, he thought, you aren't off to fight zombies, are you? What do you intend to do with that cardboard box? You aren't planning to catch me, are you? Watching Cheng Su approach with the box, Chu Xiu remained stationary on the flower pot. However, when Cheng Su abruptly lunged with the box, Chu Xiu leaped forward, landing on the sofa and then swiftly onto the refrigerator. Do not come any closer. Hurry and deal with the zombies instead. If you don't, the door will be clawed through. Cheng Su, forget about that cat. Come here quickly. Yi Sidong urged from within the room, feeling utterly isolated and helpless, caught between the cat and the door. Seeing he could not catch Chu Xiu, Cheng Su tossed the box aside and retrieved a knife from the kitchen, nervously positioning himself beside Yi Sidong, his gaze fixed on the door. Go out and drive those monsters away. What are you doing standing next to me? Yi Sidong whispered, her frustration evident. Bang! Just as her words fell, the wooden door was breached, a grayish claw stretching in. Ah! Yi Sidong screamed, her high-pitched voice piercing through the dilapidated door, attracting even more zombies. Quick! Go and slash them. Why are you still standing there? Instead of reflecting on her own mistakes, she continued to direct Cheng Su. Clutching the knife, Cheng Su stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he swung the blade, severing the claw that had intruded through the door. However, just as he struck down the claw, more hands reached through from outside. Meow. Witnessing the door teetering on the brink of collapse, Chu Xiu felt anxious. He leaped from the refrigerator onto the table, scratching at its surface. Cheng Su, you've gone mad as well. Upon hearing Yi Sidong's words, Chu Xiu was left utterly speechless, gazing skyward. O heavenly being, do not merely observe. Could you perhaps assist in pushing the table and chairs against the door to barricade it? Chapter 5. I am not the protagonist at last. Cheng Su snapped to attention. Push the table, he exclaimed, realizing it was a reminder for them to move the table to block the door. He hurried over, shoving the table against the door, followed by the sofa, which he thrust firmly against it. Additionally, he gathered all the chairs and stools, placing them atop the table to fortify the entrance. Even after this, feeling the need for further security, he called out to Yi Sidong to help him unplug the refrigerator and maneuver it to the doorway. With that, the entrance seemed somewhat secured. The two of them plopped down onto the sofa, ignoring the tremors emanating from behind. Yi Sidong covered her face and began to sob uncontrollably. It was her first encounter with such terror, her body shaking involuntarily from fear. "Ching-Su, what are we going to do?" She turned to him, only to find him mirroring her panic. "You're not acting like a man. You once promised to protect me for a lifetime. Now that the moment has come, you hide in the house, afraid to even step outside." She scolded him quietly as she moved to the windowsill. Their apartment was situated in a bustling area, teeming with people. Outside, the situation had spiraled out of control, worsening by the moment. The streets were now devoid of any living souls, replaced by figures with ashen skin and crimson eyes, zombies. She pulled out her phone to call for help, but the line was busy, and in her frustration, she hurled the device to the ground. The phone hit the floor with a thud, causing the zombies outside to stir restlessly, the door and the furniture behind it rattling ominously. Desperate for information, she retrieved her tablet from the bedroom, scrolling through the news, relieved that the internet was still operational. The online atmosphere was chaotic, with countless voices proclaiming the apocalypse, as many uploaded videos of the unfolding horror. The pinned message was an official announcement urging residents to remain calm, stay indoors, avoid making noise, and patiently await rescue teams. Is this for real? Will anyone actually come to save us? With so many monsters, can the authorities truly defeat them? She pondered. They're just monsters. What is there to fear? No creature is more formidable than firearms. One bullet can eliminate thousands. The comments section was filled with a mix of despair and optimism, with some even expressing a bizarre desire to taste the zombies' eyes, prompting a flurry of disgusted reactions. Chung-Su felt a chill run down his spine. Most of these monsters had once been human, and the thought of consuming them was appalling. Wait a minute, the internet says many animals have mutated too. Why haven't I changed? He realized, with a sense of relief, that his unchanged state was, in fact, fortunate. Just then, Yi Sidong, having finished reading, flipped her tablet and noticed Chu Xiu crouching beside her, causing her to jump in alarm. Meow? Chu Xiu had no desire to endure her screams any longer and leapt gracefully to another spot. "Sidong, the cat I found doesn't appear to be mutated. There is no need for you to be afraid of it," Chang-Su reassured her. "Who knows when it might change?" Yu Sidong rolled her eyes. "If we're considering that, then we should also be wary of humans turning into zombies. Are you going to kick me out next?" This was the first time Chang-Su had pushed back against Yi Sidong. She rolled her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Chang-Su, how dare you speak to me like that? Now that chaos has descended, your true colors are showing, aren't they? Sidong, please stop crying." "I didn't mean it that way," Chung-Su stammered, rising to wipe her tears, but she shrugged him off. "Don't pretend to care." Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, perched atop the refrigerator, sighed, relieved that he didn't have a girlfriend. Both had grown up in times of peace, so their emotional turmoil in this situation was understandable. Eventually, they calmed down, remaining silent, allowing the wandering zombies outside to be attracted by other sounds. After what felt like an eternity, their stomachs protested, prompting Ching-Su to stand. "I'll make something to eat." He opened the refrigerator, which, apart from some beverages, was disappointingly empty. As a programmer, he rarely had the time to cook. Yu Sit-on was in a similar predicament. Fearing being labeled as a plain woman, she seldom cooked as well. Consequently, their pantry contained little more than half a pack of noodles and a box of instant ramen. My goodness, what is wrong with these two? There is hardly any food left. What will happen to me? Seeing Chung-Su begin to boil water for ramen, Chu Xiu jumped down to stand before him, his large, round eyes fixated on him. "Ah, I'm sorry, little cat. We actually bought cat food in a litter box today, but we lost it on the way." Chung-Su said apologetically as he looked at Chu Xiu. "Meow, you lost my food? Does that mean I can taste your noodles?" Chu Xiu tapped his paw, indicating his desire to share the meal. Chung-Su understood and replied, "Fine, I'll make you a bowl too. Are you out of your mind? Look at how little food we have left. How long will it last us?" Yu Sidong interjected, her voice rising. "If we don't receive help from the government, we might as well wait for death. Since I brought this cat home, I must take responsibility for it," Chang-Su insisted. "One more bowl, or less won't change much. If we don't have this bowl, we might starve before help arrives." Yi Sitong huffed in frustration, but ultimately did not stop him. Thus, the three of them shared a meal of instant noodles. After finishing their meal, the two of them resumed watching the news on the tablet. The strange noises outside made sleep impossible, but they were grateful for the electricity and internet, which kept them from feeling utterly helpless. Having shared a meal, Chang Su felt entirely at ease with Chu Xiu, who nestled into his lap as they watched the news together. In truth, Chu Xiu preferred to be with Yi Sitong, but her fierceness deterred him from seeking her out. As they were engrossed in the news, Yi Sitong suddenly exclaimed, "Chang Su, come look at this." She handed her tablet to him. "Look, this family's pet has tea gone berserk. It's actually helping fight the zombies." Chang Su took the tablet, furrowing his brow. "This must be edited. No cat is this large. It's not edited. Look, it's not just this family. Many dogs have also changed," Yi Sitong insisted, turning to Chu Xiu with a warm smile, playfully scratching his chin. Chapter 6. The Mental Streamer. Oh, the hypocrisy of women. Chu Xiu leaped over and nestled on her lap. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard Yi Sitong's startled whisper, "Chang Su, this wretched cat has jumped onto me." Her disdain for Chu Xiu was palpable, not because of its appearance, but due to the gruesome wounds that marred its body. Its skin was mottled, with patches of fur missing, revealing raw, bloodied flesh beneath, half scab and utterly revolting. "It thinks you like it, hence its clinginess," Chang Su remarked as he approached and lifted Chu Xiu into his arms. He retrieved a first aid kit from the cabinet, pulling out a bandage as he began to tend to the cat's injuries. "I had intended to take you to the vet today, but given the circumstances, I can only bandage you myself." Chu Xiu understood his intentions were for its own good and lay still, allowing him to manipulate its body gently. "Look, this little cat is so well behaved," Chang Su expressed with satisfaction. "What of it? It can't help fight zombies," Yi Sitong retorted with irritation, rising to change her clothes in the inner chamber. Her dismissive behavior pricked at Chu Xiu's self-esteem. After all, it was merely a brief embrace. Did she really need to act so disdainfully? "Filthy woman, I shall remember you, and you shall not find solace with me again," Chu Xiu thought indignantly. Once Chang Su had finished bandaging, he settled down with the tablet, immersed in the flood of unsettling news sweeping the globe. The online information was overwhelming, each update more alarming than the last. Zombies truly possess crystal cores. Live streaming the consumption of a crystal core. Suddenly, a notification caught Chu Xiu's feline eye. Noticing Chang Su about to scroll past, it quickly raised its chubby paw to tap the screen. "You wish to see this?" Chang Su, the quintessential couch potato, responded with a gentle tone, unperturbed by Chu Xiu's actions. Thanks to the deluge of information online, public perception of cats had shifted significantly. Nowadays, many believed cats were akin to water, effortlessly slipping through any gap. Cats were viewed as highly intelligent beings, capable of speech and demanding fish from humans. Thus, it was hardly surprising that a cat would navigate the online world. With a soft meow, Chu Xiu encouraged him to click the link. The link led to a live stream, where tens of thousands were already watching. The rapid barrage of comments was dizzying. The screen displayed a white bed, with a humanoid figure tightly bound, struggling desperately. "Folks, after tremendous effort, I've captured a zombie. Let's see a wave of 666 before I commence." A rather greasy face appeared on the screen, his bald head gleaming. His yellowed teeth and unsettling grin were disconcerting. Thanks to Brother Tao for the grand yacht. A yacht appeared on screen, creating tumultuous waves. The streamer turned to the audience, flashing an unsettling smile that seemed to stretch to his ears. He approached the bed, brandishing a wrench, and viewers soon noticed the words Qinshan Mental Hospital emblazoned on his attire. Could he possibly be a madman? One wondered. "Be confident, remove the question mark." Another replied, "Oh dear, the figure on the bed appears to be a doctor. Surely, it can't be his attending physician. Call the police." "Are you foolish? In this apocalypse, what good are the police?" Someone countered. "Fear not, the doctor's eyes are red. Upon verification, this is indeed a zombie." The comments flowed in a torrent as the streamer reached the bedside, raising the wrench high, exclaiming, "Great Dharma King, earthly Tathagata, Bodhi Buddhas, perish, foul creature." As the wrench descended, the screen erupted in a splatter of crimson. "Don't look, meow," Chu Xiu exclaimed, momentarily blinded by Chang Su's hand shielding its eyes. When it managed to swipe his hand away, the mental streamer had already seized a red crystal core. "Everyone, I am about to meet the Buddha." He wiped the crystal core and stuffed it into his mouth. The core was rather large and not very smooth. With a gulp, he swallowed it whole. As it settled in his stomach, the streamer's grin widened, and the audience anxiously awaited his reaction. Many flooded the chat, asking streamer, "How do you feel, bro?" "I might truly be meeting the Buddha," he replied, only to suddenly convulse, foam escaping his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. His exposed skin turned a ghastly gray, reminiscent of a zombie. This shocking turn sent viewers into a frenzy, showering him with gifts, yet he could no longer rise. P.S. Done for, done for. The comments swarmed, overwhelming the screen as viewers exited the stream one by one. Chang Su prepared to leave as well, but Chu Xiu raised its paw to stop him. It still wished to ascertain whether the mental streamer had truly perished. However, as the stream descended into darkness, the streamer never rose again. Thus, could this crystal core truly be consumed? Having scrolled through the day's news anxiously, the long day finally drew to a close. The next morning, they awaited government rescue in vain. Their food supplies had dwindled to nothing, with merely half a bag of flour and a few buckets of instant noodles. Their survival until the next day was only made possible by skipping a meal the previous night. Starving through the evening, Yi Sitong grew increasingly irritable, lashing out at Cheng Su. Useless. What good is your internet browsing at home? Go find us some food. But there are zombies outside. We should wait a couple more days, Cheng Su replied, an ordinary man overwhelmed by the gruesome videos circulating online of zombies devouring humans. Useless. Yi Sitong snapped. Having found videos of others bravely confronting zombies online. Look at them, and then look at you. I can't believe I chose such a coward. Upon hearing Yi Sitong's insults directed at Cheng Su, Chu Xiu grew displeased and mewed loudly. Meow, meow, meow. Wasn't equality supposed to be the agreement? Why is she only scolding Cheng Su at this critical moment? In Chu Xiu's view, Cheng Su was preferable to her. At the very least, he exhibited kindness. You wretched cat, keep meowing and I shall toss you out. Yi Sitong snapped. Observing that the cat had shown no changes after a day and night, she concluded it was merely an ordinary cat, nothing remarkable, and thus her disdain for it resurfaced. Chapter 7. The bravery of desperation. Another day had passed, and the two humans and one cat found themselves famished after an entire day without food. With no sign of rescue, Cheng Su assumed the mantle of responsibility befitting a man. He donned his attire, preparing to venture out in search of sustenance. It was summer, and the heat was beginning to intensify. However, drawing from his experiences gleaned from novels and films, he chose to wear a winter-down jacket, layering several pairs of trousers to shield himself from potential zombie attacks. With his home devoid of any tools save for a kitchen knife, he ultimately detached a leg from his desk to wield as a makeshift weapon. Chu Xiu observed him with concern, initially believing him to be in his 30s, only to discover through a glance at his identification that he was merely 25, still quite youthful. Anxious that he might falter in the face of true peril, she thoughtfully brought him a roll of bandage, suggesting he secure the desk leg to his hand, ensuring that even in a moment of fear, he would not drop his weapon. This bandage was the very one she had changed from her own body, despite their lack of food over the past few days. Cheng Su had tended to her wounds, applying medication that had significantly aided her recovery. Now, she could walk without wincing in pain. As Cheng Su began to move furniture aside, clearing the refrigerator that blocked the door, Chu Xiu remained uneasy, just as he instructed Yi Sitong to secure the door. She leapt from the crack of the door and onto his shoulder. Oh, meow, what brings you here? Cheng Su's voice remained gentle, infused with an almost magical quality, a stark contrast to his current appearance. Clad in layers unsuitable for the sweltering summer, topped with a thick hat and a mask covering his face, holding a blood-stained bandaged desk leg in one hand and a knife in the other, he appeared anything but a beacon of hope, especially with an unattractive cat perched upon his shoulder and a drab backpack slung across his back. The corridor was eerily silent, the previously raucous zombies having seemingly vanished. Yet, the silence only heightened Cheng Su's trepidation. He advanced cautiously, each step deliberate. Chu Xiu jumped down to scout ahead, only returning once she confirmed the path was clear, urging him forward with her paw. Such was the advantage of a reclusive nature. Cheng Su held no doubts about Chu Xiu's intelligence, finding comfort in her presence. Upon reaching the elevator, he instinctively reached for the button. Chu Xiu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The elevator groaned to life, its sounds piercing the stillness of the corridor. Run! Chu Xiu's fur bristled instinctively. Cheng Su realized his folly, sprinting back to his door and pounding on it. Sitong, open the door quickly, zombies are coming. Open the door? Cheng Su, have you lost your mind? You want to bring zombies to our home? Yi Sitong's voice rang out from within, refusing to open the door, instead pushing the refrigerator back against it with a thud. Hearing the heavy object scrape against the floor, Cheng Su's heart plummeted, yet he clung stubbornly to the hope that Yi Sitong would relent. Sitong, please, open the door. Silence ensued, the passage of time feeling as though it had quickened. Ding! The elevator doors creaked open, and a horde of red-eyed monsters surged forth. How they had managed to fit into the elevator remained a mystery. "Sit on, I beg you, open the door." As the grotesque figures approached, Cheng Su's focus sharpened, and suddenly, a familiar white hand reached through the opening, pulling him inside just in time. Meow. Chu Xiu emitted a sharp cry, snapping him back to reality. The door remained shut behind him, while the monstrous red-eyed creatures clawed hungrily at the entrance. "Stay back," Cheng Su bellowed, rooted in place, as if anticipating his imminent demise at the hands of these fiends. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chu Xiu leapt into action, her claws raking fiercely at the first zombie to extend its hand. The ferocity of the encounter momentarily stunned the creatures, allowing Cheng Su to regain his composure. He cradled Chu Xiu in his arm and dashed with unprecedented speed. He flung open the fire door and sprinted up the stairs, the echo of heavy footsteps soon trailing close behind. Reaching the rooftop, fortune favored him. The door was unlocked. He threw it open and wedged the desk leg into the handle to barricade it. Breathless, he collapsed against the door, his heart racing from the near escape. Just a moment longer, and he would have been torn to shreds. Yet, the urgency of the situation ignited a newfound strength within him. No longer did he resemble the timid Cheng Su of before. He was transformed, intelligent, and courageous. The zombies pounded relentlessly against the door, their strength bending the desk leg. Strangely emboldened, he retrieved his backpack, placing Chu Xiu inside, then grasped the kitchen knife, striking fiercely at the door's edge. With every swing, he felt a surge of power. The first blow found its mark, and with considerable effort, he pulled the knife back, swinging again with reckless abandon. Chu Xiu, peering out from the bag, observed his fervor, reminiscent of legendary swordsmen of old. It was said that mastering the blade required relentless practice, and those who lacked secret techniques relied solely on their swift strikes to become the fiercest warriors in the realm. A slash, a life extinguished. The blade retracted. The adversary fallen. How splendid! Chu Xiu marveled at the sight, wondering why such thoughts crossed her mind at that moment. Perhaps it was the essence of being a cat. Or perhaps it was Cheng Su's fervent actions that inspired such reflections. As the frenzy continued, the cacophony outside gradually subsided, and at last, the silence enveloped them. Only when the world outside fell still did Chu Xiu raise her voice, calling to Cheng Su. At her cry, the knife slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, he retrieved his phone to check the time. What he had assumed was a brief encounter had in fact spanned 2 hours since they had stepped outside. Chapter 8. Borrowing food after a considerable time. Cheng Su finally regained his composure. He gently scratched Chu Xiu's chin, prompting the latter to squint with pleasure and emit soft meows. However, while the chin scratching was indeed delightful, Chu Xiu's belly was still grumbling with hunger. Cheng Su glanced upwards at him once more, noting the grave expression etched on his own face. He had narrowly escaped the encirclement of zombies, yet food remained elusive. Had he foreseen such dire circumstances, he would have stocked up on provisions. He retrieved his phone, accessing a shopping app. Just a few days prior, he had placed orders for an assortment of snacks online. Under normal circumstances, these treats would have already arrived at his doorstep. But now, logistics had come to a halt, leaving his snack stranded 3 kilometers away. A distance of 3 kilometers had transformed into an insurmountable chasm between him and his desired sustenance. With a deep breath, Cheng Su stowed his phone back in his backpack and redressed Chu Xiu's bandaging, cradling him gently within the bag. He picked up a fallen kitchen knife, gripping it tightly, and forcefully removed a bent table leg. Suddenly, a corpse collapsed towards him, startling Cheng Su, who instinctively leaped aside. The zombie lay motionless on the ground, its features grotesquely mangled, likely the result of Cheng Su's earlier frenzied strikes. Having confirmed that it posed no further threat, Cheng Su exhaled in relief, preparing to descend. However, Chu Xiu emitted a low meow, as if to inquire, "Brother, are you certain you won't examine the brains of these zombies? I've heard they contain crystal cores." Cheng Su, not lacking in wit, realized from Chu Xiu's unwavering gaze that there was merit in his suggestion. Overcoming his revulsion, he used the chipped kitchen knife to cleave open the zombie's skull. Inside, compared to a human brain, the zombie's was a mass of fibrous substance, with a striking red crystal core standing out amidst the gooey mass. Cheng Su suppressed his disgust as he retrieved it, wiping it clean before placing it into his bag. While he had no intention of consuming it, having witnessed the fate of a certain streamer who perished after ingesting a crystal core, his knowledge gleaned from various scientific and fictional texts suggested that the zombie crystal cores would undoubtedly prove useful. Chu Xiu, using his tiny paw, poked at the crystal core, which felt cold to the touch, resembling stone. It seemed inedible, but its very existence in this apocalyptic world implied that it was indeed valuable, though its precise applications remained yet undiscovered. Cheng Su shared Chu Xiu's sentiments, eagerly extracting more crystal cores from the zombies. However, the sizes varied, and some zombies lacked cores altogether. After a fruitless endeavor, he had only managed to collect 6 cores from the 13 zombies he had dispatched, yielding a success rate of approximately 50%. As he descended the staircase, Cheng Su's heart raced anew, but the recent confrontation had evidently fortified his resolve. Approaching the fire escape door, he refrained from pushing it open. Instead, he lightly tapped on the door with his nearly dull knife, aware that any nearby zombies would be alerted by the sound. Once he was certain that no zombies lurked nearby, he cautiously pushed the door ajar. Standing at the threshold, he found himself enveloped in an unsettling silence. The apartment building housed primarily office workers, and the incident had occurred on a weekend morning, when most would have remained in slumber. Those who had witnessed the chaos outside would likely have followed suit, locking their doors tightly. Having dispatched over 10 zombies and with the building's entry secured, it appeared relatively safe. Yet, the pressing issue remained. He was out of food and needed to venture outside. While the interior was free of zombies, the exterior teemed with them, and those who had ventured out had met grim fates, save for the fortunate few who had returned early. The dilemma of starvation versus being torn to shreds by zombies loomed heavily over him. The eerie quiet of the corridor instilled dread, rendering him hesitant to choose a path. Trembling, he retrieved his phone from his backpack and began dialing his friends. He recalled that several colleagues resided in this building. If he could borrow some food from them, it would be a boon. To his surprise, the call connected amidst the stillness. "Sorry, I have no food either. I was just about to ask you," came the response. "I saw online that the military has been dispatched for rescue. Just hang in there. I'm starving too." After 2 consecutive rejections, disappointment washed over Cheng Su. It was no wonder, considering even his girlfriend had locked him out. It was understandable that others would be reluctant to lend him food. Summoning his courage, he made a 3rd call. As the phone rang, he sought to bolster his confidence, assuring Chu Xiu, "Don't worry, this girl cooks at home. She surely has provisions. I've assisted her often at work. She will undoubtedly help us." However, upon the call connecting, before he could finish his thought, laughter erupted from the other end. "Cheng Gu, at a time like this, food is life. How can you shamelessly ask to borrow? I never realized you had such audacity." And with that, the call ended abruptly. "Meow. I'm sorry, I couldn't borrow any," Cheng Su lamented, despondently sitting at the door. Chu Xiu offered a soft consolation, recognizing that in such times, it was only natural for others to refuse to share their scarce supplies. Who would willingly part with their limited rations? "Never mind, it's just food. We shall seek it ourselves. There are plenty of stores downstairs," he reassured himself. Chu Xiu could only meow in agreement. "Yes, you are right. There are many provisions downstairs. We will find them ourselves." As he uttered these words, Chu Xiu was taken aback. Could it be that Cheng Su understood his meows? Upon reflection, he realized it was merely his interpretation of Chu Xiu's sounds. "Brother, I have a little food left." Just as they steeled themselves to venture downstairs, the door opposite them swung open, revealing a reclusive young man. After Chu Xiu's assessment, it was clear that this individual epitomized the archetypal homebody even more than Cheng Su himself. His thick glasses, greasy bangs, and drab plaid shirt left no doubt about that. "Why do you want to help me?" Cheng Su inquired, puzzled. Chapter 9. The compassionate Zhang Jiaxuan. This was also Chu Xiu's curiosity. Could it be that they shared a mutual understanding simply because they were both introverted? "It was due to your cat." The introverted man smiled faintly at him, stating, "I have always wanted to adopt a cat, but I lack the time. I just heard you speak and observed your interaction with your cat. The fact that you brought your cat along suggests you are certainly not a bad person." Cheng Su chuckled. "I found this cat a couple of days ago. It had been abused, and I rescued it, so it has been following me ever since." "Come in," the introverted man invited. Cheng Su stepped inside, and the man closed the door, bringing him a bottle of milk. Naturally, he didn't forget to pour a cup for Chu Xiu as well. As Chu Xiu savored the sweet milk, he noticed the man's eyes squinting with delight. "Good brother." After a brief respite and some small talk, Chu Xiu learned that this introverted man was named Zhang Jiaxuan, and surprisingly, he worked at the same company as Cheng Su. Upon hearing the name Zhang Jiaxuan, Cheng Su became excited. "Are you the Zhang from Giant Network? You've heard of me?" Zhang Jiaxuan was taken aback that Cheng Su recognized him. "I've heard your name. Our boss often compares us to you, saying that hiring you at Giant Network is equivalent to employing 10 of us." "Indeed. You are quite the useless one," Chu Xiu thought to himself, as he overheard Cheng Su inquire, "By the way, Zhang, is it true that you are the only technician at your company?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxuan's face flushed, and he hastily explained, "Not at all. Our company has 2 technicians, myself and a female colleague who is responsible for external communications. So, it's still essentially just you. You are truly impressive. I didn't believe it until today when I finally met you," Cheng Su said, giving him a thumbs up. Zhang Jiaxuan smiled and asked, "Are you hungry? If you are, I can make you some instant noodles." "I am a bit hungry," Cheng Su admitted, then added, "If you have enough, make 2 bowls. My cat enjoys instant noodles too." "All right," Zhang Jiaxuan replied as he stood up to boil water. "Meow." Chu Xiu shot Cheng Su a glance, thinking, "It's not that I love instant noodles. I'm just following you. There is nothing else to eat. Meow meow. Food will be ready soon." Cheng Su, oblivious to Chu Xiu's thoughts, cradled him in his arms, happily petting his head. After a while of petting the cat, Cheng Su suddenly remembered something and quickly set Chu Xiu aside. "Oh, this fool thinks it's hot." He had been so nervous earlier, dressed in a down jacket and several pairs of pants, but he hadn't realized anything was amiss. Now that he felt secure in his surroundings, he sensed something was off and only then thought to remove his outer layers. Having shed his jacket and excess pants, Cheng Su finally appeared presentable. Just then, Zhang Jiaxuan returned with 2 bowls of instant noodles. Cheng Su felt a bit embarrassed and smiled at him. "Sorry for making you see that." Zhang Jiaxuan shyly shook his head, his gaze falling on Chu Xiu. "Poor little thing, you must have been abused before." He looked at Chu Xiu with pity. "Unfortunately, I have nothing else to offer you but instant noodles. Look at Brother Zhang, his words are so pleasant." Chu Xiu meowed softly and lowered his head to eat the noodles Zhang Jiaxuan had offered him. After finishing the noodles, he took a couple of sips of the broth and then used his paw to pull a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth. "Cheng Su, your cat has become quite clever. It can even wipe its mouth by itself." Zhang Jiaxuan exclaimed in astonishment. "No need to be surprised. It's basic behavior." Cheng Su replied. Though he had not known Chu Xiu for long, he had quickly adapted to his antics. "Oh." Seeing Cheng Su so unfazed, Zhang Jiaxuan shrugged it off, thinking, in this world, it was no longer surprising to see a cat wiping its mouth, much less one that could talk. After a while, Zhang Jiaxuan took out his tablet to browse, and Chu Xiu jumped beside him to look at the news together. However, as he watched, Zhang Jiaxuan sensed something was amiss. Why was Cheng Su staring at him so intently? He felt a bit anxious. "What are you staring at me for? Could you possibly get me another bowl of instant noodles?" Cheng Su, who had been hungry for over a day, found 1 bowl insufficient. "Oh, so you want more noodles?" Zhang Jiaxuan sighed in relief. Being kind-hearted, he was not one to refuse, so he went to prepare another bowl for Cheng Su. After finishing another bowl of noodles, Cheng Su felt somewhat satisfied but could still eat more. However, he was bold enough to ask for another. So he pulled out his phone and sat on the sofa to scroll through it. Observing the 2 men lounging comfortably, Chu Xiu felt a twinge of concern. Given the state of the world, how could they remain so unperturbed? Zhang Jiaxuan was fine, as he had provisions, but Cheng Su, with no supplies and unable to return home, had no shame in lingering. "Meow?" Chu Xiu decided to vocalize his concern, but Cheng Su, oblivious, merely smiled down at him and said, "Meow meow, good boy." How infuriating. Chu Xiu resolved to be more direct, leaping onto him and delivering a couple of playful kicks. "Ah, that feels good. Such a good boy." Cheng Su laughed contentedly, even reaching out to scratch Chu Xiu's chin. "Oh heavens, how do I deal with this fool?" Chu Xiu made a fierce expression and swatted at him. Such a feisty little one, so adorable. Rather than being frightened, Cheng Su pulled out his phone to capture a picture of Chu Xiu, intending to share it on social media. "Your cat is truly delightful," Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, adjusting his thick glasses enviously. These 2 were truly something else. Chu Xiu trembled with indignation. It was sweltering outside, yet he felt cold all over. When would cats like him rise up? It was time to showcase true skills. He trotted in front of Zhang Jiaxuan, extending his plump paw to tap on the tablet. "Don't mess around." Seeing Chu Xiu approach, Zhang Jiaxuan felt pleased, although he was interrupted from viewing the news. He was not upset. He simply removed the cat's paw from the screen. Chu Xiu persisted, wanting to type a few words to remind them. Ultimately, the compassionate Zhang Jiaxuan shut the tablet and picked him up to play instead. "Go away." Chu Xiu swatted at him and jumped to the nearby window, gazing down at the hellscape below, wearing a despondent expression. Seeing that he was ignoring him, Zhang Jiaxuan resumed playing on the tablet. "Don't be upset. You'll only hurt yourself if you do. Others may get angry, but cats should remain calm. Persistence is key." Chu Xiu calmed himself, muttering a proverb, and dashed back to tap the tablet. This time, Zhang Jiaxuan again turned it off and set it aside, but Chu Xiu was undeterred, continuing to reach for the tablet. Zhang Jiaxuan finally grasped his intent. Oh, little cat, you want to watch the tablet, don't you? Chapter 10. My cat has gained intelligence indeed. It has developed an affinity for watching the tablet. Previously, when my girlfriend was engrossed in her tablet, it would sit beside her, captivated. Do you still have a girlfriend? Chu Xiu turned to him with a probing question. However, it was evident that he lacked any soul, for he paid no heed to Chu Xiu's meowing. Nevertheless, under Zhang Jiaxuan's persuasion, Chu Xiu finally obtained the tablet. As it pressed its paws on the screen, it hesitated for a moment. Should it showcase its newfound wisdom before them? Would they revere it as a deity? Never mind, foolish mortals, here is your chance to admire my brilliance. Chu Xiu swiped the screen and laboriously typed out 4 characters. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Did it do this intentionally for us? Or was it an accidental press? Zhang Jiaxuan was utterly astonished. This cat can type? Is this a trick of the eyes? It is for your benefit. Chu Xiu typed again. This time, even Cheng Su was taken aback. Heavens! My cat has truly become enlightened. Cheng Su adjusted his glasses with his index finger, then turned to Zhang Jiaxuan, who looked just as perplexed. I get it. Could it be that your instant noodles have granted it intelligence? How could that be? If I possessed such power, I wouldn't have wasted my time at Giant Network. I would have long since been selling wisdom-enhancing pills. Zhang Jiaxuan shook his head. Cheng Su gazed at Chu Xiu and suddenly recalled a possibility. Zhang, have you seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes? Do you think someone might have used this cat for experimentation, resulting in this virus? And now, a global upheaval is occurring. The planet is on the verge of being overrun by feline overlords. Zhang Jiaxuan regarded Cheng Su seriously, although the conclusion seemed rather unscientific. He recalled the red-eyed figures beneath the window and nodded slightly. Could you two refrain from discussing me? I am not an escapee from any research facility. I am merely an ordinary cat that has suffered abuse. Chu Xiu typed furiously. I don't know why, but I have simply become smarter. Perhaps all animals across the globe have undergone a transformation, it continued. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged glances, astonished by what Chu Xiu had typed. Cheng Su then pulled out his phone and began searching online for cases of animals gaining intelligence, quickly uncovering numerous examples. My cat has become clever. Even asking me for fish. Look at this mother cat carrying her kitten to exchange for sausage. My dog can speak human language. Should I call it Howling Celestial Dog, or should I kneel and call it Brother Dog? The information, a mix of truth and fiction, left Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su somewhat bewildered. Cheng Su, can't you see this as a good thing? It has become smarter, Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, casting a glance at Cheng Su. If you're afraid of it, you can give it to me. I often find myself alone. Having another cat to converse with is something I desire. He looked at Chu Xiu. His face illuminated with a foolish grin. Chu Xiu regarded him warily and continued typing. Could you please stop smiling? It frightens me. Ha ha ha, Zhang. Cheng Su burst into laughter upon reading Chu Xiu's words. Zhang Jiaxuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose. It seemed that Cheng Su's laughter eased their fear of Chu Xiu, and they eagerly began to converse with it. Cheng Su inquired, in the eyes of us feline beings, what are our caretakers like? Caretakers are simply caretakers. Providing food and water, Chu Xiu replied. Zhang Jiaxuan added, I don't know what to ask. Can you follow me and not Cheng Su? I am smarter. And I have more food than he does. Cheng Su retorted, you're stealing my cat. Zhang Jiaxuan chuckled, I'm not stealing. Your cat is a sentient being. It should have the right to choose. Enough. Chu Xiu meowed and typed on the screen. Can we focus on dealing with the zombies first? A global upheaval has just occurred. This is your opportunity. The reason we are homebodies is that we don't want to exert ourselves, Cheng Su stated matter-of-factly. Chu Xiu responded, if you truly didn't want to make an effort, you wouldn't be working from 9 to 9. I work those hours because my boss forces me. If he didn't, I would prefer to lie at home all day, Cheng Su replied. Ask your hair, your belly, and the weariness etched on your face. Do you truly not wish to make an effort? Don't interrupt me. Typing is exhausting, Chu Xiu retorted. After finishing, seeing Cheng Su's indifferent expression, it angrily tossed the tablet aside and leapt onto the nearby windowsill, refusing to engage further. Meow, I won't stop you. If you have something to say, go ahead. Cheng Su observed Chu Xiu's behavior and approached to apologize. Don't come near me. Chu Xiu jumped to a higher spot, looking quite vexed. Cheng Su, left with no choice, returned to the sofa and turned to Zhang Jiaxuan. Zhang, what should we do now? My cat is right. We can't just wait for our fortunes to change. Don't call me Zhang. Just use my name, Zhang Jiaxuan responded. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Cheng Su again. Bro, can I trust you? Of course, Cheng Su nodded vigorously. I know I was useless before, but with the apocalypse upon us, I want to strive for something. He then approached Chu Xiao, looking up at it. Meow, come down. I won't make you angry anymore. We'll follow your lead to hunt zombies and find food. Meow? Really? Yes, really, Chung Su affirmed. Only then did Chu Xiao leap down. Zhang Jiaxuan quickly handed over the tablet, and Chu Xiao began to type, electricity. Yes, there is still electricity. We can use it to shock those red-eyed beings. Cheng Su's eyes lit up as he turned to Zhang Jiaxuan. You and I both have a scientific background. You should be able to modify the electrical systems, right? Zhang Jiaxuan nodded shyly. They then began discussing strategies. Zhang Jiaxuan, a true talent from Giant Network, was formidable on par with 10 others. Despite his social awkwardness, he quickly sketched a plan based on the apartment's electrical systems, drawing a complex diagram that Chu Xiao struggled to comprehend. Shortly after, he gathered a bundle of cables and tools from his home, preparing to embark on their mission. Don't ask why I have cables at home. As a versatile homebody, one must be equipped. Hey, wear a few more layers, Cheng Su reminded, donning his own heavy clothing. Zhang Jiaxuan pondered for a moment before finding his own thick attire to wear. Chapter 11. Electric it upon stepping outside. Cheng Su continued to carry his backpack in front of him, while Chu Xiao leaped into the bag, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. It still played the role of a scout, observing the area to ensure they could prepare themselves in a timely manner. Fortunately, the red-eyed creatures in the building were not numerous, and they made their way down to the electrical shaft without incident. Once downstairs, the red-eyed zombies, alerted by their noise, lunged toward them. Thankfully, the tempered glass door held firm, allowing the creatures to snarl and gnash their teeth from the other side without gaining entry. However, it was evident that the glass would not withstand the pressure for long. If they could not swiftly complete the electrical modifications, that flimsy barrier would soon prove inadequate. Zhang Gong, how much longer? Cheng Su asked anxiously, eyeing the grotesque faces of the red-eyed zombies at the door. Almost there, Zhang Jiaxuan replied, methodically focused on his tools and the task at hand. Meow. Chu Xiao could not help but emit a low sound, casting a disdainful glance at Cheng Su. Look at him, then look at you. In this regard, Cheng Su indeed paled in comparison to Zhang Jiaxuan. He was not as adept at electrical modifications. Thus, he could only brandish a kitchen knife high in the air, watching the trembling door with trepidation. The door, unable to withstand the relentless pushing of the zombies, began to sway violently and soon crashed to the ground. A horde of zombies surged forward, and Cheng Su was gripped by a fear so profound that he could scarcely breathe. His hand trembled as it clutched the knife. He thought, can this knife really fend off so many zombies? His legs quaked, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Just then, Chu Xiao leaped onto his head, clinging tightly to his sparse hair. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Cheng Su could no longer contain his terror, just as he was about to bolt. Zhang Jiaxuan tossed him a cable. All set. Cheng Su was momentarily stunned, paralyzed by the fearsome, blood-red eyes before him, leaving him no time to grasp the cable. By the time he regained his composure, Chu Xiao had already snatched it with its mouth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of electricity crackled to life. A series of zombies convulsed unnaturally, their hair standing on end, limbs stiffening, before collapsing one by one onto the ground. Zhang Jiaxuan chuckled beside him, also holding a cable in hand. Meow, thank you. Cheng Su finally snapped back to reality, cautiously retrieving the cable from Chu Xiao's mouth to assist. Meow, my teeth hurt. This cable is truly heavy. It shot Zhang Jiaxuan another glance. Next time, could you not make it so nerve-wracking? I almost fled just now. Thankfully, I didn't, or my reputation would have been ruined. Time passed minute by minute, and before they knew it, the entire building was plunged into darkness. The seemingly endless stream of zombies fell one after another before them. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged a glance, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Meow, meow, meow. The revolution is not yet accomplished. You cannot slack off. Chu Xiao urged, stepping atop a fallen zombie's head. Quickly, gather the course. Suddenly, Zhang Jiaxuan shouted, watch out. Chu Xiao turned to see a zombie twitching back to life. Wait, a zombie reviving? However, it was merely a physiological response to the electric shock. Perhaps they had not truly perished, merely rendered immobile momentarily. Realizing this, Chu Xiao felt a surge of urgency, and fortunately, Cheng Su had the same thought. He sprang to his feet, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Once the zombies were dispatched, they began to extract the cores. Zhang Jiaxuan had yet to decapitate a zombie, and he found it quite nauseating. This is just a dream, just a dream. They're zombies, not humans. They're zombies, he chanted in his mind. Then joined Cheng Su in the extraction. Extracting a core was no simple task. The zombie skulls were remarkably hard, and their tools were inadequate. As two reclusive individuals, their strength was limited, making it laborious to shatter a single zombie's head. However, they persevered, laboring tirelessly throughout the afternoon until they finally managed to extract all the cores. "Now can we search for food?" Chung-Su inquired. Despite having dispatched so many zombies, he felt uneasy as he had yet to engage in direct combat with one. And the thought of the many lurking outside filled him with dread. "Let us go. We must grow." Zhang Jiaxuan adjusted his glasses and replied. The two decided to venture out in search of food. The nearby zombies had been attracted by their earlier commotion, and the street was remarkably quiet. In fact, their quest for sustenance progressed smoothly. The convenience store directly across from their apartment was soon within reach, and they swiftly filled their backpacks, each carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles and 2 boxes of water. They shared a silent understanding to first deposit their haul before returning. Though the apartment was now without power, the climb to Zhang Jiaxuan's home required ascending 17 flights of stairs, yet neither felt fatigued. With Chu Xiu's warnings and their recent cleanup of zombies, they ascended without concern, reaching the 17th floor effortlessly. Upon opening the door and bringing the food inside, they exchanged smiles and collapsed onto the sofa, panting. "I'm so tired," Chung-Su remarked, but surprisingly, he felt no fear, only joy. After a brief respite, he turned to Zhang Jiaxuan. "Zhang Gong, let us hurry back down. I fear the zombies might return to the streets." "All right," Zhang Jiaxuan nodded. And they emptied their backpacks before heading down for a second trip. Naturally, Chu Xiu accompanied them. On their second excursion, they filled their bags with Snickers, candies, and biscuits. The two recluses did not smoke or think to bring fire, but Chu Xiu reminded them to take a lighter. Now that the power is out, who knows when it will return? A lighter could prove invaluable. The two readily complied, taking the lighter with them. Once again, they sprinted upstairs, laden with 2 boxes of food. After a brief break, when they planned their third trip to the convenience store, they discovered it had nearly been emptied. Clearly, their previous actions had drawn the attention of others, emboldening some to venture down for provisions. With the store stripped bare, they hesitated to search farther afield. But as luck would have it, they each grabbed a few kitchen knives and dismantled some shelf legs for makeshift weapons. Unfortunately, the store yielded no axes or hatchets, leaving them no choice but to make do with knives for the time being. Chapter 12. Yusidong's call armed, they returned to the room and securely shut the door, allowing both of them and the cat to relax completely. The provisions obtained from the convenience store would suffice for their sustenance for at least 10 to 15 days, during which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would no longer need to fret over food. "Let us take a shower," Zhang Jiaxuan suggested while resting on the floor. He wasn't particularly fastidious. It was merely that they were both quite dirty after today's escapades. "What, Zhang, are you actually suggesting I take a shower?" Chung-Su replied, his gaze filled with complexity. His voice, inherently melodious, made the light-hearted jest sound far more significant, causing Zhang Jiaxuan to blush and hurriedly clarify. "You mustn't misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions toward you." His attempt at clarification only intensified the awkwardness. "I was merely joking," Chung-Su managed to say, his expression still fraught with complexity. I understand, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded repeatedly before standing up to say, "I'll fetch you some clothes." "Meow?" Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Chung-Su. "How could you toy with such an innocent man?" "Meow meow, don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps." Since discovering that Chu Xiu was a highly intelligent cat, Chung-Su found its gaze to be increasingly perplexing. "Bah, you lecherous old fool. I'm not looking at you." Chu Xiu turned its head away, rummaging through the pile of clutter on the sofa to find Chung-Su's phone, intending to catch up on the news. Just as it was extracting the phone, a call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, it exclaimed, "Oh dear, a fairy?" With a complex expression, it nudged the phone towards Chung-Su. Chung-Su took the phone, his expression equally intricate. Yusidong's actions today had truly wounded his heart, yet he still felt a lingering attachment to her. As he answered the call, Chu Xiu flicked its tail and jumped aside to listen in. A delicate, pitiful voice emerged from the phone. "Chung-Su, where are you? I'm scared." At that moment, Chung-Su was utterly captivated. Just then, Chu Xiu called out, snapping Chung-Su back to reality as he donned a stern demeanor and coldly responded, "Did you ever consider where I was when you locked me out?" "Su. I was scared too. I didn't want to do it. Please forgive me this once. I truly regret it." Yi Sitong's voice continued, pleading, "Su, please don't be angry. I'm really frightened. Didn't you say you loved me? If you love me, why can't you forgive me this time?" Chung-Su began to waver, shielding the phone's microphone as he said to Chu Xiao, "Meow meow. I'm going to grab a couple of outfits and the first aid kit. Is that all right?" Chu Xiao snorted disdainfully, its expression one of utter contempt. "You pathetic sycophant. I'd be surprised if you actually believed her." "Asu, who are you talking to?" Yi Sitong's voice piped up from the receiver. "No one, just a friend." Cheng Su replied. "Please hurry back. I'm really scared. Boo-hoo." At that moment, Zhang Jiaxuan emerged from the bedroom, overhearing the conversation. "Cheng Su, if you have urgent matters, you can go back. It's no trouble. Then I'll head back briefly and return quickly," Cheng Su said, ending the call. "Meow meow. Are you coming back with me, or will you stay here with Zhang?" Cheng Su inquired. "Meow?" Chu Xiao leaped beside Zhang Jiaxuan, demonstrating its choice through action. It could not tolerate such betrayal and held no fondness for Yi Sitong, not wishing to see her at all. "Then I'll take my leave. Be good here and don't trouble Zhang," Cheng Su instructed as he armed himself, contemplating for a moment before stuffing a Snickers bar into his pocket. Undoubtedly for that woman. Seeing this, Chu Xiao grew even more incensed. Initially intending to accompany him, it now settled sulkily on the sofa, refusing to budge. After Cheng Su departed, Zhang Jiaxuan looked at Chu Xiao and said, "You're dirty as well. Let me give you a bath." With that, he reached to pick up Chu Xiao, and when it did not resist, he carried it to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Thankfully, there was still water, albeit cold. As the chill water splashed onto Chu Xiao, it shuddered instinctively, disliking the sensation of being wet. It shook off the droplets, splattering Zhang Jiaxuan in the process. "Don't be troublesome." Zhang Jiaxuan, knowing it possessed intelligence, mistakenly thought it was merely playing. Chu Xiao recognized it shouldn't be afraid and suppressed the urge to shake its head, obediently squatting still. Once accustomed to the water temperature, it no longer felt fear and even found some comfort in Zhang Jiaxuan gently massaging its fur. The only downside was that the one bathing it was not a gentle, kind young lady. Why have I never encountered a sweet and compassionate sister? It lamented inwardly. Just then, an unexpected flick to a sensitive area made Chu Xiao arch its back and glare furiously at Zhang Jiaxuan. "You audacious caretaker, how dare you bully me? Don't be angry. I won't tease you anymore," Zhang Jiaxuan chuckled, but Chu Xiao remained wary, unwilling to draw closer. This fellow increasingly resembled a pervert in its eyes. "I truly won't bother you again," Zhang Jiaxuan assured. Only then did Chu Xiao cautiously approach, relieved that Zhang Jiaxuan upheld his promise and refrained from further antics. However, after the bath, as it was being dried off, Chu Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. When will a gentle lady come to rescue me? While lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door. "Zhang, are you in there?" Came Cheng Su's voice from outside. Chapter 13. Were they just infected by the virus? Upon hearing the voice of Cheng Su, Zhang Jiaxuan approached and opened the door, only to find two individuals standing outside, Cheng Su and another woman. This fellow, how could he have brought Yi Sitong along? Chu Xiao felt a twinge of displeasure. This woman had clearly betrayed him. It was one thing for him to comfort her, but to bring her here was another matter altogether. If she were to betray them once more, where would they stand? "I truly apologize, Cheng Su recognized that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. Yi Sitong, however, casually tossed her hair and greeted Zhang Jiaxuan. "You must be Brother Zhang, right? I just heard Cheng Su speak of you. You are indeed a kind-hearted person." "Ah." This woman is at it again, bestowing the good person card upon Zhang Jiaxuan. Hearing her words made Zhang Jiaxuan's face flush slightly as he replied, "I am no good person. I merely happen to share a rapport with Cheng Su." "Is that so?" Yi Sitong's voice was sweetly laced with charm. "Won't you invite us in for a seat?" "Please come in," Zhang Jiaxuan said as he stepped aside to allow them entry. Chu Xiao, upon seeing Yi Sitong walk in, was decidedly unamused. As they approached the sofa, he jumped onto another chair. Ever since he had transformed into a cat, his ability to discern had remarkably sharpened. Although he craved the comfort of a lady's presence, he could not muster the interest to spare Yi Sitong even a glance. Noticing Chu Xiao's actions, Cheng Su realized he was upset and reached out to embrace him. But Chu Xiao ignored him, instead leaping onto Zhang Jiaxuan's lap. "Look at this cat. He seems to be rather fond of Brother Zhang," Yi Sitong remarked coyly. "Indeed," Zhang Jiaxuan said, scratching Chu Xiao's fur affectionately. Cheng Su watched from the side, feeling a twinge of jealousy. This cat, which was clearly his, seemed to have transformed into Zhang Jiaxuan's pet in the blink of an eye. Meow. Chu Xiao desperately wished to inquire how long they intended to stay and when this woman would take her leave. However, since no one broached the subject, he could no longer contain himself. He meowed insistently, guiding Zhang Jiaxuan to the bedroom, where he typed on a tablet, expressing his disdain for Yi Sitong and requesting her departure. Zhang Jiaxuan glanced at the screen and quietly asked, "Has she mistreated you?" Chu Xiu typed in response, eager to relay the previous events. However, the story was lengthy, and typing was laborious, especially since his paws lacked the dexterity of fingers. He simply wrote, "Ask Cheng Su what she has done. Betrayal, untrustworthy." Fearing that Cheng Su might still hold a soft spot for her, he added, "She has harmed me." Upon reading Chu Xiu's messages, Zhang Jiaxuan felt enlightened. Meanwhile, Yi Sitong appeared to have made herself at home. Indulging in snacks from the coffee table and mistaking the zombie crystal core for a ruby, playing with it in her hands. "What is this?" she inquired sweetly as Zhang Jiaxuan approached. Cheng Su, observing her overly familiar tone, felt a surge of irritation and coldly replied, "That is a zombie crystal core. The substance found in the brains of those with red eyes." Ah. At Cheng Su's words, Yi Sitong tossed the object away. Chu Xiu's disdain for her intensified. She only bullied the two honest men. If she had any courage, she would show it before him. If he were not a cat, he would have long since slapped her into submission. Zhang Jiaxuan, however, retained his composure. Picking up the zombie crystal core and gathering the others from the table into his backpack. "You've killed people." Yi Sitong trembled, looking at Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, distancing herself from them. Are those red-eyed beings still human? Seeing her reaction, Cheng Su's displeasure only deepened. Had she not previously spoken of their past, offering apologies that softened his heart, he would never have brought her along. Yet now, a thorn remained lodged in his heart. Hearing Yi Sitong's words, his irritation flared. "They are still human," Yi Sitong insisted, pulling out her phone to display a forwarded news article. "Look, the health committee has stated they are human, merely infected with a virus. If treated, they can live." Meow. Chu Xiu utterly dismissed this notion. Yet, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan found themselves swayed by the information. Their newfound courage dissipated in an instant, leaving them with a singular thought. They had killed. They had killed. Having been born in a peaceful era, they had rarely even harmed a chicken, let alone taken a life. Yet, the memories of their violent encounters with the red-eyed beings, the electric shocks, and the gruesome extraction of brains churned their stomachs. "You are murderers. You have killed many." Yi Sitong continued to berate them. "Kill you? Those beings have crystals growing in their brains and still live?" Chu Xiu scoffed. If the state possessed such technology, why fear tumors or cancers? Despite Chu Xiu's scorn, the two honest men remained unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. No matter how he called or prompted them, they were impervious to his entreaties. He almost exposed himself, typing on the tablet before Yi Sitong. Just as he contemplated taking action, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated across the sky. Not only did Yi Sitong jump in fright, but Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were also startled. Soon after, the rain began to pour, accompanied by a fierce wind. The thunder startled Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su into a realization. If this were merely an ordinary virus, could it truly form crystals in a person's brain? If it were just an ordinary virus, could dogs grow larger and cats speak? Even if this were indeed a virus, so what? After all, those infected had undoubtedly transformed into zombies that bit, no longer human. Chapter 14. Is this what you speak of? Amidst the thunderous roar of the storm outside, Yi Sitong fell silent, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie stillness. Chu Xiu nestled close to Zhang Jiaxuan, mewing softly, harboring little hope of driving away this woman. Indeed, Yi Sitong chose to stay that night, seizing Zhang Jiaxuan's bedroom alongside Cheng Su. Consequently, Zhang Jiaxuan was left to slumber on the sofa. Yet he bore no grievance. The fact that Cheng Su was willing to lend him the cat was already a source of contentment. As he caressed Chu Xiu's fur repeatedly, Zhang Jiaxuan gradually found tranquility. Observe, cats possess a remarkable energy that soothes the soul. The storm raged on outside, with lightning flashing and rain pouring down. And Zhang Jiaxuan found himself unable to sleep. He decided to sit up and said, "Mew, shall we engage in a little conversation?" "Mew," replied Chu Xiu, acknowledging his initiative. "Since you have begun speaking, how could I remain silent? I am merely an ordinary homebody with little to share. Perhaps you could enlighten me about your thoughts as a feline?" Zhang Jiaxuan suggested, handing his tablet to the cat. Chu Xiu accepted the tablet and typed, "Conserve electricity. We may never have power again." "Mew, how do you know so much?" Zhang Jiaxuan inquired further. "Mew," Chu Xiu responded, but did not elaborate. How could he? One could glean such knowledge from reading online literature. This apocalypse was rather straightforward. There had been a consistent supply of water and electricity. And these zombies were not particularly intelligent. If you prefer not to divulge, that is perfectly fine. Let us discuss other matters, Zhang Jiaxuan continued. Why don't we speculate on the utility of these zombie cores? I believe they must hold significant value. Perhaps they are a form of energy stone. Mew, replied Chu Xiu lazily. Thereafter, he listened to Zhang Jiaxuan's incessant chatter, who said homebuddies were not talkative. They simply had not encountered a suitable confidant. When faced with a feline companion, he found himself quite loquacious. Amidst his rambling, Chu Xiu's drowsiness gradually overtook him. As a creature of the night, he surprisingly succumbed to slumber at the sound of Zhang Jiaxuan's voice. Upon awakening the next morning, he was taken aback. How has this pothose on the windowsill grown so large? He quickly used his paw to nudge Zhang Jiaxuan's nose, rousing him from sleep. Zhang Jiaxuan blinked in astonishment at the once neglected pothose, now towering 2 meters high, its tendrils climbing the curtains and reaching the curtain rod. Good heavens, what is happening? In the bedroom, Cheng Su and Yi Sidong also stirred, for in such an environment, especially in someone else's home, no one could truly sleep soundly. I don't know. Zhang Jiaxuan shook his head. Cheng Su instinctively checked his phone, only to find it unresponsive. Embarrassed, he admitted, it's dead. Zhang Jiaxuan offered his phone. And after swiping a couple of times, Cheng Su realized, there is no signal. It was evident that with such drastic changes yesterday, having a signal today would be a surprise. Chu Xiu observed them disdainfully, seemingly wishing to deliver a blow to their intellect. Look downstairs, Zhang Jiaxuan suddenly exclaimed, appearing to make another discovery. The two leaned over to peer down, and they beheld a new assembly of zombies below. Previously, they could attribute the situation to viral infection. But now, the creatures bore even more grotesque visages. Their faces were ashen, devoid of any semblance of life, and even their eyes, once a vivid crimson, now glimmered a deathly white. Chapter 15. Infected by a virus? Why did this happen? Yi Sidong gazed down at the throng of zombies gathered below, then at the rapidly growing pothose plant that had shot up several meters overnight, rendered momentarily speechless. Is this not the virus you spoke of? Chu Xiu meowed softly, observing the remarkably placid temperaments of Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Despite the dire circumstances, they had not uttered a single word of mockery. If it were her, she could not have borne it. An atmosphere of stagnation enveloped them, and for a time, no one spoke. The evidence was irrefutable. If this were not the apocalypse, they could scarcely fathom what the true end of days might resemble. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. A voice called from outside. Is anyone there? Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan remained silent. In such uncertain times, who could discern whether the knocker was friend or foe? Is anyone there? Please. Open the door. My child has gone days without food. We need help. The person outside appeared resolute, persistently rapping on the door. Accompanying their pleas was the sound of a child's cries. Zhang Jiaxuan, being of a tender heart, immediately moved to open the door. However, Yi Sidong seized his arm, exclaiming, Zhang Ge, do not open the door. Though she was selfish, her words found agreement with Chu Xiu. Given the precariousness of their situation, it was prudent to exercise caution. Who could tell what calamity awaited them, or whether those outside were benevolent or malicious? I only need a little bit of food. My child is truly starving. The voice outside persisted, growing more frantic. Stop knocking, will you? You might attract the zombies. Yi Sidong's patience frayed as she snapped in exasperation. At last, the knocking ceased, though the child's cries grew ever louder. To be honest, hearing that wail left Chu Xiu quite unsettled. He bent down to peer outside, and to his alarm, he noticed that the zombies in the street seemed to converge towards the building. Quick, look down. He gestured for the others to observe. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, upon hearing his voice, leaned over to witness the scene below, their expressions tightening with concern. It was evident that the cries of the child were not the source of the zombies' attraction, for they were situated above the street. Yet, should the undead manage to enter, the cries would undoubtedly beckon them upstairs. Perhaps we could just give them some food? Zhang Jiaxuan suggested in a hushed tone. Cheng Su remained silent, while Yu Sidong was reluctant to part with any food, though it bore no consequence to her. Ultimately, Zhang Jiaxuan retrieved 2 chocolate bars and opened the door a crack, intending to extend the food to the person outside. However, the moment he cracked the door ajar, it was violently thrust open. Several young men and women surged inside, and behind them, there was no child to be found. Rather, the cries emanated from their phones. Zhang Jiaxuan, despite his bewilderment, grasped the hostility of their entrance. Brother, we're in desperate need. We have nothing to eat. The leader among the intruders brandished a spring-loaded knife, pressing it against Zhang Jiaxuan's abdomen. Director, there's milk, instant noodles, and bread here. A young man rummaged through their belongings, quickly uncovering the provisions they had brought the previous day. Indeed, this household possesses supplies, the so-called director observed with approval. delivering a punch to Zhang Jiaxuan's stomach before striding over to tear open a loaf of bread, hastily stuffing his mouth. Chapter 16. The grain is seized. Do you realize that what you are doing is akin to burglary? Cheng Su exclaimed in anger upon witnessing the scene. Is there no law left? Law? The ringleader, a disheveled director with unkempt hair, tossed his head in disdain, causing flakes of dandruff to scatter. What law are you talking about at a time like this? Bodies are piling up outside, and does anyone care? Brother, we are in an apocalypse, and you still speak of law? What law? In this world, might makes right. As he spoke vehemently, he continued stuffing bread into his mouth. After finishing one loaf, others began tearing into instant noodles. They reveled in their numbers, making themselves at home in Zhang Jiaxuan's house, fetching their own water and pots. On the side, Chu Shi was frantic, but Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su stood by, seething in silence, utterly infuriated. Meow, meow, meow. Unable to contain itself any longer, the little cat leaped onto the table and swiped at the so-called director. However, just as it extended its paw, a sudden splash of water drenched its face. Where did that water come from? It shook its head, regaining composure and staring at the man before it. Little kitty, behave, the director said, extending his hand to reveal a cluster of water droplets forming at his fingertips. Let me be honest with you all. I am an ability user, the chosen one of this world. Follow me, and you shall prosper. Goodness. Chu Xiao was genuinely astonished. This despicable man possesses abilities? How is that fair? Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were equally dumbfounded, never expecting that abilities, which seemed confined to literary works, would manifest before them. My brothers, today I have consumed a small portion of your food. Do not think you have suffered a loss. This is merely the beginning of our bond. Join our Sunshine Project. Before the apocalypse, joining our Sunshine Project required a payment of 68,000, but today, in exchange for your food, I shall require nothing from you, and you will be our backbone. Our Sunshine Project was initially about profit and ascendance, yet who would have predicted such a calamity? But we shall remain undeterred. This apocalypse is merely a stepping stone for us. Is it not said that nobility and power are not determined by birth? What appears to be an apocalypse is, in truth, a chaotic era ripe with opportunity. Join our Sunshine Project, and together we shall establish a base, gather talents, and seize resources. In due time, you shall be hailed as heroes, with women, wealth, and all that your hearts desire. Chu Xiao finally comprehended the underlying nature of this organization. It was nothing short of a cult. No wonder they managed to gather such a motley crew of individuals. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads resolutely. They had no intention of joining this so-called Sunshine Project. However, witnessing these 6 ruffians, Zhang Jiaxuan was filled with regret. He cursed himself for his moment of weakness. Now, he could do nothing but watch as they squandered the hard-earned food. Thank the heavens that even in the apocalypse, we are blessed with such delicacies, the director beamed. As his minions served freshly cooked instant noodles at the table, they had not forgotten the ritualistic aspect of dining, their faces lit with fervor, devouring the noodles with exaggerated expressions, as if it were a gourmet feast. Yet, in truth, these instant noodles were indeed a rare delicacy. Who knew how long it would be before they could even indulge in such a meal again? Once the noodles were consumed with great ceremony, the director turned to Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su. Will you join our Sunshine Project? No, both Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan replied, shaking their heads. What about you, beautiful? The director inquired, looking at Yi Sidong. Yi Sidong shook her head vigorously. The director's demeanor seemed slightly off. She would be foolish to follow him. You have missed an opportunity to align with the strong, a chance to rise above. The director lamented, feigning regret. However, it seemed that the arrival of the apocalypse had dulled his fervor for recruitment. He merely gestured to his companions to take Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su's food away. What are you doing? That food is ours. Cheng Su stepped forward to intervene. With no electricity and the zombies growing increasingly frenzied, that grain was their lifeline. Brother, this is an apocalypse. Strength is the only law that matters. Do you understand? If you refuse to join us, you are merely courting death. Yet, I am willing to barter your lives for this food. The director turned, revealing a menacing glare. Should you continue to be uncooperative, I would not hesitate to take another life. With that, the director menacingly threatened them and led his group away with their spoils. Once they departed, Zhang Jiaxuan collapsed onto the floor, rendered speechless by the harsh reality of their situation. He had not anticipated that the apocalypse could be so brutal. Yesterday, he had faced zombies without such dread, but now, he was genuinely terrified. His moment of compassion had cost them their food, and guilt gnawed at his conscience. Zhang Jiaxuan, I never thought you could be so foolish. Yi Sidong berated him from the side. Previously, when he had food, she sweetly called him Brother Zhang, but now, her expression was one of disdain. How unfortunate I am to have a coward for a boyfriend and to associate with such useless friends. Yi Sidong scolded again. Sidong. Upon hearing Yi Sidong berate Zhang Jiaxuan, Cheng Su interjected, "We are out of food now. If you do not wish to stay here, you may leave. But please refrain from insulting Jiaxuan. You have no right. I refuse to leave. What? Are you incapable of dealing with those people, so you take it out on me?" Yi Sidong retorted, brazenly occupying someone else's space while acting as if she were the mistress. However, Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su were indeed too soft-hearted. Earlier, when they had dealt with the zombies, there had been some bloodshed, but now, Chu Xiu felt somewhat disappointed. Yet, despite its disappointment, Chu Xiu still regarded them as friends and could not bear to see them fall into despair. Meow? It leaped onto Zhang Jiaxuan's lap. He glanced at it. Meow. Are you disappointed in me? Chapter 17. The system emerges. Chu Xiu shook his head and rummaged through his backpack, producing a zombie crystal core, which he handed to Zhang Jiaxuan. Zhang Jiaxuan received the crystal core, questioning, "Are you suggesting I consume it?" Chu Xiu quickly shook his head. It was evident that consuming such a thing would lead to death. He would never dare to let him eat it. He merely wished to study it, as he believed it must hold some utility, especially since supernatural abilities had already emerged. There was no reason for the zombie crystal core to be useless. After giving the crystal core to Zhang Jiaxuan, he picked up another one for Cheng Su and then held one himself, moving to the windowsill to examine it. As an animal, could he perhaps try eating one? Perhaps animals could tolerate it. He brought the crystal core close to his mouth, but ultimately set it down. Life as a cat was precious. If he were to be poisoned, it would be a terrible loss. So, the question remained, what was the purpose of this crystal core? How was it to be utilized? Chu Xiu leaned against the windowsill, lost in contemplation. Time passed, and as the sun shifted, a beam of light illuminated Chu Xiu, causing the crystal core in his hand to absorb the sunlight and refract an eerie red glow. Congratulations, you have bound to the Chosen One system. At that moment, the red light manifested before Chu Xiu, forming a radiant beam. Meow? Chu Xiu jumped in surprise, causing the crystal core to fall to the ground. He hastily leaped down and picked it up again. The Chosen One system. Ha ha ha. I am indeed the Chosen One. Chu Xiu reveled in his thoughts. But just then, another light screen appeared before him. The Chosen One system has been activated. Congratulations, you are the 1358th Chosen One. This single statement extinguished his enthusiasm. If he was not the only one in the world, what significance did being a Chosen One hold? The light screen fully opened, displaying Chu Xiu's information. Name, Chu Xiu. Age, not important. Species, cat level, level 1 ability, none. Evaluation, an unremarkable tabby cat. This was his information? It was far too simplistic. Unremarkable? How could a splendid cat like him be deemed unremarkable? At the very least, he possessed a human soul, surely. No other cat could be more intelligent than he. Chu Xiu vehemently disagreed with the assessment of being unremarkable. Suppressing his frustration, he continued to explore, finally discovering some intriguing options below. Apocalypse Shop, Backpack. Clicking on the backpack revealed several slots for storing items, but currently, only 3 slots were available. With a thought, the crystal core in his hand vanished, and the item appeared in the inventory. Joy surged within him as he looked up to see Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan still moping about. Another thought brought the crystal core back to his hand. Although he initially had only 3 slots, it was certainly better than having none at all. With 3 slots, he essentially possessed a small storage space. Temporarily setting aside the desire to further explore the backpack, Chu Xiu opened the Apocalypse Shop. To his astonishment, the variety of goods was extensive, dazzling his eyes. However, all the items were merely ordinary foodstuffs. As an apocalypse shop, surely it should sell something more extraordinary than mundane provisions? Scrolling further down, he discovered wondrous items, but they were locked due to his insufficient level. My apologies, I misjudged you. He continued to scroll through the shop, noting the pricing of the food items: a bottle of water for 2 gold coins, a bucket of instant noodles for 4 coins, affordably priced and nearly identical to real-world prices. Yet, the pressing question remained, where would he acquire gold coins? Even for the cheapest nail, his balance was insufficient. After scouring the entire shop, he finally found a recycling device at the bottom. He pressed the recycle button, and the page transformed into a map, indicating his current location and the shop's location. Please promptly take the recycled items to the nearby shop for redemption. The shop was not far, only a kilometer away. However, did he really have to physically take the items to the shop for redemption? Wasn't this supposed to be a magical system? Why must he go to a real shop to recycle items? Was the shop a real-world establishment? If he wanted to purchase something, would he also need to retrieve it from the shop? At that moment, Chu Xiu was beset by countless questions. However, pondering here was futile. He needed to reach his destination as soon as possible. With this thought, he steeled himself for action. But before proceeding, he needed to inform Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Although he had become a cat, he was still a cat with a conscience. At this moment, Zhang Jiaxuan had abandoned his study of the crystal core, as he could discern nothing of significance. Furthermore, after being humiliated by the Sunlight Project group and having his food stolen, he lacked the motivation to continue. Cheng Su was similarly despondent, slumped on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Chu Xiu approached, nudging the crystal core towards them before moving to the windowsill and meowing at them. Meow, I am not in a pleasant mood today. Can you please remain silent? Cheng Su said to Chu Xiu. Meow. Chu Xiu contained his frustration and jumped over, biting his pant leg. Honestly, I've risked everything for you both. Can't you muster some spirit? The saying goes that fate favors those with affinity. If you don't come over soon, I might just abandon you. This time, Cheng Su finally approached, but as he stood, he carelessly placed the crystal core on the table. Chu Xiu, seeing this, felt anxious and jumped over to retrieve the crystal core, dropping it at his feet to indicate he should take it. His unusual behavior caught the attention of Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, who connected it with his intelligence and finally grasped the situation. Even Yi Sitong, sitting at a distance, glanced over. Chu Xiu could not be bothered with her. If she discovered the secret of obtaining this system, so be it. Under his urging, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan carried the crystal core into the sunlight. After a moment, they were taken aback, staring intently at something before them. Chu Xiu realized they must have also acquired the system. Oh, since so many people have the system, could there be a friend-adding feature? Chu Xiu pondered, opening his interface only to find that indeed, there was such a feature, but adding a friend cost 200 gold coins. And at present, he had not a single coin to his name. What are you doing over there? Yi Sitong, sensing something amiss, approached. As Cheng Su hesitated to reveal the secret, she had already come over and picked up the crystal core from his hand. What is so special about this crystal core? Chapter 18. The green vine becomes sentient. Cheng Su remained silent, a hint of tension evident in his demeanor. Yet, nothing transpired. Yi Sitong's expression was not one of astonishment. Instead, she gazed at them peculiarly, remarking, "You two holding that crystal core look rather odd. You don't actually intend to swallow it, do you?" "Of course not," Cheng Su replied, shaking his head. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Don't you sense anything unusual? Is there anything unusual?" Yi Sitong countered, "No." At that moment, Cheng Su refrained from disclosing that he had acquired a system. Instead, he stated, "I noticed that even the villains have abilities, and we thought we might explore this to see if we could develop a power as well." "Well, take your time to explore," Yi Sitong said, tossing the crystal core back to him before turning to sit on the sofa. With no electricity, the television was unwatchable and the phone unusable. She found herself rather bored. In contrast to her ennui, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan found ample topics for discussion. From their exchanged glances, both were aware that the other had received a system, yet they silently delved into their individual explorations. The luminescent screen seemed to be visible only to them. Chu Xiu, noticing their focused stares, inferred they were examining the system's functions. However, exploration seemed futile without any currency. Without coins, nothing could be accomplished, rendering the system akin to mere decoration. Of course, it was entirely useless, for there was the functionality of a spatial backpack to investigate. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Sitong was in the restroom, Chu Xiu crouched by the windowsill and utilized the system's backpack feature to store the black bag resting on the coffee table. As expected, the system proved somewhat useful. The black bag contained numerous crystal cores, yet remarkably, it occupied only one slot once stored. "Wonderful," Chu Xiu exclaimed, delighted. While Yi Sitong was still occupied, he unplugged the refrigerator and stored it entirely within the backpack. Indeed, the refrigerator also occupied merely one slot. Upon retrieving it and opening the door, he found the contents intact, though scant, as the few individuals from the Sunshine Project had only left them a few bottles of water. However, Chu Xiu was not concerned with the contents. He was intrigued by the backpack feature. It appeared that one backpack equated to one unit, regardless of how much was contained within. Would a truckload of items also count as just one slot? Or, if he were to store a shipping container's worth of goods, would it too occupy merely one unit? Were items stored in the backpack static? If food were placed inside, would it never spoil? As these thoughts consumed him, He realized that many individuals across the globe must possess this chosen one system, and the number of chosen ones could increase. If they were to hoard resources recklessly, edible provisions would inevitably dwindle. Just then, a hand grasped him from behind. Meow, were you just examining this backpack feature? How about I see if it can hold living creatures? With that, the hand attempted to capture him. Meow. Chushio struggled briefly before leaping away. How amusing it was for him to worry about food scarcity when he, a cat, had no such concerns. There was plenty to eat, and even if others hoarded supplies, he would remain untroubled. This backpack cannot store living creatures, Chung-Su remarked after the experiment failed. It's quite normal that it cannot. What puzzles me is why your girlfriend seems devoid of a system, Zhang Jiaxuan whispered. Isn't it supposed to manifest when one holds a crystal core in sunlight? I don't know, Cheng-Su replied, glancing toward the restroom. Perhaps she is just pretending. Being with Yi Sitong, Cheng-Su felt he had never truly understood her. They had never shared a genuine heart-to-heart. His trust in her now felt weaker than the bond he had with Zhang Jiaxuan, whom he had only recently met. Why do we have systems? And what of that directoress abilities? Zhang Jiaxuan continued to ponder, his mind swirling with questions. Let us not dwell on these matters. Cheng-Su shook his head. We ought to focus on how to survive. Though they had acquired systems, they were still weak, lacking abilities, and possessing fragile constitutions, making their survival quite arduous. Indeed, and if even our Meow has obtained a system, could it be that other animals are also gaining systems? Cheng-Su pondered again. With Meow's intelligence comparable to that of a child, the thought of all animals achieving such intellect was daunting. Moreover, I find these plants to be extraordinary. Cheng-Su remarked, glancing at the potted plant on the balcony, sensing it was growing toward them. As they contemplated, an eerie feeling settled upon them. Should I pull it out? Zhang Jiaxuan said as he approached the green vine. Step by step, he advanced toward the plant, which showed no immediate reaction. Yet, just as he reached to uproot it, its tendrils suddenly coiled around his hand, binding it in an instant. My goodness! Cheng-Su exclaimed in shock. Realizing that the plant was capable of self-defense, would it eventually learn to run on its own? I don't know, Zhang Jiaxuan grunted, pulling at the vine. The flower pot was shallow, and extracting the green vine was not particularly difficult. Once out of the soil, the vine wilted, appearing lifeless. However, just as Zhang Jiaxuan relaxed his guard, the vine trembled violently, lunging toward his eyes. Whoa! Zhang Jiaxuan gasped, quickly closing his eyes and turning away. The vine struck his face, leaving 2 bloody scratches. After tossing the vine onto the ground, it surprisingly continued to writhe, displaying a readiness to attack. Seeing its aggressive posture, Chushio swiftly leaped over, biting down on the vine's stem and pinning it down with his paws. The vine, undeterred, wriggled like a snake in Chushio's grip, its remaining tendrils striking at him. Chushio scratched fiercely at the tendrils and, with a decisive thought, stored the vine within the backpack. Watching it vanish, he exhaled in relief. He had merely wished to test the feature and had not expected to succeed. Chapter 19. Let us break up. What about the pothose? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired, gazing curiously at Chushio. Meow? Chushio, unable to articulate, merely cast a perplexed glance at him. A thought crossed his mind, and the pothose reappeared. Is it a backpack feature? Cheng-Su asked from the side. Meow? Chushio nodded slightly, and then retracted the writhing pothose back into the backpack. Isn't the backpack feature supposed to exclude living beings? Isn't this pothose a living entity? Zhang Jiaxuan questioned, visibly perplexed. Perhaps it doesn't qualify as a living being. It reacts in a manner akin to the sensitive plant, or perhaps, being a plant, it is exempt from the definition of living creatures. Once subdued, it can be contained within the backpack, Cheng-Su explained. As the two pondered this, the bathroom door swung open, and Yi Sitong emerged. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room. What were you discussing? Yi Sitong scrutinized Cheng-Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Nothing at all, Cheng-Su replied with a shake of his head. Yi Sitong regarded him with suspicion. I distinctly heard voices just now. She wandered around the room and noticed the empty flower pot on the floor. What is this about? Where's the pothose? It jumped out the window, Cheng-Su retorted curtly. It jumped out the window? Yi Sitong approached the window and peered outside, only to recoil in fear upon seeing the zombies wandering the streets. Are you teasing me? Or are you serious? Has that pothose become sentient? What's so strange about that? Cheng-Su shot her a glance. Perhaps the pothose has also been infected and transformed into a creature. Cheng-Su, stop being so sarcastic, Yi Sitong said, aware he was still upset about last night. Those zombies are a result of a virus, but there is still hope for a cure. That's what the National Health Commission stated, not me, he replied, walking over to collapse onto the sofa. Furthermore, saying they are merely infected by a virus isn't inherently incorrect, is it? In Resident Evil, weren't those zombies also victims of a virus? Yes, you're right. Regardless, we are executioners. Chang-Su gave her a cold smile. We are executioners. You should leave quickly. Chang-Su, have you taken leave of your senses? She exclaimed. Your being robbed has nothing to do with me. So don't take it out on me. Ordinarily, Chang-Su would indulge her, but his sudden change in tone was unbearable. Indeed, I must have miscalculated, he said. Turning to look at her, taking a deep breath. Sit-ong, I believe we are not well suited for each other. Now that you are safe, let us just break up. Break up? Yi Sit-ong turned to Chang-Su, as if she had heard something unfathomable. How many times have I mentioned breaking up, and you pleaded with me to stay? I never imagined that in this crisis, you would suggest breaking up. I was not mistaken about you. You are indeed someone who can share wealth but not adversity. Yi Sit-ong scoffed. Say what you will, consider me that kind of person, Chang-Su replied indifferently. He genuinely wished to part ways with Yi Sit-ong. The moment she had locked him out, their relationship had concluded. Chang-Su, you are shameless, a scoundrel, a cowardly man. At this critical juncture, you cannot protect your girlfriend and only utter the words let's break up. Yi Sit-ong raged at him as before. You are worthless. You have called me worthless countless times. I once toiled to prove otherwise, but now it matters not. If I am worthless, so be it. Chang-Su smiled faintly. I am indeed worthless. Please leave me quickly. For being with a worthless person makes you even more worthless. Yi Sit-ong found herself at a loss upon hearing Chang-Su's words. You no longer love me? She asked, turning to him in distress. Yes, Chang-Su nodded. Because he no longer loved her, all the tactics she had previously employed were now ineffective. If you don't love me, then why did you answer my call yesterday? Yi Sit-ong scrutinized him earnestly. Initially, it was because you said you were scared. Chang-Su replied. And now, I am no longer afraid? Yi Sit-ong retorted. In this chaotic world, I am not scared? Chang-Su remained silent, prompting Yi Sit-ong to plead. I am frightened now, Su. Please don't leave me. No, Chang-Su shook his head. He no longer desired a girlfriend. Having brothers and a cat was sufficient. Why? Is it because I previously locked you out? Are you still angry? Yi Sit-ong pressed. Yes, I fear betrayal. The world has changed. And I need someone to trust with my back, not someone who would stab me in it. His words sounded somewhat melodramatic, yet they were indeed the truth. I was wrong. Please grant me one more chance, Yi Sit-ong implored, kneeling before Chang-Su. Su, I truly erred. I was just too frightened. Get up. Chang-Su glanced at her, saying, Don't do this. No, if you don't forgive me, I want to rise. At that moment, besides Chang-Su, Yi Sit-ong had no one else to cling to. He was her lifeline, her everything. She understood Chang-Su's temperament, knowing all his nuances. Indeed, a trace of softness appeared in Chang-Su's eyes as Yi Sit-ong grasped his hand. Su, please forgive me. I genuinely cannot live without you. Chang-Su turned to Zhang Jiaxuan. He was now his comrade. Zhang Jiaxuan adjusted his glasses and turned to leave. He had no right to interfere in the affairs of others' love lives. Brother Zhang, I shouldn't have snapped at you earlier. Please talk to Su and persuade him to forgive me, all right? Surprisingly, Yi Sit-ong focused on him. I was too angry with you. You and Su should handle your matters yourselves, Zhang Jiaxuan said, rising to step aside. Chu Xiu hurriedly followed suit. It had no desire to listen to any absurd love stories in the living room. It intended to inform Zhang Jiaxuan and then seek out this apocalyptic shop. Meow? It tugged at his pant leg, pulling him toward the door. Zhang Jiaxuan, aware of its intelligence, followed it to the entrance. Seeing it leap to open the door, he was taken aback. It's dangerous outside. Let us not go out just yet. Meow? Chu Xiu persisted in scratching at the door. Zhang Jiaxuan asked, Do you want to go out? Meow? Chu Xiu nodded. After contemplating, Zhang Jiaxuan opened the door. I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu grew anxious, shaking its head repeatedly, signaling him to remain inside. A single cat faced danger outside. A living person would certainly be at greater risk. It was better for it to scout the way first. Chapter 20. The end of my life, though transformed into a cat, the essence of my soul remains distinctly human. As I tread quietly through the serene corridor, my fur bristles with apprehension. I walk on tiptoe, cautiously advancing step by step, enveloped in an unsettling silence. The atmosphere seems to exude a feline essence. I endeavor to keep to the center of the corridor, anxious that a nearby door may swing open, a hand reaching out to seize me. Gradually, I make my way to the stairwell, an area typically devoid of foot traffic, shrouded in darkness. Fortuitously, as a cat, my vision remains sharp even in obscurity. I leap downwards, the sounds around me multiplying. It appears that numerous zombies are wandering aimlessly nearby. Their movements punctuated by growls reminiscent of wild beasts, as if they are tearing into some unfortunate prey. Unbeknownst to me, I find myself standing before the security door of the stairwell, a gateway to freedom. Yet, in that moment, I am overcome by a paralyzing fear. I activate the system to check the distance to the supermarket, pondering whether it could scan for nearby threats. If such a function existed, how would it classify danger? Would I, too, fall under the category of a dangerous entity? As I contemplate these thoughts, I discover a small radar icon beneath the map. Could this indeed be the detection feature I had just wished for? I tap on it, and lo and behold, it is as I suspected. Would you like to activate the radar to display nearby creatures on the map? Was there any doubt? I hastily select yes. Sorry, insufficient coins. What does this mean? It requires coins to activate the radar? How many coins are necessary? I engage in a silent dialogue with the system, but alas, it remains unresponsive to my inquiries. I search around, yet fail to find any indication of the cost to activate the radar. At the very least, it could display a price. How am I to know without a price tag? Frustrated, I close the system and take a deep breath, pushing towards the security door. Why won't it budge? I shall try harder. Still no movement. Gazing at the immovable door, I finally recall its name, the security door. It is heavy, and I cannot open it by sheer force. However, there are methods to do so, namely, by attracting a horde of zombies. Zombies, you say? Am I a meerkat to be frightened? With this thought, I scratch at the door a couple of times. The sharp, piercing sound reverberates throughout the stairwell, and I hide beside the door. Brimming with caution, in an instant, the door is violently flung open, and the pale, grayish-green zombies come crashing through. I barely have time to glance at them before I dart between their legs in a frantic escape. Fortuitously, my feline form aids me. Had Zhang Jiaxuan followed me, the situation would have been grave. I sprint towards the exit, not daring to look back, focused solely on reaching my destination. However, not long after, an enormous orange creature appears before me, startling me into a halt. Is that a tiger? How could a tiger possibly roam this city? Leaning closer, I realize it is not a tiger at all, but rather a mutated orange cat. The enormous feline, lowering its head, gazes curiously at me, this scrawny little creature, as if I were its kin. Under the intense scrutiny of its large eyes, I feel my blood run cold. Dear brother, I am merely passing through. With that, I attempt to scurry beneath its legs. Yet, barely 2 steps forward, a massive paw pins me down. The orange cat lowers its head once more, its curious gaze fixed upon me. With its paw firmly holding me and sharp claws nearby, I dare not move, trembling in place. Oh dear. Am I truly to meet such a fate upon stepping outside? The orange cat seemingly hears my silent plea, and with a swift motion, it bites down on the nape of my neck. Oh heavens! Gripped by my own mortality, I find myself frozen, not out of defiance, but sheer terror. Should its teeth slip even slightly, I might very well meet my end. The orange cat appears to have taken me for its offspring or something akin to it, as it lifts me tenderly and begins to stride forward. Where are you taking me, dear brother? I remain motionless, allowing it to carry me onward. Along the way, several zombies approach. However, the orange cat releases me, unleashing a roar that sends many of them retreating. Yet, some relentless zombies attempt to advance, only to be swiftly dispatched by the colossal feline, torn to shreds under its paws. This orange cat is quite clever. After defeating the zombies, it proceeds to extract their cores, which it promptly devours without hesitation. So these cores are meant for animals, not humans? Wait, do not come any closer. Seizing the opportunity during its battle with the zombies, I attempt to flee, but the moment I make my move, the large orange cat spots me and once again pins me down, lifting me into its grasp. I open the system to check the direction in which the orange cat is carrying me. It aligns with the route to the apocalyptic store, so perhaps all is well. With the orange cat as my protector, I am spared considerable trouble. Yet, as we approach another group of zombies, the orange cat first issues a roar, then unleashes its might, smashing the heads of 2 zombies and extracting their cores. This time, it consumes one core and, after biting into the other, promptly spits it out. I gaze at the half-shattered core it has discarded, perplexed by its intentions. Is it meant for me? Looking up at the giant orange cat, I hear it urge me. Meow. Will eating it not be fatal? I respond with a meow of my own, attempting to convey my thoughts. But alas, the large orange cat cannot comprehend, continuing to meow insistently. Surely, I shall not perish. Regardless, if the big orange cat can eat it without consequence, why should I worry? With these reassurances, I take a deep breath and bite into the half-core, swallowing it down. Wait, this core was spat out by the orange cat, still coated in its saliva. Goodness. When did I become so debased? How could I consume something another cat has regurgitated? But alas, I am now a cat, so I shall relent. With a complex array of emotions, I swallow the remaining half of the core. Before long, I feel a tumultuous churning in my stomach, followed by uncontrollable convulsions throughout my body. Oh, the orange cat has doomed me. My life hangs by a thread. My body sways, and I collapse onto the ground. Chapter 21. The bloodline of 10,000 cats. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, it finally regained consciousness once more. Sensing something observing it, it abruptly opened its eyes, only to find itself gazing into a pair of brown, slit-like pupils. It jolted upright, but a large paw pressed it back down. Alas, it had yet again failed to escape the clutches of the giant orange cat. However, after consuming that crystal core, it seemed it had not perished. Meow. It called out in a tone of submission, cautiously attempting to rise again. This time, the orange cat refrained from restraining it. Assessing its own body, it felt no abnormalities. What about its powers? After devouring a crystal core, it was illogical to possess no abilities at all. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something and hastily opened the system. On the personal homepage, its information materialized. Name, Chushio age, irrelevant species, cat level, level 1 ability, bloodline transformation evaluation, a tabby cat possessing the bloodline of 10,000 cats. Wait, what exactly is this bloodline of 10,000 cats? Does it mean it holds the bloodlines of all felines? With a focused thought, Chushio commanded, transform into a tiger. Roar. Instantly, it emitted a tiger's roar. Ha ha, it truly worked. Just as Chushio was reveling in its success, a paw reached down from above, pinning it back down, followed by an even louder roar from the paw's owner. Roar? Now that was a true behemoth. The tiger's roar echoed through the forest, rendering Chushio's efforts trivial. Even if it could transform into a tiger, it was merely a small one. How did you achieve such a physique, Big Orange? Chushio attempted to communicate, but regrettably, the giant orange cat seemed oblivious to its words. Wasn't it said that cats had their own means of communication? Why then could this giant orange cat not comprehend what it was saying? Where is this place? Chushio queried again. Yet, the giant orange cat continued to ignore it. Resolute that it could not entrust its life to another, Chushio thought once more and declared, transform into a cheetah. At that moment, although its exterior still resembled that of a cat, an energy surged within it, doubling its speed in an instant. Now that I've become a cheetah, let us see how well you can chase me, Chushio thought, darting away from the giant orange cat. After a considerable distance, Chushio sensed something was amiss. Turning back, it noticed the giant orange cat staring at it as if it were a fool. To its dismay, there was suddenly a multitude of zombies surrounding it. How had they appeared so suddenly? Where had they been when it was near the giant orange cat? Rushing back to the vicinity of the giant orange cat, the zombies dared not approach. Did these zombies fear the giant orange cat? No. Earlier, when the giant orange cat had carried it, some zombies had shown no fear. Thus, it must be something about this location. Looking around, Chushio lamented its small stature and limited view, unable to see much. Yet, at that moment, a thought struck it, and it quickly accessed the system. Upon opening the map, it discovered that it was less than a meter away from the apocalyptic store. Could it be that this was the end-of-the-world supermarket? Leaping onto the giant orange cat's back, Chushio surveyed the area. Although the apocalyptic store appeared to have glass windows, it could only see a hazy blur within, failing to discern anything. Where was the entrance? It jumped down from the giant orange cat, searching for the store's entrance. After approximately 5 minutes, it finally located the entrance. Just as it pondered how to open the door, it found that it swung open automatically upon its approach. Well, that's intriguing, Chushio mused as it entered the supermarket. Welcome, esteemed patron of the end-of-the-world store branch number 10. You are our first customer. A luminous screen suddenly appeared within the store, displaying this delightful message. Oh, I'm the first? Does that mean the giant orange cat has never entered before? Chushio thought, feeling a surge of joy. Without time for further contemplation, a terminal appeared before it, seemingly adjusted to its height, stretching out its paw. It noticed its information displayed on the screen. Congratulations, ID 1358, for becoming the first member of this store. By spending 1,000 gold coins, you shall unlock the ability to summon this store. What? There's a summon store feature? Confusion washed over Chushio. Did this mean that the System S, Apocalyptic Store, functioned like an app? To actually retrieve items, it had to visit the physical store? If it didn't purchase this summon feature, would someone else be able to summon the store away in the future? Pondering this, Chushio felt a twinge of panic. It had to acquire this feature. However, upon checking its account balance, it was met with a disheartening sight, a glaring zero. After some searching on the terminal, it finally found the exchange function. Upon opening it, a funnel-shaped light ring materialized before it, startling Chu Xiao as it instinctively stepped back. Don't turn myself in for exchange, it thought. However, after a couple of steps back, curiosity got the better of it, and it stepped into the funnel to assess its worth. A tabby cat with the bloodline of 10,000 cats, valued at 20 gold coins. Wait, I'm only worth 20 gold coins. Chu Xiao fumed, growing increasingly irate as the terminal continued to display. Would you like to recycle? Go away. Chu Xiao pressed no. Next, it retrieved its backpack, which contained numerous zombie crystal shards, eager to see how much they might be worth. Unzipping the compartment, it dropped a shard into the funnel. The terminal displayed Level 1 Zombie Crystal Core, valued at 10 gold coins. To its astonishment, a single zombie crystal core was worth merely 10 gold coins, equivalent to the price of 5 bottles of mineral water. Meanwhile, it was valued at the equivalent of 20 bottles of water. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiao felt somewhat reassured, relieved to find itself worth more than the zombies. Yet, upon further consideration, it realized it had consumed a crystal core during its journey, meaning its worth had effectively dropped to 10 gold coins. Infuriated, Chu Xiao tossed 10 more crystal cores into the funnel, discovering that the total displayed was 113 gold coins. This indicated that the cores varied in size and value, yet it estimated that the minimum worth was likely 10 gold coins. After exchanging the 10 cores, Chu Xiao anticipated receiving 113 gold coins. To its dismay, a 10% transaction fee applied, reducing its total to a mere 101. 7 gold coins. Darn it, even a terminal machine charges fees? Is this a joke? Chu Xiao fumed, feeling frustrated, yet helpless. It had thought it was finally in possession of gold coins, only to find its level still remained at 1. How was it supposed to level up? Did it require more gold coins? As Chu Xiao contemplated this, it continued to deposit crystal cores into the funnel, but upon doing so, it sensed something was amiss. Wait, this level must not be tied to gold coins. Those are meant for purchases, right? Perhaps I should inspect the goods first. Chapter 22. The Apocalypse Shop. Upon accessing the system, he discovered that he now possessed gold coins, enabling him to procure a greater variety of goods. Aside from some consumables available in the real world, Chu Xiao focused his attention on other intriguing items, ultimately stumbling upon a remarkable elixir known as the Purification Pill. Purification Pill? What does it purify? He clicked on it to reveal its description. Ordinary Purification Pill, valued at 10 gold coins. Feature: can purify a level 1 zombie crystal nucleus. Wait, could it be that the zombie crystal nucleus is toxic? Is that why the spiritual broadcaster perished after consuming one? And the reason he himself had not succumbed after ingesting a crystal nucleus might be due to a partial immunity within his body? Or perhaps the toxins within the crystal nucleus accumulate gradually before manifesting. Suddenly, a multitude of hypotheses flooded his mind. He resolved to exchange for a purification pill. Clicking to purchase within the system, he was promptly informed, "Please retrieve at the Apocalypse Shop." But he was already at the shop. How was he to collect it? Glancing around, he saw no visible entrance until he finally arrived at the terminal, where he discovered an option to enter shop. Upon clicking enter shop, the glass door to his right swung open, revealing a cornucopia of goods inside. At the entrance lay ordinary snacks and water, but as he ventured deeper, he encountered a plethora of extraordinary items. Beyond the purification pill, there were various other elixirs such as strength pill, chi gathering pill, detox pill, and foundation pill. Wait a moment, does this world allow for cultivation? What on earth is a foundation pill? And what about the chi gathering pill? Aren't those exclusive to realms of cultivation? The strangeness of this world continued to astound him. As he wandered further, he even noticed bookshelves lined with martial arts manuals. Titles like the Greatly Flying Dagger, Mystic Palm, Shadowless Kick, and Stone Woman Heart Sutra. Chu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of their authenticity. Peering deeper, he discovered texts like Eternal Spring Technique and Chaos Decision, clearly indicative of cultivation practices. Moving aside, he encountered display racks showcasing an array of firearms, including futuristic laser guns, alongside legendary weapons like the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber, as well as various other martial artifacts such as the Fiery Ribbon and the 6 Dao bracelets. The sheer volume of items left him astounded. This shop resembled an enormous supermarket, with an overwhelming assortment of goods. He even spotted an elevator. But just as he contemplated ascending, a light screen appeared before him, stating, "Second floor, membership level 10 and above only." What? The shop looked down upon him. A mere level 1 novice. How infuriating. Stepping back, he retrieved his purification pill, intending to consume it and discern its effects. However, being inherently cautious, he feared potential traps within the shop and decided to wait until he successfully exited with the purification pill before experimenting with it. He did manage to leave with the chi-gathering pill, and upon accessing the system, he noted a prominent notification. Your purchased purification pill has been retrieved. Exploring further, he found the purchase record, confirming the 10 gold coin charge, which eased his mind, as there were no hidden fees. Yet, to his dismay, he noticed his balance had inexplicably dropped to 87 coins. Shunti it had been 91. 7? This was outrageous. They had deducted a service charge. Naturally resentful of the 7 gold coin loss, he scrutinized the system until he discovered the consumption record. It clearly indicated that aside from the 10 coins spent on the purification pill, there was also a fee labeled as overstay, which had cost him 7 coins. What sort of absurdity was this? Why should he be penalized for simply browsing? Was it now necessary to grab items and flee immediately? If one wished to explore the shop, they were to be charged for the pleasure? The system remained uncommunicative, leaving Chushio to navigate this predicament alone. Eventually, he uncovered the consumption rules. As a level 1 member, he was permitted to remain in the shop for 10 minutes free of charge. Beyond that, he was charged 1 gold coin for every 10 minutes spent. Moreover, he noted that this pricing applied only to the first floor. Ascending would likely incur even greater fees. Henceforth, it would be prudent to minimize visits to the shop and select desired items via the system before swiftly retrieving them. Frustratingly, he realized that not all items were displayed on the system's Apocalypse shop interface. Many goods remained hidden, not merely due to his membership level, but simply because they were not listed. It was indeed vexing to find a system shop that distinguished between online and offline inventories. Some items could only be obtained by visiting the physical Apocalypse shop. Cursing under his breath, Chushio, unwilling to squander more coins, decided against returning to the Apocalypse shop. Instead, he consumed the purification pill right at the entrance. After swallowing the purification pill, he observed a cloud of dark energy emanating from his pores, accompanied by a foul odor. However, he also noted that his previous wounds had mysteriously healed, leaving his skin smooth, a stark contrast to its former grotesque state. Having ingested the purification pill, he resolved to consume another crystal nucleus to see what would transpire. With that thought, he retrieved a crystal nucleus from his backpack and then stowed the backpack back in the item slot. This time, he tossed the crystal nucleus into his mouth, only to find it dissolving like water, flowing into his body. What could this mean? Was it a consequence of the purification pill still acting within him? Considering this, he hastily retrieved additional crystal nuclei and consumed several more until he felt the nuclei no longer liquefy within him. Once he paused, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, as though his bones were being crushed, inflicting unbearable agony. Yet, curiously, despite his discomfort, he remained fully conscious, unable to succumb to unconsciousness. Even as he battled through the pain. Chapter 23. Beast Language Pill. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but gradually the pain has subsided. And now it feels an invigorating surge of strength coursing through its entire being. With a roar, it mentally transforms into a tiger, letting out a sound that carries significantly more power than before, embodying the essence of a mighty roar that commands respect from all creatures in the forest. Oh, it seems there has indeed been some progress. As Chushio revels in this newfound prowess, suddenly, a paw descends from above, firmly pressing down on its head. The large orange cat, having approached unbeknownst to it, tilts its head as if to question, "Why are you making such a ruckus? Brother Orange, I cannot match your strength. Must you demonstrate your prowess against me?" Chushio's eyes glimmer with a hint of pleading, and upon seeing this, the large orange cat, pleased, finally lifts its massive paw. Chushio takes the opportunity to sit at the entrance, opening the system to examine its progress. To its astonishment, it has finally reached level 2. And even its feline lineage has shown signs of advancement. It can now sense a modicum of power in its tiger form. Testing the waters, it morphs into a cheetah. Splendid. Its speed has indeed doubled, yet it still cannot escape the clutches of the large orange cat. Perhaps the large orange cat has acquired an ability akin to its own, and undoubtedly it is far more formidable. Previously, a single roar from it was enough to cause zombies to hesitate, momentarily deterred. If only it could feed the cat some purification pills to elevate its abilities further. It could assist in combating the zombies. With the current scarcity of ability wielders, time is of the essence. It must swiftly vanquish zombies to accumulate the requisite 1,000 gold coins needed to purchase the coveted privilege of summoning a shop. At present, these zombies no longer strike fear into Chushio. Rather, they have transformed into mere fodder for experience points. However, as a solitary cat, it cannot manage this task alone. While it could procure firearms and ammunition from the shop, a mere cat is ill-equipped to wield such weapons. Additionally, it cannot protect Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su while they venture into the shop to grind for experience. Alas, what a predicament. Brother Orange, with your capabilities, why not join forces to defeat the zombies? Chushio proposed to the large orange cat. Regrettably, the cat paid no heed, prompting Chushio to delve into its system. Searching the Apocalypse shop for any intelligence-enhancing pills that might enable communication between the two cats. After all, if they cannot converse amongst their own kind, what hope do they have? After a thorough search yielded no results, it reluctantly opted to spend some gold coins to explore the tangible Apocalypse shop. Upon entering, Chushio wasted no time. After verifying its identity, it swiftly made its way to the elixir section. After an exhaustive search, it failed to find any intelligence pills but stumbled upon a beast language pill. Consuming this would grant the ability to comprehend a single beast language. Yes, just one. Finding the cat language variant, Chushio ingests it, finally gaining a rudimentary understanding of feline communication. Wait, why would it need to consume a cat language pill when it is already a cat? Is it merely a facade of a cat? Pushing such thoughts aside, after consuming the beast language pill, it can now communicate with the large orange cat in their shared tongue. Although the communication is not particularly efficient, it is a start. Through this newfound dialogue, Chushio soon realizes that the large orange cat possesses a surprisingly high intellect, akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Chapter 24. The Great Orange Cat. To amuse a 5-year-old is an effortless task for me. I procured a purification pill for the Great Orange Cat, and upon its consumption, the feline shuddered momentarily, with wisps of dark energy emanating from its form. Once it regained its composure, it regarded Chushio with a more human-like expression. As if to convey, the candy you just gave me, I desire more. Naturally, Chushio had none to offer, leading the Great Orange to pin him to the ground, flipping him over repeatedly until it confirmed he truly possessed no more candy. It then looked at him with a puzzled expression. To obtain candy, one must trade for it with crystal cores. Chushio gestured and communicated fervently, ultimately persuading the Great Orange to unite in the endeavor of combating zombies. With the undead meandering before them, a sly smile crept across Chushio's feline face as he leaped onto the back of the Great Orange. Let us embark. The Great Orange attempted to shake him off, but Chushio clung tightly, rendering the effort futile. It seemed that the Great Orange had also acquired some extraordinary abilities, be it from its lineage or another source. Emerging from the comfort of the apocalyptic store, it roared majestically at the approaching zombies and charged into their midst like a fierce tiger, dispatching them effortlessly with a swipe of its paw. Should any attempt to retaliate, a flick of its tail would send them crashing to the ground. Meow, meow, meow. Bravo, Great Orange! Chushio exclaimed, tightly gripping the Great Orange's back. Filled with exhilaration. You are magnificent. The tide of battle has turned. However, the Great Orange seemed somewhat disdainful of Chushio, shaking him off with a forceful motion, sending him tumbling into a pile of zombies. Great Orange, we are comrades. How could you treat me so? Chushio fumed internally before unleashing a fearsome roar, momentarily halting the advance of the zombies around him. He then extended his paw, revealing sharp claws glistening like steel under the sun, and aimed for the eye socket of a nearby zombie. The instinctive prowess within him made him an exceptional predator, unyielding even in the face of seemingly formidable prey. Yet, his bravado waned swiftly. Having felled only 2 zombies, he found himself surrounded and, with a yelp, darted back to the safety of the Great Orange's side. With such a formidable ally, it was prudent to remain cautious. Nevertheless, he played his part by using his roar to briefly stun the zombies, allowing the Great Orange to reap the rewards of their efforts. Time passed, and soon the area was cleared of the undead. Seizing the opportunity, Chushio urged the Great Orange to assist in gathering crystal cores. With its razor-sharp claws, the Great Orange dispatched the zombies with ease. While Chushio diligently collected the cores, he fashioned a plastic bag, hanging it around his neck to store the gathered spoils. When it became heavy and cumbersome, he secured the bag and placed it in his system's backpack area, now expanded to 4 slots since his recent level up. Chushio procured another plastic bag to continue collecting crystal cores. The Great Orange, sensing something amiss, turned sharply, suspecting that Chushio had hoarded the cores for himself. However, upon inspection, It found Chu Xiu diligently at work. Where, then, had the cores gone? The Great Orange, lacking a system, remained oblivious to Chu Xiu's backpack feature. Once they finished gathering, a new horde of zombies approached, prompting the weary Great Orange to stride confidently toward the safety zone outside the apocalyptic store. Chu Xiu divided the cores around his neck into two portions, one for the Great Orange and one for himself, before swiftly entering the store. He contemplated whether to exchange the cores for gold coins to purchase the summoning privilege for the store, or to upgrade his level first, or perhaps acquire valuable secrets to enhance his strength. After careful consideration, he resolved that securing the summoning privilege was paramount. Despite any shortcomings in his martial prowess, the ability to summon the store would provide a sanctuary, safeguarding him from potential threats. He exchanged a bag of crystal cores for 130 gold coins, followed by another bag containing nearly 40 cores for 402 gold coins, both amounts netting less due to processing fees, with a total of 532 gold coins. He recalled that he had previously spent 20 coins on beast language pills and purification pills for the Great Orange, along with a 2-coin fee for each of his 2 entries, resulting in a current balance of 596 coins. He still had some crystal cores remaining, but those were earned in collaboration with his companions, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. He hesitated to exchange all of them, wishing to retain some for his friends to aid in their potential awakening. Yet, the opportunity to summon the apocalyptic store was too significant to pass up. He would not allow his friends to miss out on this chance. As the inaugural member, this was a shared opportunity. With determination, he began to pour each crystal core into the funnel, realizing their true value as he recalled their earlier endeavors together. The world had become increasingly unpredictable, and the Great Orange had grown substantially. Who knew what other monstrosities might emerge? After exchanging nearly all his cores, he finally amassed enough coins. At this moment, only 1 crystal core remained in his backpack. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu clicked to redeem the summoning privilege for the apocalyptic store. Congratulations, ID 1358. You have acquired the ability to summon the apocalyptic store. From now on, each summoning will cost 200 gold coins. Wait, I must spend 200 coins every time I summon the store? What a ripoff. Chapter 25, A Negotiation. Alas, the brother ultimately lost the wager. He found himself ensnared by this confounded system. Upon reading the words before him, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming urge to smash something. What does this even mean? After investing money, am I not permitted to summon freely? Even if unrestricted summoning is off the table and payment is required, one would expect at least a few complimentary opportunities, wouldn't he? The video membership at a certain renowned company costs merely 15 yuan. And while subsequent on-demand services require payment, the initial offerings are complimentary. This system is even more exploitative, feeling as though 1,000 gold coins had been squandered. Chu Xiu stared at the solitary crystal core remaining in his possession, his gaze shifting to the meager balance displayed by the system, igniting within him an impulse to unleash his frustration. Yet, he was merely a small cat. Whom could he overpower? Outside, numerous zombies awaited, but he was no match for them either. What to do? I had intended to bring back martial arts techniques for Cheng Su and the others, but now I find myself devoid of funds. The system showed a mere 5 coins. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Did not Big Orange possess a considerable number of crystal cores? Big Orange is my brother. His cores are mine as well. Surely, he cannot consume them all alone. And he cannot enter the shop. Perhaps I could assist him in processing some of them. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiu ventured out. Big Orange, may I negotiate with you? Could you spare me a few crystal cores? Upon exiting the supermarket, he spotted Big Orange at the entrance, munching on a crystal core with a satisfying crunch. Chu Xiu approached and attempted to communicate. Scram, you little kitten. Do you dare to claim me as your brother? Big Orange swatted at him, conveying a clear message. If you desire my crystal cores, you shall find no passage. Come on, Big Orange. You are my brother. Have a heart, will you? Chu Xiu implored once more. If you could provide me with some cores, what s in a name? I could call you brother, and that would be that. Scram. Even calling me brother is futile. All the cores belong to me. Big Orange, fearing that Chu Xiu might pilfer his cores, gathered them all before him, resting his head atop them, basking in sheer delight. How stingy. Observing this, Chu Xiu realized this path was futile. What if we went to fight some zombies together, Big Orange? He proposed. No way. Big Orange shot him a glance and extended a paw towards him. Where are my jelly beans? Oh. Chu Xiu found himself at a loss for words. The jelly beans are on their way. Regardless, he knew he must provide the purification pills. It was the foundation of their partnership. Thus, he swiftly darted back into the apocalyptic shop, exchanging his lone crystal core for a purification pill for Big Orange. However, upon consuming the purification pill, the gluttonous big orange proceeded to devour all the crystal cores before him, then squinted his eyes in satisfaction, no longer mentioning the prospect of battling zombies. What now? Chushio felt as though the fur on his back might turn white with worry. This was indeed a prime opportunity. The world was bound to grow increasingly perilous. Yet, despite his anxiety, his abilities were limited. Big Orange, by nature, was rather lazy. Having filled his belly, he had no desire to stir. Sighing, he thought to himself that relying on others was less effective than relying on oneself. Perhaps he should attempt it alone. With that, he approached the edge of the apocalyptic shop, cautiously testing the waters. The zombies across the way noticed him, baring their teeth and growling. Yet they dared not encroach upon the protective barrier of the shop, opting instead to roar at him. As a mere kitten, could I possibly inflict harm upon a zombie with such limited strength? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. He truly wished to confront the undead. It was simply that his capabilities were insufficient. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had an ally. He recalled the pot hose he had stored in his backpack. Focusing his mind, the pot hose entwined around his paw. Chapter 26. The Mutated Philodendron. Little one, you better listen to me. Do you understand? From now on, I shall be your master. As soon as the philodendron emerged, it began to wriggle restlessly. Chushio nibbled at it with his teeth, threatening, if you do not obey, I shall sell you at the apocalypse shop. Whether the philodendron comprehended his words was uncertain, but it did appear to comply a little more. System. Since this philodendron can fit into my backpack, is it truly a living creature or merely a lifeless entity? Is it, in fact, my pet? Chushio pondered these questions. Yet the system remained unresponsive. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiry. With the philodendron entwined around his paw, Chushio cautiously approached a zombie and swung the plant towards it. To his dismay, he missed. Trying once more, he still failed. Little philodendron, are you opposing me? Chushio felt a surge of irritation as he glared at the plant, forcefully tossing it to the ground before attempting to bite down. The philodendron writhed, its leaves drooping as if in submission. However, Chushio resolved to teach it a lesson and refused to relent. This little philodendron, can I not handle a mere zombie? Yet cannot manage you? As Chushio bit into it, the plant's writhing slowed, and he finally relented, asking, have you behaved? Will you listen? If so, give me a nod. Initially, it remained still, but upon Chushio feigning another bite, the philodendron drooped its leaves once more. And an emotion reminiscent of weeping filled his mind. Are you the one crying? Chushio gazed at the philodendron, astonished at his newfound ability to perceive its emotions. A sense of grievance echoed within him, confirming that this creature indeed expressed sorrow. Now, perplexed, Chushio decided to check the system for any changes in his personal interface. Indeed, while his attributes and level remained unchanged, a new category labeled Pet had appeared. His attribute interface now read, Name, Chushio. Age, Irrelevant Species, Cat Level, 2 Ability, Bloodline Transformation Evaluation, a tabby cat with the bloodline of myriad felines. Pet, Mutated Philodendron. Wait a moment. How did this mutated philodendron inexplicably become my pet? Could it be that my saliva infected it? Chushio attempted to store the philodendron in his backpack, but to no avail. Had this creature transformed from a lifeless plant into a living, mutated one? Never mind, some things are better left unpondered. As long as it serves my interests. Little Green, you shall be my pet from now on, and you must obey me, do you understand? Chushio addressed the philodendron, which clearly could not comprehend. Thus, he communicated with the emotion in his mind until the plant finally grasped his intent. From there, Chushio devoted himself to discovering how to communicate swiftly with the small philodendron, aiming to train it into an obedient companion, ideally to the point where it could respond to his every command. Although he termed it training, in truth, he was simply excitedly playing, as this marked his first experience of utilizing his so-called spiritual awareness to converse with a living being, a rather amusing endeavor, and he was thoroughly engaged. After a considerable time of interaction, the philodendron appeared somewhat fatigued, and Chushio too felt weary. He gave it one final command, to attack the zombie before them. Upon hearing his directive, the philodendron swiftly wound itself around the zombie. Chushio intended to trip the creature while it was ensnared, and then, with meticulous effort, strike its head with his claws. To his surprise, the reality unfolded even more simply than he had anticipated. Once the philodendron ensnared the zombie, it sprouted roots that swiftly penetrated the zombie's body. Before long, the philodendron looked more robust, its leaves unfurling vibrantly. In contrast, the zombie wilted, transforming into a desiccated corpse. Chushio was initially taken aback, but soon elation surged within him. Who would have thought, Little Green, that you possessed such prowess. He leaped forward to retrieve the crystal core, only to see the philodendron extend its roots, extracting the crystal core from the zombie's eye socket and presenting it to Chu Xiu. Good child. With the acquisition of the crystal core, Chu Xiu's address towards the philodendron shifted. He placed the core into his backpack, turning to the philodendron. Little green, how about we hunt for more zombies together? With your abilities, I fear nothing. At that moment, Chu Xiu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 27. The Pet Shelter at Present. Mutated green plants are still quite rare. With this mutated greenery, Chu Xiu feels as if he possesses a precious treasure. He must make good use of it. Who knows how things will evolve in the future? He must seize the opportunity in these early stages. Commanding the pothose to charge at the second zombie, which is still relatively weak, Chu Xiu quickly obtains the second crystal core. Following the same method, he nearly clears all the zombies on this street. While the pothose takes root among the pile of zombies that Chu Xiu and the large orange cat have defeated, absorbing their nutrients and growing rapidly. Compared to other plants, its nutrient absorption is astonishingly swift. Chu Xiu watches and as it grows larger and larger, its stems thickening, reaching dozens of meters in no time. Feeling a bit apprehensive about its unchecked growth, he hastily opens the system interface and finds that it still belongs to him as a pet. He breathes a sigh of relief, but still wishes to retrieve it. Although the system cannot comprehend his words, it seems to possess a kind of telepathy. Just as Chu Xiu is about to exit the system, he notices an unfamiliar app has appeared. Pet Shelter? He quickly clicks on this app, which displays a line of text. Spend 200 gold coins to unlock the Pet Shelter. Another 200 gold coins. Where on earth will he find such wealth? Yet, seeing the pothose grow ever larger fills him with anxiety, perhaps due to his own lack of strength and fear of losing control over the plant. Sighing, he cannot help but feel petty. Without strength, one is powerless. With the gold coins earned from the pothose, he enters the apocalyptic supermarket and exchanges them for gold coins, finally managing to unlock the Pet Shelter. Upon opening it, he sees 2 slots, indicating the capacity for 2 pets, which is quite satisfactory. With a thought, he draws in the pothose, now extending several meters and roughly the thickness of an adult's arm, transforming it into a small vine icon within the app. With another thought, he sends the pothose back out. After a few attempts, he confirms that he can summon this plant at will. Moreover, the system does not exploit him. Each time he retrieves his pet, it costs him no additional coins, allowing the pothose to continue absorbing the zombies. After all, it contributes to environmental beautification. Using his remaining gold coins, he purchases a book on body refinement. In his mind, any form of cultivation requires spiritual roots, and without talent, one cannot succeed. However, body refinement does not necessitate innate gifts, only diligence. He plans to have Chung Su and Zhang Jiaxuan practice it to strengthen their bodies. As for spending gold coins on food, that is out of the question. These coins are far too valuable to squander. Previously, he feared a shortage of food, but now, with the little green plant by his side, the entire street feels like his backyard. Finding food should be a trivial matter. After exhausting all his remaining gold coins on the body refinement book, he spends the rest on purification pills. To consume more crystal cores, one must take purification pills. Otherwise, toxic accumulation could lead to poisoning or even zombification. Thus, these pills are essential strategic resources. Chu Xiu also wishes to exchange for a body refinement technique specifically for cats. But alas, he cannot find one. Perhaps his level is too low. He may discover it upon reaching a higher floor. After exchanging resources, Chu Xiu gives a purification pill to the large orange cat before returning to Chung Su and the others. He entrusts the task of finding food to them, as being a cat makes his mobility rather inconvenient. Previously, navigating the street filled with zombies posed a challenge for Chu Xiu, but now, with the little green plant clearing the way, he feels invincible. Releasing the little green plant, he commands it to forge ahead. The speed is astonishing. When encountering zombies on the street, the pothose swiftly dispatches them, wrapping the crystal cores in its roots and delivering them to Chu Xiu. Some zombies are trapped inside vehicles, but that does not deter the pothose. It extends its roots and forcefully shatters the windows, ensuring no zombie escapes its grasp. How is this plant so formidable? It seems more powerful than I am. Chu Xiu muses as he watches the little green plant wreak havoc. He finds himself a bit envious. While it has no feet, it manages to walk with its roots, and though it has no hands, its roots are far more nimble. As the journey continues, slaying zombies and collecting crystal cores, they soon arrive at the entrance of the apartment building. Chu Xiu retrieves his backpack and opens it. prompting the little green plant to eagerly deposit the zombie crystal cores inside. Once everything is neatly stored, it even uses its roots to help Chu Xiu close the backpack, displaying remarkable intelligence. Feeling a sense of security, Chu Xiu stows the backpack, relieved that he will not leave Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan in the lurch. With so many zombies absorbed, the little green plant grows even stronger. Noticing a number of decaying zombie bodies at the apartment entrance, which emit a foul odor and mar the aesthetics of the area, Chu Xiu instructs the little green plant to absorb them. After this wave of absorption, the extent of the little green plant's growth is beyond Chu Xiu's estimation, with its thickest part now resembling his own waist. Little green, let us avoid the stairs and climb up the outside of the building to give them a fright. Seeing the little green plant's prowess, a mischievous thought arises in Chu Xiu's mind. He mentally directs the little green plant, which swiftly wraps around him, elevating him to a height of several dozen meters. However, as it ascends, the base struggles to support the weight, so it extends its roots to firmly grip the building. Survivors inside witness an unexpected surge of greenery outside their windows, causing them to gasp in shock, as just moments ago, there was nothing there. But Chu Xiu pays little mind to their reactions. He is focused on locating Zhang Jiaxuan's residence. A little further, he guides the little green plant, which extends its vines elsewhere. Inside, the survivors tremble in fear at the sight of the vine-like limbs writhing like snakes, terrified that the plant might suddenly invade their space. Fortunately, Chu Xiu prevents the potholes from causing any harm. Otherwise, if it were a rogue entity, it would likely treat humans with indifference. Finally, Chu Xiu spots Zhang Jiaxuan and taps on the window with his paw. Zhang Jiaxuan does not see him at first. Instead, he is startled by the sudden appearance of an overwhelming expanse of green outside, his face betraying a flicker of fear. Noticing that he has not yet recognized him, Chu Xiu feels a surge of mischief. He commands the pothose to envelop him completely and then sends it inside to startle Zhang Jiaxuan. As the pothose slithers through the window, Zhang Jiaxuan's heart races with trepidation, and a small spark of lightning erupts from his hand. Oh, this fellow has awakened lightning abilities? Chapter 28. Body Forging Technique. Although his supernatural ability was still somewhat feeble at present, it was indeed capable of growth. The vine-like plant, green low, recoiled slightly, retracting a few tendrils, and Chu Xiu poked his head out from among its leaves. Meow? Good brother, it's me. The cat is back. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Zhang Jiaxuan was overjoyed and called out eagerly. Cheng Su, who was somewhat lost in his thoughts while seated on the sofa, also exhibited a joyful expression upon seeing Chu Xiu, quickly rising to embrace him. Meow, I knew you would never abandon me. Meow meow. Chu Xiu was taken aback by the sudden embrace, struggling desperately. I understand we are good friends, but dear brother, is this embrace truly appropriate? Noticing the disdainful expression on Chu Xiu's face, Zhang Jiaxuan chuckled, well aware that Chu Xiu could comprehend human speech. He explained, your master has been abandoned once again. Nonsense. I am his master. Chu Xiu shot Zhang Jiaxuan a glare, and then glanced around the room, realizing someone was missing. Oh. It turns out that bothersome Yi Sitong is gone. This is excellent news. Meow, don't mock me, Cheng Su mumbled, burying his head in Chu Xiu's belly. Sitong has left. She followed another man. Meow meow. Chu Xiu let out a few soft calls, seemingly attempting to offer comfort, though inwardly, it was reveling in delight. With her departure, he no longer had to share his stash of crystal cores with her, as avoiding her in any discussion was now a possibility. After you left, someone else visited our building. The leader seems to be a resident here. He has awakened a formidable supernatural ability, capable of easily dealing with zombies, Zhang Jiaxuan explained. Many people have followed them, but a fair number have chosen to stay behind. Sitong went with them. After all, I lack food, while they have scavenged numerous supplies. It is only natural she would follow them. At this point, Cheng Su was still making excuses for Yi Sitong. Perhaps only by rationalizing her actions could he find solace. Chu Xiu mused to himself about his own system. Did they possess one too? Moreover, wasn't Jiaxuan endowed with supernatural abilities as well? Yet, communication with them felt burdensome, and he could only suppress his thoughts, unable to bear their predicament any longer. Chu Xiu summoned the body forging technique he had exchanged from the apocalyptic shop and presented it to Cheng Su with a paw. What is this? Cheng Su was taken aback upon seeing the item Chu Xiu offered, body forging technique. He beckoned Zhang Jiaxuan over, and together they perused the technique, discovering that its practice would enhance one's physique and included various martial arts moves, precisely what they needed. The more they read, the more delighted they became, however. At that moment, Chu Xiu retracted the technique. Meow meow. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were perplexed. Chu Xiu pointed towards the peculiar vine outside the window, then leapt onto it. What is this? Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan suddenly recalled the strange vine that loomed outside. Meow, meow, meow. Chu Xiu lacked the time to explain, urging them to hurry over. What does this mean? Are we supposed to jump over? Cheng Su exchanged a wary glance with Zhang Jiaxuan, fear creeping in. Would it devour us? It won't harm us. I trust that Meow would never do us any harm, Zhang Jiaxuan reassured. Though he had known Chu Xiu for a shorter time than Cheng Su, but felt a deeper trust, he instinctively reached for his glasses, only to realize he had consumed a zombie crystal core and no longer needed them. He climbed onto the windowsill, and the vine obeyed Chu Xiu's command, wrapping around Zhang Jiaxuan and drawing him in. Zhang Jiaxuan felt the weight of his body as the vine's upper branches were not sturdy enough to support him, causing him to suddenly plunge downwards. Ah! Zhang Jiaxuan exclaimed. The experience was truly exhilarating. He feared for his life, but fortunately, he was caught by the vine below. After safely placing Zhang Jiaxuan on the ground, the vine extended its tendrils towards Cheng Su. No, I don't want to. Cheng Su recalled how Zhang Jiaxuan had nearly fallen and was filled with dread. However, Chu Xiu disregarded his protests, directing the vine to ensnare him tightly. And he too experienced the sensation of plummeting like Zhang Jiaxuan. Chapter 29. Gathering supplies. Once both individuals had touched the ground, Chu Xiu instructed Green Vine to lower it as well. After it was safely on the ground, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan had regained their composure from the earlier fright. Cheng Su turned to Chu Xiu and inquired, Meow, meow, what is the story behind this vine? Meow? The creature had no telepathic connection with Chu Xiu. Even if Chu Xiu wished to respond, it would be incomprehensible to him. This vine appears to be under the guidance of Meow, meow, Zhang Jiaxuan commented. Cheng Su shot Zhang Jiaxuan a glance, fully aware of this fact. Chu Xiu, uninterested in further conversation, was intent on leading them to gather provisions. The two understood his intention and followed closely. After a short distance, Chu Xiu deemed their pace too slow and asked Greenvine to envelop them once more, enhancing their speed. Suddenly bound again, Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su let out shrieks. Meow? Chu Xiu cast a disdainful look at them, secretly thinking that the louder they screamed, the more zombies they would attract. Fortunately, Greenvine had already cleared this area of zombies. If they could lure more to them, it would be quite advantageous. With remarkable speed, Greenvine transported the two, while Chu Xiu stood at the forefront, feeling an indescribable exhilaration, akin to standing atop a lofty peak, embodying the solitude of a master. Upon reaching the entrance of a small shop Chu Xiu had previously visited, Greenvine set them down. Dazed from the tumultuous ride, they finally found themselves on solid ground, their hearts settling as well. Where are we? Zhang Jiaxuan glanced around, his eyes lighting up at the sight of abundant supplies. Having not eaten since Chu Xiu departed in the morning, their stomachs were genuinely yearning for sustenance. Thank you, meow meow. Cheng Su approached and playfully pinched Chu Xiu's cheek. Chu Xiu glared at him, prompting Greenvine to push his hand away. My face is not for anyone to touch, he declared. After being released, Cheng Su looked at Chu Xiu with a mournful expression. Meow meow, you've truly changed. Scram, you perverse, disgusting man. Chu Xiu shot him a sharp look, instructing Greenvine to keep watch outside while he leaped onto a shelf, observing as the two gathered supplies. With so many supplies and only 3 compartments, how are we to pack it all? Zhang Jiaxuan lamented, not expecting to fret over an abundance of snacks at the apocalypse's onset. Fool. Chu Xiu commanded Greenvine to bring in another cart, gesturing for them to load the food into it. Understanding his intent, the two began to transport items, first moving several boxes of water, then packing in beverages, and finally taking some instant meals until the cart was brimming. After filling it, Zhang Jiaxuan approached to secure the cart. If only we had a container, just think of how much food we could store. Let's be grateful. We managed to find so much food thanks to Meow Meow, while many others cower in their apartments, starving, Cheng Su remarked. Indeed, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded, relinquishing his greed. Chu Xiu then summoned another cart and loaded it with provisions, which Cheng Su took charge of. What? Why didn't you leave some for me? The remaining snacks were scattered, and they needed to reserve some for those who would come searching later. Chu Xiu then directed Greenvine to take them to another convenience store. Chapter 30. Gathering Supplies. Part 2. This street is lined with numerous small shops, and as long as one is willing to descend from their abode, sustenance is not a concern. However, in light of recent events, the majority remain ensnared in fear, unable to accept the harsh reality and instead cling to the hope of rescue from the organization. The sense of security provided by the state has been so profound that when calamity strikes, few consider venturing out to seek their own salvation. Rather, they await assistance, having been instructed to remain indoors until the power and internet were severed. Nonetheless, the abrupt loss of connectivity has transformed many into the undead. The virus shows no favor, disregarding one's status as a high-ranking official or a valiant protector of the people. At this juncture, it is likely that those within the military are preoccupied with their own survival. Furthermore, the absence of communication has plunged the world into chaos. Yet, the current disorder is but the surface. Many households still possess a modicum of food and thus remain indoors, too fearful to emerge. What will transpire when their provisions are depleted remains uncertain. In a convenience store that Chu Xiu had discovered, there lurked a zombie. But with the protection of the green vine, Chu Xiu, possessing both skill and audacity, found that the creature's diminutive stature made it quite challenging for the zombie to inflict harm. After successfully dispatching the zombie in the convenience store, Chu Xiu instructed the green vine to summon a small truck and assist in transporting supplies. The green vine proved to be exceptionally useful, its tendrils capable of extending freely and moving swiftly. Had he not fortuitously tamed it, its eventual growth would be truly formidable. For now, it reigned supreme over the street. While Chu Xiu was engaged in selecting goods with the green vine, Zhang Jiaxuan appeared startled by something he observed. "What is it?" Cheng Su promptly inquired, approaching Zhang. "Look at this zombie," Zhang pointed out. "I recall the zombies we initially electrocuted did not have nails of this length." Chu Xiu approached to examine, noting that this zombie's claws were approximately half an inch long. However, as the zombie had been slain by the green vine, he had overlooked such details. Could it be that this zombie had long nails in life? Cheng Su pondered. "I cannot say," Zhang replied, shaking his head. After being dispatched, the zombies had been absorbed by the green vine, and this particular body was slowly becoming desiccated, though the vine had yet to completely assimilate it. "Let us observe the next zombie we encounter," Cheng Su suggested. Yet, he harbored a belief that this zombie was undergoing evolution, given the rapid growth of the street-side flora. The once modest plants and flower beds were nearing the stature of trees. However, the dense urban landscape, particularly on the street where their apartment is situated, rendered their observations less pronounced. Should they venture to the outskirts, they would discover that the local vegetation changes remarkably day by day, with even the common grass towering over a person. After gathering supplies, Chu Xiu led them onward, intending to take the two to the apocalyptic shop to see if they had any items they wished to exchange, while also introducing them to the large orange cat. Furthermore, he planned for them to continue gathering supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are countless valuable items to be found, such as vehicles and fuel, which they must collect. For they cannot rely solely on the green vine. They too must evolve. Particularly, food is acquired at original prices in the apocalyptic store. The more they gather, the more coins they accumulate. Additionally, he wished to experiment with whether these ordinary items could be sold for profit in the apocalyptic store. Chapter 31. The store vanished, however. When Chu Xiu arrived at the location of the apocalyptic store with Cheng Su, having gathered 2 large carts, he found that the area had been reduced to a flat expanse. Chu Xiu's round eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he had encountered a phantom. Although he had previously feared that other summoners might have summoned the store away, he never anticipated its disappearance would occur so swiftly. "What is wrong, Miao Miao?" Zhang Jiaxuan inquired, sensing something amiss with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu found himself unable to articulate an explanation, so he opened the system to check the map, only to discover that the nearest apocalyptic store was now over 100 miles away. "Goodness, if I had known, I would have exchanged for more items. It's only been a few days, and my apocalyptic store has vanished." "Miao?" Cheng Su noticed that Chu Xiu was standing there in a daze and asked him. Just as they were questioning him, an unsettling feeling washed over them, as if something was watching them, raising the hairs on their necks. Upon turning around, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent tiger. Upon closer inspection, they realized the tiger's fur appeared rather peculiar. Big orange. Upon seeing the large orange cat, Chu Xiu felt as though he had found an old friend, rushing towards it and leaping onto its back. "Big Orange, this is my brother. Please do not harm them." Having purchased a beast language pill, he could barely communicate with it. "Meow, I want a sugar pill." Big Orange turned its gaze towards Chu Xiu on its back. Despite having only a few purification pills left, he still offered one to Big Orange, as it had assisted him greatly. In truth, he owed Big Orange a debt of gratitude. "Meow Meow, do you know it?" Cheng Su exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Jiaxuan observed their apparent interaction and scrutinized Big Orange more closely, his eyes widening in realization. "Is this an orange cat? An orange cat?" Cheng Su enlarged the image of the orange cat in his mind, confirming that it indeed resembled an oversized version. An orange cat can grow this large? This world is becoming increasingly perilous. Zhang Jiaxuan, being astute, had been observant throughout their journey. He recognized that the world was not merely plagued by human infection and zombie mutations. Flora and fauna were also undergoing transformations, although they had fortuitously acquired the system. Their advantages were limited to merely 3 additional backpack slots, with other benefits yet to be fully realized. After Chu Xiu's departure, they had learned from the group led by Yi Sitong that consuming crystal nuclei could bestow special abilities on the fortunate, while the unfortunate might meet a gruesome demise. In a moment of frustration with Yi Sitong, they had decided to take a risk and cracked open a crystal nucleus to share. That day, Zhang Jiaxuan gained a special ability, whereas Cheng Su did not. Recently, with Chu Xiu bringing them a body-tempering manual and a significant amount of food, Zhang Jiaxuan contemplated returning home to diligently practice the manual to enhance their physical prowess in anticipation of the unpredictable world ahead. However, upon voicing his suggestion, Chu Xiu shook his head and promptly handed each of them a purification pill, urging them to consume it. Initially, he had intended to bring them to the store to provide them with crystal nuclei, allowing them to explore potential exchanges. But he had not anticipated the store's sudden disappearance. To summon the apocalyptic store back, sufficient gold coins were necessary, yet he found himself lacking in funds. And even if he had enough, he would be reluctant to part with them. It's only 50 kilometers. Let us first allow Cheng Su and the others to enhance their physical abilities. Then we shall head towards the apocalyptic store. We might even gather a decent number of crystal nuclei along the way. Chapter 32. Consumption of crystal cores after they ingested the purification pills. Chu Xiu produced a bag of crystal cores, gesturing for them to partake. Meow, we shouldn't consume too many of these, Zhang Jiaxuan hastily remarked. With a disdainful glance, Chu Xiu picked one up and consumed it, subsequently swallowing a second one before their eyes. Are these safe? Cheng Su inquired, puzzled. He recalled watching a live stream with Chu Xiu, during which a mental broadcaster had perished after consuming one. Furthermore, the group that had accompanied Yi Sitong had warned that while crystal cores were beneficial, individuals with frail constitutions should avoid them, lest they risk becoming zombies. It was precisely due to the potential dangers of these crystal cores that they had been so generous in sharing information about them, revealing that there was a chance of awakening supernatural abilities. However, the risk of transforming into a zombie loomed large. Who would dare to partake without a measure of courage? Yet, Chu Xiu's actions today caught them by surprise. Ignoring their apprehensions, he continued consuming several more cores until he felt the effects of the purification pills wane. At which point he settled down to absorb the energy. Having ingested so many crystal cores, Chu Xiu felt a noticeable surge of strength. He extended his claws across the ground, leaving distinct marks on the concrete. Additionally, his fur had visibly transformed. The scars that once marred his body had vanished, and the new coat that had grown was glossy and vibrant. Cheng Su, as if performing a magic trick, produced a cat comb. The shopkeeper at that convenience store must have had a cat, so I brought this along. With that, he approached Chu Xiu to groom him. As soon as he began combing, the brush filled with fur. You're too slow. Let me handle this, Zhang Jiaxuan interjected. Removing his jacket to wipe away the old fur from Chu Xiu's body, Cheng Su then resumed combing, and now Chu Xiu no longer appeared as fearsome as before. His brown eyes sparkled with vitality, and his sleek fur radiated a certain charm. Meow, Chu Xiu observed, bemused by their focus on grooming him while neglecting the crystal cores. He pawed at his backpack, exclaiming, Brothers, take a look at these crystal cores. I fought hard alongside Little Green to acquire them. I feared you might be displeased after using your cores, so I gathered so many, yet you haven't even glanced at them. With the crystal cores before them, they still hesitated to eat. Did they truly expect him to feed them? In this apocalyptic world, such behavior was inadvisable, he thought, seething with frustration. He instructed Greenvine to roll out a few crystal cores, thrusting them into their hands before reclaiming his backpack. Meow, this is urging us to eat the crystal cores. Cheng Su finally grasped. Meow, it won't harm us. Let's eat, Zhang Jiaxuan said as he consumed the zombie crystal core. Thanks to the purification pills, the moment the core touched their tongues, it melted into liquid and flowed down their throats, eliciting a pleased expression from Zhang Jiaxuan. After devouring the crystal cores given to him by Chu Xiu, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, which had now thickened considerably, resembling a sturdy thread. Chapter 33 Departure I have leveled up, he exclaimed as he glanced at the system. Really? Cheng Su looked at him with a hint of envy and asked, What level are you now? I'm at level 2, Zhang Jiaxuan replied. My abilities have also improved somewhat. I'm truly envious of you. I leveled up too, but I still lack any abilities. Chung Su sighed softly, realizing that this was indeed a matter of innate talent. Perhaps his own talent was simply lacking. Don't be disheartened. Even without innate abilities, after consuming this crystal core, our physical condition has significantly improved, hasn't it? Once we practice that body tempering technique, we will undoubtedly become even more formidable, Zhang Jiaxuan reassured him. Yes, Chung Su nodded, though his expression remained a touch melancholic. It seemed not everyone was destined to possess abilities, such as himself. Others consumed one core and gained abilities. Those with lesser talent might require two. But he had just consumed 7 or 8 without even a hint of any power. Were it not for the purification pills given to him by Miao Miao, a mere mortal would have perished long ago after ingesting so many crystal cores. Miao Miao, thank you. Despite lacking abilities, he felt a sense of fulfillment from the strength coursing through his body and the enhanced vision brought about by the crystal course. His sight had never been so clear. He could even see through the window across the way. This sensation was truly delightful. Additionally, thanks to Chu Xiu, he had gathered a considerable amount of food, allowing him to swiftly adjust his mindset. Where should we head next? Should we find a place to rest for a few days and train properly? Chung Su inquired. Let us see what Miao Miao suggests, Zhang Jiaxuan replied, turning to Chu Xiu. Unable to speak, Chu Xiu noticed Miao Miao's urgency. Seeing that Zhang Jiaxuan and Chung Su could not comprehend its intentions, it grew anxious. Finally, its eyes lit up, and with its paw, it scratched the words apocalyptic store onto a leaf of the pothose plant, prompting the two to understand. All right, Miao Miao, we will follow your lead. If you say we should seek out the apocalyptic store, then we shall go, Chung Su agreed wholeheartedly. With the absence of Yi Sitong, he felt unburdened. Of course, it would be inaccurate to say he had no concerns. He still worried about his parents. However, after years of wandering, separated by thousands of miles, he lacked the means to find them and could only suppress that thought deep within. Zhang Jiaxuan felt similarly, unable to contact his parents and thus chose to avoid dwelling on it. Strengthening their own capabilities and striving for survival was the true path. Perhaps when they were more capable in the future, they could seek them out. Let us go, Chu Xiu meowed, confidently riding atop the orange cat as they boldly ventured forward. As for why the orange cat obeyed, it was undoubtedly due to the influence of the jelly bean. With an intellect akin to that of a child, the orange cat had been dealt an unfair hand by fate, lacking a system. It could only rely on Chu Xiu's purification pills. Without those pills, it could manage to consume only 3 to 5 crystal cores a day, slowly digesting the toxins. However, with the purification pills, it could feel the ease of consuming crystal cores afterward. This was why it chose to accompany Chu Xiu. Look at our Miao Miao. It has even taken on a pet, Chung Su remarked, glancing at Chu Xiu before shifting his gaze to the orange cat. He reached out to pet it. But the orange cat turned and growled fiercely at him, resembling a ferocious tiger, causing Chung Su to hastily retract his hand. Chapter 34. The Insects as they ventured forward. Chu Xiu was particularly fearful of death. He rode atop the large orange cat while the green vine, Luo Luo, unfolded its branches and leaves, surrounding the group in a protective embrace, ever vigilant of their surroundings. This precaution proved remarkably effective. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies and even a gigantic spotted dog, the size of a small calf. Upon spotting Chu Xiu and his companions, the dog charged recklessly, only to meet its end as Luo ensnared it with a swift strike. Do you have any idea who my brother Chu is? Chu Xiu mused, gazing at the spotted dog like a king. Though the communication between a cat and a dog was impossible. Interestingly, the large orange cat seemed to harbor a grudge against the spotted dog, leaping up as if to claw at it. Let them fight, Chu Xiu pondered. He realized they could not rely solely on Luo Luo for protection. So he instructed it to shield himself, Cheng Su, and Zhang Jiaxuan while allowing the orange cat to engage the spotted dog. He intended to observe the battle between these mutated creatures and gauge their strength. The two beasts fought fiercely. The orange cat exhibited tiger-like agility, pouncing and sweeping its tail, while the spotted dog, reminiscent of a wolf, showcased formidable combat prowess. Chu Xiu, ensconced within Luo Luo's protective tendrils, watched from above with keen interest, while Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, fearing collateral damage, trembled with apprehension. Have the animals in this world become so powerful? Zhang Jiaxuan stammered. The ferocity of their battle was beyond human comparison. He assessed his own combat capabilities, though he had leveled up. He feared he would not withstand even 2 exchanges with them. These feral creatures had honed their survival instincts, far surpassing the sheltered humans in their combat abilities. Chu Xiu reflected. He considered that perhaps he should allow Chung Su and Zhang Jiaxuan to participate in the fight rather than sheltering them. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, A swarm of child-sized insects suddenly descended from the sky, seemingly fixated on Luoluo. Before Chushio could react, the insects swarmed upon the vine. Soon, a disconcerting crunching sound filled the air as the insects began to gnaw at Luoluo's leaves. Despite the vine's impressive defenses, it proved ineffective against the relentless onslaught. Although it managed to strangle some of the pests, an overwhelming number continued to swarm in, and soon, it began to struggle. Help! Help! Luoluo's distress resonated in Chushio's mind. Transforming into a fierce tiger, he roared, dislodging a number of insects, yet they quickly returned. Witnessing this, Zhang Jiaxuan summoned his feeble electric arcs to incinerate some of the insects. While his electricity could dispatch one or two, the sheer volume of insects overwhelmed him. Realizing the dire situation for Luoluo, Chushio hastily withdrew it. As he did so, the insects turned their attention toward them. Just as Chushio braced for an attack, the swarm abruptly veered away, flocking towards other plants instead. Chapter 35. The ivy Chushio sighed in relief, as did Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Such a large insect. Where could it have possibly come from? To be honest, they had never encountered a creature the size of a slipper before. Jiaxuan, do you know what type of insect this is? Cheng Su asked, his face reflecting his confusion. Ultimately, the two exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in silent uncertainty. Perhaps it was the sight of those insects beginning to devour the plants that prompted the duo and their feline companions to pause and observe for a moment. These insects were indeed formidable, akin to a locust swarm, and the already sparse vegetation in the vicinity was stripped bare in the blink of an eye. Let us hurry, Cheng Su urged, feeling a sense of dread at the sight, fearing that the insects might turn their attention to them next. Without waiting for him to speak, the orange cat and the spotted dog had already abandoned the fray and dashed ahead. Hey, do you have any sense of loyalty left? Chushio exclaimed in frustration as he watched the orange cat flee, but it paid him no mind and sped away in a flash. Don't be angry. We'll carry you along, Cheng Su reassured, pulling Chushio into his embrace and striding forward. After running for a considerable distance, the incessant buzzing of the insects finally faded into silence. Wait, something seems off. Zhang Jiaxuan suddenly halted, having escaped the insect's encirclement. It does feel a bit strange. Cheng Su echoed. The street was unnaturally quiet. Earlier, the presence of the pothose had ensured a tranquil path free of zombies, but now, why was it so eerily silent? It was one thing not to see any pedestrians, but the absence of even a single zombie was decidedly unusual. Suddenly, Zhang Jiaxuan's eyes narrowed as he spotted the ivy crawling up the wall across from them. Cheng Su, take a look at that ivy. Doesn't it seem a bit unusual? He whispered, tugging at Cheng Su's sleeve. Had he not seen the pothose before, he would have dismissed any suspicion regarding the ivy, but now, having witnessed the pothose, the sight of the ivy covering the wall felt unsettling. A gust of wind rustled the lush green leaves of the ivy, creating a soft sound. It is indeed peculiar. I've passed this way to work before and never noticed so much ivy, Cheng Su affirmed. The ivy blanketed the entire wall like a scene from a fairy tale. Had it existed before the apocalypse, Yusidon would certainly have insisted on coming here for photographs. The absence of such a memory in his mind indicated that something was amiss with this ivy. We should leave this place, Cheng Su decided, holding Chushio tightly as he moved forward. However, as he took a step, a green tendril unexpectedly snaked its way beneath his feet, lifting him off the ground. In the struggle, his grip on Chushio faltered, and as she fell towards the ground, another vine sprang forth, ensnaring her as well. This ivy has truly come to life, Cheng Su remarked, drawing a knife from his backpack to sever the tendrils. Yet, as he brandished the knife, even more tendrils emerged, binding his hands and feet. It seems we are doomed, Cheng Su said with a wry smile. Chushio found herself in a predicament too. Initially, she had believed she could rely on her pothose for protection, but her arrogance was short-lived. First, they encountered a swarm of insects, and now, they faced this enormous sentient ivy. Just how did this ivy grow so large? Chapter 36. Burn it suddenly. Chushio heard a meow, and upon looking, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the large orange cat had also been ensnared by the climbing tiger. Additionally, the spotted dog had not managed to escape either. Yet, this climbing tiger exhibited remarkable cunning, cleverly concealing them beneath a layer of leaves to evade the notice of passers-by. How many lives had this climbing tiger consumed to grow to such a formidable size? It certainly required a significant amount of energy. However, the climbing tiger was adept at hiding, having crushed all indigestible bones and scraps, burying them beneath the foliage and roots. Its intelligence was both impressive and terrifying. Fortunately, I'm not human, Otherwise, how would one survive in such a dreadful world? Chu Xiu did not anticipate that at this moment. He still had the presence of mind to ponder these thoughts. In reality, the vines had begun to constrict him more tightly. He refrained from summoning his ally. The green vine, primarily because it had sustained severe injuries due to the insects, and secondly, in the face of this climbing tiger, the green vine was simply insufficient. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope. After all, he was a water-made cat. Seizing the moment while Zhang Jiaxuan unleashed his lightning upon the climbing tiger, he contracted his body and slipped free from the binding vines. He quickly leaped to a distance and released the green vine, instructing it to act on his behalf, forcefully hurling nearby vehicles towards the climbing tiger. He thought, let us bombard it first. However, to his astonishment, these vehicles proved to be of remarkable quality, showing no signs of igniting upon impact. How extraordinary! Why had he not realized the superior craftsmanship of these vehicles before? There was no time for contemplation. He pressed on. At that moment, the climbing tiger, realizing his escape, lunged at him with ferocity, but this time, Chu Xiu deftly evaded its grasp. Sometimes, a slender physique can be an advantage. Moreover, he was a cat infused with the bloodline of myriad felines, possessing the agility of a clouded leopard. As the climbing tiger's vine struck, he skillfully caught one with his tail, using its force to propel himself into the air. While dodging, he directed the green vine to continue smashing vehicles. This time, he seized a car parked by the roadside and hurled it violently towards the climbing tiger. Boom! With a resounding crash, several vehicles finally ignited. Flames engulfed the climbing tiger's roots, causing it immense distress, as it attempted to swat at the fire with its branches while simultaneously recoiling from the pain. Meow! Woof! Woof! Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the large orange cat and the spotted dog managed to escape their bindings. They had been tied low to the ground, and some of their fur had caught fire, clearly suffering significant injuries. However, their capacity to endure pain was evidently commendable. After rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames, they stood beside Chu Xiu, baring their singed skin, and gazed at the towering, climbing tiger. The fire continued to grow, proving to be the climbing tiger's nemesis. Lacking human intelligence, it failed to comprehend the necessity of moving the vehicles away, and its branches gradually wilted. Thankfully, this climbing tiger had no legs. Chu Xiu felt a sense of relief. Were it to possess legs like his green vine, it could have fled, posing a grave danger. Yet, as he observed the large orange cat and the spotted dog beside him, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Wait, when did his companions change to them? Where were Zhang Jiaxuan and Qingsu? Chapter 37. Growth. Upon another glance, they were still entangled in the vines of the climbing tiger, suspended high above. Good heavens! These two bipeds are remarkably inept. Chu Xiu observed Zhang Jiaxuan and Qingsu, who were coughing uncontrollably from the thick smoke, and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems I must take charge. As he spoke, he directed the vine to rescue the two. In the process, it nearly cost the little vine its own safety. But fortunately, it reacted swiftly and retreated in time. Meow, you've saved me once again. Qingsu expressed his gratitude, looking at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu cast a disdainful glance at him, retracting the vine and leaping onto the back of the large orange cat, continuing their journey forward. Meanwhile, the climbing tiger lamented amidst the raging flames. After advancing for a short while, Chu Xiu suddenly sensed something amiss. Might there be some extraordinary crystal cores left behind after the climbing tiger was dealt with? Fearing that others might seize the opportunity, he quickly turned back, only to find that the fire had been extinguished and the climbing tiger was gone. This climbing tiger seemed to possess awareness upon seeing Chu Xiu return. It brandished its injured branches and lunged menacingly towards him. Fortunately, he was swift, or he might have fallen victim to its malevolence. Meow, why did you come back? Qingsu and Zhang Jiaxuan caught up with him. As Chu Xiu ran ahead, he gestured for them to flee quickly. This climbing tiger was indeed formidable. If he encountered several such potent plants, he would begin to question whether this world was on the verge of being overrun by flora. He even wondered if he had unwittingly entered a realm reminiscent of Plants vs. Zombies. Having faced two harrowing experiences, Chu Xiu no longer dared to act arrogantly. While Zhang Jiaxuan and Qingsu seemed to have matured as well, they no longer relied solely on Chu Xiu and, upon encountering zombies, would occasionally take the initiative to engage. They had somehow acquired 2 iron rods, which they wielded against the zombies. At this stage, they were still capable of defeating the undead, especially Zhang Jiaxuan, who possessed a lightning ability. Although the electric arcs were modest, they were still electrifying. However, there was a challenge in dealing with zombies. Extracting crystal cores from their skulls was quite cumbersome. Therefore, after they dispatched a zombie, Chushio would allow the vine to emerge, both to absorb nutrients and to collect the crystal cores. Throughout their journey, Chushio no longer boldly commanded the vine to clear the path. Instead, he delegated the task of handling the zombie carcasses and retrieving the cores to it, while the responsibility of combating zombies fell to the other members of the team. Now, the composition of his team was rather intricate. In addition to the two bipeds, Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su, there was himself, the little feline, the larger orange cat, and a spotted dog resembling a calf. Having been with Chushio for some time, the large orange cat, now accustomed to having Chushio ride atop its head, no longer displayed irritation. The spotted dog also ceased its quarrels with the orange cat and instead followed closely behind them. Occasionally, when they encountered zombies, it would charge forward to join in the fray. A day swiftly passed, and the group conferred about finding a place to rest. Consequently, Chushio casually selected an unoccupied shop along the street, instructing the vine to break open the door, and the members decided to spend the night there. Although Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su still felt some trepidation towards the spotted dog, the afternoon skirmishes had fostered a budding camaraderie among them. While preparing food, Zhang Jiaxuan made a little extra, ensuring that there was enough for both the spotted dog and the large orange cat. However, due to their considerable size, the food would barely suffice for them. Chapter 38. Meow. A cartload of newly collected food was swiftly cooked, and even though Cheng Su held a particular affection for small creatures, he found it somewhat overwhelming. However, once he finished his meal and shamelessly sprawled over the belly of the large orange cat, he felt that all the food was entirely worthwhile. Previously, he could only cuddle a tiny kitten, but now he had the pleasure of this sizable feline. Oh, how soft its belly was. Not only could it comfortably accommodate his entire face, but he could also lay his whole body upon it without a care. The large orange cat seemed well-fed and in high spirits. Despite Cheng Su's playful antics, it showed no discontent, lying back and relishing his caresses. Witnessing Cheng Su's blissful adoration of the cat, Zhang Jiaxuan could no longer resist and approached as well. Cheng Su shot him a knowing glance, his expression tinged with mischief. It seemed that their shared affection for the feline brought them even greater joy. Meanwhile, Chushio, a cat perched nearby, felt a surge of irritation upon seeing the entranced expressions on their faces. It leaped onto the head of the large orange cat and let out a mighty roar, startling both Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su. The large orange is mine. Mine, it proclaimed, jumping onto the cat's belly and prancing around to assert its dominance. How dare these two bipedal creatures desecrate what rightfully belonged to it? Ah, look at our meow meow kneading, they exclaimed. Indeed, its posture is so graceful. Even if I were to meet my end at the claws of a zombie tomorrow, it would be worth it. Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su exchanged playful banter, perfectly embodying the essence of feline devotion. Then, they both pounced upon Chushio, lavishing it with attention. No, Chushio protested, struggling but ultimately unable to escape their grasp. You two wretched bipeds. Disrespect me again, and I shall swipe you into oblivion. It bore an expression of haughty pride. No matter how formidable the bipeds, they would still be compelled to submit beneath this cat's reign. A cat shall never be a slave. After indulging in playful antics with Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan for a while, Chushio leaped onto the back of the spotted dog, determined to teach the little pup a lesson, making it clear who the true leader of the pack was. After a brief exchange of barks and meows, the spotted dog appeared to concede, curling up obediently at the door. As for Chushio, it nestled against the large orange cat, spending a relatively tranquil night with Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su. The following day, the large orange cat listened intently to the sounds outside as Cheng Su cautiously opened the door. Chushio had already released the pothose plant, which awaited by the entrance, ready to serve as the first line of defense against any dangers lurking outside. The roll-up door slowly ascended, revealing a quiet exterior. It seemed there had been rain during the night, and the streets were now filled with murky black water, emitting a strong, unpleasant odor. However, the pothose appeared to revel in the situation, extending its roots into the water, absorbing the nutrients within and stretching its vines with delight. Chushio observed that after drinking this tainted water, the leaves of the pothose appeared greener, and the spots that had been nibbled by insects began to heal. The plant extended its numerous roots, swiftly draining the dirty water from the road, with some of its vines even reaching into the drainage system. After a while, it seemed to have quenched its thirst, exuding an aura of contentment. Meow, Chushio called to the others before leaping onto the back of the large orange cat. A new day was beginning, and it was time to set forth once more. Chapter 39. enchanting melodies after a day of intense combat. Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su had significantly matured, demonstrating a newfound synergy in their fighting techniques. Chu Xiu was not idle either. Although its roar was not particularly effective against the undead, it still joined forces with Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su, occasionally letting out a couple of mighty roars. However, despite their growth, the zombies had also evolved, appearing stronger than the previous day. Their skin and bones had become more resilient, their claws elongated, and their movements more agile. Most notably, their hearing seemed to have sharpened. Where once loud sounds were necessary to draw them, now even the faintest noise sufficed. After a couple of hours of battle, fatigue began to set in for the group, including Chu Xiu, whose constant use of its roar had left its throat somewhat hoarse. Even the feline was feeling weary. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan conferred about taking a break, to which Chu Xiu readily agreed. After a brief discussion with the orange tabby, they found an empty house on the street, tidied it up, and settled down. Chu Xiu produced the remaining purification pills, distributing them among the group, even sharing one with the spotted dog. Once everyone had consumed their pills, they began to eat the zombie cores as well. With an increase in physical constitution, Chu Xiu felt capable of handling a greater number of cores and decided to consume 2 additional ones. After finishing, it sensed a surge in its strength, leaping up and scratching the wall, tearing away a chunk of plaster effortlessly. A small body housing immense energy. That was the essence of me, the divine cat, Chu Xiu. Satisfied with its abilities, Chu Xiu accessed the system, discovering it had leveled up to level 4. Admittedly, this level was still relatively weak, and it remained reliant on green ivy to serve as its bodyguard. I possess a special ability now, Cheng Su exclaimed joyfully after finishing his course. What ability? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired eagerly. Enchanting melodies, Cheng Su replied, his cheeks flushed. What? Zhang Jiaxuan did not catch it clearly. Cheng Su then directly employed his newfound ability, commanding Zhang Jiaxuan dance. His voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a bewitching power. To Zhang Jiaxuan's surprise, he found himself swaying gracefully for a brief moment before breaking free. Was that your ability? He asked, slightly bewildered. Yes, but it's still quite weak, Cheng Su admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed that he could only enchant Zhang Jiaxuan for a few seconds before he escaped. That's impressive. A few seconds could be life-saving, Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, appreciating Cheng Su's ability. He then shared, my ability has leveled up as well. I am now a level 2 electromancer. With that, he manifested a slender arc of electricity from his palm. Do not underestimate this small bolt. It held considerable energy, capable of dispatching several foes. A single jolt delivered to a zombie would be sufficient to incapacitate it. Excellent. Everyone's self-defense capabilities have improved, Cheng Su noted gleefully, glancing at the orange tabby and the spotted dog, which had noticeably grown in size after consuming the course. Thankfully, the house they had chosen had a roll-up door. Had it been a standard door, it would have been uncertain whether they could have squeezed through. Chapter 40. Searching for the store again. Meow. Do you still have that purification pill? At this moment, both individuals were acutely aware of the significance of the purification pill. None left, Chu Xiu replied, sitting on the ground and extending a paw in a human-like gesture. Oh, Cheng Su sighed, feeling a pang of regret. Do not fret. The apocalyptic store must have it. Our immediate task is to locate that store as soon as possible in exchange for more pills, Zhang Jiaxuan suggested. Cheng Su nodded in agreement, and Chu Xiu responded in affirmation. Suddenly, it recalled something and leaped up, its expression fraught with urgency. Following this, it accessed the system and felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the apocalyptic store had not yet vanished. We must hasten, otherwise, the store may relocate again, Chu Xiu urged, hopping onto the back of the orange tabby cat, anxiously meowing alongside Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Regardless of whether they comprehended its intentions, it was determined to amass more coins to exchange for additional items and unlock further functionalities of the system. Without such actions, having a system merely allowed for the observation of one's status, rendering it largely ineffective. The Apocalyptic Store app was of little utility, merely an online marketplace where one had to retrieve their purchases in person. Since the last time the Apocalyptic Store had flown away, Chu Xiu had resolved to accumulate sufficient coins within the system, enabling it to summon the store at will. Otherwise, gathering crystal cores would prove futile. Despite possessing an abundance of crystal cores, its purification capacity was limited, and given its current state, it could only consume 2 or 3 daily. However, with the purification pills, everything would change. It could accelerate its growth and explore more system functions. Ever since the incident with the climbing tiger and those insects the previous day, A sense of anxiety lingered within Chuxiao. It feared that without growth, the advantages it held would soon dissipate. Currently, it relied solely on the pothose plant, which, while formidable, was not invincible. Insects were its natural adversaries. They had ventured little beyond the city, and the outside world remained an enigma. Relying on external resources was ultimately unsustainable. True growth must come from within. Chuxiao aspired to become the god of cats in this world, refusing to be anyone's pet. With this resolve, it urged the orange tabby to hasten in pursuit of treats, leading it to sprint swiftly. While driving might have been swifter within the city, as a small cat, it could not operate a vehicle. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan could drive, yet the chaos brought about by the apocalypse rendered the roads perilous, making the orange tabby's speed preferable. Meow, wait for me, orange. As Chuxiao and the orange tabby meowed in unison, they dashed off rapidly, with the spotted dog following suit. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan hurried after them. Despite their newfound abilities, they felt limited and found comfort in trailing behind the orange tabby and Chuxiao. Spotted dog, take us along. This time, Chuxiao was not inclined to leisurely combat zombies. If they took too long, the apocalyptic store might vanish again. The spotted dog initially hesitated, but after a brief exchange of meows and barks with the orange tabby, it acquiesced. When the spotted dog suddenly crouched, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were perplexed. Chuxiao signaled to them and urged them on, and they finally understood, cautiously climbing onto the spotted dog's back. Chapter 41. The resurgence of the shop. The spotted dog sprinted with remarkable speed, causing Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan to instinctively clamp their legs together, gripping tightly onto the dog's neck. The wind whistled past their sides, wailing mournfully. With a leap, the spotted dog vaulted onto a vehicle, filling the two with sheer terror. Zhang Jiaxuan, seated in the front, hastily embraced its neck, while Cheng Su, at the back, clung tightly to Zhang Jiaxuan. Meow. Where are we headed? Cheng Su called out to Chuxiao. Embracing Zhang Jiaxuan, he felt a peculiar discomfort. He was a straight man, unequivocally so, not one to entertain such notions. Yet, Chuxiao paid no heed to his words. It was not that it hadn't heard. Rather, it found no inclination to respond. After all, as a cat, how could it articulate a reply? Furthermore, it was on a mission to locate the elusive end-of-the-world shop, hoping to prevent it from vanishing once more, leaving no room for explanations. Riding atop the magnificent orange cat, it dashed through the streets, inadvertently disturbing countless zombies along the way. However, the majority could not match the orange cat's astounding speed. Indeed, the orange cat was inherently gifted. Although it lacked external enhancements, Chuxiao served as its boon, having fed it purification pills, which allowed it to digest a significant number of crystal nuclei in recent days. With a powerful paw, it leaped onto a vehicle's roof, leaving deep impressions in its wake. Gasping, Chuxiao clutched the orange cat's neck tightly. Without a firm grip, its velocity could easily send it tumbling off. Orange cat, turn. Following the map, Chuxiao issued a command, and the orange cat instantly braked, veering onto a side street. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles, unkempt and unattended, but for the orange cat, these were mere trifles. Its speed exceeded that of any urban speed limit. In some instances, it even cut through residential areas directly, taking shortcuts without hesitation. It waded through water and crossed rivers, unperturbed by obstacles. An hour later, Chuxiao leaped off the back of the orange cat. Before it stood the wondrous end-of-the-world shop. At last, it had arrived before it could fly away. The spotted dog followed closely behind, racing in with great haste. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan quickly dismounted, crouching on the ground to catch their breath. The thrill of the journey had nearly overwhelmed them. After a significant pause, suppressing the tumultuous nausea within, Zhang Jiaxuan was the first to rise, approaching the entrance of the end-of-the-world supermarket. Is this truly the end-of-the-world shop? After glancing at the system, confirming the presence of the extraordinary shop, Zhang Jiaxuan beckoned Cheng Su over. Both stood at the threshold, still hesitant, while Chuxiao urged them forward, entering first. ID 1358 member user. Welcome to the 1020 branch of the end-of-the-world shop. Upon entering, a female voice echoed throughout the supermarket. Chuxiao disregarded the voice, now well-versed in its routine. Wait, the 1020 branch? Wasn't he at the previous shop? Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Once Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su entered, Chuxiao distributed approximately 50 crystal nuclei to each of them, while it deposited the remaining nuclei into the recycling terminal. It had come to understand that while zombies outside were plentiful, acquiring gold coins was a far more arduous task. Missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for the next encounter with such a shop. This enigmatic store could vanish at any moment. Merely waiting here would be futile. Chapter 42. Adding friends. Placing all the crystal cores within the luminous circle, the terminal began to display their value, revealing that the quality of these recently acquired zombie crystal cores was significantly superior, each worth 2,000 gold coins. This discovery uplifted Chu Xiu's spirits considerably. He promptly sold the cores and proceeded to the supermarket to select items. He acquired 20 purification pills and resolved to enhance his strength through the consumption of elixirs, as upgrading was paramount. Eagerly, he yearned to explore the offerings on the upper floor. Next, he intended to seek out any cultivation techniques for supernatural beings, preferably those that could transform him into a human. Although being a cat had its merits, he believed being human would be more convenient. Presently, aside from his sonic wave technique, he possessed no effective means to counter the zombies. In terms of strength, he was inferior to both the orange tabby and the spotted dog, and his claws rendered him incapable of wielding weapons. Relying solely on his limited strength to merely scratch the zombies was rather disheartening. While wandering through the apocalyptic supermarket, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan had also thoroughly examined the system and entered the supermarket. The abundance of goods within was truly astonishing. Cheng Su gazed at the myriad of products and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, look here, there are even cultivation techniques." Zhang Jiaxuan approached the section of ancient texts and, like Chu Xiu, immediately spotted the various cultivation manuals. "Should we purchase one?" Zhang Jiaxuan inquired, glancing at Cheng Su while perusing the techniques. "I believe cultivation requires a spiritual root. Without one, these manuals would be a waste of gold," Cheng Su replied prudently. "Meow meow, what are you buying?" Cheng Su said, looking down at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu ignored him, briefly glancing at the techniques before scurrying to the adjacent weapons section, hoping to find a suitable weapon, preferably one that could be summoned rather than needing to be held. However, after searching thoroughly, he found nothing. He speculated that perhaps the upper floor would have what he sought. "Should we purchase 2 suitable weapons?" Cheng Su followed him into the weapons section. "Too expensive," Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, his eyes gleaming at a particular firearm. Men seemed to have an affinity for guns, but the supermarket's pricing was peculiar. Some manuals were worth only a few dozen gold coins, while the price of the firearms soared into the thousands. It was akin to a bottle of water in the food section, priced similarly to pre-apocalypse rates. Thus, purchasing a gun was not a viable option. Ultimately, they chose 2 alternative weapons. Zhang Jiaxuan, wielding lightning abilities, opted for a Thor's hammer, weighing approximately 50 pounds and priced at merely 200 gold coins. It was exquisitely crafted, and upon unleashing a small bolt of lightning, arcs danced along its surface, resembling the legendary hammer. Zhang Jiaxuan was quite pleased with his acquisition. Cheng Su, whose innate talent did not match Zhang Jiaxuan's, found that despite consuming the same number of crystal cores, his advancement was not as pronounced. Consequently, he could not handle the heavier weapons and settled for a sturdy iron rod at the modest price of 10 gold coins. "Jiaxuan, meow meow. Let us spend 200 gold coins to add each other as friends. This way, we can communicate through the system," Cheng Su suggested to Chu Xiu. He was curious to discern what Chu Xiu meant when he meowed. "Sure," Zhang Jiaxuan readily agreed, unaware of the true value of gold coins, and promptly added Cheng Su as a friend using his ID number. He then turned to Chu Xiu, asking, "Meow meow, what is your ID?" Chu Xiu drew his ID on the ground, and the two added him as a friend. Fortunately, the system was not too burdensome. Adding friends was reciprocal. And after they added him, Chu Xiu saved his gold coins. Chapter 43. The unexpected guest. I find myself devoid of gold coins. However, after adding each other as friends, Zhang Jiaxuan also faced a similar predicament. On the other hand, Cheng Su still possessed a little over 100 coins. "What shall I purchase next?" Cheng Su murmured to himself as he gazed at his coins. Buy a purification pill, Chu Xiu advised him within the system. Yet, it soon dawned on him that this system was rather exploitative, charging him a gold coin merely to send a message. Goodness, could it be so avaricious? Chu Xiu was utterly speechless at the system's greed. He had intended to create a friends group, only to discover that establishing such a group would cost 50 gold coins, while inviting a friend would require an additional 10 coins, and sending a message within the group would also incur a fee of 1 coin. Oh well, I must pay what is due. After all, they hold a monopoly over this. With the internet in the real world rendered useless, adding friends has become a necessity. Forming a group would facilitate their communication considerably. After expending 70 coins, a group chat was created, and Cheng Su promptly initiated a message within the system. The system was remarkably swift in message delivery. As long as one silently recited their thoughts, the message would be dispatched in an instant. Meow meow, Chung Su. Why can't I send my message? Zhang Jiaxuan, standing beside him, appeared perplexed. Because you are out of coins, Chu Xiu retorted, somewhat irked, and spent yet another gold coin. His coins were dwindling. By the way, meow meow, why does your name appear as Chu Xiu? Is your name really Chu Xiu? Chung Su inquired once more. Chu Xiu shot him an exasperated glance. What of it? Is it unacceptable? Naturally, he would not fall for the system's tricks again. He refrained from sending messages in the group, lest his coins vanish in an instant. Ah, after adding friends, we can also transfer funds. Cheng Su exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world, although a 5% transaction fee would apply. I have not a single coin left, Zhang Jiaxuan remarked. Cheng Su, with his own limited coins, did not propose transferring coins, but instead suggested, since the transfer incurs a fee, let us save our coins for purchasing purification pills. With that, he headed towards the medicinal items. After taking a few steps, he appeared to discover yet another novelty, exclaiming, Heavens, look here, there is a beast language pill. Ah, it includes feline varieties. If I consume this, might I be able to converse with Meow Meow? Despite having learned Chu Xiu's name, he still preferred to call it Meow Meow. It should be possible. I shall purchase one, Cheng Su eagerly declared, desiring to comprehend the thoughts of feline beings. He then turned to Zhang Jiaxuan, saying, if it proves effective, I shall buy you one as well. Then I shall be grateful, Zhang Jiaxuan replied with a smile. Equally intrigued to learn what Chu Xiu typically referred to him as. Had I known of this beast language pill, I would not have added you as a friend. Adding friends costs 200 coins, while this beast language pill is merely 10, Chung Su lamented, feeling somewhat cheated. Well, it is done now, Zhang Jiaxuan consoled him. Adding friends does have its advantages. Should we ever find ourselves separated, having added each other ensures we do not lose contact. Your words hold truth. Chung Su nodded and continued to browse for other items. Chu Xiu refrained from informing him of its unique nature, even in communicating with the orange tabby. It required the beast language pill. Thus, it was uncertain whether Cheng Su's purchase would enable him to converse with it. Nevertheless, it was merely 10 coins. Why not let him try? Chapter 44. Uninvited Guests, Part 2. Let us first test the efficacy of this beast language pill. Cheng Su approached the terminal, made the payment, and promptly consumed the pill. He then crouched down to engage with Chu Xiu, meowing and uttering a couple of phrases. Chu Xiu shot him a disdainful glance before indulging his request. What is going on? Cheng Su mused, glancing at Chu Xiu. Why is this beast language pill ineffective? To his ears, Chu Xiu continued to meow in place, leaving him oblivious to its actual words. A counterfeit. Thankfully, I only purchased one, Cheng Su remarked. A hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Chu Xiu rolled its eyes at him and proceeded to hop back into the supermarket to select more items, as it had yet to procure its cultivation techniques and weaponry. After an extensive search, it finally found a suitable technique, the lion's roar. Well, a lion's roar it is. After all, lions belong to the feline family. This technique required 100 gold coins. Coupled with the previous purchase of purification pills and inviting friends, it still had over 1,600 gold coins remaining, rendering its finances quite ample. Given such resources, it could afford to enhance the abilities of its two subordinates. Though it instinctively felt that 1,600 gold coins was a substantial sum, the prices within the supermarket were exorbitant, even for a mere ordinary handgun. Some secret techniques were relatively cheap, but mastering them would require time. After much contemplation, Chu Xiu decided to purchase additional purification pills to enhance its own abilities first, and then reassess what else it could acquire later. Resolute in its decision, it bought 20 more bottles of purification pills, bringing its total to 40. With a stroke of good fortune, it should be able to reach around level 10. Once it attained level 10, it could venture upstairs, where perhaps even greater treasures awaited. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Xiu prepared to leave. However, just as it reached the terminal to check out, it noticed a group approaching. At the forefront was a man clad in military attire, exuding an aura of masculinity. Beside him were several armed men, and curiously, 2 young women were part of their entourage. Oh, there's a cat, exclaimed one of the cute, soft-spoken girls upon spotting Chu Xiu, her surprise evident. Aren't animals prohibited from entering this supermarket? How did this cat manage to be here? Queried another woman with a cold demeanor. This cat is ours, Cheng Su interjected, stepping forward to scoop up Chu Xiu. So it was you who brought it here. That explains everything, the cute girl remarked, her gaze lingering on Chu Xiu in his arms. In this post-apocalyptic world, many cats had grown in size, and some, with their unruly temperaments, had even ceased to recognize their owners. Thus, Chung Su's ability to pet a cat elicited envy from the girl. "May I hold it?" she asked, taking a step closer. Chang Su instinctively retreated a step, his wariness rising as he noticed the firearm in the lead man's hand. "Who are you?" he inquired. "We are the chosen ones," the cute girl replied, lifting her chin defiantly. Although she attempted to sound fierce, her voice remained soft and endearing. "Since you can enter this supermarket, you must also be chosen ones, correct?" the man at the forefront stated. Indeed, Chung Su nodded in response. "The world is becoming increasingly perilous. As fellow chosen ones, we should support one another," the man continued earnestly. Chapter 45. The fool. Chung Su remained silent, casting a glance at Zhang Jiaxuan. The two of them appeared inconspicuous amidst the crowd, embodying the quintessential honest individuals that others spoke of before the apocalypse, lacking any profound thoughts. "How shall we choose?" Chung Su inquired within the system group. Feigning compliance, Chu Xiu replied succinctly. "What if we directly refuse, and this man shoots us dead?" Chang Su pondered aloud. "What does it mean to share the same boat?" he asked. "Then join us," the leading man replied. "What benefits would joining you confer?" Zhang Jiaxuan interjected. In truth, they were eager to engage with other survivors, yet throughout their journey, they had encountered none, as most people were still hiding in their homes. Fearing the onset of the apocalypse, "Join us and fight the zombies together," a man from the opposing group asserted. "You must be aware that the zombie cores can enhance our levels and physical abilities, correct?" "Indeed," Zhang Jiaxuan nodded. The man continued. "If the two of you venture out alone, how many zombies can you possibly slay? Should misfortune befall you, and you find yourselves surrounded, it would spell trouble. However, if you accompany us, your safety would be significantly increased. Is there absolutely no danger in joining you?" Chung Su questioned further. "We cannot guarantee that. As the world has changed and conditions worsen daily, we ourselves cannot assure our survival. We merely seek warmth in numbers," the man replied. Chang Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged a glance, opting for silence. They felt that traveling with Chu Xiu, along with the orange cat and the spotted dog, offered greater safety than aligning with these strangers. "Very well, we do not expect an immediate answer. Take your time to consider. When you have made your decision, come find us at the Wuhan base," the leader said. They then began to produce supplies, placing them on the terminal before the two. Chung Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were surprised to see that the items included ordinary goods, clothing, and blankets, laid out before them. "Can these items be exchanged?" Chung Su couldn't help but inquire. Initially, they had exchanged zombie cores for gold coins. Such mundane items surely could not yield currency. "It's merely an experiment." A cute girl beside them answered, her gaze fixed upon Chu Xiu, longing to reach out and touch it. Though she was indeed an attractive girl, not just anyone could touch his cat. Thus, when she stretched her hand forward, Chu Xiu swatted it away, denying her access. "My cat dislikes strangers," Chang Su remarked. "All right then," the girl pouted, her expression becoming even more endearing. However, Chu Xiu paid her no mind, focusing instead on the terminal, which astonishingly accepted all the supplies. To think so many blankets and clothes would only yield 2 gold coins. Someone from the opposing team complained. "Really? These items can also be exchanged?" Chung Su asked, astonished. "Isn't it only the cores that can be traded for gold?" "The cores can be exchanged, but who would part with them? They are invaluable for enhancing one's abilities." A handsome young man from the other group responded. "Are you truly exchanging cores for gold coins?" The cute girl guessed, unable to contain her curiosity. "Indeed," Chang Su affirmed. The girl covered her mouth, giggling, while a cold-faced beauty beside her scoffed, "Fool." Chapter 46. Departure. Thus, Chang Su and Zhang Jiaxuan both turned their gazes towards Chu Xiu. With a soft meow, Chu Xiu leapt down from Chung Su's shoulder. "What does it matter if I possess an abundance of crystal cores?" it thought. It hopped behind the leading man, eager to discern the worth of their shabby trinkets, only to realize that this cursed system was indeed a scam. The items purchased at the supermarket had to be exchanged on a 1-to-1 basis. Yet returning these same items for recycling yielded a ratio closer to 1 to 10 or even 1 to 100, akin to the prices offered for scrap. However, at present, many supermarkets were brimming with unclaimed goods, and the docks were certainly teeming with resources. If they could reach the docks and summon the supermarket, it would undoubtedly lead to a lucrative venture. With this thought, Chu Xiu's mind began to race. Being a coastal city, they were not far from the docks. A quick glance at the system revealed that the distance from the supermarket to the docks was merely 30 to 40 kilometers. What a prospect, compared to battling zombies. This method would surely yield quicker rewards. The utility of system coins was manifold. They were essential for purchasing items and unlocking additional system functions. While zombie crystal cores were indispensable for leveling up, in the future, They might even serve as a universal currency in this world. Thus, it was imperative not to squander these cores. First, they should gather some ordinary supplies to exchange for more coins, while simultaneously fending off zombies to enhance their levels. Once they reached level 10, they could acquire a technique from the demon race and cultivate in peace. What a delightful thought. With this in mind, Chu Xiu communicated with Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan through the system. They nodded in agreement and disregarded the group, making their way toward the supermarket's exit. Stop. However, as they attempted to leave, the group called out to them. Do you have any business with us? Cheng Su turned, his voice as gentle and harmless as ever. The group was momentarily entranced by Cheng Su's melodious tone, only to realize they had already stepped outside the supermarket. Oh no, we've been ensnared. The leading man was the first to recover, shouting loudly, prompting the others to snap back to reality. What just happened? They exclaimed, awakening from their stupor. It must be his ability, the leader mused, his gaze sharp as lightning. Indeed, those chosen by the system were anything but ordinary. What kind of person gets selected by the system? A curious girl inquired. We're not sure. Perhaps it's a random selection, someone replied. Setting that aside, do you think those two who just left could pose a threat to our Wuhan camp? The girl expressed her concerns. Unlikely. Besides, our camp is filled with experts. So we needn't fear them, the leader assured. Then why did they choose to confront us? The girl questioned, confusion etched on her face. I haven't even had a chance to examine their cat. That cat seems unusual as well, another member of the group remarked. Indeed. Anything that survives in the apocalypse is far from ordinary, the cool beauty interjected. As they spoke, the group finished exchanging their goods and deliberated on entering the supermarket. Impressive. Cheng Su, I didn't expect your ability to be quite potent, Zhang Jiaxuan complimented once outside the supermarket. It was merely a brief distraction, hardly of great significance. Cheng Su replied modestly. Chapter 47. The situation escalates, I must say. Your ability is quite impressive. Chu Xiu remarked in the system chat sometimes. Mere seconds are sufficient to preserve our lives, and what's more, this power has the potential to evolve further. Indeed, Cat Mao's words hold truth. Zhang Jiaxuan chimed in. Although he spoke this aloud, for he possessed not a single coin within his system. Meow Big Orange contributed a few comments, and then Chu Xiu closed the system interface. Summoning the large orange cat, his mount, pet, and companion, whom he could never abandon. Meow Big Orange responded and emerged from the wall, accompanied by a spotted dog. Big Orange, look, what is this? Chu Xiu exclaimed, raising his paw to reveal a pill that materialized in his hand. Sweet Bean. Big Orange's eyes sparkled, instantly leaping forward. It landed before Chu Xiu, engaging in a playful stare down. Chu Xiu quickly offered the purification pill, which Big Orange happily accepted, meowing with delight before bounding into the street and letting out a loud "awoo." With that cry, a horde of zombies converged from every corner, some even crashing through windows from above. Has this situation escalated? Zhang Jiaxuan observed the growing number of zombies, his back turned to Cheng Su, swallowing nervously. It has indeed become rather significant. Cheng Su too felt a lump in his throat, acknowledging the sheer volume of zombies now approaching. They stood back to back, anxiety rising. Zhang Jiaxuan brandished his newly acquired Thunder God hammer, while Cheng Su wielded his iron rod. Big Orange, witnessing the relentless tide of zombies, grew uneasy and retreated a few steps to take shelter beneath the supermarket awning, clearly startled by the unexpected power of its own roar. Previously, its cries had not drawn such a multitude of zombies. However, things had changed. Firstly, the impact of its roar had increased significantly, and secondly, the zombies had evolved. Their hearing and sensitivity sharpened within a short span. As the gathering horde swelled, Big Orange let out another roar, this time instilling a sense of dread among many of the zombies, who paused momentarily. Like a cat snatching fish, Big Orange leapt forth, seizing the nearest zombie and delivering a crushing blow to its skull, extracting the crystal core before swiftly retreating beneath the awning. Thud. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, witnessing Big Orange's decisive action, instinctively touched their heads, pondering whether their skulls were more resilient than those of the zombies. Thankfully, Big Orange was an ally, not an adversary. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Why does Big Orange possess such formidable strength, while he remains merely a small kitten? No, he too had evolved. It was time to test his own capabilities. Thus, Chu Xiu sprang into action, first leaping onto the Thunder God hammer held by Cheng Su, then propelling himself forward to land atop a nearby zombie, striking down with his paw. Although he did manage to tear away some decayed flesh from the zombie's face, it remained mobile. Feeling disturbed, the zombie swiped at its own face, and had Chu Xiu not been quick to evade, he might have found himself in grave danger. How terrifying! Chu Xiu meowed in alarm and hastily darted back under the awning. Chapter 48. Passionate Blood in the Past. These zombies seldom ventured toward the supermarket in this post-apocalyptic world, as if a protective barrier had naturally formed around it. However, now, with the growth of these undead creatures, that protective circle has evidently shrunk. Some zombies even began to advance, their claws outstretched in a probing manner. Did these zombies not dare to approach? Zhang Jiaxuan sensed something was amiss. Surely, that must be the case. Cheng Su had already pushed open the supermarket's large door. If the zombies truly surged forth en masse, they could simply retreat inside. Yet, seeing the zombies refrain from entering, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, prompting Cheng Su to lower his hand from the door. What shall we do now? Zhang Jiaxuan pondered, gazing at the multitude of zombies surrounding them. With so many zombies encircling us, we cannot venture out. Why should we go out? Chu Xiu's voice resonated within the system. This is a rare opportunity for us. We can utilize it to hone our abilities and gather a fresh batch of crystal cores. All right. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged a determined glance with Cheng Su, both resolute in their decision. Throughout their journey, they had felt somewhat ineffectual. Initially relying on the abilities of the green vine, and later on the prowess of the large orange cat to clear their path, their own strength had been rather limited. However, with Cheng Su now possessing a supernatural ability and Zhang Jiaxuan having acquired weaponry, and given that the zombies were hesitant to press forward, what was there to fear? In a single phrase, let us go. Years of monotonous corporate life had gradually chilled their blood. The repetitive nature of their existence had dulled their passions. Yet today, their hearts raced with increasing vigor, their veins pulsing with warmth once more. The fervor of youth rekindled within them, reminding them that they had once been spirited youths. With a nod of understanding, they coordinated seamlessly. Cheng Su first employed a mesmerizing tune to bewilder some of the zombies, while Zhang Jiaxuan unleashed his Thunder God Hammer. Channeling his lightning abilities, with a single strike, a zombie fell to the ground. Chu Xiu released his little green vine, which swiftly took root, absorbing nutrients and assisting in the collection of crystal cores. Seeing their fervor, Chu Xiu was not to be outdone. Their harmonious collaboration inspired it to seek out the large orange cat for further synergy. After all, it possessed feline lineage, capable of emitting a lion's roar or a tiger's growl, both soundwave-based attacks that carried a hint of intimidation. Unfortunately, after consulting with the large orange cat, it was clear that the feline was uninterested, as it too possessed supernatural powers and formidable claws. Stay out of this, little kitty, was the implicit message the large orange cat conveyed. After enduring such unrelenting mockery, Chu Xiu sought out the spotted dog, who graciously agreed to collaborate. Thus, Chu Xiu leaped atop the spotted dog's head, either letting out a mighty roar or using its gaze to instill fear in the zombies. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The partnership of cat and dog succeeded in dispatching numerous zombies. The little green vine collected crystal cores at an astonishing rate. However, with the zombies having grown stronger, they posed a threat to the green vine as well. They could sever its roots, while a few zombies did not intimidate it. An overwhelming number instilled a sense of trepidation, prompting it to remain within the safety of its circle. Aside from harvesting crystal cores and drawing in nutrients, it occasionally stealthily dispatched a couple of zombies, consuming both their bodies and the crystal cores. Chapter 49. Making clothes for others in this peculiar band. As they engaged in a fervent battle against the zombies, the personnel from the Wuhan camp emerged from the apocalyptic supermarket. Upon opening the door, they were startled by the overwhelming horde of zombies. A closer inspection revealed that the two individuals previously in the supermarket were valiantly confronting these creatures. With each powerful blow, a zombie met its demise, leaving the onlookers somewhat astonished. The team leader, who had initially underestimated them, was taken aback by their formidable strength. The man at the forefront, with a piercing gaze, responded not with words but with a swift glance at his companion before joining the fray. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted. With their arrival, Chu Xiu felt a surge of anxiety and quickly communicated in the system group. Oh no, they're here to claim the kills. We must accelerate our efforts. Understood. Cheng Su replied promptly, exchanging a determined nod with Zhang Jiaxuan, both men resolute in their intent. Although they had been utilizing their powers for quite some time and were beginning to tire, they set aside their fatigue. Zhang Jiaxuan consumed a purification pill and a crystal core, instantly revitalizing his strength and replenishing his nearly exhausted abilities. Cheng Su followed suit, ingesting the same combination. And in an instant, The weariness dissipated, leaving them invigorated, akin to the effects of an energy bar, to combat more zombies and prevent others from claiming their kills. Chu Xiao also partook of the purification pill and crystal core, tossing a purification pill to the spotted dog. As for the crystal cores, the dog had already consumed a considerable amount during the battle. Given its massive size, it could digest numerous cores daily, even without the purification pill. It likely consumed several times more than Chu Xiao. Seeing Chu Xiao feed the spotted dog, the plump orange cat, Meow, leapt over, clearly displeased, its large, adorable eyes fixed on Chu Xiao, demanding treats. Chu Xiao obliged, tossing a purification pill into its mouth. Delighted, the orange cat let out a triumphant roar and then leaped into the throng of zombies, showcasing its prowess. Big Orange, focus, Chu Xiao quickly admonished. If it lost concentration, its little green branches would scatter, making it vulnerable to the zombie's grasp. Wow, these two are like they've been injected with adrenaline, Zhai Feiyu exclaimed, firing his weapon while unable to contain his astonishment. Their speed in collecting crystal cores surpassed their gunfire efficiency. Some of the zombies they had slain were ensnared by the green plant as well. What is their origin? It seems that both this giant cat and the dog respond to their commands, the curious Zhang Xiaochu inquired, contemplating the possibility of befriending them. Enchanted by their commanding yet adorable pets. Imagine how delightful it would be to pet such large creatures. Not only that, but look at that bizarre plant. It appears to be harvesting the zombie crystal cores, the icy beauty Li Raorao observed with narrowed eyes. Wait, the crystal cores from the zombies we've defeated are being collected by it. Zhang Xiaochu realized with growing urgency. She had taken down several zombies herself, but had yet to claim a single crystal core. Standing within the circle, she felt too apprehensive to venture out for collection. Unlike Chu Xiao's group, who efficiently fought and scavenged simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, the leader Li Yihong lowered his weapon, pondering. What is the point in battling zombies if all our efforts merely serve to benefit others? Chapter 50. Stunned, why have you ceased your actions? The gunfire was quite loud. Suddenly, Li Yihong called for everyone to stop. Cheng Su and his companion felt a sudden emptiness in their ears and turned to ask, "Are you still going to question us?" Upon seeing Cheng Su's innocent expression, Zhang Xiaochu pouted in frustration. The zombies we vanquished have become your wedding garments. Why do you say that? Cheng Su was somewhat perplexed. Aren't zombies harmful to humanity? Your extermination of these creatures surely benefits us, doesn't it? Humph. Zhang Xiaochu, infuriated by his shamelessness, turned her head away, unwilling to engage further. My friend, your actions seem rather excessive, Zhai Feiyu approached, patting Cheng Su's shoulder. Cheng Su remained dazed, still unable to comprehend the situation. Throughout their journey, it was Chu Xiao who had instructed Little Green to collect the zombie cores, and once they needed them, Chu Xiao would distribute a portion. Consequently, they hadn't given it much thought. After all, before they even reached the supermarket, the purification pills and cores were provided by Chu Xiao, so they saw no wrongdoing in this arrangement. They hadn't even realized the significant value of the cores. Though the cores could be exchanged for gold coins at the supermarket, it was also possible to obtain cores by trading for supplies at the dock. As for the cores needed for cultivation, how crucial were they? Even after consuming purification pills, their bodies could only handle a limited amount of cores daily. And they were not in short supply. In stark contrast, Li Yihong, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others at the Wuan camp had to surrender the zombie cores they collected to their superiors for centralized distribution. Moreover, their limited strength prevented them from indulging in cores as Cheng Su and his group did. Thus, this scenario exemplified the classic case of the well-fed being unaware of the hunger of the starving. Humph, pretending to be innocent while uttering repugnant words. The cold beauty, Li Raorao, turned her head away in disdain, spitting in their direction. Upon noticing that Cheng Su and his companions had halted, Chu Xiao also retreated to safety with the spotted dog and took a moment to rest. It summoned Little Green back and retrieved a large backpack. Using its paw to unzip it, Little Green then tossed all the zombie cores it had collected into the bag with a clatter. This spectacle left Li Yihong and the others with reddened eyes. I even injured a few zombies, Zhang Xiaochu said pitifully, turning her head to suppress the urge to seize the cores. Meow? Chu Xiao, confused by the unfolding events, responded by instructing Little Green to roll 3 cores and place them before her. For me? Zhang Xiaochu felt incredulous upon seeing the peculiar plant's tendrils extending towards her with the cores. Hesitantly, she reached out her hand, and as the cores landed in her palm, her expression brightened, the pout on her lips softening into a smile. Seeing her beam with joy, Chu Xiao felt pleased as well. It always had a bit more patience for adorable girls. I also defeated 5 zombies, the cold beauty, Li Raorao chimed in. However, Chu Xiu did not grant her 5 cores but instead rolled 2 towards her. Given her fierce demeanor, it naturally deducted the credit for luring the zombies from Big Orange and Little Green's share for collecting the cores. Chapter 51. The youthful passion. She had only slain 3 zombies, yet you bestowed upon her 3 crystal cores. Why is it that after I vanquished 5, I received merely 2? Holding the crystal cores in her hand, Li Raorao felt a twinge of indignation. Had it not been for the comparison with Zhang Xiaochu, she might have accepted the outcome with glee, but now, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Recognizing that the little green plant before her was not the one in charge, she turned her gaze toward Cheng Su, suspecting him of mischief. Cheng Su wore a puzzled expression. He was unaware of the situation. This little green plant was neither his pet nor under his control. You're putting on quite the act. Li Raorao's frustration intensified upon seeing his innocent demeanor, masking a cunning nature beneath. I truly don't know. This is how the pot hose distributes them, Cheng Su replied. Huh. Are you implying that a mere plant looks down upon me? Cheng Su's silence would have been preferable. The more he spoke, the more irate Li Raorao became. Hee. So your name is Pot Hose, is it? I have also dispatched 3 or 4 zombies. Might I have my crystal cores back? Zhai Fei chimed in, grinning as he addressed the pot hose. Upon witnessing his amiable approach, Chu Xiu decided to indulge them and directed the pot hose to grant him 3 crystal cores as well. Subsequently, a taciturn man named Yin Lei from Li Yihong's team stepped forward, claiming to have eliminated 5 or 6 zombies. And Chu Xiu commanded the pot hose to bestow upon him 3 crystal cores. As everyone received their cores, Li Yihong approached, solemnly declaring that he had eradicated approximately 8 zombies. Just as Chu Xiu was about to reward him with crystal cores, a sudden realization struck him. How many cores had he already dispensed? After deducting processing fees, each core could be exchanged for a purification pill. The Jew usually defeated numerous zombies, yet he had only given them a few purification pills. This group had just taken 11 crystal cores from him. That amounted to 11 purification pills. The Jew and the band had toiled intensely, yet they had not amassed such a bounty of zombie cores. Did they deserve it? Absolutely not. Thus, Chu Xiu decisively summoned the pot hose back, instructing it to zip up the backpack and store it within his space. Witnessing the pot hose retract so swiftly, a question mark slowly formed above Li Yihong's head. Was this plant deliberately targeting them? His sister, Li Raorao, had received only 2 cores, yet when his turn came, he received none at all? Boss. It seems it doesn't hold you in high regard, Zhai Fei teased. Li Yihong's expression darkened, conveying his desire for silence. Meow, you're so wonderful. Zhang Xiaochu seemed to have deciphered the underlying dynamics as she approached, squatting beside Chu Xiu and gently stroking his head, a tender smile gracing her face. Meow. Chu Xiu contentedly squinted his eyes. After so many days, he, Chu Xiu, finally felt the soothing touch of a sister, and such a charming one at that. Indeed, the comfort from a soft and adorable sister was infinitely superior to that of an anime character. Meow, 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 Chu Xiu called out several times, expressing his excitement. Observing his docility, Zhang Xiaochu lifted him, cradling him affectionately. My heavens! If this were still the time of my otaku days, I would certainly have nosebleeds. However, he had transformed into a cat now. Yet, being able to relish the softness of his sister made his metamorphosis worthwhile. He nudged his head against Zhang Xiaochu's embrace, enjoying her gentle caress. He extended his little tongue, licking her chin and neck. Zhang Xiaochu found his licks ticklish and giggled, playfully scolding him. You little perverted cat. A perverted cat? At this remark, Chu Xiu felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He sensed an affront. Having been raised under the Crimson Banner, he had always been an upright person, and as a cat, he remained equally principled. It seemed his prior affection had led her to presume he was entirely devoted to her, even going so far as to insult him. Was it because he had licked her that she thought of him as a sycophant? He, Chu Xiu, was a proud feline monarch, not a mere lickspittle. Resolutely, he extricated himself from her embrace. What need had he for his sister's softness? Thus, with feline grace, he strutted away from Zhang Xiaochu like a regal little prince, only to approach Li Raorao, meowing up at her. Oh, little cat, have you come to your sister? Upon seeing Chu Xiu approach, a rare smile flickered across Li Raorao's usually frosty visage, as if a small stone had been cast into a still pond, causing her icy demeanor to thaw slightly. She bent down, cradling Chu Xiu in her arms, her slender fingers gently stroking his head, allowing him to nestle against her. Feeling a softer and larger cushion than before, Chu Xiu closed his eyes in delight. A cozy bed must be soft and spacious to be truly comfortable. With Li Raorao's soothing presence, Chu Xiu felt all fatigue from battling zombies dissipate, wishing to drift off into slumber against her warmth. Who would have guessed that beneath her cold exterior lay a warm heart? Had he known, he would have given her 2 more crystal cores. Perhaps he had been overly harsh. However, he would make amends later. Jia Xian, don't you feel that your physique and abilities have strengthened somewhat? You seem able to absorb more crystal cores, Cheng Su quietly remarked to Zhang Jiaxian. It does feel stronger, Zhang Jiaxian nodded. It appears that our usual lack of exercise limits our ability to digest crystal core energy. After a battle, it's entirely different. Indeed, our abilities were just fervently expended. But the more thoroughly we deplete them, the more powerful our replenishment will be, Cheng Su added. Hearing his sentiments, Zhang Jiaxian hoisted his hammer and smiled at him. You're absolutely right, Asu. Have you had enough rest? Rested sufficiently, Cheng Su straightened his posture. For so long, they had been mere corporate drones, but this time, they had discovered an opportunity, a chance to grow stronger. Their youthful fervor had been reignited, and they returned to their youthful selves. In this new society, a fresh wave of reshuffling was underway. To survive, to strive for a better existence, one word encapsulated it all: fight. The two resolutely stepped out of their comfort zone and resumed the battle. Charm, lightning. Whenever fatigue struck, a crystal core would revive their spirits. Proving far more effective than a chocolate bar, Zhang Jiaxian relentlessly lifted his hammer, striking each zombie as if they were moles. Seeing them commence their work, Chu Xiu, accompanied by the pot hose, rallied Deju and Deban, urging them to join the fray. Chapter 52. A bountiful harvest. This was destined to be a one-sided slaughter. In the end, Chu Xiu could hardly recall how many purification pills and crystal cores he had consumed. Regardless, by the time they regained their senses, the Doomsday Supermarket had vanished without a trace, and beside them, they were no longer fighting alongside just Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Unbeknownst to them, Li Hong, along with Zhai Feiyu and Li Raorao, had joined the fray. With the protection of the Doomsday Supermarket gone and the safety net dissolved, they found themselves with no retreat. Only the path forward. Kill, kill, kill. The zombies dwindled in number, replaced by an overwhelming expanse of green. The green vines absorbed the zombie corpses, their own bodies spreading like a verdant tide. The battle gradually subsided, as nearly all the zombies in the vicinity were eradicated. Panting heavily, Zhang Jiaxuan was the first to collapse onto the ground. Despite the replenishing power of the zombie crystal cores, fatigue enveloped him. His hands had long lost feeling, moving only mechanically to strike down. The others were similarly exhausted, barely able to catch their breath. Cheng Su sat beside him, shielded thoroughly by the green vines. Outside, a few zombies still tested the perimeter, but the green vines swiftly dealt with them. The orange cat and the spotted dog lay on the ground, resembling frostbitten eggplants. Utterly drained, Chu Xiu was no different. In the heat of battle, it had disregarded everything. Now, its throat was hoarse, unable to emit even a meow. Truly pitiful. Beyond the physical exhaustion, an even deeper fatigue rested within. It instructed the green vines to remain vigilant, then closed its eyes to rest. Having absorbed so many zombie bodies, and secretly harnessing the energy from crystal cores, the magnitude of the green vines was beyond its comprehension. All it knew was that they had grown immensely. Even the previously formidable swarms of creatures would find it challenging to breach their defenses. After approximately 2 hours of slumber, feeling a gentle nudge against its body, it opened its eyes to see Zhang Xiaoqiu. Upon meeting its gaze, the feline's distinctive vertical pupils instilled a sense of fear in her, prompting her to retract her hand with an expression of helplessness, explaining, I just wanted to hug you. She herself could not fathom why she felt intimidated by this seemingly ordinary little cat. Perhaps it was the fierceness it displayed while battling zombies alongside the 2 other beasts. It had leapt atop their heads, occasionally emitting a fierce roar, akin to a king of beasts, evoking a primal sense of dread that compelled obedience from the depths of one's being. Upon recognizing Zhang Xiaoqiu, Chu Xiu's fur gradually relaxed, its pupils transforming from menacing slits to clear, innocuous circles. It disregarded her presence, instead opening the system to inquire in the group chat why they had not yet departed. Look up, Cheng Su replied in the chat. Raising its gaze, Chu Xiu discovered that the overwhelming foliage of the green vines had obscured the sky, enveloping them completely. No wonder it had felt as though night had fallen. The green vines permitted no one to venture outside. Any movement would trigger an assault. Cheng Su added, They all assumed I was responsible for this. Just moments ago, they wanted to aim their guns at me. He felt quite wronged. Chu Xiu remained silent. Once it sensed no danger beyond the green vines, it permitted them to part, creating an opening. Upon witnessing this, Li Yihong and the others expressed their delight. Their gazes shifting eagerly to Cheng Su, while only Zhang Xiaochu continued to observe Chu Xiu. They all believed Cheng Su was orchestrating this, while she harbored lingering doubts about the control exerted by the cat before her. Chapter 53, A Bountiful Harvest, Part 2, You are my caretaker. And you bear this burden quite well, Chu Xiu remarked in the system group, only to notice Zhang Xiaochu staring intently at him. Rising to his feet, Miao Chu Xiu queried, "Why do you gaze at me so fixedly?" It appeared that Zhang Xiaochu comprehended his words, as she extended her hand, asking, "May I hold you once more?" "Not a chance," Chu Xiu responded with a playful meow and darted towards Li Raorao. Li Raorao bent down to scoop up Chu Xiu, seemingly delighted to witness Zhang Xiaochu's moment of embarrassment. "Chu, it seems this cat prefers me," she teased. Zhang Xiaochu pouted in response. Women possess an uncanny ability to feel jealousy on behalf of this cat. Thus, Chu Xiu resolved to indulge them. With that thought, he licked Li Raorao's chin, pondering how, beneath her icy demeanor, she could be rather endearing at times. Lecherous feline, Zhang Xiaochu huffed, witnessing the scene. Chu Xiu, feeling incensed, had initially intended to shower her with affection later, but her slanderous remarks led him to disregard her entirely. While Chu Xiu engaged in this verbal sparring with the two women, Li Yihong and others conversed with Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su. "Both of you possess commendable skills and formidable abilities. Would you be interested in joining our base? At present, we do not harbor such intentions. However, should an opportunity arise in the future, we will certainly consider joining," Cheng Su replied without hesitation. Joining the base would provide protection, but would also necessitate adherence to certain regulations. In contrast, they believed that following Chu Xiu would yield greater rewards. Setting aside other matters, the bountiful gains from just today had left them trembling with exhilaration. Earlier, they had been battling zombies, and upon feeling fatigued, they consumed crystal cores and purification pills without regard for their physical condition. Now, upon review, they found their levels had ascended to level 10, and their abilities had reached level 2. Although initial advancements were relatively easy to achieve, they had never experienced such rapid progress before. They had not anticipated that today's intense battles would yield such remarkable growth. Now at level 10, they felt as if they had entered an entirely new realm. Their stamina heightened, and their physiques bolstered. They now brimmed with newfound strength. In this moment, they were not inclined to engage in empty pleasantries with Li Yihong and the others. Rather, they sought a space to test their abilities and physical prowess. However, Li Yihong and Zhai Feiyu seemed oblivious to their intentions, persistently chatting about various topics, ultimately disturbing the slumbering Deju. Upon awakening, Deju exhibited a fierce demeanor, baring its teeth and growling at them until they were rendered prostrate in fear. "Wow, how formidable!" Chu Xiu gasped, astonished at Deju's newfound prowess. Had it truly grown this powerful? It seemed that this battle had bestowed considerable benefits upon it as well. After a while, Li Yihong and the others managed to rise from the ground, their expressions betraying a flicker of fear as they regarded Deju, who wore an air of regal disdain. More importantly, with the bloodline of a myriad of cats, Deju could transform into a tiger at any moment, ready to deliver a true king's taunt. "Best be on your way. This ginger cat, and we share only a cooperative relationship. Should you provoke it, none will emerge unscathed. As for your proposition to join your Wuan base, I will contemplate it." Cheng Su began to usher them out. "You think we desire this? However, at the very least, you must share some of those crystal cores with us." Yin Lei, who had remained silent thus far, could no longer contain his candidness. Chapter 54. A modicum of share. They too are the chosen ones, individuals who value their dignity. If not for the crystal cores, why would they engage in this pretense? The suggestion of allowing them to join the base is merely a ruse to extract a portion of the crystal cores from them. Upon hearing this, Cheng Su found himself momentarily speechless. This matter held no relevance for him. He had never concerned himself with such affairs. In his previous employment, his salary card was managed by Yi Sidong, and now, amidst the apocalypse, his crystal cores were under Chu Xiu's control. All he sought was a bit of pocket money. Thus this notion never crossed his mind. "The crystal cores are in Green Ivy's possession. I have none," he stated. Li Hong and the others trembled with rage at Cheng Su's words. The colossal entity was undeniably under their control. Yet they refused to part with even a single crystal core. What utter shamelessness! Zhai Feiyu could no longer restrain himself, ready to eliminate them. Li Yihong grasped his hand, taking a deep breath. "Brother Cheng Su, your actions seem rather unprincipled, do they not? We have fought alongside you, not without toil, even if we lacked merit. Indeed, you withhold a single crystal core from us. Is that not excessive? Zhai Feiyu exclaimed in anger. I thought you were all honorable, yet here we are. However, Cheng Su turned his gaze towards Chu Xiao, who was engrossed in interaction with the icy beauty, paying no heed to their plight. He redirected his attention to Zhang Jiaxuan. Jiaxuan, what do you propose we do? Since the crystal cores are with green ivy, let them fetch it themselves, Zhang Jiaxuan replied thoughtfully. How outrageous! Zhai Feiyu fumed, incredulous that this seemingly more straightforward youth was even more cunning. How are we to retrieve them? Unable to contain his frustration, he raised his gun at Zhang Jiaxuan. Despite Zhang Jiaxuan's seemingly innocent demeanor, he remained unfazed by the threat. After the earlier battle, he merely approached the roots of green ivy, extracted a crystal core, and said, This is how you pick them. After tossing one crystal core into his mouth, he retrieved another and did the same. Seeing Li Yihong and the others stand idle, he grew irate. If you want the crystal cores, why not gather them yourselves? Little Green has worked diligently to gather these cores. Must it also deliver them to your hands? Is it truly possible to pick them? Zhai Feiyu inquired, glancing at the tranquil green ivy, cautiously approaching to pluck a crystal core entwined within its tendrils. However, as he reached out, his hand was ensnared. A gigantic vine shot forth from afar, knocking him to the ground. Lying there, Zhai Feiyu aimed his gun at Zhang Jiaxuan and his companion. Is this what you meant by easily plucked? Li Hong and the others followed suit, training their weapons on the duo. Zhang Jiaxuan's face flushed slightly. It is illogical for me to be able to pick them while you cannot. I believe these crystal cores do not belong to you. Perhaps you might try your luck elsewhere. They certainly do not belong to you. Zhai Feiyu seethed, nearly spitting blood in frustration. We have just fought side by side. Isn't it rather treacherous to burn bridges? Yin Lei interjected, prompting another flush to Zhang Jiaxuan's cheeks. He hastily approached the vines of green ivy, methodically plucking crystal cores and handing them to Yin Lei. Here, take these. Is that satisfactory? Beyond this, I cannot reach. Chapter 55. Setting sail again, observing Zhang Jiaxuan's earnest expression, devoid of any signs of deceit, and noting that he even assisted them in gathering crystal cores. Zhai Feiyu and the others began to feel that they might have misjudged him. Their hearts weighed with a tinge of regret. Hey, is this little green demon plant truly not under your control? Zhai Feiyu inquired. I assure you, it is not I who controls it, Zhang Jiaxuan clarified. It is under its own dominion, Zhang Xiaochu interjected, gesturing towards Chu Xiao, cradled in Li Rioleo's arms. If you wish to inquire, you might as well ask it directly. Chu Xiao, upon hearing this, nearly leaped in exasperation. You, Zhang Xiaochu, how dare you betray me like this when our names share the character Chu? I thought you were mild-mannered. Xiaochu, are you suggesting that a mere cat has dominion over a demon plant? Are you jesting? Zhai Feiyu was the first to express disbelief. In this world, where humans can transform into zombies and plants can attain sentience, what phenomena are beyond the realm of possibility? Zhang Xiaochu countered. Seeing that Zhai Feiyu and the others remained skeptical, Zhang Xiaochu approached Li Raolao and pointed at Chu Xiao, demanding, You tell them, is it not your doing? What do you mean by my doing? This is becoming increasingly absurd, Chu Xiao retorted. Please do not press my cat further. The green vine has dispersed. If you wish to leave, do so, Cheng Su interjected, picking up Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, having lost interest in their banter, merely issued a command to the little green plant, retracting its sprawling vines and producing a bucket. The green vine used its roots to open the bucket lid and deposited all the collected crystal cores within. Subsequently, the green vine vanished, along with the bucket brimming with crystal cores. Indeed, it was you. Zhai Feiyu stepped forward, intent on seizing Chu Xiao. However, before he could react, he found himself engulfed in a sea of crystal cores, surrounded by an abundance of zombie crystal cores. Overjoyed, Zhai Feiyu eagerly gathered the crystal cores, a smile of delight adorning his face. Meanwhile, Li Yihong and the others fell into an illusion. When they regained consciousness, Cheng Su and the others had long since vanished. Li Yihong was the first to awaken, alerting his teammates, Quick, wake up. It's an illusion, Li Raolao remarked. Moments ago, she too had been ensnared in a fantasy, where she was living in an era of peace, tending to cats and dogs. Yet upon awakening, she realized it had merely been a dream. It was their doing. Yin Lei stated calmly from the side. I underestimated them, who knew they were not only the chosen ones but possessed such formidable abilities, Zhai Feiyu commented. You have already acknowledged them as the chosen ones. Is it so surprising that they wield formidable powers? Zhang Xiaochu replied. When will I possess such powers? Zhai Feiyu lamented. Consume more crystal cores, and you shall, Li Yihong comforted. Do not fret, you will undoubtedly gain abilities. If all else fails, we still have the supermarket. Wait, crystal cores? It was only then that Zhai Feiyu noticed a black backpack clutched in his hand, filled with numerous crystal cores. Humph, at least it shows some conscience. Zhang Xiaochu remarked as she approached, glancing at the contents of the bag. Indeed, it appears they are not entirely wicked, Li Yihan concurred. At that moment, Cheng Su and the others, whom they deemed not entirely wicked, were swiftly making their way to the coast aboard a large orange and a large spotted cat to gather supplies. Chapter 56. The port. Is this the port dock? How magnificent! Cheng Su exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. Zhang Jiaxuan also lifted his gaze, and even Chu Xiu, along with Big Orange and Big Spot, gazed upward in wonder. The colossal containers and towering cranes evoked an overwhelming feeling of insignificance in the presence of such grandeur. Although the world had undeniably progressed technologically, a natural disaster had disrupted all human endeavors, prompting a profound reflection on the triviality of human actions in the face of nature. Whether they cherished or neglected the environment, humanity would ultimately suffer the consequences, while the planet itself would endure. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu began to assess the potential value of the containers. Food was off the table for trade, so he released Green Radish to assist in discerning the contents of the containers. Having collaborated for some time, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan had developed a certain rapport with him. As Chu Xiu directed Green Radish to open the containers, they set about investigating the treasures concealed within. Toys, clothing, delightful books, Qingdou beer. Qingdou beer? Upon hearing the mention of beer, Chu Xiu approached and collected the entire container. In this harsh post-apocalyptic world, as described in the web novels of his previous life, beer would likely become a strategic commodity, thus it was prudent to secure it. A box full of chocolate was another delightful discovery, prompting Chu Xiu to have it gathered as well. Their levels had now reached 10, expanding their storage capacity to 13 slots. However, even with ample space, they could not utilize it all for containers. They needed to reserve some for essential items such as weapons and a modest supply of food. Otherwise, extracting an item would mean retrieving an entire container, which was impractical. Calculating meticulously, they decided to reserve 3 slots for future needs, allowing 10 slots for other items. Although Chu Xiu lacked weapons, he needed to allocate space for various crystals and elixirs, thus he too was left with 10 slots. Yet, 10 slots were already quite commendable. The provisions from 10 containers would sustain them for a lifetime without the need for food or drink, especially since upon reaching level 10, they could invest in a preservation feature for their storage slots. However, at a cost of 1,000 gold coins per preservation slot, most would hesitate. Chu Xiu planned to address that after selling the port's goods. After a half-day of partial selection, everyone's storage was filled to capacity. Cheng Su gazed at the densely packed containers and remarked, "There are still so many. Should we make a few more trips? The nearest supermarket is 200 kilometers away, and its location is constantly shifting," Zhang Jiaxuan noted calmly as he opened the system map. It was evident from the map that these supermarkets were in a state of constant flux. "Is this all we can take?" Cheng Su lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. "We've gathered more than enough. Let us be content," Zhang Jiaxuan reassured him. "Don't worry, just watch me," Chu Xiu interjected, turning to them with a mischievous smile before spending 200 gold coins to summon an apocalyptic supermarket. Chapter 57. Selling off grandfather's land. Meow. Did you do this? A flash of crimson light illuminated the desolate ground, and suddenly, a supermarket materialized, which was truly unfathomable. The post-apocalyptic supermarket possessed a summoning function. Chu Xiu briefly elucidated this to them within the system. "Oh, is that so? How come I didn't see it? Where is it?" Cheng Su inquired eagerly. The summoning feature of this supermarket appeared rather intriguing, and he yearned to possess it. "It's futile. Only the first person to enter the supermarket can utilize it. And each summoning requires 200 gold coins," Chu Xiu further explained, before adding, "Enough talk. Let us commence the transportation of supplies." The terminal machine at the supermarket appeared modest, and they were uncertain whether they could release the container after storing it there. However, when Cheng Su and his companion began their labor as porters, Chu Xiu soon realized he had overthought the situation. The post-apocalyptic supermarket defied all common sense, proving to be omnipotent. Before the terminal machine, a container of supplies automatically shrank into a small box, and then the value of the goods was displayed. The worth of this container amounted to 1,000 gold coins. Upon seeing the value displayed, Cheng Su and his companion were at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. In reality, a container of supplies would never be purchased for a mere $1,000, yet here, it was valued at only 1,000 gold coins. It is worth noting that the pricing in this post-apocalyptic supermarket was rather peculiar. Even a bottle of water cost 2 gold coins. Was this entire box of supplies not worth at least 500 bottles of water? If engaging in transactions with the post-apocalyptic supermarket were akin to conducting business, then this establishment was nothing short of a cunning merchant. Nevertheless, despite being unscrupulous, it still engaged in the necessary trades. After all, while the supplies were precious, they did not belong to them, so selling them off cheaply was of little consequence. Before long, through the diligent efforts of Chu Xiu, Cheng Su, and Zhang Jiaxuan, the containers at the port gradually diminished. Once they sold off these containers, Chu Xiu, eyeing the iron frames, devised another scheme. He decided to sell those as well. The once mountainous piles at the port had been transformed into an empty expanse, devoid of even a single iron frame. Were it not for the immovable structures, Chu Xiu would have considered selling the buildings too. Nevertheless, even so, they had amassed a considerable fortune. Each person's gold count reached 7 figures. 7 figures, how many items could that procure? Thus, their next step was to enter the supermarket together and indulge in a shopping spree. Having reached level 10, they could now ascend to the upper floor. The wondrous items on the first floor no longer held their interest. They headed straight for the second floor. If the first floor resembled an enormous grocery store, the second floor exuded a sense of technological sophistication, with white walls and glass shelves. Each item exquisitely crafted. Even the bottles for elixirs appeared more aesthetically pleasing. Chu Xiu first purchased a bone transformation pill. With this, he would be able to speak human language. He pondered why, as a cat, he desired to speak like a human. Perhaps it was due to inheriting all the innate talents of felines while lacking the ability to communicate in cat language. In addition to the bone transformation pill, the second floor boasted a plethora of exceptional items, including level 2 purification pills and various elixirs suitable for cultivation. This implied that Chu Xiu could finally practice some extraordinary techniques, such as cultivating immortality. Marvelous abilities like lightning manipulation and water manipulation could all be realized through the path of cultivation. Chapter 58. No heartache upon reaching level 10. It became necessary to purchase level 2 purification pills, which are priced at a staggering 100 gold coins, double that of the level 1 pills, which cost only 10. Thus, the once optimistic Chu Xiu, who believed himself to be affluent, now realized that his wealth was not as substantial as he had imagined. Prices seemed to have surged, and the second floor was replete with enticing treasures. Chu Xiu acquired a tome on the cultivation techniques of mystical creatures, titled Bodhi Tiger and Dragon Method. This method perfectly suited him, given his feline lineage. However, the tome was rather costly, requiring an expenditure of 10,000 gold coins. Fortunately, with over 1 million gold coins at his disposal, this amount was not overly burdensome. In addition to this fundamental cultivation technique, Chu Xiu also procured a spell. Currently in his cat form, many techniques were ill-suited for him. Eventually, he settled on Windblade technique, which allows him to unleash 3 wind blades with a mere opening of his mouth upon mastering the initial stage. At higher levels, he could release as many as 9 wind blades. Apart from these, a plethora of immortal cultivation techniques caught his eye, yet many were tailored for humans, with fewer designed for felines. Perhaps the creator had never anticipated that a cat would emerge as the chosen one. Having selected his techniques, Chu Xiu purchased various elixirs, primarily aimed at enhancing cultivation. After all, in the realm of immortal cultivation, relying solely on time without the aid of potions could result in stagnation for decades, while others might elevate their abilities significantly in that span. Additionally, he acquired a storage bell to wear around his neck, which jingled pleasantly as he walked. Although storage compartments were useful, each could only hold a single item. They cleverly used a container as one item, allowing for multiple possessions, but retrieval was rather inconvenient. The storage bell, however, functioned differently. With just a thought, he could access any item, regardless of the variety, as it operated on a spatial basis. Chu Xiu considered placing larger items in the container while keeping more accessible items in the storage bell. He had amassed a considerable collection of goods, as had Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Who doesn't harbor dreams of soaring through the skies? Both had also purchased cultivation techniques and elixirs, eager to explore the possibility of becoming immortal. After all, the flora and fauna of this world had mutated, and one could only speculate about the increased concentration of spiritual energy. Shall we also acquire a mobile dwelling? Chu Xiu proposed when the trio reconvened at the supermarket terminal. Who just spoke? Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. Meow meow, could it be you? Cheng Su inquired, looking at Chu Xiu. Indeed, It is I, Chu Xiu affirmed. I purchased a bone transformation pill, which has removed the obstruction in my throat, enabling me to converse with you at any time. Surprised? Quite surprised, although it feels somewhat unusual, Chang Su admitted. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Even cats can now speak, he added. What is there to feel unusual about? We are all chosen ones. As long as we diligently cultivate, who knows, perhaps one day. Meow Meow could transform into a human, remarked Zhang Jiaxuan, who, though typically quiet, displayed a remarkable capacity for acceptance. True, Chang Su nodded gravely, contemplating the cultivation technique in his hands. Chapter 59. Mobile homes, please refrain from calling me Meow Meow. It sounds rather effeminate. Address me as Chu Xiu instead. Chu Xiu remarked. Chu Xiu, is that the name your previous owner bestowed upon you? Chang Su inquired. Does it imply that your former owner had the surname Chu and was fond of the character Xiu, hence the name? I am uncertain, perhaps that is the case. Chu Xiu replied, wishing to evade further discussion regarding his name. He continued, I have observed that the world is ever-changing. We should acquire a mobile home, allowing us to cultivate our skills in tranquility, for as cultivators, we are most averse to disturbances. Indeed, Chang Su nodded. Yet, his curiosity about Chu Xiu overshadowed his interest in purchasing a home. He asked, Meow Meow, I mean, Chu Xiu, what was life like for your kind? Do you genuinely perceive us as mere caretakers? Roughly speaking, Chu Xiu answered earnestly. Each cat possesses a unique temperament. Some are gentle and reliant on their owners, while others exude a sense of pride. As a devoted cat enthusiast for many years, Chu Xiu had a fair understanding of felines. Yes, you are right. Every cat is indeed one of a kind, Chang Su nodded, displaying a deep affection for cats. By the way, Chu Xiu, I am curious about another matter. Why are you so intelligent? Chang Su queried further. Of course I am intelligent. I am the cat emperor, Chu Xiu proclaimed boldly. Were you always this clever? Zhang Jiaxuan, intrigued, asked, recalling the haughty demeanor of the cats he had fed before the apocalypse. Did they truly comprehend everything about humanity, perhaps even mocking them in secret? Not at all, Chu Xiu shook his head. Though I am the cat emperor, I was rather oblivious until recently when I experienced a sudden awakening. I see, Zhang Jiaxuan reflected, connecting the dots to the crimson clouds and rain that heralded the apocalypse. As if gaining insight into certain truths. Let us proceed to the supermarket and select a suitable home, Chu Xiu urged, hastening them towards the task at hand. He had previously noticed that the supermarket in the apocalypse also offered homes for sale. He pondered whether these houses shared the same protective qualities as the supermarket, impervious to the threats of zombies and mutated flora and fauna. If that were the case, their value would be significant, as it would equate to a sanctuary. Although many houses still existed on this planet, Chu Xiu believed that, over time, their safety would diminish, and they might even collapse. After all, these plants could grow to enormous sizes. If they proliferated like the pothos and the climbing ivy he had encountered, it would not be long before these structures succumbed to ruin. Furthermore, with the increasing size of animals, could these homes withstand their trampling? Additionally, the presence of superhumans, who could inflict damage upon buildings during their battles with zombies, compounded the urgency of acquiring a safe haven. Speaking of homes, I made a down payment and have been repaying loans for 2 years, yet I have never set foot in it, Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, unable to suppress his thoughts. As a formidable individual managing a company, despite his previous struggles with hair loss, his income remained substantial, allowing him to afford a home and its down payment in this densely populated city. Brother, consider this. You owe the bank millions, yet you need not repay a single cent now. With so many homes available here, you can reside wherever you please, Chu Xiu reassured him. Chapter 60. The cottage. You are right. Zhang Jiaxuan nodded earnestly. Although the apocalypse had only just begun, he had matured rapidly amidst the upheaval. No longer the young wage slave who toiled for cars, houses, and money. Let us select a mobile home, akin to Hal's moving castle, Chang Su suggested, his confidence buoyed by the substantial gold in his account. The people of Huagua, much like those from Chuxiu, harbored an obsession with owning property, believing that a house was synonymous with a home, a sanctuary for survival. This sentiment resonated with both Zhang Jiaxuan and Chang Su. Having reached a consensus, they ventured into the supermarket to peruse the available homes. However, the prices were steep. The most modest cottage, a mere 10 square meters, cost a staggering 100,000 gold coins, while a slightly better bungalow of 100 square meters was priced at 1 million coins. As for villas and castles, they were luxuries beyond their reach. Upon seeing these prices, Chang Su shook his head repeatedly. These prices are hardly affordable. They mirror the real estate market back home. Indeed, they cannot be directly compared to real-world prices, Zhang Jiaxuan replied, his brow furrowed. As men, they could not share a dwelling, at the very least. They would need a 100-square-meter bungalow. Yet, at 1 million gold coins, the value of gold was immense. And investing such a sum in a home felt questionable. They still needed to purchase elixirs for cultivation and many other wondrous items, all relying on gold. It was difficult to part with such a significant amount for a house. While you may hesitate, I shall proceed with the purchase, Chu Xiu declared, decisively acquiring a cottage. Though he could afford 1 million coins, he was reluctant to spend it all at once. Instead, he opted for a modest cottage to test the waters. Considering his small stature akin to a kitten, 10 square meters would suffice. The cottage could not be retrieved directly from the supermarket. So Chu Xiu placed an order through the system. Upon reaching the checkout, he beheld a miniature home. Exiting the supermarket, it seemed the moment had come. As the apocalyptic supermarket vanished in a flash of light, while the cottage in Chu Xiu's hands expanded into a 10-square-meter abode. Notably, despite its small size, the cottage was accessible only to its owner, Chu Xiu. Once inside, he surveyed the space and found it remarkably equipped, though it appeared a simple cottage from the outside. It boasted modern amenities within, water and electricity, a 1.5-square-meter bathroom, a 2-square-meter kitchen, and a 6.5-square-meter bedroom that doubled as a living room. Additionally, he discovered an electronic panel by the door, allowing him to set up an iris recognition system to permit entry for friends and pets. After a brief exploration of the cottage, Chu Xiu did not configure the iris recognition for Ching Su and the others. Instead, he invited them to attempt to intrude upon his dwelling, even encouraging them to set fires, pour water, and unleash electricity outside. Ching Su and the others complied. But the cottage seemed to exist in a different realm, impervious to their actions. Even a swipe from the large orange cat failed to breach its defenses. Indeed, the supermarket's offerings were of exceptional quality. Despite its shortcomings, the value of the goods was indisputable. The expenditure of 100,000 gold coins was well worth it. With this cottage, Chu Xiu could revel in leisure while others struggled for survival in the apocalypse, effortlessly securing victory. Chapter 61. The Cottage, Part 2. No, it cannot be complacent. It must acquire a larger abode and attract beautiful maidens. Contemplating this, it glanced disdainfully at the rough men, Chu Xiu and Zhang Jiaxuan, by its side. Now that it had purchased a house, why were these two coarse fellows still accompanying it? Where, indeed, were the lovely ladies? It seemed to have completely forgotten about Zhang Xiaochu and Li Raorao. It also neglected to recall its own misdeeds. After all, the charming girl had merely called it a lecherous cat, and it had begun to scorn her. The icy beauty had embraced it for so long, yet it had even withheld the zombie crystal cores from her. How utterly outrageous. And now, it audaciously dared to complain about the absence of maidens, displaying an utter lack of humanity. Oh, but wait, it was currently a cat. Lacking humanity was, in fact, quite normal. Can we reside in this house? Cheng Su inquired. It seemed that none of their previous attempts at attack had affected the cottage, which left them feeling a twinge of envy. Of course, Chu Xiu replied, pulling out a panel to authenticate their access, and did the same for Deju and Deban. It simply could not help being benevolent, treating everyone equally. Although accommodating Deban and Deju in its petite cottage might be a stretch, it could allow them to stay outside most of the time, ensuring they could seek refuge if danger ever arose. After authenticating them, Chu Xiu had a thought and retracted the cottage. Once the cottage was stored away, it was cleverly condensed into an icon on the system page. Say, if you enter and I retract the house, will it still be possible? Chu Xiu pondered aloud. Uncertain. The two replied, shaking their heads. Thus, Chu Xiu set the house down once more in the open space and suggested, why not give it a try? All right then. Cheng Su nodded in agreement, stepping inside the cottage as a test subject. Chu Xiu attempted to retract the house, but the system indicated that living beings were present inside, resulting in a failed retrieval. Apparently, retraction could only occur when no living entities occupied the space. Chu Xiu relayed this information to the two. That's quite satisfactory, they remarked, unfazed by the situation. They then turned to Chu Xiu, saying, Meow, can you still summon that supermarket? We wish to purchase one too. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu attempted to summon it through the system, only to be met with the frustrating message that summoning could only occur once every 3 days. What nonsense! Just the other day, I thought the prices were exorbitant, and now they deny me this opportunity, it thought in exasperation. Would it be possible to pay extra? It communicated with the system. Paying extra is permissible. For 100,000 gold coins, you may upgrade to unlimited summons. A notification suddenly appeared beside the apocalyptic supermarket. This insufferable system is truly unbearable, Chu Xiu muttered, before addressing Cheng Su and the others. Can't you aspire to something greater? Let us save to buy a spacious flat or a villa, instead of longing for this modest cottage. Isn't it a matter of affordability? A single cottage suffices. Zhang Jiaxuan interjected. With the remaining funds, we could purchase more elixirs or weapons. TSK, lacking ambition, one cottage is hardly adequate. What about when you wish to marry and have children? At the very least, a flat is necessary, Chu Xiu countered. Meow? You're not suggesting you can't summon it anymore, are you? Cheng Su whispered in inquiry. Chapter 62. Hair down to the waist with a wide-eyed glare. Chu Xiu exclaimed. Who said that? Nonsense. Faced with Cheng Su's half-smiling gaze, he reluctantly conceded. This troublesome system could only summon once every 3 days. Summoning once every 3 days is still quite decent, Cheng Su replied. Chu Xiu, with a feigned indignation, continued, I haven't finished. If you are willing to pay 100,000 gold coins, you will have the ability to summon this supermarket whenever you wish. What are we waiting for? I'll transfer 100,000 gold coins right now. Zhang Jiaxuan interjected eagerly, before Chu Xiu could respond. An amount of 100,000 gold coins had already been transferred from Zhang Jiaxuan's account. Stunned by the sudden influx of gold, Chu Xiu blinked in disbelief. You transferred 100,000 without even batting an eye. We are friends, after all. Moreover, it's for unlocking the supermarket privileges, which is worthwhile, Zhang Jiaxuan explained. Noticing Chu Xiu's silence, he added, think about it. If we encounter danger in the future, being able to summon this supermarket means we can procure supplies in a timely manner. Just hiding in the supermarket could help us evade danger, right? Chu Xiu nodded thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, by the way, have you purchased hair growth pills yet? Zhang Jiaxuan looked perplexed. What do you mean? I believe your thinning hair does not match your wise persona. Once we summon the supermarket, I will gift you a hair growth pill, Chu Xiu said. Manipulating the system to spend 100,000 gold coins on an upgrade and then proceeding with the summon. A flash of red light soon revealed the apocalyptic supermarket once more, as the 2 men and 1 cat entered. The large orange cat and the spotted cat had to remain outside, unable to enter the supermarket. Inside, Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su busied themselves with purchasing properties, while Chu Xiu took the opportunity to visit the elixir section in search of hair growth pills. The hair growth pills were quite affordable, costing only 10 coins each. So Chu Xiu purchased 2, considering Cheng Su's thinning crown as well. With the hair growth pills secured, Chu Xiu's mind began to race with possibilities. Is there a beauty pill as well? The supermarket boasted a plethora of elixirs, yet Chu Xiu struggled to locate one. Fortunately, the system offered a search function, allowing users to unlock it for 10,000 coins. With this feature, one could search the supermarket's app for products, and upon finding them, a map would guide them to the respective counters. You could even purchase directly through the app, and a glowing circle would appear before you, with your items promptly delivered. Though this feature was costly, it saved a considerable amount of time. After some contemplation, Chu Xiu decided to unlock it for 10,000 coins. Following this, he searched, clicked, and purchased 2 beauty pills. Once he exited the supermarket, he found Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan waiting for him at the entrance. What properties did you purchase? Chu Xiu inquired as he emerged. A thatched cottage, they replied in unison. How unambitious. What lady would be interested in you if you only own a thatched cottage? Can't you aim a little higher? I even prepared such wonderful items for you, Chu Xiu lamented as he kicked 2 bottles of elixirs towards them. What are these? Cheng Su asked. Just consume them. They're good for you, Chu Xiu encouraged. Trusting him completely, they promptly swallowed the 2 pills. Not long after, they felt their stomachs rumbling and hurried off to find a restroom. When they reappeared before Chu Xiu, they had transformed completely. Their hair was now glossy and black, and their complexions radiant as if carved from jade. They looked almost ethereal, and any woman who saw them might feel envy at their beauty. Is our hair growing too quickly? Zhang Jiaxuan mused, tugging at his locks. Previously prone to hair loss, he now felt his hair surging forth with vigor. And if this continued, it would soon drag on the ground. Not at all. Look, your hair has stopped growing already, Chu Xiu reassured him. Indeed. Once their hair reached their waists, it came to a halt. Staring at their long locks, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged bemused glances before pulling out scissors to trim their hair. To their astonishment, as soon as they cut it, their hair swiftly grew back, once again cascading down to their waists. Meow, what exactly did you give us to eat? Cheng Su felt an ominous premonition. Hair growth pills, Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly. Cheng Su picked up the discarded bottle, noticing the words hair growth pill alongside a note indicating it was for women. These hair growth pills are for girls. Cheng Su exclaimed, exasperated. What? Do hair growth pills really have a gender distinction? The world of humans is far too complicated, Chu Xiu remarked, leaping onto the large orange cat, adopting a demeanor of innocence, as if to say, don't blame me. I'm just an innocent cat. What are we going to do about this, Jiashuan? Cheng Su lamented, tugging at his long hair, feeling as though his life was ruined. How could a dignified man like him sport hair down to his waist? Just tie it up and wear a hat, Zhang Jiashuan suggested. I recall seeing many long-haired men on television. So what if their hair is long? With a classical outfit, a bun, and a jade hairpin. Along with a sword at the waist, they look quite handsome, Chu Xiu chimed in, offering his advice. Well, Cheng Su was tempted but ultimately replied, forget it. I'll just tie it up and wear a hat. Hiki, you have no idea how many would desire such luxurious black hair. How could you wish to hide it? It's a waste. Chu Xiu teased from the side. Chu Xiu, if you keep talking, we will be angry. Zhang Jiashuan shot him a glare. Being a straight man, he had no desire for long hair. Fine, say what you will. It's not my problem. I won't be the one with long hair, Chu Xiu retorted. Unable to suppress his laughter at the sight of Cheng Su and Zhang Jiashuan clumsily trying to tie their hair. Haraha. Oh, I forgot I can talk now. He chuckled, only to be met with Cheng Su and Zhang Jiashuan exchanging glances before advancing towards him, ready to catch him for a playful reprimand. A mere little cat daring to provoke humanity. Chapter 63. The honest cat. Upon witnessing the grim expressions of the two men, Chu Xiu hastily leapt aside. However, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiashuan had both undergone significant enhancements, no longer the meek and defenseless creatures they once were. After a tumultuous scuffle, Chu Xiu ultimately found itself ensnared in their grasp. What do you intend to do? Chu Xiu cried out in alarm. Ding! Cheng Su raised his hand, his fingers curling slightly in a gesture. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in horror. Its dignity was stripped away. Oh heavens, I cannot bear this. Such a sacred place has been sullied by these two foul men. With a deep sigh, Chu Xiu lamented, you two scoundrels. Ding! Yet again. It was met with the merciless precision of Cheng Su's finger, twisting its body. Chu Xiu found no escape from their clutches and resorted to bargaining with Tang Dou and Deju. The latter understood its plea and charged towards Cheng Su and Zhang Jiashuan, knocking them both to the ground, allowing Chu Xiu to finally break free. Two big scoundrels, Chu Xiu, have encountered you. What a dreadful misfortune this is. Chu Xiu leaped onto Daban's back, hurling insults at them. Wait for it, Chu Xiu. When we capture you again, your fate will be sealed. Cheng Su declared. We shall take you for sterilization, Zhang Jiashuan added, adjusting his glasses, which he had previously exchanged for at a supermarket, as he was unaccustomed to being without them. At that moment, Chu Xiu regarded them as if they were demons. How had it not realized their true nature before? Were they not supposed to be honest individuals? Now, it was uncertain whether they were indeed honest, while it had become the sole honest cat in existence. Look at this large orange cat. How cunning it appeared. It nudged them with its hefty head, playfully rolling on the ground and exposing its belly, as if inviting them for a petting session. Consequently, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiashuan completely forgot their original intent, indulging in the joy of stroking the large cat. After some playful antics, they all proceeded towards the port. At the harbor, several large ships lingered, seemingly housing zombies within. Earlier, while gathering supplies from the containers, they had heard sounds emanating from the vessels, and as they approached, the noises intensified. Awoo! The large orange cat approached one of the ships, meowing with a sense of authority, prompting a series of thuds from within the cabin. I'll handle this, Zhang Jiashuan stated, placing his hand upon the ship's side. A surge of electricity erupted from his palm, coursing through the vessel, causing the nearby zombies to collapse. After cleansing the ship with electricity, Zhang Jiashuan brandished his large iron hammer and struck the vessel with a forceful blow, significantly reducing the commotion within the cabin. Have I opened the door? Zhang Jiashuan turned and inquired. Cheng Su nodded, readying himself, and Zhang Jiashuan delivered a powerful kick, flinging the door open. Due to the earlier electric discharge, a line of zombie corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Chu Xiu summoned its green vine to assist in collecting the bodies. Subsequently, they advanced cautiously. Being a cargo ship, the layout was not particularly complex. Aside from a few zombies near the front, the rear was filled with cargo. There were no living souls aboard, only the foul odor and the bloodstains on the floor, remnants of a brutal past. If only there were water abilities to cleanse this ship, it might be useful in the future, Chu Xiu murmured to itself. Chapter 64. The big fish do not worry. Let us first focus on our cultivation. In the future, we will have the wind when needed and water when desired, Cheng Su remarked. This indeed made sense. Chu Xiu nodded, meticulously inspecting the boat. Once he confirmed there were no living creatures aboard, he stored the vessel away. Subsequently, they proceeded to clear the second and third boats. Chu Xiu instructed Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan to each take one boat. Cheng Su, puzzled, asked, "We have already acquired mobile homes. What use do we have for these boats? One can never predict when they may come in handy. It is wise to be prepared." Zhang Jiaxuan replied, I was merely inquiring." Cheng Su nodded and stored the boat. As for the remaining vessels, Chu Xiu felt no inclination to expend effort on them. He lounged in the sun atop the large orange cat, observing Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan as they worked. Once they finished, he summoned the apocalyptic supermarket and sold the remaining large boats. With this transaction, the lost gold coins returned to him. Chu Xiu felt quite pleased, affirming that indeed, one's innate talents would always prove useful, and riches lost would return. "Look at our Meow Meow, truly an erudite feline," Cheng Su remarked. When he was in high spirits, no matter how much Chu Xiu urged him to call his name, he would simply refer to him as Meow Meow. However, during less cheerful moments, he would address him by his full name. "Naturally, as a cat, I am the little prince among felines, possessing vast knowledge," Chu Xiu boasted. Then leapt onto the dock to gaze into the distance. Suddenly, he spotted a shadow gliding beneath the surface of the sea. Peering closer, his eyes widened in realization. Could it be the legendary Kuan? Hearing the commotion, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan approached and were equally astonished by the enormous shadow beneath the waves. Measuring several zhang in length and several meters in width, they had never encountered anything of such magnitude. Surely, this must be some mutated fish, Zhang Jiaxuan speculated. Glancing at the large orange cat and the large spotted cat beside him, both of whom appeared remarkably calm. Indeed, if even a small cat can transform into such a colossal form, it is not surprising that the ocean harbors countless large fish. The large orange cat joined them on the dock, and as the shadowy creature swam away, it gazed at the shoals of fish below, meowing insistently, "I want fish. I want fish." Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan could hardly bear to see the large cat behave so endearingly. One of them patted the large orange cat's head for comfort, while the other suggested, "Given that we have been tense for so long, and this place seems relatively safe, why not try our hand at fishing?" "Excellent idea." Cheng Su readily agreed. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chu Xiu refrained from comment. After such prolonged tension, a moment of relaxation was indeed welcome. Though they were not particularly brave and had their share of shortcomings, at their core, they were just ordinary people who could remain unafraid when faced with an apocalyptic world. They were already faring better than many. Meow Meow quickly summoned the apocalyptic supermarket. Cheng Su instructed Chu Xiu while simultaneously placing an order in their system. It is worth mentioning that due to their substantial consumption, they were eligible to upgrade their system, allowing them to utilize the search function and place orders through the supermarket app. Once the order was successfully placed, they could retrieve their items from any apocalyptic supermarket. All they had to do was confirm their order upon entry, making the process exceedingly convenient. This apocalyptic supermarket truly offered everything, from fishing rods to bait and other supplies. However, the prices were rather steep. When compared to pre-apocalypse prices, they were slightly lower by 100 or so, yet some items cost tens of thousands. Despite having funds, Cheng Su and his companion opted for the more economical fishing rods and bait, spending merely a few hundred gold coins. Chapter 65. The strange fish. As the bait was affixed to the hook, the fishing rod was cast with a swift motion. No sooner had the hook touched the water than a multitude of fish surged forth to nibble at it. Not merely one fish, but a whole swarm approached, devouring the bait with such fervor that it seemed they were questioning the angler why such a meager offering was provided. Some of the fish, particularly audacious, leapt out of the water, as if desperate to reach the fishermen and take a bite out of them. Cheng Su, witnessing their energetic jumps, no longer dared to continue fishing. He hastily reeled in the line, fearful that these peculiar fish might ascend along it. These creatures had undoubtedly mutated. Cheng Su remarked upon the sight of the grinning fish on the surface. Their apparent intelligence was not to be underestimated, Zhang Jiaxuan added. It appeared that the bait they had cast possessed some enigmatic properties, for, during their conversation, countless fish were seen racing towards them, a dark mass in the water. What kind of bait was produced by this apocalyptic supermarket? Zhang Jiaxuan pondered, furrowing his brow at the sight of the approaching fish. They no longer needed to fish. Merely scooping with a net would yield a substantial catch. Yet, at that moment, they hesitated to catch any fish, for while those submerged remained enigmatic, the frenzied leaps of those breaching the surface were decidedly unnerving. These fish were entirely black, and as they leaped, their mouths gaped wide, revealing a menacing array of sharp, neatly aligned teeth, which was truly terrifying. The fish leaping from the water grew increasingly formidable, soaring higher and farther. What manner of fish were these? The question was no longer whether they could catch any, but rather, even if they did, they would dare not consume them. The two instinctively took a step back, for the sight of these fish vaulting from the water, seemingly intent on attacking, was indeed alarming. Although they did not believe the fish could actually leap out of the water, the spectacle was jarring, reminiscent of their past encounters with hordes of zombies. Enough of this. You two stand back, Chushio cautioned. The relentless leaps of these strange fish would inevitably bring them closer to the fishermen. No sooner had Chushio's warning echoed than a fish leapt from the water, hurtling directly towards Zhang Jiaxuan's face, startling everyone. Fortunately, the fish fell just a few centimeters short of him, splashing back into the water. Jiaxuan, you remained remarkably composed just now. Did you calculate that? Cheng Su remarked with admiration. No, I was merely startled, Zhang Jiaxuan replied, retracting his fishing rod and brandishing his thunder hammer, retreating a step further. As more fish began to leap onto the shore, some, upon landing, were not content and sought to use the ground's force to launch themselves towards the two men. Their targets included not only the fisherman but also the large orange cat and the spotted feline. Zhang Jiaxuan engaged the fish with his thunder hammer, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck down upon a multitude of them, akin to dumplings falling from the sky. The large orange cat swiftly dispatched one with a swipe, then picked up a charred fish from the ground, eager to sample it. However, upon tasting, it promptly spat it out, its expression clearly denoting its distaste. Chapter 66. Why didn't you mention such a good thing? Could these fish possibly be zombie fish? Cheng Su scrutinized the fish that leaped onto the shore, observing them for a moment longer. It's possible, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded in agreement. Look at their eyes, they're all a grayish-white. It does seem that way, Chu Shou chimed in. Approaching the scene, using its paw, it pinned down a peculiar fish for a closer examination. Determining whether they are indeed zombie fish is rather straightforward. As Chu Shou spoke, it unleashed a blade of wind, cleaving the fish cleanly in two. Wait, when did you master the wind blade technique? The two were intrigued by Chu Shou's newly acquired skill, momentarily ignoring the wriggling fish on the ground. They had also exchanged for techniques, but had only just done so today, having yet to even open the manual. How had Chu Shou managed to succeed? Don't compare yourself to me. I am a genius, Chu Shou declared, lifting its little head proudly. Stop bragging and tell us quickly. Cheng Su approached with an expression that suggested he would seize Chu Shou's neck if it remained silent. Oh dear, you two are truly foolish, Chu Shou replied, no longer inclined to tease them. Aren't there experience pills in the Apocalypse supermarket? If you buy one, you can level up by 1 rank, but subsequent upgrades require practice. Meow, you've become devious. How could you not share such good news with us? Cheng Su said as he activated the system panel, preparing to place an order. With such a cheat available, who would still want to practice hard? Hey, what you cultivate yourself is truly yours. I advise you to remain grounded. For a lazy cat like me, being the chosen one and taking shortcuts is perfectly normal. Chu Shou continued to observe the lively fish that had been split in two. Don't give me that. We are chosen ones too. Cheng Su retorted as he located the experience pill he had purchased and ordered it without hesitation. Jiaxuan, would you like to buy some experience pills? Cheng Su asked after completing his purchase. Zhang Jiaxuan shook his head. You all can buy them. I prefer to hone my skills slowly. See, Jiaxuan has the right mindset, Chu Shou remarked. Cheng Su then said, Jiaxuan has always been exceptional. I cannot compare. I might as well take a shortcut. Stop talking nonsense and summon the supermarket already. Upon hearing Cheng Su's urging, Chu Shou rolled its eyes. Do you think summoning the supermarket is free? Each time it appears, it costs 200 gold coins, which could buy 100 bottles of mineral water or dozens of bowls of instant noodles. I'll cover the costs, you stingy little cat, Cheng Su replied. Chu Shou continued. Frugality is a commendable trait of every Blue Star citizen. Where is there even a blue star left? Just look at this gloomy sky. Cheng Su pointed at the overcast heavens, his expression somewhat despondent. Since the apocalypse began, the sky had become quite strange. It was perpetually gray during the day and pitch black at night, with occasional flashes of eerie red light on the horizon. Fine, I will summon it for you. Chu Shou said, activating the system to summon the Apocalypse supermarket while addressing Zhang Jiaxuan. Jiaxuan, go catch a couple of fish and see if these zombie fish can be exchanged for gold coins. All right, Zhang Jiaxuan agreed. Retrieving a large jar from his storage ring and using a hammer to stun 2 fish that were flopping on the shore. At that moment, Chu Xiu summoned the Apocalypse supermarket, and Cheng Su entered to procure goods, while Zhang Jiaxuan carried the fish to sell. Meow, these fish can really fetch a price. Zhang Jiaxuan exclaimed in surprise as he placed the jar onto the terminal, which displayed the prices. The jar was worth 1 gold coin, while 1 zombie fish was valued at 5 gold coins and the other at 8. Zhang Jiaxuan's voice trembled with excitement, and Chu Xiu hurried over to take a look. Jumping with enthusiasm. Quickly, buy some bait and a large net. Let us catch some fish to sell. As they spoke, Cheng Su emerged with his items. And Chu Xiu quickly warned him, don't come out, Jiaxuan, and I will catch the fish. You stay inside. Cheng Su was puzzled, but Zhang Jiaxuan clarified. Chu Xiu wants to catch fish to sell. The Apocalypse supermarket should be deserted, and it might fly away. Exactly, Chu Xiu confirmed, explaining that once summoned, it could exist for a maximum of 3 hours, but if a person exited, it would vanish immediately. These fish are quite fierce, and we lack proper containers. It would be best to net them and sell them directly in the supermarket. All right, I will stay here, just in time. I will also test the effects of this experience pill, Cheng Su replied, settling down by the supermarket's entrance, as if preparing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxuan took the newly purchased net and bait to the dock to fish. For the sake of profit, Chu Xiu had purchased a net worth 5,000 gold coins. Of exceptional quality, it had withstood several wind blades without a scratch. With the net in tow, Chu Xiu followed Zhang Jiaxuan, both eager to catch fish. After the supermarket appeared, the fish, initially startled by the absence of humans, had settled down somewhat. However, once Zhang Jiaxuan arrived, they began leaping wildly again. What is going on? Can they smell human flesh? Chu Xiu wondered aloud. Perhaps it's the bait I'm carrying in the bucket, Zhang Jiaxuan suggested. Earlier, when the bait was consumed, they were less excited. Now that there is bait again, they've become lively. Let them be excited. They'll meet their end soon enough. Chu Xiu remarked. Zhang Jiaxuan nodded and poured the entire bucket of bait into the sea. This action stirred up chaos, as the fish beneath scrambled to seize the bait. With even more fish arriving from afar, both large and small, flocking to the scene. The effect of this bait is astonishing, Chu Xiu remarked, watching the frenzy below. Is the bait provided by the system truly ordinary? Far from it. The fish below began to battle fiercely over the bait, their blood quickly staining the waters crimson. Cast the net. We must prevent them from killing each other and diminishing their value, Chu Xiu urged as Zhang Jiaxuan prepared to throw the net. Wow, this is heavy. Zhang Jiaxuan grunted, struggling as he cast the net. Despite his enhanced physique, he found it difficult to pull on the catch. Big Orange, Big Spot, come help. Chu Xiu called to the 2 lazy ones who had been hiding away. Reluctantly, they approached after several prompts. Chapter 67. The Monster Hunting Sanctuary. With the assistance of Big Orange and Big Spot, Zhang Jiaxuan finally managed to laboriously haul the net full of fish. Once the fish were brought ashore, they began to thrash energetically, attempting to bite through the net. Observing this, Zhang Jiaxuan promptly raised his hammer and struck down decisively. The electric shock caused the fish to convulse momentarily, rendering them subdued at last. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Jiaxuan exerted all his strength to transport them into the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, as if aware of the difficulty he faced in moving the fish, the terminal conveniently shifted towards him, and a luminous portal materialized nearby. Zhang Jiaxuan placed the fish onto the portal, and soon, a series of data appeared on the transparent screen, detailing the value of each fish with utmost clarity. Ultimately, this haul of fish yielded over 5,000 gold coins, covering the costs of the net and bait. After selling the fish, Zhang Jiaxuan continued to toil tirelessly, fishing and transporting, making countless trips, and earning more than 50,000 gold coins. It was indeed profitable. As the saying goes, wealth lost can be regained. Chu Xiu observed the gold coins credited to his account, radiating an aura of satisfaction. He was indeed a little money enthusiast. As the supermarket was on the verge of vanishing, Cheng Su rose and ceased his cultivation. What's wrong with being a money enthusiast? Is it a fault to love wealth? Chu Xiu remarked, seizing the moment before the supermarket disappeared to quickly order some bone-melting pills. Once they gathered their items and exited the supermarket, a flash of red light signified the supermarket's disappearance. Cheng Su, intrigued, inquired, what happens if the time expires while someone is still inside the supermarket? They might be whisked away to another location, possibly another dimension, or they could even perish. Chu Xiu replied, glancing at Cheng Su. Why not give it a try next time? I treat you so well, and yet you wish to put me in danger. Cheng Su retorted, annoyed. How am I endangering you? It's merely an experiment. One must possess a spirit of exploration and dare to be a pioneer, Chu Xiu asserted. Then why don't you go? Cheng Su countered. Because I am not human, Chu Xiu replied with righteous indignation. Cheng Su fell silent. Are we continuing to fish? Zhang Jiaxuan interjected. Although the apocalyptic supermarket had temporarily vanished, they had spent 100,000 gold coins to upgrade its functions. And summoning it again would only cost 200 gold coins. Let us proceed, Cheng Su decided. This time, I will fish, and you can cultivate in the supermarket. Agreed. Zhang Jiaxuan nodded, and thus Chu Xiu summoned the apocalyptic supermarket once more. They found comfort in their fishing endeavors, oblivious to the fact that a team of chosen ones, having endured numerous hardships to reach the supermarket, were left astounded as it vanished before their eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu and Cheng Su reveled in the thrill of fishing. Or rather, the exhilaration of earning money. The fish were both fierce and foolish, fully aware of the net and the trap, yet stubbornly rushing in. It was truly a sanctuary for coin farming. By the time Chu Xiu summoned the apocalyptic supermarket for the fourth time, night had fully descended. But the darkness did little to dampen their enthusiasm. With the aid of zombie crystal cores to replenish energy and various elixirs at hand, their fatigue was negligible aside from a slight mental strain. Thus, they resolved to seize this opportunity for a substantial gain. Chu Xiu had lost count of how many times he had summoned the apocalyptic supermarket, while the chosen ones nearby could only watch in disbelief as it flickered in and out of existence. As dawn broke, the exact amount of gold coins in Chu Xiu's account remained uncounted. Regardless, he knew that Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su would willingly transfer a portion to him, ensuring that everyone benefited equally. Here, consume this experience pill, and let us toil for another day, striving to acquire a villa, after which we can find a comfortable spot to cultivate, Chu Xiu declared, tossing the elixir to Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su, who lay sprawled on the ground. While physical fatigue could be alleviated, mental exhaustion was equally significant. Thus, while stationed at the supermarket, Chu Xiu procured a mental enhancement technique for each of them, Thousand Gods Decision, and decided to test an experience pill for himself. Even at the introductory level, mastering the first tier of Thousand Gods Decision could double one's mental acuity, a truly remarkable aid. By consuming this experience pill, you will automatically grasp the fundamentals after consumption. The operational methods will manifest in your mind. Should you choose not to pursue further training, it is unnecessary to acquire the subsequent techniques, Chu Xiu explained. Though currently a cat, the Thousand Gods Decision was also effective for him. It remained uncertain whether the experience pill could correct the pathways of the techniques or if Thousand Gods Decision was universally applicable to all beings. What kind of experience pill is this? It's remarkably effective. Upon ingestion, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan felt not fatigue, but rather a surge of vitality. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us return to work, Chu Xiu urged, and the two resumed their fishing endeavors. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu settled onto the ground, accessing the system to browse the supermarket app and examine the myriad of available goods. Given the overwhelming array of items on the supermarket app, locating the most beneficial products proved arduous. Chu Xiu intended to peruse thoroughly, as he might discover something exceptionally useful. As a cat that valued life above all, Chu Xiu prioritized his safety. Besides seeking mobile housing, he wished to acquire items capable of countering danger, preferably those that could be triggered automatically to shield him from fatal strikes. Moreover, he sought protective artifacts akin to a golden bell, capable of withstanding ordinary attacks to mitigate any potential injuries. With these two items, his safety would be assured, allowing him to navigate the apocalypse without fear. After much deliberation, he finally selected two such items, a neck ring named the Green Serpent Ring, which could negate 3 fatal strikes, and a protective artifact in the form of a small ear stud. It was not that he desired to choose other items. It was simply that bracelets or anklets were impractical for him, given that he already wore a storage ring and a neck ring. Adding another would appear rather peculiar. The ear stud, known as the Azure Flame Silver Stud, could be triggered to envelop him in a faint flame, offering resistance against certain attacks. Chapter 68. The Serpent Ring. Chu Xiu promptly placed orders for 3 of each item, his coffers now sufficiently filled with gold coins. After all, wealth is but a transient possession, while life remains the most precious treasure. After acquiring the goods, he immediately adorned himself with a share. When Cheng Su and his companion entered the supermarket, dragging a net of fish, they could not help but chuckle at the gleaming adornment on his ear. Meow meow. When did you start wearing earrings? Cheng Su remarked. After they finished selling the fish, Chu Xiu approached them, extending the items in his hands, declaring, "It's not just for me. You both must wear these as well. They serve as defensive weapons." He then proceeded to explain the two items. While wearing a collar posed no issue, the men felt somewhat uncomfortable with the idea of earrings, perceiving it as somewhat effeminate. "Chu Xiu, is there anything else?" Zhang Jiaxuan inquired. "Is it really appropriate for two grown men to wear earrings? What's inappropriate about it?" Chu Xiu retorted. "In this post-apocalyptic world, do you still adhere to such trivialities?" "Very well." Acknowledging that the items had already been purchased and knowing the supermarket would offer a meager price for returns, they resigned themselves to use them. With a firm press, they inserted the earrings. Although slightly painful, it was negligible for the two of them. After all, in this dire world, what harm could a little piercing cause? Once they had both secured the earrings, Chu Xiu produced a small ear-piercing gun. "I intended to use this for you, but since you've already pierced your ears, it seems I've wasted 10 gold coins. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Who would wish to endure such torment if comfort could be offered?" "Your speed was too swift," Chu Xiu replied, then asked, "By the way, are Big Orange and Big Spot still outside?" "They are," Zhang Jiaxuan nodded. "They've been assisting us and have been quite obedient. Then we ought to procure something for them as well." Chu Xiu pondered. "Their thick skin and hardy constitution suffice for basic physical defense. Let us buy them a serpent ring." With that, he ordered 2 additional serpent rings for Big Orange and Big Spot to take outside. The quality of these items, produced by the supermarket, allowed for resizing. Regardless of how thick their necks were, the rings would fit perfectly. By the way, the fish outside are becoming increasingly ferocious. "We should gather our haul and leave this place soon," Zhang Jiaxuan reminded. "Shall I venture out to assess the situation?" Chu Xiu inquired, curiosity piqued. "Let us wait until we've caught another netful before you go," Zhang Jiaxuan suggested. With that, the two resumed their fishing. Chu Xiu felt quite pleased. He had found 2 diligent and uncomplaining helpers. While he sat and cultivated, he could blissfully collect gold coins. The supermarket seemed to isolate him from the cacophony of the outside world, and he remained oblivious to the gathering storm. Meanwhile, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan continuously scattered bait, drawing in larger and more numerous fish, some as large as orcas, swimming toward them. At the dock, where the water was deep, the arrival of these massive fish stirred the waters violently, even destabilizing some submerged concrete pillars. "How do we catch such large fish?" Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, oblivious to the danger, contemplated how to haul them in. "I think we should avoid trying to catch them," Cheng Su said, fear creeping into his voice as he observed the ominous shapes beneath the surface. "These fish seem prehistoric, and they're of bizarre shapes. I don't believe that large black fish is a zombie fish. Should we try to catch one for Chu Xiu and Big Orange to taste?" Zhang Jiaxuan proposed. Cheng Su glanced at Big Orange and then back at Chu Xiu, steeling himself. "All right, let us net one." These large black fish were not to be underestimated. Their size and intelligence far surpassed that of the smaller fish they had encountered previously. The moment Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan surfaced, the fish recognized them as the source of their disturbance and began to hurl themselves against the concrete pillars below. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds sent shivers down their spines, causing the dock to tremble. Steeling themselves against their fear, the duo approached the dock's edge to cast their net. However, as soon as they did, a large black fish latched onto the edge of the net, pulling them both into the water. With jaws agape, they feared for their lives. But just then, the green light around their necks flickered, and 2 serpents slithered down from their necks, growing larger until they plunged into the fish's maw. As the black fish swallowed the 2 serpents, its vicious teeth snapped at them, yet it was as if it bit into foam, the serpents dissipating into nothingness. "The serpent ring saved us," Zhang Jiaxuan said, feeling a chill run down his spine as he touched the ring around his neck. Had it not been for the ring, they would likely have perished. Yet, there was no time for relief. Although they had escaped the fish's jaws, they had plunged into the water, where more black fish were converging upon them, eager to claim them as prey. Soon, the serpent ring activated once more. "Cheng Su, hurry and activate your powers, or we will surely perish here," Zhang Jiaxuan shouted, flailing in the water. "Understood." Cheng Su complied, activating his powers, though he had leveled up. Facing such colossal fish diminished the effectiveness of his abilities. After all, the beguiling melodies he wielded were a form of mental assault, and these large fish possessed greater mental fortitude than ordinary fish. In mere seconds, the black fish regained their senses, while Cheng Su, drained of energy, turned pale. Clearly, controlling these fish had taken a significant toll on his mental strength. Fortunately, thanks to his earlier consumption of the experience pill from the Thousand Gods decision. He managed to hold on for that fleeting moment. Otherwise, he feared he would have faltered even sooner. Yet, that brief moment did not yield them any respite. Zhang Jiaxuan, who had yet to begin his cultivation, could only conjure a single bolt of lightning to strike at the fish lunging toward Cheng Su. "Watch out behind you." Cheng Su, still shaken, noticed another fish charging at Zhang Jiaxuan. Zhang Jiaxuan quickly retaliated with a bolt of lightning, striking the fish that had approached from behind. Finally, he managed to swim to Cheng Su's side, their backs pressed together, providing some semblance of support. "Meow meow, come save us. We've fallen into the sea." Cheng Su sent a message to Chu Xiu through the system, while simultaneously directing his powers to control the fish surrounding them. Chapter 69. Salvation. He had consumed a pill of experience and possessed a modicum of knowledge in the art of cultivation. However, alas, even if one were to gain initial entry into the realm of cultivation, it merely amounted to the first layer of qi training. At this stage, one's internal capabilities were but a whisper, akin to that of an ordinary mortal. "Jiaxuan, think of a way quickly. I can hardly maintain control any longer," Zhang Jiaxuan exclaimed, feeling as though his scalp might explode. "Endure a little longer," he replied, grappling with a splitting headache, his extraordinary powers nearing exhaustion. Yet, unlike the previous encounters with zombies, where they could afford a moment to consume zombie cores to enhance their physical prowess, now they found themselves utterly unable to spare a hand. In the midst of this swirling chaos, countless monstrous fish lurked, their predatory gazes fixed upon them, leaving no room for distraction. It could be said that their lack of combat experience had led them to this dire predicament. Before long, two emerald serpents emerged, consuming their last chance. "You two, I am truly exasperated. You act foolishly at the critical moment." Chu Xiu's voice echoed from above. "Were the Qingyan silver nails I procured for you merely decorative? They must be activated." At times, Chu Xiu felt that the duo was astonishingly dim-witted. The Qingyan silver nails could generate a protective shield around them. And given the current strength of these monstrous fish, it was unlikely they could breach this barrier immediately. Even if they could, the shield would afford them some respite. Yet, inexplicably, these two simpletons refused to employ it. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's reminder, they finally recalled their earrings. Upon activating the Qingyan shield, their burdens indeed lightened considerably. They no longer had to fear the water arrows shot from the monstrous fish or the bites of the smaller zombie fish. "And your thatched hut, make use of it. Release it and retreat inside to cultivate," Chu Xiu urged. "But what if the hut sinks in the sea?" Cheng Su inquired. "How should I know? Regardless of whether it sinks or not, you must give it a try," Chu Xiu shouted back. Reluctantly, the two summoned their respective huts, only to be pleasantly surprised that the system's creations were of remarkable quality. These small huts floated on the water's surface, shielded from the monstrous fish. Thus, they finally retreated into the huts, temporarily escaping danger. "Tell me, are you two not foolish?" Chu Xiu, relieved to see them out of peril, sighed inwardly. The previous situation had been rather precarious. "Chu Xiu, do you have no conscience?" "We merely wish to catch a large fish for you to taste," Cheng Su said, standing at the entrance of the hut, observing the large black fish attempting to snap at them with its gaping maw, a truly fearsome sight. However, trusting the system's products, he managed to remain composed. "Is that so? I must have misjudged you," Chu Xiu replied, choosing not to ridicule them. "Now how do we ascend?" Zhang Jiaxuan furrowed his brow and asked. "Ascend for what? You can cultivate just as well inside the hut. You have already purchased the necessary resources and food," Chu Xiu stated. "But," Zhang Jiaxuan hesitated. "But what?" "Focus on your cultivation. Your skills are woefully inadequate," Chu Xiu insisted. This crisis had exposed their shortcomings. No, it was more accurate to say that, in battle, they seemed to possess no merits whatsoever. Their inherent abilities were lacking, their extraordinary powers insufficiently potent, their adaptability non-existent, and their agility unimpressive. What, then, justified their companionship with such an exceptional feline as himself? "Meow, we are trapped here. How do you intend to catch fish?" "So many fish wasted in the sea?" Cheng Su took a breath and meekly added, "Fear not, I am now a seasoned cat, capable of catching fish on my own," Chu Xiu declared, summoning his pet, Little Green. He realized, to his astonishment, that Little Green was indeed a master at fishing, with a deft flick of its tail. The once mighty black fish was swiftly ensnared and pulled ashore. "Meow, why didn't you use Little Green to save us sooner?" Cheng Su lamented, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Had Little Green simply wrapped them up and brought them along when it arrived, they would have been spared this ordeal. Now, he perceived his small hut as a mere flimsy vessel, adrift in the turbulent sea, uncertain of when it might be capsized by the waves. Chu Xiu would never admit to having overlooked this detail. He merely stated, "We cannot rely on Little Green at all times. We must learn to save ourselves. Enough talk. I will find a large pot and cook fish stew with Big Orange and Big Spot," Chu Xiu announced, and his shadow vanished from their sight. A short while later, the two heard a cheerful child's voice from the shore. "Fish, fish, what a large fish," followed by a deeper voice. "Will this fish get stuck in my throat?" Meow? Who is speaking? Cheng Su felt a twinge of anxiety. Who were these newcomers? Given their amicable relationship with Chu Xiu, would they forsake them henceforth? "It is us," came their voices in unison, followed by the appearance of a gigantic cat head and a dog head above. "You can talk now?" Cheng Su was taken aback. "Indeed." Big Orange replied with a haughty expression, though its voice was rather childish. "We could understand your speech before. Just now, Chu Xiu gave us a candy pill. And now we can speak." So that is the case. Cheng Su marveled at his own capacity for acceptance. It seemed that now he found nothing strange, regardless of the bizarre occurrences around him. "Perhaps in the future, this world will be dominated by animals," he remarked to Zhang Jiashuan, genuinely believing that the intelligence of these creatures had significantly increased. The arrival of the apocalypse may have presented an opportunity for these animals, their intelligence seemingly heightened. Indeed, the world had become incomprehensible. For instance, the small hut that had saved their lives by floating on the water. The ability to summon an apocalyptic supermarket only added to the peculiarity of their circumstances. Yet, who could truly ascertain what the world was originally like? The knowledge embedded in one's mind is merely the transmission of others. Now, it was but a reconstruction of understanding. One must admit, those who delve into programming possess a remarkable capacity for acceptance. Chapter 70. Fish Soup. Ah, meow meow, why not just pull us up? "I can no longer bear to witness these fishes gaping maws," came Cheng Su's voice from below after a brief pause. "Please call me Cat Master." Moments later, Chu Xiu's head emerged from above. To be honest, the fish were still thrashing about beneath, causing the dock to sway precariously. Chu Xiu genuinely worried that the dock might collapse under the commotion. Thus, pulling them up was indeed necessary. However, one must seize every opportunity to gain an advantage. "All right, Cat Master," he conceded. After all, he was merely a cat, and indulging him was not excessive. Cheng Su mused as a devoted cat slave. Yet, the greasy smile on Cheng Su's face sent a shiver down Chu Xiu's spine, especially after using the hair growth potion. Though their hair had thickened, it had also grown long and unkempt, with no outsiders around and neither of them tending to their hairstyles. Their disheveled locks made their faces appear even more greasy. Truth be told, standing at the hut's entrance, their hair in disarray and looking rather ragged, they resembled vagrants. "Ah, fine. I shall show mercy and pull you up," Chu Xiu declared, extending the branches of Little Green toward their hut, allowing them to grasp it. Once they were hoisted up, they retracted the hut, leaving the bizarre fish below, mouths wide open, flailing about in a fury, making a ruckus as they collided with the concrete pillars. Standing above, Cheng Su felt the swaying deck and was still a bit shaken, glancing at Chu Xiu. "Meow meow, should we leave here first, or continue fishing? Let us distance ourselves for now. After all, there is a supermarket nearby. This vast sea is our fishing pond," Chu Xiu replied with satisfaction. He had indeed found an excellent spot. It was practically a sanctuary for spawning creatures, a place where one could fish to their heart's content. However, the immediate priority was to leave, for the speed at which the strange fish were crashing into the concrete was concerning for their safety. Chu Xiu had Little Green drag the large fish to shore, then summoned the supermarket to procure a large pot and stove, along with various seasonings. Additionally, he stocked up on cultivation pills and various secret manuals, as well as experience pills. The incidents involving Cheng Su and Zhang Jiashuan served as a wake-up call. Some secret manuals, though seemingly useless, might prove invaluable in the future. For instance, this slanting moon step, once learned, would allow one to move faster than others. And after consuming an experience pill, even a cat like him could master it. Moreover, the minor teleportation technique could instantaneously transport a person several miles away. After consuming an experience pill, one could grasp it immediately. While it may not cover great distances, moving 5 or 6 meters was certainly achievable. He could utilize this teleportation technique as a form of movement, enabling him to evade enemy attacks at critical moments. Of course, where there was a minor teleportation technique, there must also exist a major teleportation technique, though Chu Xiu was not yet at a level to purchase it. Nevertheless, he managed to acquire numerous secret manuals, such as Lightning Strike, Fireball, Water Arrow, and chi manipulation. Anything he could learn, he endeavored to master. One should say he purchased an experience pill for each. Even if he fell into the water, he could fly. If swept into the earth, he could burrow. Having consumed dozens of experience pills, Chu Xiu felt a surge of confidence, as if he could conquer heaven and earth. He joyfully experimented with various manuals until he fell from the sky after exhausting the chi manipulation technique. His foundational cultivation method, Bodhi Dragon Tiger technique, was still in its infancy, and the meager spiritual energy within him could not support the extensive use of so many techniques. Meow meow, are you alright? Cheng Su hurried over. I'm fine, Chu Xiu replied, pouring some spiritual liquid into his mouth, finally feeling a modicum of strength return. What happened just now? How did you fly up, only to fall? Cheng Su inquired again. Nothing. Chu Xiu waved his paw dismissively. Such an embarrassing incident should not be recounted repeatedly. He had become overly excited while flying, only to collapse from exhaustion. Could he really share such an occurrence openly? Thankfully, his chi manipulation was just beginning, and that so-called flying was merely a few dozen meters above the ground. Otherwise, had he ascended higher, he might not have survived. He initially intended to test the powers of other manuals, but his dantian felt empty, leaving him no choice but to cultivate diligently. If only there were pills that could rapidly enhance proficiency, sparing him from arduous training. However, he realized he was wishing for too much. Having experienced pills that allowed for swift mastery was already a considerable blessing. Although he had secretly consumed an additional experience pill in hopes of further enhancing his proficiency, ultimately wasting one, he remained a diligent citizen. He merely wished to invest his finite time into endeavors of greater significance, such as eating fish, grilling fish, and savoring grilled fish. At present, watching Zhang Jiaxuan skillfully fillet the fish while Big Orange and Big Spotted frolicked nearby, Chu Xiu found himself seated in meditation, yearning for fish. Heaven knows, he was merely a cat, and sitting cross-legged for cultivation was truly exhausting. He did not wish to cultivate. He longed for fish. Oh, let them finish their tasks first. I shall indulge in the fruits of their labor, Chu Xiu thought, continuing his meditation. After a complete cycle of meditation, a few strands of spiritual energy accumulated within him. Chu Xiu retracted his paws and hurried to where Zhang Jiaxuan and the others were preparing the fish. Heavenly realms. This milky white fish soup was utterly appetizing. As for the aroma, with his now heightened feline sense of smell, it was tenfold more acute than in his previous life. The savory scent of the soup lingered at his nostrils, undeniably delectable. Meow meow meow. The normally articulate Big Orange was becoming impatient, reverting to cat talk. Do not fret. We shall each have a bowl, and the remainder shall be all yours. Zhang Jiaxuan announced, producing 3 large sea bowls. He served 1 bowl each to himself, Cheng Su, and Zhang Jiaxuan, while the remainder, pot and all, was placed on the ground for Big Orange and Big Spotted. This supermarket-grade pot, measuring 1.5 meters on each side, had diminished in quantity almost imperceptibly after dishing out 3 bowls of fish soup. However, given their current massive sizes, it remained uncertain whether this pot of fish soup would suffice. Perhaps it will? If not, let them feast on raw meat over there, he thought, recalling they had yet to finish the previous fish. If 1 fish is insufficient, then 2 shall suffice. After all, with little green around, catching fish poses no challenge. Chapter 71. Fish Soup, Part 2. Knowing that Chu Xiu appreciated a sense of ritual when it came to dining and disliked the idea of standing on the ground to lick, Zhang Jiaxuan thoughtfully brought out a table and prepared a tall stool for Chu Xiu to stand on, enabling her to dine alongside them. After elegantly finishing her fish soup, Chu Xiu let out a contented burp and glanced at Daju and Daban, who were currently embroiled in a dispute over the right to lick the pot. The cat and dog faced each other with fierce intensity. Look at you both, causing a commotion over such a trivial matter. How unbecoming. Chu Xiu approached and gestured toward the pot with her petite paw. Why not each lick one side? Ah, splendid idea. The cat and dog exchanged glances before eagerly bowing down to lick the iron pot furiously. Once they had licked it clean, Chu Xiu shook her head and remarked, "What a fuss. There are plenty of fish in the sea. If you wish to indulge, simply ask Jiaxuan and the others to prepare another pot." Upon hearing this, the cat and dog seemed to regain their senses and hurriedly approached Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su, nudging them with their heads and rubbing against their bellies affectionately. "Did you? Stop it," Zhang Jiaxuan protested, as the two felt a ticklish sensation from the persistent nudging. However, they had previously engaged in such playful interactions with the cat and dog, leading Daju and Daban to believe this was merely a human expression of affection. So, were they, in turn, pampering their humans? Chu Xiao stood by, contemplating how, after this role reversal, humans appeared to be the pets in the presence of such colossal beings. Moreover, these two extraordinary creatures were still growing, transforming before their very eyes. Each day, they seemed to expand in size, leaving one to wonder how they would appear in the future. Of course, not all animals had undergone mutations, for instance. Chu Xiao remained a petite kitten. Yet, the prevalence of mutated flora and fauna seemed quite significant, though Chu Xiao had not conducted a detailed survey. Regardless, their numbers were substantial, comprising at least more than half. A mere glance at a blade of wild grass in a crevice would suffice to confirm this. Enough, did you? Stop your antics. I shall prepare your meal, Zhang Jiaxuan relented, while Cheng Su added, I will assist as well. You get up. They both began to stoke the fire for the soup. Daju and Daban watched intently. Daju, despite having become a true orange cat, maintained an air of elegance, while Daban, with its long tongue lolling out, drooled incessantly. Daban, could you perhaps restrain yourself? You resemble a starving ghost. Daju scolded disdainfully. I am simply born this way. I cannot help it, Daban replied in a deep voice. Humph, I am too weary to argue with you. Step back a bit. Do not let your saliva drip into the soup, Daju retorted haughtily. You didn't seem to mind when we shared a pot earlier. Daban shot back. Daju fell silent. After a while, a commotion arose in the distance. Daban's ears perked up, becoming alert. This port should not have been frequented by anyone, as they had already cleared out nearby zombies. What could be happening? The noise drew nearer, revealing the familiar sound of a girl's complaints. How has this port become like this? There isn't even a single container. Chapter 72. A reunion, it defies logic. This port should be bustling with containers. Zhai Feiyu wore a puzzled expression, recalling his previous visit here with Li Yihong, when containers were plentiful. They must have been taken by someone else, Li Yihong remarked indifferently. Who? Zhai Feiyu had barely voiced his question when he spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. His gaze sharpened. It was them. Not them again, Zhang Xiaochu grumbled, visibly displeased. The group collectively expressed their reluctance to engage with them, yet their feet instinctively moved forward. Hello, Brother Zhang, Brother Chang, what a surprise to see you again. Zhai Feiyu greeted them with a radiant smile, feigning astonishment. Hello, Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su reciprocated. Genuinely surprised. After all, humans are social creatures, and they had fought alongside Li Yihong, forming a bond of sorts. What brings you here? Zhai Feiyu approached, noticing Zhang Jiaxuan and the others tending to a large pot, bubbling with a savory aroma that made one's mouth water. Recently, they had been struggling for survival. Subsisting mostly on dry rations, it was a luxury to witness them gathering to prepare cooked food. We're making fish soup with these two big fellows. Their appetites are insatiable. Zhang Jiaxuan said affectionately, reaching down to pat the large orange cat beside him, which, even while lying down, was as tall as his shoulder. Oh, Zhai Feiyu nodded. Then inquired, we just came from over there. Can you tell me where all the containers at this dock have gone? What containers? We have no idea, Chu Xiao replied, concerned that these two naive souls might inadvertently reveal too much. Who is speaking? Suddenly, Zhai Feiyu turned his head, but saw no one else around. Of course, it is your esteemed cat lord speaking, you fool. At that moment, Zhai Feiyu noticed a small figure beside the large orange cat, glaring at him disdainfully. Was it you speaking? Zhai Feiyu asked, astonished as he looked at Chu Xiao. If not me, who else could it be? Chu Xiao retorted sharply. Is it really you? You can talk? Zhai Feiyu's surprise was mirrored by the expressions of those behind him. I cannot be mistaken, can I? A cat is speaking? Zhai Feiyu turned to Li Yihong and the others for confirmation. You are not mistaken, Li Yihong affirmed with a nod. Zhai Feiyu then turned back, reaching out to grab Chu Xiao for a closer inspection. Chu Xiao, anticipating his intent, shrank back and hid beside the large orange cat. Meow? The large orange cat raised its head and let out a roar. Though it still sounded like a cat, the amplified volume was far from melodic. The warning tone in its voice compelled Zhai Feiyu to reconsider his bravado in the presence of what had previously seemed a docile creature. Touch my little meow again, and I'll end you, the large orange cat threatened, its voice unexpectedly high-pitched. Are you speaking? Zhai Feiyu turned back to the others. You are not mistaken, Li Rao confirmed, having observed closely during Chu Xiao's speech, ensuring it was not some trickery by Zhang Jiaxuan and the others. It was indeed them conversing. What is so extraordinary about us speaking? We've always been able to talk. It's just that you humans never understood. The large spotted cat chimed in, casting a disdainful glance. Zhai Feiyu, usually so talkative, found himself at a loss for words. What are you here for? Are you here to steal our fish soup? The large orange cat demanded, glaring at Zhai Feiyu and the others. When it received no response, it stood tall, towering at 3 or 4 meters. Meow. They are here to steal our fish soup. The large orange cat, feeling slighted by Zhai Feiyu's silence, bristled, turning to the large spotted cat to rally support. The large spotted cat also rose, eyeing them with a predatory gaze. Do not worry, they are not here to steal your fish soup. They merely passed by. Zhang Jiaxuan quickly reassured them. However, his efforts were in vain. The large orange cat remained obstinate. If they are not here to steal our fish soup, why have they come? It insisted. Calm down, we have plenty of fish soup. Sharing a bit with them is perfectly fine, right? Friends should learn to share. Cheng Su soothed, his gentle voice gradually calming the large orange cat. No sharing. The large orange cat insisted, still in a high-pitched tone. All right, then we won't share. We'll just let you have it all. Cheng Su continued to coax. Finally, the large orange cat's fur began to settle, but it glared at Zhai Feiyu and the others. Why are you still here? Are you hoping to be our snacks? We're leaving right now, Zhai Feiyu said hastily. Given the large orange cat's size, it might find it difficult to swallow him whole, but it could certainly bite him in half without issue. Thus, he resolved not to provoke it further. But I want some fish soup, Zhang Xiaochu piped up weakly. Ever since the apocalypse began, she hadn't had a warm meal, and the sight of the steaming pot filled with fragrant soup made her mouth water. The large orange cat shot her an angry glare, and Zhai Feiyu tugged at her hand. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Daddy Orange Cat, I just want a sip of the fish soup, please? Zhang Xiaochu pleaded, breaking free from Zhai Feiyu's grasp and running up to hug the large orange cat's leg, imploring it. The large orange cat paused, suddenly reminded of a time long ago when a human had held a can, and it had clung to their leg in a similar fashion, begging for food. Where had that human gone? Its caretaker vanished, leaving behind a haunting memory of a face twisted in fear, the last image before it had fled. Now, gazing at this little human at its feet, the large orange cat felt an unfamiliar warmth stir within. Very well, you may have a bowl, it relented. Yay, thank you. Daddy Orange Cat. Zhang Xiaochu rejoiced at the large orange cat's concession. Chapter 73, Competing for Food with Cats and Dogs? She cast a somewhat provocative glance at Chu Xiu before extending her hand toward Zhang Jiaxuan for a bowl. Zhang Jiaxuan, somewhat hesitant, handed her a bowl, which brought her joy. At last, she could savor the fish soup. Yet, they still had to wait, for the seasonings had yet to be added. Big Orange interjected, glancing at Zhang Jiaxuan. Aren't you going to add the seasonings? Zhang Jiaxuan promptly retrieved the condiments and sprinkled them into the pot. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaochu remarked, actually, you cats and dogs should consume less salt. How can it taste good without salt? She retorted, smiling as Big Orange gazed at her with round, pleading eyes. But since you all exercise so much daily, a bit more salt wouldn't hurt. Upon hearing this, Big Orange brightened up again. Xiaochu, we are in an apocalyptic world now. All the rules have changed, Li Laolao chimed in as she approached, looking at Big Orange. Can I have some? She couldn't muster the same boldness as Big Orange to beg for food, thus felt uncertain about whether Big Orange would acquiesce. Let her have some soup, suggested Chu Xiu. Nestled at Big Orange's feet, still reminiscing about Li Laolao's warm embrace. Very well, I shall allow you a small bowl, Big Orange consented. Li Laolao beamed, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Chu Xiu meowed at her, adept at charming her, and she scooped him up, planting a kiss on his face. Thank you, little kitty. Chu Xiu extended his tongue and licked her lips, replying, no need for thanks. Zhang Jiaxuan handed Li Laolao another bowl, and she nodded slightly in acknowledgement before mimicking Zhang Xiaochu's posture, leaning against Big Orange as they awaited the soup's readiness. Finally, the soup was ready, bubbling away. Zhang Jiaxuan extinguished the flame, and both Big Orange and Big Spot were eager to feast. Zhang Jiaxuan urged them to wait while he served Zhang Xiaochu and Li Laolao first. Noticing that the three men, Li Hong and his companions, stood by looking rather forlorn, he inquired, would you like some? Yes, Zhai Feiyu replied without hesitation. In the end, no one could resist the allure of the fish soup, and all requested a bowl. Big Orange, feeling somewhat disgruntled, stomped its feet and mewed plaintively until Cheng Su soothed it. Once everyone was served, Big Orange and Big Spot eagerly dug into the pot. However, as Big Orange hastily extended its tongue, it was slightly scalded. Consequently, Li Laolao utilized her ice powers to cool the surface of the iron pot, swiftly reducing its temperature. Meow! Big Orange exclaimed, delighted, nuzzling against Li Laolao before happily resuming its meal. To ensure Big Spot didn't consume more, It ate quickly and thoroughly licked one side of the pot, while Big Spot licked the other. Ah, it seems they've licked this pot before. Did you wash it after cooking the fish? Chu Xiu casually asked. No, Zhang Jiaxuan shook his head. Since it's meant for them, and they licked it clean. What is the point of washing? True, Chu Xiu agreed, feeling no particular concern. However, the expressions of Li Laolao, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others, holding their bowls, began to shift uneasily. Oh, so we are now competing with the cats and dogs for food? And consuming their saliva? What are you all looking so glum for? Chu Xiu questioned in bewilderment. We're in an apocalypse. Why do you still care about such trivialities? Indeed, aside from the two ladies still feeling a bit uneasy, Li Yihong and the others quickly came to terms with the situation. Regardless of whether this pot had been licked by cats or dogs, the aroma of the fish soup was undeniably enticing. Chapter 74. Why are you wearing a hat? After savoring the fish soup, the group reclined on the ground, accompanied by two cats and a dog, engaging in light-hearted banter that evoked a sense of long-lost relaxation. If only the sky were blue today, Zhang Xiaochu mused, leaning against the large orange cat. Indeed, how delightful it would be without the apocalypse, Li Raorao echoed. The gentleman remained silent. Who truly yearns for a post-apocalyptic world? Even Zhang Jiaxuan and Qing Su, who had fared relatively well, were haunted by the specters of death they had encountered. If given the choice, they would gladly return to their former lives as reclusive individuals. Let us refrain from such somber topics and speak of happier matters, Zhai Feiyu suggested, turning his attention to Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su. It is quite warm today. Why are you both wearing such thick hats? Isn't it obvious? It's because they are bald, Zhang Xiaochu chuckled, covering her mouth. With those noses, perhaps they were once programmers. You know what I mean. The two men exchanged a wry smile but remained silent. Could they admit that they wore hats due to their excessively long hair? Then why do you wear a hat? Chu Xiu inquired. The five of them also wore hats and donned matching gray-green uniforms, speckled with bloodstains, clearly having endured numerous fierce battles. Ah. I wear a hat simply to avoid bloodstains in my hair, Zhang Xiaochu complained as she removed her hat. Clean water was scarce these days, making it inconvenient to wash one's hair. She was petite and charming, and as Chu Xiu had imagined, her hair was styled in a bob. Previously concealed by her hat, only the ends had been visible, but now that she had removed it and tidied her hair slightly, she looked even more alluring. Chu Xiu's curiosity was piqued as he turned to Li Raorao. With a light laugh, she replied, Don't look at me. I have a buzz cut. Upon removing her hat, she indeed revealed a short hairstyle. Chu Xiu blinked in surprise. Would a woman truly sport a buzz cut? He had assumed that such a strikingly beautiful woman would have flowing waves, yet she surprised him with her bold choice. Nevertheless, beauty is beauty. The buzz cut exuded a unique charm, giving her an air of confidence. Yet, he mused, if only her hair were a bit longer. A cascade of lustrous black hair, paired with blunt bangs, alongside her icy demeanor, would create an altogether captivating presence. Why are you silent? Do you think my buzz cut is unflattering? Li Raorao inquired, glancing at Chu Xiu. Not at all. It looks great. I think it suits you, Chu Xiu replied. I've always disliked those long-haired cats. Li Raorao laughed, her voice like the sweet chime of silver bells, delightfully melodic. You smile beautifully. I believe you should smile more often, Chu Xiu suggested. You little cat. Do you even comprehend beauty and ugliness? Li Raorao questioned in astonishment. Isn't it perfectly normal for us felines to discern beauty from ugliness? Chu Xiu retorted. Chapter 75. You are beautiful curious about the perception of beauty among felines, Li Raorao inquired. What do you cats consider beautiful or ugly? Perhaps it aligns somewhat with human aesthetics, Chu Xiu replied. I cannot speak for other cats, but to me, you are exceptionally beautiful. With a laugh, Li Raorao responded to Chu Xiu's compliment, although she often presented a stern visage, resembling a frozen beauty before humans. She did not hesitate to share her smiles in Chu Xiu's company. You little kittens speak quite charmingly. Were you always so silver-tongued? She teased. Her curiosity about the feline world piqued, compelling her to seek more knowledge. I used to be rather dull-witted, but recently, my mind has become much more agile. What I previously heard from others and saw on television has suddenly crystallized, Chu Xiu explained, careful not to reveal his identity as a time traveler. I was once like that too, Diju chimed in. I used to crave cat food and sleep incessantly. While I still desire sleep, it's not as overwhelming as before, and I've come to understand much more. That's because you've become smarter, Zhang Xiaochu remarked. Listening to their conversation, Li Yihang felt a twinge of concern. Unlike Chu Xiu and his companions, who had arrived at the port with remarkable speed, Li Hang and his group had traversed a treacherous path, their experiences along the way filling them with unease. The trees lining the city's greenways had burgeoned tenfold overnight, and many buildings had collapsed. They had not encountered many animals like cats and dogs, as the city had always prioritized its appearance. By the way, how did you all suddenly acquire the ability to speak? Li Rao Rao asked again. It was the pills given to us by Cheng Su. Once we consumed them, we could speak, Chu Xiu replied. Li Rao Rao then turned her gaze to Cheng Su, who, in perfect sync with Chu Xiu, spoke without needing a reminder. They are the bone-dissolving pills sold at the post-apocalyptic supermarket. The reason they couldn't speak was due to the presence of a cartilaginous structure in their throats. Once dissolved, it would be resolved. The term cartilaginous structure was a concept borrowed from fantasy novels describing mystical beings, yet Li Yihang and his companions said nothing further, acknowledging that the world around them was already fantastical enough. Adding another layer of whimsy seemed unremarkable. After satiating their appetites and resting adequately, Li Yihang and his companions were reluctant to leave empty-handed, so they called Zhang Xiaochu and Li Rao Rao to join them. Stop petting the cat. Let us go, he urged. Li Rao Rao promptly set Chu Xiu down, donned her hat, and hurried to catch up. As this group ventured ahead to scout, Cheng Su suggested, should we warn them of the dangers ahead? Let us inform them. After all, they are human, Zhang Jiaxian replied. Consequently, Cheng Su called out loudly to them, be cautious. There are many strange fish in the sea ahead that may attack you. Understood. Zhai Feiyu responded with a grateful nod before continuing forward. What was peculiar about having fish in the sea? It would be strange if there were none. As long as they stayed away from the shore, how could these strange fish possibly venture onto land? With this thought, they focused their attention on the activity within the large workshops, wary of any potential zombie ambushes. Chapter 76. Brief retreat. Within several workshops that were initially used for loading goods, a considerable amount of items remained. These were various logistics shipments, stored here for transit and packing, but still awaiting their turn for loading. After Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan sold the containers, they managed to operate some machinery to pack a few items. However, they decided to leave some behind for those who would come after them, opting to leave behind some trivial items rather than deal with the hassle. When Li Yihang and his companions arrived, they found solace in the presence of the goods in the workshop. They began to unpack the packages, searching for anything useful. After opening several parcels, they discovered an abundance of snacks, alongside a fair share of clothing and other inconsequential items. Yet, the task proved to be quite exhausting. Although they were chosen ones, their system storage was limited, making it impractical to store much. After retrieving a couple of items, they grew disinclined to continue. They decided to extract a bus from the storage space, intending to load the goods into it, pondering whether to take the items back for personal use or sell them at the post-apocalyptic supermarket later. As the four of them busied themselves with the items, they left Li Rao Rao to stand guard with her gun. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Run! What is happening? The other four were bewildered when they felt the ground tremble beneath them. They turned to see the deck ahead collapsing, revealing the head of a monstrous fish emerging from the depths. What on earth is that? Zhai Feiyu exclaimed as he fired 2 shots at the creature. However, it was evidently ineffective, as the beast swam swiftly toward them. The floor beneath their feet was no longer stable and began to shake violently. Damn it! These fish are the real threat, Zhai Feiyu shouted, sprinting ahead. However, the deck below had clearly been hollowed out for some time, and the collapse was faster than he anticipated. Suddenly, the ground they stood on crumbled away, leaving them with no foothold, nearly plunging them into the sea. At a critical moment, Li Rao Rao activated her ice powers, freezing the water stirred up by the monstrous fish, allowing her to leap to safety. As they regained their composure, the monstrous fish pursued them relentlessly, forcing the group to run with all their might. Li Rao Rao continuously created icy footholds for them to leap onto, providing them with much-needed support. Unbeknownst to them, in the brief calm before the storm, these monstrous fish had somehow corroded all the concrete pillars beneath, using their spines to support the deck. Once the pillars were entirely eroded, they all swam away simultaneously, causing the deck to collapse. Li Yihang and his companions, skilled and trained, utilized their abilities to the fullest. While running, they turned back to fire at the pursuing fish, creating a scene more thrilling than a cinematic chase. Do you have any humanity left? After finally reaching the shore, they noticed Cheng Su and the others had no intention of rescuing them, instead watching with amusement. Zhang Xiaochu was furious and questioned them. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, feeling embarrassed by the accusation, stuttered in response. However, Chu Xiu was resolute, stating, "We warned you long ago, yet you disregarded our advice. Moreover, Do we have an obligation to save you? You. Zhang Xiaochu was further incensed by Chu Xiu's rebuttal. She had been scratched by the fish's teeth and was bleeding from her leg. Now, after being scolded, her anger only grew. What do you mean? We stood here to assist you. Did you not see my companion wielding the Mjolnir? The moment you faced danger, he would have summoned lightning to save you. And do you think you made it out unscathed? If it weren't for Cheng Su's powers, that monstrous fish would have devoured you long ago. Is that so? Zhang Xiaochu listened to Chu Xiu's explanation with skepticism. Of course. If you doubt me, you may ask your teammates. My companions may not be eloquent, but I cannot allow them to be wronged. It's true, Xiaochu, Li Raorao chimed in. Zhang Xiaochu pouted. Since you were here to assist us, why do you look so pleased? How could we not be happy when we have a free escape from the jaws of a fish? Plus, we can stock up on fish meat. Chu Xiu replied, pulling a massive fish from the depths with a green vine. Stunned, the group was taken aback by the sight of the enormous fish's menacing mouth. Upon seeing the vine, they finally understood that while the fish posed a significant threat to them, it was merely an opportunity for Chu Xiu and the others. Gentlemen, would you be interested in joining our Wuhan camp? Li Yihong stepped forward, extending a sincere invitation. No, thank you. Cheng Su quickly shook his head, preferring the company of familiar creatures over engaging with people. Zhang Jiaxuan shared the same sentiment and also declined. Very well. Although disappointed by their refusal, Li Yihong had anticipated this outcome. He simply stated, the Wuhan camp will always welcome you. Should you find yourselves in need in the future, do come to us. All right. This time, both nodded in agreement. After all, one cannot exist in isolation. Companionship is essential. However, the time was not yet right for them to join the Wuhan camp. They needed to develop sufficient self-defense capabilities before doing so. Once Li Yihong and his companions departed, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan set about constructing their humble abode by the sea, planning to cultivate their skills in peace. The seaside offered ample resources and a steady supply of fish, allowing them to conserve food. They aimed to learn various mystical arts. At the very least, mastering techniques for invisibility, earth evasion, and flight to gain a sense of security. Initially, Zhang Jiaxuan resolved not to use experience pills. However, when he found himself unable to sense any aura, he succumbed to temptation. After utilizing the experience pills, they finally made headway in their quest for cultivation, emulating Chu Xiu by consuming various pills of mastery. Yet, mastering these arts proved far from easy. 5 days later, both remained at the first level of qi cultivation, having consumed numerous medicinal pills, and Chu Xiu's progress was similarly modest. It seems we are truly ill-suited for cultivation. Perhaps we are the legendary waste spirit roots. Cheng Su lamented, feeling disheartened. If we cannot cultivate, we still possess our powers. Consuming more crystal cores and elevating our levels is a viable path, Chu Xiu countered. Compared to cultivation, enhancing their levels was more straightforward. As long as they had enough crystal cores and purification pills, they could feel their strength growing each day. Chapter 77. Do not speak to me of science, Cheng Su. Do not be disheartened. Consider the tales of cultivation in novels. Throughout history, who among the cultivators has not endured countless hardships? Cultivation is not a simple endeavor. Now, we have taken our first step and have made significant progress compared to our predecessors. In contrast to Cheng Su's despondency, Zhang Jiaxuan was brimming with confidence. He relished the feeling of seclusion. Each infusion of spiritual energy brought him immense comfort. You have a point, but does this world grant us ample time for cultivation? Cheng Su remarked. We are not tasked with saving the world. I find this quite satisfactory, Zhang Jiaxuan replied as he settled cross-legged once more. I believe that in a few days, I shall ascend to the second tier of qi refinement. At that time, I will possess more true essence within my elixirs, enabling me to wield a greater array of spells. They had both consumed various experience pills, yet many spells required sufficient magical energy for their execution. Without adequate power, even the most learned would find themselves at a loss. In that moment, Zhang Jiaxuan resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, eagerly thirsting for knowledge. Very well, let us continue our practice for a while longer, Cheng Su agreed. Thus, the two resumed their seclusion for another 2 days. After several cycles of the Great Circulation, Zhang Jiaxuan successfully advanced to the second tier of qi refinement, while Cheng Su remained unchanged. His innate talent seemed inferior to that of Zhang Jiaxuan. In reality, whether in their mundane lives, their extraordinary abilities, or in the realm of cultivation, he appeared to lag behind Zhang Jiaxuan. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Meow, why is the heavens so unfair? Why can I not measure up to Jiaxuan in any aspect? The heavens have always been unjust. If they were fair, Why did some become zombies while we remain? Chu Xiu countered. Cheng Su found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, compared to those who had perished, they were fortunate. Moreover, your various talents may not match Joshua's. I believe this is a reflection of your own efforts, Chu Xiu added. Are you implying that I am not as diligent as Joshua? No, I am suggesting that you are no longer a pure maiden. It is said that certain techniques and martial arts can be cultivated more swiftly by those who are untouched. Having broken your chastity seal, your foundation is unstable. It is only natural that you do not surpass Joshua, Chu Xiu elucidated. You, a mere kitten, how can you comprehend such matters? Your words lack any scientific basis. Cheng Su retorted, somewhat vexed. In this world, many phenomena defy scientific explanation, and this holds even truer now, Chu Xiu replied. Cheng Su found himself speechless. Could it truly be due to his past romantic entanglements? No, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. I must strive to cultivate earnestly. Inspired by the dual encouragement of Chu Xiu and Zhang Jiaxuan, Cheng Su resolved to work hard. Yet, Chu Xiu added, I fear that by the time you emerge from seclusion, the world may have changed beyond recognition. Upon hearing this, Cheng Su glanced outside. They were presently situated at a seaside dock. Aside from occasionally witnessing bizarre fish stirring up tumultuous waves, he perceived little change. However, those living in the suburbs and rural areas were aware that their surroundings had transformed into a primeval forest. Unbeknownst to Cheng Su and Chu Xiu, they were entirely oblivious to these changes. Shall we take a stroll then? Cheng Su proposed. I worry that if we remain here, we may miss out on many experiences. I concur. It is indeed time to venture outside. Chu Xiu agreed. Chapter 78. Concrete jungle. In less than a month since the apocalypse began, the world has undergone a profound transformation. Upon entering the city, one can witness the remnants of skyscrapers, many of which have collapsed, their foundations compromised by the invasive roots of colossal trees. The older residential complexes, typically enhanced by better greenery, were among the first to succumb to ruin, bringing not hope but rather misfortune. With their homes destroyed, the inhabitants found themselves exposed, forced into the role of survivors. In contrast, some newly erected buildings still stand defiantly. However, the fate of the survivors within remains uncertain. The machinery of the state teeters on the brink of paralysis. For this calamity has shown no favoritism toward politicians or soldiers alike. The infection rate, initially at 50%, escalated as the afflicted turned against the uninfected, creating a surge of new victims, zombies. As the majority succumbed to the contagion, the question arose, who would lead? With electronic devices failing and government directives unable to reach the populace, chaos ensued. In this turmoil, unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to perpetrate evil, making governance an increasingly daunting task. The emergence of supernatural beings and mutated flora and fauna further complicated the landscape, rendering any attempts to restore order futile. Consequently, densely populated areas gradually evolved into survivor bases, where individuals banded together, forming mercenary groups to scavenge for food and hunt monsters. Among them, some individuals enhanced their survival skills through supernatural abilities, while others, having sheltered for too long, found themselves relegated to the lowest strata of this new society after emerging from the rubble of their homes. Where shall we go? Cheng Su inquired, cradling Chu Xiu as they rode atop the sturdy back of a large orange cat. Behind them, a massive leopard bore Zhang Jiaxuan. Let us seek out a survivor base and inquire about available missions. We could form a mercenary team to assist in exterminating zombies and earn some rewards, Chu Xiu suggested. In this desolate world, knowledge is a precious commodity, and exploring different bases could yield vital information about survival, thereby enhancing their chances of enduring this new reality. While Chu Xiu believed in the strength of their group, memories of the initial days of the apocalypse, marked by the emergence of monstrous creatures and swarms larger than one's foot, tempered any arrogance. Should another swarm of, say, palm-sized mosquitoes descend upon them, they might find themselves fleeing in panic. This world is in a constant state of flux, and although curiosity about upcoming challenges fills Chu Xiu with a sense of adventure, caution remains paramount. Little Green had long been released. At the slightest hint of a zombie nearby, it dutifully sprang into action to eliminate the threat. By clearing away the undead, it indirectly safeguarded the survivors, enhancing their chances of survival, a noble deed indeed. Yet, whether those survivors would seize this opportunity and dare to descend in search of life is a matter beyond Little Green's concern. In the apocalypse, no one bears the obligation to assist another. Chapter 79. Let's set off some fireworks. We are unaware of other bases. How about we visit the Wuhan camp? Cheng Su proposed. Sounds good, Zhang Jiaxuan agreed. At least at Wuhan camp, they were acquainted with Li Yihang's team, who had extended several invitations to them. Thus, upon their return to the outside world, Wuhan camp was their first choice. Chu Xiao also expressed his approval, as he was quite curious about what Wuhan camp was like. Originally a military base, it had transformed into a survivor camp, surely inheriting some military regulations, which would likely enhance security. However, how were they to find their way to Wuhan camp? Chu Xiao suddenly recalled this concern. This left Cheng Su and his companion perplexed. Neither of them knew the location of Wuhan camp. Even if Li Yihang had mentioned it once, they had never been there. I believe Li Yihang's invitation lacked sincerity. He invited us to the base, but didn't he even share its location? Chu Xiao remarked, unable to hold back. Perhaps he didn't expect us to actually come. Shall we ask someone for directions? Cheng Su suggested. Chu Xiao meowed in protest, thinking that visiting their base was a sign of respect, and he would not stoop to asking for directions. Meow, didn't we agree to visit the Apocalypse base to exchange information? Cheng Su spoke gently. That's only if they invite us. I refuse to ask others for directions. It would be too embarrassing, Chu Xiao replied, prideful. Very well. Let them come to invite us, Zhang Jiaxuan declared decisively. Seeing his confidence, the 2 cats, 1 dog, and 1 person looked up at him. Zhang Jiaxuan soon retrieved a bundle of firecrackers from his storage bag to deal with the zombies first. Afterward, he ignited the firecrackers with a fireball. The crackling sounds attracted numerous nearby zombies, while some survivors hiding in the shadows breathed a sigh of relief as the zombies were lured away. It was uncertain who the fool was that dared to set off firecrackers at such a time, which was the prevailing thought among most upon hearing the noise. However, the group they deemed foolish actually wished for even more zombies to show up. I want to set off fireworks. This dreary day has grown tiresome, Chu Xiao remarked. All right. Let us set off fireworks, Zhang Jiaxuan responded, producing several barrels of fireworks and igniting them. Soon, the resounding pops filled the air, and brilliant fireworks adorned half the sky. For a long time, there had been no sounds or sights of fireworks. The sound of the ignited fireworks spread further, drawing even more zombies. Li Yihang and his team, besieged by zombies while searching for food, initially believed they were doomed. Unexpectedly, someone set off fireworks, saving their lives. Leaning against the wall, they gasped for breath, yet found themselves involuntarily gazing towards the direction of the fireworks. Who do you think would set off fireworks at this time? Zhang Xiaochu inquired. Who knows? It must be some fool with a screw loose, or someone accidentally ignited a fireworks factory, Zhai Feiyu replied. In this place, where would there even be a fireworks factory? Li Rara commented, rising to look towards the direction of the fireworks. I want to go see. With so many zombies rushing that way, are you seeking death? Zhai Feiyu strongly disapproved. Chapter 80. Such arrogance. After a while, several individuals, armed with firearms, made their way toward the area illuminated by the dazzling fireworks. Survivors in the vicinity, possessing a modicum of strength, flocked to observe the spectacle, eager to discover which formidable entity dared to exhibit such audacity. Some teams arrived not only for amusement, but also to remind their subordinates of the ferocity of the undead, ensuring they remained vigilant in future endeavors. These onlookers maintained their distance, gazing intently at the scene surrounded by the relentless horde of zombies, where flashes of electricity crackled amidst the chaos. It became apparent that the source of the display was a lightning-based ability, explaining the audacity of the wielder. Indeed, given the intensity of their power, they must have surpassed the 2nd level, one remarked. Another added, I believe their ability's strength approaches the 3rd level. A man with a crew cut, wielding a gun, observed the spectacle with hawk-like eyes, acknowledging the talent on display, but lamenting its potential squandered. The fireworks continued to erupt, the number of zombies increasing alongside the growing crowd of spectators. Some survivors perched atop high buildings surveyed the overwhelming mass of undead, feeling a sense of hopelessness for their survival. Yet, at the heart of the zombie throng, Zhang Jiaxuan and his companion felt no fear. Clad in defensive artifacts and accompanied by Xiao LV, their safety was assured, allowing them to focus solely on combat. For them, this was merely a trial unconnected to life and death, a splendid opportunity to procure crystal cores and assess their recent training outcomes. They unleashed every spell at their disposal, utilizing potions to replenish their magical energy, then engaged their abilities, alternating between the two until their resources were depleted. Their rapid advancement was evident as they employed 2 distinct forms of offense in a seamless cycle. Chu Xiao, though merely a small cat, played a significant role, riding atop the large orange feline, occasionally unleashing wind blades or fireballs, or emitting a fierce roar. Despite a slight mental fatigue, the quartet of 2 people, 2 cats, and a dog felt relatively well. Spiritually revitalized by the experience elixir from the Thousand Gods decision, their mental acuity was doubled, coupled with the benefits of cultivation. They maintained an indomitable spirit, capable of battling for an entire day and night without issue. Thus, the horde of zombies posed little threat to them. Initially intending to seek out the Wuhan camp, they realized they had inadvertently cleared a safe zone. Given time, this area could potentially attract numerous survivors, forming a new sanctuary. After an indeterminate duration of combat, as zombies fell one by one, Xiao LV extended its verdant branches, absorbing nutrients from the fallen creatures while simultaneously gathering crystal cores. Observing from a distance, some survivors felt trepidation at the sight of the mutated plant and kept their distance, while Li Yihong and his companions approached, rifles in hand. Indeed, it is them. Upon spotting the green vine, Li Yihong and his group recognized Cheng Su and his companions. I suspected there must be such individuals, and if it is them, it is no surprise, Zhai Feiyu remarked. Shall we go greet them? Zhang Xiaochu inquired. Yes. Though they seem peculiar, they appear non-threatening, and our base requires such formidable allies, Li Yihong replied, determination gleaming in his eyes as he stepped forward. The others followed suit, inspired by his leadership. As they approached, several curious survivors lingered, eager to meet this impressive group. Brother Cheng, Brother Zhang, Li Yihong greeted them. The sight of 2 ferocious beasts charging forward startled the onlookers, but as they observed Li Yihong's unflinching demeanor, they regained their composure. Upon closer inspection, they noticed 2 individuals accompanying the beasts. Dressed in eccentric attire, their long hair flowed freely, adorned with jade pendants, one wielding a hammer while the other held a staff, resembling characters from a cinematic fantasy. Hey, you only greet Cheng Su and Joshua, why not us? Are we beneath your notice? The large orange feline piped up in a childlike voice. Indeed, indeed, the large spotted creature echoed. Please do not take offense. We are here to extend our greetings. Zhang Xiaochu quickly interjected. Big Orange, Big Spot, and Chu Xiao, it has been a while. Li Yihong responded amicably, momentarily showing a softer side amidst the fierce beasts. Was that the big orange cat speaking just now? A bystander exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, I believe I heard the mutated dog speak as well, another added. What is this? Reality or a movie? How can cats talk? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Since that day, the world had grown increasingly bizarre. Humans transforming into zombies, trees walking, and now, cats and dogs conversing. Regardless, the priority is survival, not pondering the absurdities, someone remarked. We have finally located you, Zhang Jiaxuan announced. You were searching for us. Li Yihong replied, taken aback. Indeed, we intended to reach the Wuhan camp, but were uncertain of the route. So we devised this method to attract both people and zombies, hoping someone would know the way, Cheng Su explained. So your intention in setting off fireworks and drawing so many zombies was to find us and locate the Wuhan camp? Zhai Feiyu asked incredulously. Indeed, Chu Xiao interjected. When you invited us to the Wuhan camp, you failed to provide an address. Did you not want us to come? How could that be? Individuals of your caliber are precisely what we seek. Zhai Feiyu replied hastily. Humph, I do not believe you, Chu Xiao retorted with a disdainful huff. Zhang Jiaxuan continued. Now that we have found you, let us proceed to your camp. Very well, Li Yihong agreed, adding, our base is a bit of a distance from here, and we may encounter some zombies and mutated flora along the way, but these should pose little challenge for you. Please tell us about the rules of the Wuhan camp, Zhang Jiaxuan requested. The regulations are quite simple, as long as one is not infected with the zombie virus. Once inside the camp, provisions and amenities are allocated based on contribution points, Li Yihong elucidated. With your abilities, securing a small villa will be no issue. Zhai Feiyu commented enviously, reflecting on his own modest accommodations. Chapter 81. Wuhan Camp. Why is that? We are newcomers and should have no contribution points at all. Zhang Jiaxuan inquired, perplexed. Although you are new, you are skilled individuals. For those of your caliber, there are certain privileges, Zhai Feiyu clarified. The camp offers complimentary accommodation for a month, after which you will need to use contribution points to rent. Ah, I see. Zhang Jiaxuan nodded, intrigued by the camp's offerings. Many human cities had been ravaged by these plants, yet Wuhan Camp boasted villas, indicating their strength. In these trying times, we must unite. Those who wish to join Wuhan Camp may follow, Li Yihong proclaimed loudly to the surrounding survivors. The survivors exchanged glances, contemplating the prospect. Compared to their solitary struggles for survival, joining Wuhan camp seemed a favorable option. However, a faction among them, primarily endowed with special abilities, expressed reluctance. Preferring not to be constrained by camp rules, Li Yihong refrained from persuading them further. He uttered a few words before moving on with a stoic demeanor. The survivors were perplexed by his abrupt departure. Logically, wouldn't a larger base be more advantageous? Yet, after their invitation, these individuals offered little entreaty and simply walked away. Murmurs of dissatisfaction arose, but some chose to follow. After all, despite the regulations, the camp promised safety, a welcome reprieve from the dread that haunted the city. Observing the followers, Zhai Feiyu scoffed. Some individuals are just stubborn. When you speak kindly, they suspect deceit. Yet, when you say nothing, they obediently trail behind. Do I sense a hint of sarcasm? Chu Xiao nestled comfortably in Li Reoleo's embrace. Indeed, while the back of the large orange cat was soft, it paled in comparison to the warmth of Li Reoleo's hold. Do not misunderstand. I am not referring to you. We have encountered similar situations previously, Zhai Feiyu recounted, recalling a time when he escorted survivors to their base, only to face their complaints for being late, despite several of their comrades perishing along the way. Those they protected exhibited no gratitude, only grievances. We were once soldiers, bound by the duty to protect. However, we too are someone's children, Zhai Feiyu reflected. In this apocalyptic world, the army had long since dissolved. Chu Xiao offered consolation, advising him to disregard such individuals, even suggesting a slap as a fitting response. Zhai Feiyu chuckled at Chu Xiao's words, lifting him from Li Reoleo's embrace. Ah, our dear cat speaks wisely. Hey, what are you doing? I was quite comfortable there. Chu Xiao protested, surprised by Zhai Feiyu's sudden action, struggling in his grasp. Li Raolao, witnessing the commotion, reclaimed Chu Xiao, gently grooming his fur. Chu Xiao felt immense comfort, extending his little tongue to lick her neck, for this was indeed the life a cat ought to lead. Unbeknownst to them, Li Raolao felt a sense of relief as well. In the days since the apocalypse struck, her nerves had been taut, yet with Chu Xiao and the others around, she felt secure. She knew their team was formidable. With them, she need not worry about monsters or zombies lurking unexpectedly. As they journeyed to Wuhan camp, Li Raolao relished the rare tranquility, cradling the cat without a weapon in hand. Typically, she would not venture out without her gun. On their way, any unwitting zombies that approached were swiftly dealt with by the large orange and spotted cats, while mutated creatures kept their distance. They arrived at Wuhan camp without incident. From afar, the imposing walls of the camp loomed, towering several meters high, adorned with watchtowers, and the surrounding ground was stripped bare of any vegetation, leaving a stark, empty expanse. Upon reaching the camp, they realized the walls were even more formidable than anticipated, reminiscent of ancient city fortifications. 2 gates, one for entry and one for exit, stood before them. A queue formed at the entrance, yet with Li Yihong leading the way, they bypassed the line. We, the endowed, need not wait, Li Yihong explained, guiding them to the gate where another endowed individual acknowledged him. These are my friends, new arrivals. Please assist them with their registration, Li Yihong instructed. Of course, the attendant replied, promptly gathering basic information from Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan before registering them. He then glanced at the large spotted and orange cats, inquiring, "Are these your pets?" "No, they are our friends," Cheng Su clarified. "Indeed, we are not mere pets," the large orange cat interjected. The queue of people nearby gasped in astonishment as the cat spoke. "It is our cat's unique talent," Cheng Su explained hastily. Thus, the attendant meticulously recorded the information of the large orange cat, noting, species, feline anomaly. Ability, linguistic. He similarly documented the spotted cat's details, but entirely overlooked Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao reveled in the oversight. After all, who would want to be registered? Next, they proceeded to a medical examination room, confirming they bore no signs of the zombie virus before being granted entry. Shortly after, Li Yihong personally led Cheng Su and others to acquire various identification documents, familiarize them with the camp's rules, and address logistical matters such as accommodation and food distribution. Li Yihong appeared to wield considerable authority within the camp, as previously noted by Zhai Feiyu, instructing the supply officer to allocate a villa to Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. Chapter 82. The joy of kittens. The roots of the plants in this area had been thoroughly cleared, and the earth below had been reinforced by supernatural beings. Periodically, inspections were conducted, ensuring that those residing here need not worry about sudden collapses of their abode, leading them to a quaint villa. Li Yihong handed them the keys while explaining the situation. Zhang Jiaxuan received the keys with gratitude. Thank you all very much. It's merely a trifling matter. Li Yihong replied with a stoic expression. Zhai Feiyu chimed in. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, take us along the next time you venture out to exterminate zombies. Certainly, that's no problem, Zhang Jiaxuan readily agreed. Now, please take your time to rest. Someone will bring you meals shortly. Li Yihong and his companions provided a few more instructions before leaving them to their own devices. Zhang Jiaxuan opened the gate to the villa, and the two entered. The large orange cat had grown quite substantial. Despite the villa's ample doors, it nearly squeezed through. The slender tabby was similarly sizable. We'll have to ask them to enlarge the door next time we see them, Chengsu remarked. Indeed. It seems we'll need to bother them. Who knows how large our two little ones will grow? Perhaps next time, they won't fit through it all. Zhang Jiaxuan replied, glancing at Chu Xiu. Why isn't our little kitty growing any bigger? Chu Xiu rolled his eyes at them. Whether it grows or not doesn't matter. I am still the baby. Those two 2-ton giants have no right to be called babies. Though we are large. We are still young. Therefore, we are babies, the large orange cat countered. Orange, ever since you learned to speak, you have had many thoughts. Do you remember who taught you to talk? Chu Xiu teased. Humph. The orange cat turned its head, ignoring him. Don't be upset, kitty. It's just teasing you. Chengsu said as he patted the large head of the orange cat, who then perked up. You wicked kitty, always picking on me. I want to carry you next time, the orange cat retorted in frustration. If you don't carry me, then no candy for you, Chu Xiu replied. Hearing this, the orange cat became anxious. I want candy. I want candy. Don't worry, it's just teasing you. It will give you candy. If it doesn't we will. Chengsu quickly reassured. A massive, adorable creature was charmingly demanding in front of them. Who could resist? That's more like it, the orange cat declared, strutting inside with an air of pride. Although the villa was deemed small, it was actually a standalone property with a courtyard of over 50 square meters, which was quite generous. However, with two large companions in the yard, the villa appeared comparatively diminutive. Now, the orange cat was nearly a story high. It wanted to enter the villa, but its size made it feel like trying to squeeze through a mouse hole. Truly impossible. Witnessing Chu Xiu leap in effortlessly made it a bit irate, and it squatted down, straining to push its large head inside. After much effort and a bit of distortion to the door, it finally managed to get its head through. Humph, I can come in too, it proclaimed, eventually crawling in. Upon standing, it inadvertently bumped into the hanging chandelier on the second floor, causing it to rattle noisily. The living room, initially spacious, felt cramped as Chengsu and Zhang Jiaxuan had to step back to make room. Meanwhile, seeing the orange cat enter prompted the tabby to squeeze in as well, resulting in a chaotic scene where the furniture was jostled about. This place isn't all that great, the orange cat remarked. Indeed, it is quite small, the tabby concurred. As the two large creatures attempted to turn around, their tails swept across the furniture, knocking over various items, including vases, which shattered on the floor. It's not a bad nest for us. The two large creatures settled down. Chengsu and Zhang Jiaxuan exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. I wonder if they ask us to compensate for the damages after we leave, Chengsu uttered weakly. As a mere programmer, he suspected the furniture might be quite valuable, and he couldn't afford to repay it. Don't worry about compensation. With our current abilities, this minor loss is inconsequential. Zhang Jiaxuan reassured him. Once a prominent figure capable of running a company, he had seen much of life, unlike Chengsu, who tended to fret over issues. True. Chengsu finally remembered that this was the apocalypse, and he was a supernatural being chosen by destiny. Meow. The downstairs will be for the orange cat and tabby to sleep. You can choose a room upstairs, Zhang Jiaxuan instructed Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu had already bounded upstairs. In truth, the presence of the villa mattered little. Searching for a room was merely a means to accommodate its little shanty. No matter how splendid or safe the villa was, it could never rival the security of its own little shelter. Chengsu and Zhang Jiaxuan shared the same sentiment. From the outside, it appeared they resided in the villa, yet upon opening their bedroom door, one would discover a dilapidated hut nestled within, a true sanctuary, impervious to harm, accessible only with their permission. After selecting their respective rooms, the group planned to explore the base. The orange cat and tabby, restless, followed suit. Emerging from the villa, Zhang Jiaxuan turned back to survey the scene. The door was deformed, and the interior resembled a scene of looting. Are you all right? Someone nearby inquired as they stepped outside, having heard the commotion and hesitated to enter. Seeing the two massive pets made them even more reluctant. We're fine. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Jiaxuan replied, pushing the door open to step out. The orange cat and Tabby followed, casting a disdainful glance at the onlookers. Two-legged creatures. Behold the elegance of your feline lord, the orange cat mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to everyone, nestled within the plush fur of the orange cat, a tiny kitten was peacefully napping on its neck. Chapter 83. No more suffering from love. The grand orange cat, with its head held high and an air of pride, boasted emerald eyes that sparkled with disdain. It seemed as if the cat might float into the heavens. Did you see that? Am I not handsome? It whispered to Chu Xiao after stepping away from the crowd. Remember, wherever I am, you will always be just the little sister. Do not think of addressing me as the master in my presence. Chu Xiao raised a paw and playfully swatted at the orange cat's head. With such feeble strength, you can't even scratch an itch, yet you dare call me little sister? Retorted the orange cat defiantly. Is that so? At these words, Chu Xiao's temper flared. With a swift strike, it used half its strength, causing the orange cat to wince in pain and tear up. Meow, meow, meow. Are you hitting me? The orange cat momentarily forgot its human speech, feeling wronged and resorting to meowing. Meow, meow, meow. But weren't you the one who complained about my lack of strength? Chu Xiao responded in kind. Meow, meow, meow. I was only jesting. Came the reply. Meow, meow, meow. I had no idea you were joking. Get off me. I won't carry you anymore. Finally, the orange cat, in a huff, attempted to shake Chu Xiao off. However, Chu Xiao countered with its ultimate tactic, producing a purification pill from its storage ring. Here, have a candy bean. After consuming the candy bean, the orange cat's anger dissipated. It declared, if you hit me again, you must give me a candy bean, or I shall ignore you. Fine, fine, I won't hit you again, Chu Xiao replied, contemplating that one must not spoil a woman. Feline or otherwise, there are times for discipline and times for coaxing. But then the orange cat added, you may hit me, just be gentle. That level of pain is tolerable. If a slap comes with a candy bean, it seems a fair trade. What? Chu Xiao thought it must have misheard. It appeared that this female cat could not be generalized with all women. The orange cat feared no blows, only remembered the treats. If it were a woman, a mere slap would likely summon a torrent of curses in her heart. As these thoughts occupied its mind, it glanced up to discover that Ching Su, who had been leading the group, was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, it saw him standing still, as if he had spotted an acquaintance. This acquaintance, whom Chu Xiao recognized, was none other than his former girlfriend, Yi Sitong. Fearing Ching Su might be ensnared once more in the throes of love and suffer its pangs, Chu Xiao swiftly leaped from the orange cat and darted toward him, tugging at his pant leg in an attempt to draw him back. Meow, meow. Ching Su looked down at Chu Xiao. With an uplifted chin, Chu Xiao chastised him. You fool, she is a relic of the past. What is there to admire? With your current prowess, a bright future awaits, and countless beauties await your affection. Why pine for a single flower? Although uncertain of Ching Su's standing in this apocalyptic world, Chu Xiao knew that ever since the onset of the apocalypse, they had amassed an abundance of zombie crystal cores and purification pills, consuming until their bodies could bear no more. While Ching Su's talent might not rival Zhang Jiaxuan's, he was nearing the threshold of a level 3 ability user. The zombies they encountered were at most level 2, indicating that his evolution was indeed ahead of the curve. I did not intend to look at her. Yet I cannot fathom why I halted, Ching Su murmured, his voice growing faint. Some matters lie beyond one's control. He had resolved to forget her. Yet the sight of her figure compelled him to steal another glance. Let us depart. Regaining his composure, he picked up Chu Xiao and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Yi Sitong had already approached him. Ching Su, what brings you here? Her surprise was evident upon seeing him. Chu Xiao eyed her critically. She appeared much the same as before, albeit without makeup, her natural appearance now reduced to a mere 5 out of 10. Yet when she looked at Ching Su, her pride remained unshaken. Look at you. It's only been a short while, and your hair has grown so long. You look just like a beggar. She mocked. Though water is a precious resource, one must still spend some contribution points to wash oneself. The apocalypse had not raged for long, and resources were not as scarce as one might presume. While water had to be purchased with contribution points, it was not exorbitantly priced. Ching Su, in Yi Sitong's presence, retained his earnest demeanor, glancing at his tied-back hair with a hint of exasperation. He had not desired long hair. It was merely a consequence of Chu Xiao mistakenly administering the wrong pill. Yet he had grown accustomed to it, often tying it back, exuding a certain artsy charm. Unlike before when he had presented as a simple, bald man burdened with mundane tasks. Well, what are you doing here? Surely you are not seeking me out? I must inform you that we are finished. Yi Sitong added, her tone decisive. You are quite self-absorbed, aren't you? Chu Xiu could no longer contain itself. Were it not for its refined nature, it would have long retaliated. Let me tell you, our Chung Su is quite the catch now. Numerous girls admire him. Why would he need to seek you? Who is speaking? Yi Sitong, noticing Chung Su's lips had not moved, looked around in confusion, but saw no one. What are you searching for? It is your esteemed cat speaking. Chu Xiu raised its head, eyes round with disdain. You dare call our Chung Su a beggar? I see the beggar in you. Just look at your unkempt hair. How long has it been since you tended to it? A woman in such disarray. And yet you dare compare to our Chung Su, whose hair is glossy and dark. Your envy is palpable. Is it you, cat demon? Yi Sitong glared at Chu Xiu, uninformed. This is called evolution, a manifestation of innate abilities. Do you comprehend? Chu Xiu shot her a glare. Let me warn you, do not disturb our Chung Su again, or I shall summon my sister to deal with you. Humph. I have always suspected you were no ordinary cat. Have you developed a talent for verbal sparring? Yi Sitong declared, conjuring a small flame that danced in her palm. You had best not provoke me, or I shall singe your fur, and your sister too. Should she dare approach? Are you threatening to burn me? A soft yet resounding voice rang from above her head. Yi Sitong looked up, her eyes widening in horror. Goodness! Now that is a true cat demon. Shivering, Yi Sitong found herself cornered by the imposing orange cat, which growled menacingly. Cats are carnivorous creatures, and when they grow large, narrowing their pupils into slits and fixating their gaze upon you, the pressure is indeed palpable. In this apocalyptic base, Yi Sitong had heard numerous accounts of mutated animals that preyed upon humans. Thus, facing the large, sharp-toothed orange cat, she dared not act recklessly. Chung Su, save me. I did not mean it. I should not have insulted you. In her fright, Yi Sitong grasped Chung Su's wrist, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 84. Women can be quite troublesome, dear Big Orange. For my sake, please refrain from frightening her. Chung Su gently implored as he patted Big Orange's head. Humph. I am determined to teach her a lesson, Big Orange retorted fiercely, letting out a growl directed at Yi Sitong. Please, I truly did not mean to offend you. Yi Sitong exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Brother Knife, save me. At that moment, she caught sight of an ability user passing by on the roadside and quickly called out to him. The man, known as Brother Knife, glanced over but, upon seeing the ferocious Big Orange and Big Spot, chose to ignore her plea and hurried away, his pace quickening. No one will come to your rescue. It seems today, you are destined to meet a grim fate, Chu Xiu remarked ominously. Please no? It's illegal to kill within the base. Yi Sitong protested fervently. Yet, we are not human. As felines, such laws do not apply to us, Chu Xiu replied, extending a claw threateningly. If we do not slay you, we could at least mar your face. Please. No. Yi Sitong cried, pressing her face against Chung Su's side. He comforted her with a resigned tone. Do not worry. They are merely trying to frighten you. They're not just scaring me, they are truly terrifying. Yi Sitong's voice quivered, betraying her fear. Hearing her distress, Chu Xiu realized he had miscalculated. The more he intimidated her, the more it allowed her to draw closer to Chung Su, even to seek his affection. In a moment of panic, he raised his paw and playfully struck her head. However, when he tried to retract his paw, it inadvertently snagged in Yi Sitong's hair, eliciting a scream from her. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. At that instant, several passers-by turned their attention towards the commotion. Zhang Jiaxuan had to clarify to the onlookers, do not be alarmed. Both Big Orange and Big Spot are quite gentle. She merely caught her hair, so why such a ruckus? At that moment, Chu Xiu found women to be rather frightening. He had done nothing, yet she was already in a state of panic. You little rascal, are you bullying the lady again? Just then, Zhang Xiaochu approached. Drawn by the noise, Zhang Xiaochu, do you have nothing better to do? How is it that I encounter you wherever I go? Chu Xiu grumbled in irritation. Humph. If not for our captain sending me to check on you, I would not have come here, Zhang Xiaochu retorted, raising her chin imperiously. Release her at once. Which of your eyes saw me holding her captive? She is as heavy as a pig. Do you think I could possibly restrain her? I merely caught her hair. Chu Xiu protested. Feeling wronged, he grew anxious and, in a moment of frustration, unleashed a gust of wind that severed her hair. As a few strands fell to the ground, Yi Sitong clutched her head and let out another shriek. Chung Su, did you see that? Women truly are troublesome, exceedingly so. Chu Xiu's disdain grew as he observed Yi Sitong's exaggerated reactions. Why are women troublesome again? Zhang Xiaochu interjected, displeased. You little rascal. Always seeking to take advantage of women while complaining about them being bothersome. Humph. Do not tarnish my pure heart with your impure thoughts, you ugly creature. Who are you calling ugly? Zhang Xiaochu fumed. It is you, indeed. Among our feline kind, you are the epitome of unattractiveness, Big Orange chimed in, adding salt to the wound. Chapter 85. The unspoken truth of beauty. Zhang Xiaochu was on the verge of tears from frustration. Under normal circumstances, if Chuxiu and the others called her ugly, she might not have been bothered. However, today, amidst a crowd of onlookers, especially other women, she felt deeply wronged. Stomping her foot in indignation, she declared, "I will ignore you all." Just as she was about to leave, Li Raorao approached, casting a cold glance at the gathering crowd. "What are you all doing here? Is there no work to be done?" she inquired. "Moreover, these two exotic beasts can be temperamental, should they harm you. The base will not take responsibility." Upon hearing this, the large orange beast let out a timely low growl, utilizing its innate abilities, which caused the crowd to disperse in fear. Once they were sufficiently intimidated, Li Raorao turned her attention to Chuxiu. "Have you been bullying Xiaochu again?" "Me? I would never." "Please don't wrongfully accuse me," Chuxiu protested hastily. Li Raorao raised an eyebrow. "If you haven't bullied her, then why does she look so upset?" Chuxiu feigned innocence. "How would I know? She just loves to meddle in others' affairs and unjustly berated me, so I called her an ugly monster, and that made her angry." Sighing helplessly, Li Raorao admonished, "How can you say a woman is ugly? From our feline perspective, she may not be conventionally attractive. But is it not permissible to speak the truth in the human world? Regardless, you are a boy. You must never call a girl ugly," she gently instructed. All right. I understand," Chuxiu replied, grumbling. "I'm not a boy. I'm just a cat. Even a cat. Surely you don't wish to remain a solitary feline forever." Li Raorao laughed. Chuxiu bristled, his elongated pupils wide with surprise. "I never imagined you would think such things. Right now, all I want is to survive." "Is it really that difficult for you to survive, given your abilities?" "Don't think I don't know. You were the ones who moved those containers," Li Raorao remarked, casting a knowing glance at him. "It wasn't me. I have no idea. Please don't make baseless accusations," Chuxiu quickly retorted. "Humph." Li Raorao's expression suggested she was unconcerned with his protestations. Meanwhile, Cheng Su approached Zhang Xiaochu to apologize. "Xiaochu, please don't be angry. Miao Miao simply has that kind of personality. She means no harm." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaochu turned her ire towards him. "Then tell me, am I pretty?" She lifted her chin defiantly, glaring at Cheng Su. He shyly glanced at her, noting her pert nose, large eyes, and round face, finding it difficult to deem her ugly. "Speak up. Do I look good?" Zhang Xiaochu pressed again. Seeing Cheng Su's silence, she added, "I knew you were all in cahoots, a bunch of troublemakers. You are indeed very beautiful. Any boy would be fond of you," Cheng Su finally replied. "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, do you like me?" Zhang Xiaochu persisted, refusing to relent. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to seduce Cheng Su?" Chuxiu leaped into the conversation, jumping into Cheng Su's arms. "Listen, we are currently facing a survival crisis. Don't let your thoughts be clouded by romance. When have I ever been focused on romance? Did you not see me battling zombies?" Zhang Xiaochu stomped her foot in frustration. "I didn't see it. I only hear you whining every day, you whiny creature," Chuxiu taunted, prompting Zhang Xiaochu to genuinely consider leaving in a huff. All right. Don't stir up trouble. Look at how upset you've made Xiaochu," Li Raorao interjected, coming over to scoop Chuxiu into her arms. Comforted, Chuxiu settled down and ceased his chatter. "I knew you were a little troublemaker," Zhang Xiaochu gritted her teeth. "Say that again." Chuxiu peered out from Li Raorao's embrace, and Zhang Xiaochu fell silent under his fierce gaze. "Let us go. I'll show you around," Li Raorao announced, leading the way. Though Zhang Xiaochu was still miffed, she followed along. Yi Situ also wished to join, realizing that this group wielded considerable influence within the base, far surpassing that of the notorious Knife Brother. Yet, as she attempted to catch up, Chuxiu shot her a warning glare. "Don't follow us. If you do, don't blame me for being rude." The large orange beast turned to face her as well, its emerald eyes fixed on her, which made Yi Situ hesitate, ultimately deciding against pursuing them. The base was extensive, divided into numerous sectors. Li Raorao led them to the power generation area. For some unknown reason, our original electrical circuits failed, so we rebuilt each power generation sector. With considerable input from designers and, of course, ability users, Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su entered the power generation area. Recognizing the intricacies as they had previously been skilled in this field, it was evident that the base was brimming with talent, and they were impressed by how quickly things had progressed. Li Raorao smiled. "Many hands make light work. Our base was originally a military facility. Although we faced significant setbacks when the apocalypse struck, we were once soldiers, and our cohesion is stronger and faster. I have always admired soldiers. Are all of you from military backgrounds? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired. Yes, Li Raorao confirmed. We were all soldiers and knew each other. Additionally, with the advent of the Chosen One system, we formed teams. Li Yihong is my brother. He was previously the captain. Are there many with the Chosen One system here? Chu Xiu asked. Quite a few, Li Raorao replied, and Chu Xiu pressed on. Are you aware that zombie cores contain toxins and should not be consumed indiscriminately? Yes, she nodded, her expression turning grave. Previously, several individuals in our base consumed the cores and turned into zombies, causing quite an uproar. Later, we discovered the purification pills through the Chosen One system, realizing they must be taken together. Li Raorao explained. We have spent nearly all our gold coins acquiring zombie cores. Only those who contribute to the base can exchange them. How many contribution points are needed for a purification pill? Chu Xiu inquired. 100 points, Li Raorao replied. And how many contribution points can one zombie core be exchanged for? Chu Xiu asked again. 1 point. Ah, if I were to sell purification pills to you, wouldn't I then be able to acquire 100 zombie cores? Chu Xiu mused excitedly. Cough, cough. You can only exchange for contribution points, Li Raorao clarified. One purification pill costs 50 contribution points, while one zombie core can be purchased for 2 contribution points. Chapter 86, A Small Speculation. Chu Xiu inhaled sharply. Realizing that the base truly engaged in commerce, after all the exchanges, only 25% remained. The base needs to make a profit, Liao remarked. I find this arrangement unsatisfactory. If everyone trades privately, what need is there to sell to the base? Zhang Jiaxuan responded. Such a scenario cannot be ruled out. Liao acknowledged. However, the method of exchange employed by the base is still acceptable to many. Nonetheless, it remains profitable, Chu Xiu stated joyfully. It seems I've come to the right place. I can earn a tidy sum merely from selling purification pills. Nothing is that simple, Liao sighed. The apocalyptic supermarket is ever-changing. It could be here today and gone tomorrow. Our large base has only traded there twice. At that time, we didn't have enough crystal cores, which is why purification pills are so exorbitantly priced within our base. As Liao spoke, she added, we've discovered that some ability users can consume 1 or 2 zombie crystal cores a day due to their physique, rendering purification pills unnecessary. So, are you suggesting that purification pills are rather redundant? Chu Xiu inquired. Not at all. On the contrary, we are in dire need of purification pills, Liao replied earnestly. We have observed that the zombies and mutated beasts are evolving, and we require formidable warriors. If this pace of evolution continues, we may fall behind the zombies. If you truly need them, I could sell you some purification pills. However, mine are of the second tier, offering superior effects and capable of neutralizing the toxins of second-tier zombie crystal cores. I won't part with them for less than 100 contribution points. You've been to the second floor? Liao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Chu Xiu confirmed. Liao turned to Chu Xiu. You wouldn't happen to be a chosen one, would you? Is it so remarkable to be a chosen one? Chu Xiu replied. Liao's expression turned serious. If you are indeed a chosen one, that complicates matters. It implies that many mutated beasts could also become chosen ones and gain system assistance. Theoretically, that is the case, Chu Xiu nodded. In fact, I have a small speculation about why we became chosen ones. What speculation? Liao dared not underestimate the cat in her arms. It is possible that when the apocalypse first unfolded, I may have killed those red-eyed individuals, Chu Xiu responded. Liao considered this and thought it plausible. Initially, the red-eyed beings bore a striking resemblance to humans. Most people merely perceived them as afflicted by a disease and refrained from taking drastic measures. Her own decision to kill a red-eyed individual was born of necessity when it attacked one of her teammates. Reflecting on this, she turned to Zhang Xiaochu. Xiaochu, have you also killed those red-eyed beings? Yes, Zhang Xiaochu nodded. When the sudden upheaval occurred, I was terrified. My roommate transformed into a red-eyed being and chased after me. I had no choice but to jump from the balcony. She followed and, unfortunately, fell and died. It seems this incident may have contributed to your status as a chosen one, Liao analyzed. However, discussing such matters now seems irrelevant. If this is true, it suggests that the number of chosen ones will not increase, meaning no more individuals will acquire the system, Chu Xiu added. This also implies that some animals may have obtained the system for various reasons. Liao expressed her concern. Why worry so much? Although the chosen system exists, everything within it must be earned through our effort. It is not freely bestowed. Therefore, you needn't fret excessively, Chu Xiu reassured. Initially, Chu Xiu considered arguing that animals lack the intelligence to comprehend such a system, but upon reflection, she realized that the large orange and spotted cats exhibited intelligence comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Thus, she swallowed her words. Therefore, our immediate priority should be to enhance our abilities, alleviating our concerns, Zhang Jiaxuan concluded decisively. Indeed, Chu Xiu turned to Zhang Jiaxuan. Jiaxuan, your abilities must be nearing Tier 3, correct? Yes, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the city to confront some zombies, aiming for you to break through to Tier 3, Chu Xiu declared. All right, Zhang Jiaxuan agreed. It is only in the face of life and death that human potential is truly awakened. However, with the various protections in place, it seems that such moments do not arise easily. Seeking stability is a valid approach. By confronting more zombies, we can expend our abilities, then restart our training, which will be more efficient, and our bodies will better absorb the zombie crystal cores. Thus, we shall have to inconvenience the zombies in the city, he continued. As they spoke, they had nearly completed their tour of the base and returned to their quarters, intending to rest and recuperate. Once back upstairs, they retreated to their small cabins for training. The large orange cat squeezed into the room, while the spotted cat, preferring exercise, found the confined space intolerable. Seizing the opportunity while Chu Xiu and Zhang Jiaxuan rested, it stealthily slipped outside to explore. Zhang Jiaxuan and the others were unaware of its departure. Even if they had known, they felt confident in its strength and believed it would encounter no significant danger. Time passed swiftly during their training, and by evening, food was delivered. The ringing of the doorbell startled Zhang Jiaxuan and the others from their meditative state. Despite the destruction of their villa's door, allowing easy access, it appeared the base's delivery personnel maintained a sense of decorum. Alternatively, they may have simply been wary of the large orange cat. I'll fetch the food, Zhang Jiaxuan said. And he and Chu Xiu headed downstairs. Meow, meow, meow. The large orange cat perked up at the mention of food, hastily darting out of the room and racing toward its meal like a beast unleashed. The two delivery women were taken aback. The large orange cat, oblivious to their fear, raised its paw and overturned the large container they had brought, only to be dismayed by the meager contents inside. We had no idea. This is what we were told to deliver, one woman stammered, trembling. Chapter 87. Is fire necessary in life? How stingy. Big Orange pushed the large barrel over with its paw and devoured all the food within, grumbling, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. When Zhang Jiaxuan arrived and saw the empty container, he inquired of the two delivery women, "Where's our food?" The women pointed at Big Orange, saying it ate it all. Forget it. Zhang Jiaxuan sighed at the sight of the empty barrel and glanced at Big Orange with a hint of exasperation. Next time, don't bother bringing us anything. Indeed, a meager portion like this is hardly worth the effort, Big Orange chimed in. In just half a day, the news of two talking beasts arriving at the base had spread like wildfire. Upon hearing Big Orange speak, the two women were not particularly surprised. Yet its appearance still instilled a sense of fear within them. It's all arranged from above, and remember, this is still our Captain Lie's account. One of the women replied quietly, feeling that the pair of them, human and cat, were rather ungrateful. How precious was that barrel of food? Yet it had devoured it all, and still complained it wasn't enough. Perhaps next time we should refrain from sending anything. Zhang Jiaxuan reiterated. We will handle the food situation ourselves. With that, he turned and returned to his room. I'm still hungry. Big Orange leaned against Zhang Jiaxuan, nuzzling its large head against him affectionately. Even if I'm still hungry, I can endure. Zhang Jiaxuan reached out to pat its head, saying, tomorrow, I will take you hunting. There will be plenty to eat then. Will there be fish? Big Orange eagerly asked. How about meat? Zhang Jiaxuan countered. That works. Upon hearing the prospect of meat, Big Orange was overjoyed, bouncing around excitedly, causing the ground to shake beneath its feet. Zhang Jiaxuan entered the room and looked at Cheng Su, saying, a barrel of unknown food has been entirely consumed by Big Orange, and it claims it is still hungry. Sigh, such a small cat cannot go hungry. We must prepare something for it, Cheng Su replied as he descended the stairs. Cheng Su, you are truly kind. Upon hearing that Cheng Su intended to prepare food, Big Orange was elated, extending its paws to paw at him. In its youth, it likely often used its two paws to cuddle its owner, but now, its size was so great that when it embraced Cheng Su, it nearly crushed him, as Cheng Su barely reached its legs. Nonetheless, Cheng Su was quite pleased to be smaller than it, as its entire fluffy body enveloped him, offering unparalleled comfort, akin to a gentle breeze brushing past. Why do I suddenly feel as though I am living with two gay companions? Chu Xiao mused from upstairs, observing Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan alongside Big Orange. And the more he looked, the more he felt this way. However, he seemingly forgot that just yesterday, Cheng Su had nearly rekindled a romance with his ex-girlfriend, only to be thwarted by Chu Xiao's forceful intervention. Of course, such a woman was hardly worth lamenting. He leaped down from the upper floor, landing on Big Orange, whose fur had grown even longer and softer, making it feel like a cozy little bed for him. "Show me what delicious food you are preparing," Chu Xiao said, as Cheng Su came outside with a large pot retrieved from his storage bracelet. "Of course, I am cooking fish for you." He then took out the large black fish that had been left over. As he lit the fire, he couldn't help but remark, "This fire making is such a hassle. I haven't collected enough firewood in quite some time." Then let Jiaxuan upgrade his lightning ability. "Perhaps in the future, we can use it for cooking," Chu Xiao suggested. "That would require something akin to a generator suitable for ability users, which is too troublesome. It would be far simpler to enhance our cultivation and directly use fireball techniques," Zhang Jiaxuan countered. "However, cultivation is exceedingly difficult. Although the spiritual energy in our world has grown denser, reaching a certain level of cultivation remains a daunting task." Cheng Su sighed. "I find it rather manageable," Zhang Jiaxuan replied. "His talent allowed him to feel a sense of progress each day. That's because you possess exceptional talent." Cheng Su and Chu Xiao both envied him in this regard. After all, Cheng Su's talent was rather mediocre, and for Chu Xiao, being a beast made cultivation even more arduous, progressing at a significantly slower pace compared to Cheng Su. It was only due to its ample resources that it could acquire numerous elixirs. Otherwise, its cultivation would be even slower. Thus, it focused more on enhancing its abilities, as elevating one's abilities also improved physical constitution, and enhancing abilities was simpler. Just consuming zombie cores would suffice, requiring little effort. The more cores one consumed, the more naturally energy could transform into qualitative change. Of course, this notion of little effort was relative. For others, acquiring zombie cores was inherently challenging, and purification pills were exorbitantly priced at the base, making rapid advancement quite difficult. While they chatted and cooked the fish, soon the pot began to emit a tantalizing aroma, causing those nearby to salivate uncontrollably. Although food supplies had not reached a critical shortage, the base's leadership was mindful of sustainability. Thus, rations were limited and prices quite steep. Some meticulously prepared dishes were even more expensive. Consequently, they had not indulged in stir-fries or stews for quite some time, often subsisting on compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. Meanwhile, the pigs, sheep, and cows had mostly mutated, and those that remained unmutated were scarce. With no electricity, frozen meats and cold storage were rendered inedible, making meat procurement a challenging endeavor. How fragrant! Finally, one person next door could no longer contain himself. Holding a zombie core in hand, he shouted through the fence to Cheng Su and the others, "Hey, brothers, how about I trade this zombie core for a fish? We have no need for cores." Big Orange immediately dismissed the proposal. After all, with Big Spot absent, this pot of fish belonged solely to him. How could anyone dare attempt to snatch it away? "What about 2 cores? The man pressed. "2 cores are still unacceptable. We have plenty of cores," Big Orange retorted angrily. It had no shortage of cores, as it had ample stored with Chu Xiao and the others. If it desired cores, it could obtain them at any time. "I possess fire abilities. I could help you light a fire next time," the man persisted, refusing to back down. "I can start a fire quickly, allowing your fish to cook even faster next time." Chapter 88. Urgent Matters. "Ah, I see." The orange cat tilted its head thoughtfully and said to Chu Xiao, "Then let us have you come over and give it a try." "Please, come in," Zhang Jiaxuan spoke after receiving the consent of the 2 adorable pets at home. The person then stepped inside. He appeared to be in his early 20s, sporting a crew cut that gave him a neat and tidy appearance. Residing in a nearby villa suggested he possessed considerable capabilities. Thus, he looked quite presentable and spirited rather than disheveled. "What level is your ability?" Chu Xiao inquired as the man entered. "Level 2, the man replied, then introduced himself. "My name is Zhao Yangi. How do you all address yourselves?" "I am Chu Xiao," he responded with a smile. "I'm called Deju," the orange cat chimed in eagerly. Thus, everyone introduced themselves, with Zhao Yangi displaying a certain familiarity, as he had even exchanged a crystal core for a meal. "Now, you can start the fire," Cheng Su said, stepping aside to make room for him. Zhao Yangi was unhesitant, and with a flick of his fire ability, a roaring flame erupted from the pile of firewood, tenfold stronger than before. Shortly thereafter, he retracted his power, and the fish in the pot was thoroughly cooked and ready to eat. Zhang Jiaxuan retrieved several sets of bowls and chopsticks from his storage bracelet. Let us each have a bowl. This pot of fish is quite large. There should be plenty. He directed the latter part of his statement to Daeju. Although Daeju felt a twinge of reluctance, he said nothing, only expressing, if only we had someone with ice abilities. Ice abilities are hard to come by. As long as you're willing to sacrifice a bowl of fish, an ice ability user will appear in no time, Chushio remarked. I'm willing. Daeju quickly replied. Then wait here, Chushio instructed, promptly sending a message to Li Raorao via the system, urging her to come to their villa, as there was an urgent matter. After learning that Chushio was also a chosen one, Li Raorao had given him her ID number, and they had become friends. Of course, Chushio had paid the coins for adding friends, as Li Raorao and her group were quite impoverished. Li Raorao, currently bathing, paused when she received Chushio's message and promptly inquired telepathically, "What's wrong? What happened?" However, just as she was about to send the message, she remembered that each message cost 1 coin, and accumulating 10 messages could exchange for a purification pill. Hesitant, she refrained from sending it, hastily shutting off the water, drying herself, hastily putting on some clothes, and rushing towards Chung Su's villa. "Where are you going?" her roommate, Zhang Xiaochu, quickly asked. "I'm going to visit the big cats," Li Raorao replied, disappearing from sight. "Why are you going there?" Zhang Xiaochu wondered, following her. "What is going on? What happened?" Upon arriving at the villa, Li Raorao immediately inquired. However, the reality seemed to differ from her expectations. Upon reaching Chung Su's villa, she was surprised to see them sitting outside, enjoying fish soup. "Raorao, you finally arrived," Chushio exclaimed sweetly, running up to her and looking up. "We made fish soup and came to invite you to drink some. Is that so?" Li Raorao found it a bit strange. "Of course," Daeju chimed in quickly. Although Li Raorao felt somewhat puzzled, she was also quite pleased. She walked over to sit down, adopting a serious tone. "Next time, just come to call me directly for such matters. It's south so close, don't waste a coin." "Understood," Chushio responded quickly. "I just wanted you to enjoy the fish soup sooner." "Here," Zhang Jiaxuan said, swiftly handing her a bowl of the freshly prepared soup. Li Raorao still found it a bit odd. While they were nice enough, it didn't seem to warrant such kindness, especially from the cunning Chushio. "Didn't you wash the pot you used to cook the fish?" she asked, her suspicion lingering. "We cleaned it," Cheng Su assured her. "We're all eating it too." "Oh," Li Raorao thought it reasonable. Since they were eating it themselves, she had no reason to refuse. With that in mind, she quickly picked up her bowl. Finding it a bit hot, she utilized her ice abilities to cool it down, and at that moment, everyone seized the opportunity to pass their bowls over, asking her to cool theirs down as well. Li Raorao didn't think twice and soon cooled down everyone's bowls. Her abilities had just advanced to level 2 yesterday, greatly enhancing her capacity to create ice. "Sister, cool mine down too," Daeju requested. Of course, Li Raorao replied without hesitation, waving her hand to lower the temperature in the pot. "Wow, we can finally eat." With the temperature just right, Daeju stood by the pot, licking with enthusiasm. Everyone began to eat, except for Zhang Xiaochu, who had just arrived and stood outside the villa, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at them, feeling left out as they feasted on fish without inviting her. If they had all ignored her, it would have been one thing, but they had specifically called Li Raorao, which stung her heart. "Xiaochu," Li Raorao noticed her bowl and felt a pang of guilt. "Come over, I'll share some with you." "I don't want any," Zhang Xiaochu replied, feeling increasingly aggrieved. "It's bad enough they bully me. You clearly knew there was something delicious and didn't invite me." "Didn't we agree we were sisters?" Xiaochu, I didn't know they called me over for fish soup. I thought they needed me for something important," Li Raorao hastily explained. Yet, Zhang Xiaochu wore an expression that said she wouldn't listen, and since Li Raorao was not particularly adept at pleasing others, she didn't press the matter further. "Sister, you just eat yours," Chushio remarked to Li Raorao, then turned to Zhang Xiaochu, feeling an inexplicable urge to tease her more as she cried. "This fish soup is ours to share with whoever we please. You're so ugly that even if you came, we wouldn't give you any. Humph, I hate you all. Next time there's something delicious, I won't share with you either," Zhang Xiaochu declared, crying as she ran away. "I'll go chase her," Chung Su said, setting down his bowl, unable to bear seeing a girl in tears. "No, don't chase her, you'll spoil her," Chushio countered. "You shouldn't always bully girls." Chung Su shook his head helplessly as he walked out. "If you don't bully girls, they'll bully you," Chushio called after him. Guessing that Chung Su had originally been in the same predicament, completely under Yi Sitong's control. Chapter 89. What to eat for lunch. Fortunately, his presence allowed him to escape that whirlpool of emotions. One cannot help but wonder if he would again find himself ensnared in the web of affection spun by Zhang Xiaochu. However, if one were to assess the situation fairly, Zhang Xiaochu, in comparison to Yi Sidong, was a touch more agreeable. If he were to be with Zhang Xiaochu, he could delight in teasing her every day. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiu decided to follow along. Before long, Zhang Xiaochu was coaxed back by Cheng Su. After shedding tears, her large, red, and teary eyes presented a truly pitiful sight, evoking sympathy from all. Chu Xiu pondered whether he had perhaps been a tad excessive, considering she was also a young lady. Zhang Jiaxuan silently retrieved a bowl, intending to share a portion with her. Cheng Su remarked, girls might not relish consuming someone else's food. I just gave her a bowl of instant noodles. Instant noodles? Upon hearing this term, Zhao Liangyi's eyes brightened. Where's the instant noodles? I'll trade with you. Come on. What do you have to offer us in exchange? We lack nothing, not even crystal cores. We merely need a subordinate to tend the fire. Chu Xiu retorted with annoyance. You claim that Zhang Xiaochu is a girl, and her tears can evoke sympathy. Yet here you are, a grown man, stirring up trouble? Zhao Liangyi scoffed. A subordinate to tend the fire? Let us pass on that. He continued, unable to lower himself to such a role. After all, he was a level 2 esper. A chosen one capable of redeeming various wondrous resources at the end of the world supermarket, and he held a certain status in this base, with many referring to him as Brother E. He would not demean himself to be a mere fire-tending subordinate. Are you a chosen one? At that moment, Chu Xiu inquired. Yes. Zhao Liangyi replied with a hint of pride. Then add me as a friend. I may need your assistance in the future. Chu Xiu stated. Just in case he needed help cooking fish, it might come in handy. I don't have that many gold coins, Zhao Liangyi replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Penny pincher, Chu Xiu huffed, providing his ID. I'll add you. Next time I'll call you to roast fish. All right. Although he was puzzled about how a cat could become a chosen one, Zhao Liangyi was not one to pry deeply into others' affairs. In his view, nothing was strange in this world. The purpose of adding Zhao Liangyi as a friend was simple. Should the need arise to roast meat or fish, having him around would be convenient. After all, they would need considerable time to master their fireball technique, so having Zhao Liangyi fill in for now was prudent. Zhao Liangyi, I didn't realize you were also a chosen one. Why was this unknown to us before? Zhang Xiaochu expressed her surprise. I was very familiar with you all before, Zhao Liangyi responded. He was not originally from this military base but had joined later, merely residing in this villa area alongside Zhang Xiaochu and others, thus their acquaintance was limited. Wait, Chu Xiu, why do you add Zhao Liangyi but not me? Zhang Xiaochu felt overlooked. Why should I add you? What special talent do you possess? Chu Xiu replied, indicating that he only added individuals he found useful. After all, his gold coins were not an endless resource. Zhang Xiaochu felt belittled, adopting a more assertive stance. I am also an esper, a plant esper, capable of making plants grow. Well, that is splendid. Why didn't you produce some vegetables for us to eat earlier? Especially some chili peppers. Fish cooked with peppers and a handful of greens would be delightful, Chu Xiu remarked. You refuse to utilize your abilities and expect to gain from a few tears. Who would willingly add you? Who would want to use my abilities for such purposes? My powers are primarily for slaying zombies, she retorted, capable of instantaneously accelerating the growth of vine seeds to bind to zombies. Yet, in Chu Xiu's eyes, she had reduced herself to merely a vegetable grower. How many zombies can you slay? Can your abilities compare to my little green? Chu Xiu questioned. Now you finally admit that the vine monster belongs to you? Zhang Xiaochu countered, believing she had caught Chu Xiu in a contradiction. Stop tangling me in this. Just tell me if you can or cannot. Chu Xiu insisted. I cannot. Zhang Xiaochu turned her head away after her admission. Why did she always find herself at a disadvantage before Chu Xiu? Was she truly inferior to a mere cat? If you cannot, then remain silent. If you wish for me to add you, you must grow vegetables for us. Otherwise, I won't add you, Chu Xiu declared. Fine. If you don't want to add me, then don't. Many people wish to befriend me, Zhang Xiaochu said, puffed up with indignation. Indeed, many wish to befriend you. Yet those individuals lack the gold coins to do so, Chu Xiu replied. Zhang Xiaochu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if everyone had that gold, they would have long since exchanged it for various resources at the end of the world supermarket. Who would willingly spend 200 gold coins just to add a friend? Enough, meow meow. Just add her, Cheng Su interjected. Not adding. If anyone is to add, it should be you, Chu Xiu stated. He was now consciously attempting to facilitate a connection between Cheng Su and Zhang Xiaochu. Thus he would not entangle himself with his brother's potential girlfriend. Very well. Cheng Su turned to Zhang Xiaochu. Little Chu, shall we be friends? I have no gold coins. Zhang Xiaochu maintained her stern demeanor. I will add you. Cheng Su replied gently. This softened Zhang Xiaochu's expression as she shared her ID. I just created a group chat. Cheng Su, please add her to our new group. Chu Xiao instructed. Soon, Zhang Xiaochu found herself added to a group chat titled What to Eat for Lunch. Already present were Zhang Jiaxuan, Zhao Liangyi, and Li Raorao, with Chu Xiao as the group owner. Do you know how many gold coins are required to create a group? Zhang Xiaochu exclaimed in astonishment, perceiving their group as frivolous with their coins. 50 gold coins for a group. Adding a friend is only 10 coins. Is that expensive? Chu Xiao countered. 50? Zhang Xiaochu was taken aback. Why is it 500 for us to create a group? Originally, her team had considered forming a group, yet it was deemed too expensive, leading them to maintain individual contacts, ensuring they could reach one another. Although this arrangement was somewhat inconvenient, they had no choice but to conserve their gold coins. Perhaps it's because I am a distinguished member of the system, Chu Xiao remarked casually. He had no idea why, but the price for creating groups had always been this rate for him. Could it be a benefit of being the first member of the supermarket? Chapter 90, The Dining Group. No outsiders, may I invite my captain and the others to join us? Zhang Xiaochu inquired once more. Absolutely not. Chu Xiao firmly rejected without a moment's hesitation. This is our dining group. Do they wish to partake in free meals? No, we don't want your food. It's just that sometimes during missions, we might need to convey certain matters through your group, Zhang Xiaochu clarified. Oh, so while we are cultivating, your messages will be flickering in our minds. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Our team member, Yin Lei, possesses water abilities. What if you ever need water in the future? Zhang Xiaochu remarked. Chu Xiao tilted his head in contemplation and replied. Then discuss with him whether he is willing to provide us with water resources in critical moments. Only if he agrees can you bring him in. I'll go ask him right now. Zhang Xiaochu immediately stood up. Can't you just send him a message? Chu Xiao suggested. One message costs a gold coin. Why complicate matters? Zhang Xiaochu began to speak but paused, realizing that her friend Cheng Su had just transferred her 100 gold coins. Now that you have some gold coins, right? Cheng Su inquired in the system, mindful of her pride. Zhang Xiaochu glanced at Cheng Su, her cheeks flushing. Since the apocalypse, every crystal core and gold coin she possessed had been earned through her own efforts. No one had given her a single coin. Before the apocalypse, she had been a carefree little princess, but after, she became frugal, understanding the significance of gold coins, and thus conserved whenever possible. However, Cheng Su's sudden transfer of 100 gold coins moved her deeply. She expressed her gratitude in the system and messaged Yin Lei, inviting him to discuss matters. Yin Lei arrived shortly, and upon hearing the situation, he readily agreed. Once the three of them joined the group, in critical moments, if he sent a message, at least 3 people would see it, facilitating faster communication and saving a gold coin in the process. As for using his water abilities to create water resources for them when he was free, he was indifferent. After all, with his current capabilities, he primarily relied on firearms when confronting zombies, and his abilities were not particularly significant. With Yin Lei's consent, Chu Xiao assessed his abilities again before allowing Zhang Xiaochu to add him to the group and approving his application. Now we have water, fire, and ice. Our lunch will be much more convenient in the future, Chu Xiao remarked. Although the large orange cat was unclear about what adding friends meant, it grasped the general idea and understood that this would lead to quicker meals, thus feeling quite pleased. Meow, can I let my brother join? Li Raorao suddenly made a request. Chu Xiao glanced at Li Raorao, feeling somewhat conflicted. Allowing her brother to join was not out of the question. It merely meant one more person and another pair of chopsticks, and they could easily share a portion from the large orange cat. My brother is very capable, Li Raorao added. All right. Before she could elaborate on her brother's merits, Chu Xiao had already consented. You actually agreed? Li Raorao was somewhat surprised. Well, you are so beautiful. How could I refuse your request? Chu Xiao replied. This remark earned her an eye roll from Zhang Xiaochu, yet she chose not to comment further. Li Raorao then added Li Yihong to the group. Upon seeing the group name, Li Yihong found it somewhat odd, and after entering, he sent a message. Are we having zombies for lunch? Ah, your imagination is remarkable. Chu Xiao replied. We do not eat zombies. As long as we aren't eating zombies, Li Yihong responded, not wishing to waste a gold coin on further messages. Soon after, everyone finished their meals and dispersed. Zhao Liye felt quite content. Li Yihong's team was quite well known within the base, and he had never been close to them. He never anticipated that he would be in the same group with them today. Wouldn't that mean numerous opportunities to cling to their coattails in the future? With this thought in mind, Zhao Liye cast a glance at the unremarkable Chu Xiu and the very conspicuous large orange cat. If he were to seek support, it seemed there were even thicker legs to cling to here. Feeling fortunate for the day, Zhao Liye's heart brimmed with joy, thinking that should any danger arise, he could potentially request assistance from the big shots. Of course, the prerequisite would be that he had to cook their meals well. With this in mind, he began to train his fire abilities at home, striving for precision and control. Why hasn't Daban returned yet? After the others had left, Cheng Su and the group began to worry about Daban. It would be great if Daban were also a chosen one. Then we could ask it for information. Cheng Su remarked. Shall we go look for it? The large orange cat suggested. Having previously worried that Daban would steal its food, now that the food was consumed, it began to contemplate its return. You stay at home, we will go find it. Since the large orange cat lacked a system and could not communicate in real time, Cheng Su and the others were uneasy about it venturing out. If it failed to find Daban and got lost, that would indeed be troublesome. Meow? You stay home too. Chu Xiu wished to accompany them, but Cheng Su also advised it to stay behind. No, I want to go find Daban. Chu Xiu felt confident in its abilities, knowing it had various skills at its disposal. Though it only had a rudimentary grasp of those skills, it believed it could hold its own for a few seconds. Moreover, it possessed abilities and a system to communicate with others, and it felt capable of exploring the vast base. Very well, Cheng Su pondered and permitted Chu Xiu to join them. Thus, they left the large orange cat to guard the house while the two humans and one cat set out to find Daban. They searched throughout the base for an entire day, but could not locate it, eventually meeting at the entrance of the base. Have you seen a large spotted dog about this size? Zhang Jiaxuan gestured, indicating a height of 4 to 5 meters, a length of approximately 6 to 7 meters, and a width of 2 to 3 meters. Yes, it went out, the gatekeeper replied. Did it go out alone? Zhang Jiaxuan further inquired. No, it seems there were 2 people who took it out, the gatekeeper responded. Do you know who those 2 people were? Zhang Jiaxuan pressed eagerly. I do not know. The gatekeeper shook his head. We do not require registration to leave, so it is free to exit. After gathering this information, the 2 exchanged glances, and Cheng Su said, could it be that Daban was taken by someone? Chapter 91. The Great Spot has been abducted, could it be? Its size is so considerable that the number of individuals capable of carrying it away must be few. Zhang Jiaxuan remarked. Perhaps someone noticed the Great Spot's impressive stature and strength, intending to deceive it into assisting them in combating zombies. Isn't that still abduction? Cheng Su retorted, somewhat irritated. This spot is simply thoughtless. Doesn't it realize our worries? It casually accompanies others, and what if something happens? It should be fine. Don't fret too much. Let us return and await its return, Zhang Jiaxuan suggested. Upon exiting the base, they found themselves in an expansive world, utterly clueless as to where to locate it, so they decided to head back. However, since the Great Spot had not yet returned, both Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan struggled to rest, eventually drifting into a fitful slumber. The following day arrived, yet there was still no sign of the Great Spot, heightening their anxiety. Has the Great Spot gone missing? Cheng Su exclaimed, filled with distress. I doubt it's lost. It might have simply chosen to follow someone else. Leaving us behind, responded to Ju, irritated and saddened, having formed a bond over their time spent together. The jovial moments they shared made its sudden disappearance all the more heart-wrenching. It cannot be. The Great Spot is not that kind of dog, Cheng Su asserted confidently. It previously wanted to eat us. I believe it has found a better master, Ju replied indignantly. Regardless, we must locate the Great Spot first. Even if it has found new owners, we must find it, Chu Xiu declared. In truth, it did not believe the Great Spot would abandon them without notice. It was more likely that it had encountered some peril. Yet, within this small town, they felt that with the Great Spot's capabilities, it would not easily fall into danger. But what if? An air of unease enveloped them. During a group chat about lunch, Chu Xiu sent a message. Our Great Spot is missing. Could you assist in the search? Missing? You mean the black and white spotted dog? Soon, messages began flooding in the chat, and Li Yihong responded promptly. I will send someone to inquire immediately. What on earth happened? How could the Great Spot go missing? Zhang Xiaochu asked, anxious. Everyone sprang into action and eventually reconvened at the city gates. I heard the Great Spot left the city with 2 youths, Li Yihong informed them. What are the names of these youths? Have they returned? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired hurriedly. One is named Su Qing, the other Su Ping. They reside in the flat houses and likely do not possess strength surpassing that of the Great Spot. They have yet to return since leaving yesterday, Li Yihong divulged. Perhaps these 2 boys sweet-talked the Great Spot into accompanying them, Yin Lei suggested. Helping them with zombies may not be a problem. but I fear for the great spot's safety. It should be all right. After all, the great spot is formidable, Zhang Xiaochu reassured. Sighing deeply, Cheng Su expressed his concern. Ever since we became acquainted with the great spot, it has always been by our side, never leaving us for an entire night. They may have encountered danger. Li Raora posited. Speculating here is futile. We should venture out in search of it, Chu Xiu suggested, also fearing that the great spot might be in peril. The disappearance of the great spot weighed heavily on everyone's minds, and they resolved to split into smaller groups to search for it. If any news arose, they would relay it in the chat. Wait, what chat? Interjected Zhai Feiyu, bewildered. The group we joined, Zhang Xiaochu explained casually. You joined a group? What about me? Zhai Feiyu thought, feeling left out. This is not the moment for such discussions. Finding the great spot is our priority. Once we locate it, we will add you. Chu Xiu said, leaping into Li Raorao's arms, opting to search alongside her. Given the dangers that lurked beyond the base, they decided to pair off. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, being skilled, naturally separated from the others. Chu Xiu also considered itself adept, thus pairing with Li Raorao sufficed. As they dispersed to search, they inquired among survivors along the way, ultimately discovering the general direction in which the great spot had departed. Upon learning its trajectory, their hearts sank. The great spot had not headed into the city but instead towards the outskirts. The base itself was located on the outskirts, and beyond that lay the wilderness. A vast expanse of desolate land, now overtaken by various flora and fauna, resembled a true paradise for wildlife. The inhabitants of the base primarily sought resources within the city, seldom venturing into these remote mountains. As they continued their search, the group reconvened, clearly sharing similar findings. What could these two little rascals want with the great spot in this desolate wilderness? Are they hoping to coerce it into aiding them in capturing another pet? Zhai Feiyu mused aloud. No one responded. They were all engulfed in the sadness of the great spot's absence. Once a highway traversed this area, but now, roots and stems of various plants had rendered it nearly impassable. Towering trees and twisted vines evoked a sense of entering a primeval forest. The group hesitated to proceed further. Chu Xiu, taking advantage of its smaller stature, ventured ahead to scout the path. Are we certain the great spot went this way? The deeper they ventured, the heavier their hearts became, uncertain of what perils lurked within the thicket. Indeed, Li Yihang affirmed. With sharp eyes, Yinlei spotted something. Look, aren't these the great spot's paw prints? Precisely, Cheng Su nodded. Chu Xiu leaned closer, picking up a strand of the great spot's fur, unmistakably carrying its scent. That confirms we are on the right track, Zhang Jiaxuan agreed, and they pressed onward. Chu Xiu's sense of smell proved advantageous. As they searched for the dog, it heightened its olfactory senses to discern the myriad scents within the forest, guiding the group forward. With the dense foliage, the great spot's considerable size had left traces of its presence. Its scent and fur clung to the trees and vines it brushed against. Be cautious. Suddenly, as Chu Xiu stepped on a vine, it ensnared him, lifting him into the air. Though they were aware that some vines possessed sentience, it was the first time anyone, aside from Chu Xiu's little green companion, had witnessed such swift and unexpected movement. However, in that moment of capture, Chu Xiu quickly opened its mouth, unleashing a blade of wind that severed the vine, landing back on the ground. Chapter 92. Enigmatic vines and curious fruits. Everyone should exercise caution, it advised. These vines are indeed formidable. Even a cat as agile as it has fallen victim to a sneak attack, let alone the others. It remained uncertain whether these vines possessed sight or some form of sensory perception. Shortly after Chu Xiu's words echoed, numerous vines and root-like tendrils began to lash out from all directions, causing even the branches of trees to sway ominously. Crack! As the crowd evaded the vines, an array of unknown fruits rained down from above, resembling coconuts in size and weight. The sudden onslaught caught many off guard, resulting in painful impacts. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan had activated the defensive Qingyan silver nails adorning their ears, enveloping themselves in a flickering shield of flame, leaving onlookers astounded. What are those on you? Zhai Feiyu queried, dodging the vines while deflecting the colossal fruits with his blade. These are Qingyan silver nails, artifacts from the Apocalypse supermarket. Once activated, they manifest a faint defensive flame across the body, though this flame dissipates gradually upon taking damage, Zhang Jiaxuan explained, striking at the encroaching vines with bolts of lightning. Is that so? I thought you had joined the Morning Love family. What with the ear ornaments and long hair? Zhai Feiyu commented. Now is not the time for jokes, Zhang Xiaochu interjected, struggling to keep up. Zhang Xiaochu, aren't you a plant ability user? Can't you control their growth? Perhaps you could reverse it? Chu Xiu suggested from the side. Given its small size, the vines attacking it were few, and it managed to fend them off with the occasional gust of wind. I lack that capability. Zhang Xiaochu felt as though Chu Xiu was mocking her. You should strive harder, Chu Xiu replied. At this moment, there was no intention of ridicule. Rather, Chu Xiu believed Zhang Xiaochu's plant abilities held significant potential, far beyond simply quickening the germination of seeds. The assault was swift but fleeting. Amidst the initial chaos, the group gradually regained composure. With the presence of Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su, who required no defense, the vines were soon repelled, and the onslaught of falling fruit ceased. What sort of tree is this? Zhai Feiyu looked up, eager to discern more clearly. Suddenly, a fruit the size of a basketball plummeted towards him. Panic ensued as he watched the fruit enlarge in his vision. Just as he braced for impact, it floated just above his eyes and was seized by Zhang Jiaxuan. What is this? Zhai Feiyu was left bewildered. Was it an ability or a spell? Before he could inquire further, another wave of fruits descended, larger and more ferocious than the last. This time, the crowd abandoned all thoughts of defense and fled in haste. After what felt like an eternity of running, the fruits finally ceased their descent. It seemed they had escaped the dense thicket, though the towering trees and grass, now as tall as sickles, suggested otherwise. Cautiously, they navigated through the underbrush, when suddenly, Zhang Xiaochu cried out. Ah, what happened? The group halted abruptly. Something bit me, Zhang Xiaochu exclaimed, lifting her leg. They gasped in horror at the sight of a massive leech, as thick as an infant's arm, clinging to her leg. The leech had gnawed through her pants, embedding itself into her flesh. Ah! Zhang Xiaochu shrieked in terror at the grotesque creature. Don't worry, once this leech is sated, it will detach itself. Chu Xiu reassured from the safety of Li Raoleo's embrace. Don't frighten her, Li Raolao said, unleashing a blast of ice that encased the leech in a solid block. The leech soon fell away from Zhang Xiaochu's leg. However, she still felt excruciating pain, as the creature had left its mouthparts embedded within her. It hurts. It hurt so much. The leech had undergone some mutation, and soon Zhang Xiaochu felt her leg growing numb, continuously crying out in discomfort. Perhaps you should rest here, Cheng Su suggested, concern evident in his voice. Rest here alone? Zhang Xiaochu shot him a look of indignation. This place was far too strange for her to remain alone. No, I meant you could rest in the hut, Cheng Su clarified. He intended to summon his humble abode for her to recuperate within, but Zhang Xiaochu glared at him, clearly uninterested in his proposal. Let us treat her leg first, otherwise she may not be able to walk again, Chu Xiu insisted. Eventually, Cheng Su summoned his hut. The sudden appearance of the hut startled everyone. Where had it come from? From the Apocalypse supermarket, Cheng Su explained as he took Zhang Xiaochu's hand and granted her access, carrying her inside. Zhai Feiyu and the others rushed toward the hut, only to find themselves barred from entry, left to watch helplessly. Don't look at me. You need permission to enter this hut, Zhang Jiaxuan clarified before joining Cheng Su inside to check on her condition. They had exchanged many medicinal pills at the Apocalypse supermarket, so Zhang Xiaochu's situation was not dire. She just needed to endure some pain. Chu Xiu, why do you all have these? Zhao Liangyi couldn't contain his curiosity. We all visited the Apocalypse supermarket. Why didn't I discover such treasures? These can only be purchased on the second floor. When you visited the supermarket, your ability was still at level 1, right? Once you reach level 2 and descend to the second floor, you'll find even greater treasures, Chu Xiu elucidated. Is that so? I was indeed at level 1 then. Now I'm at level 2, but there are no supermarkets left in our area. Zhao Liangyi expressed his frustration. The supermarkets have relocated to other cities. If I venture to another city, by the time I arrive, who knows where the Apocalypse supermarket will be next? Chapter 93, The Giant Leech Over Time. The survivors have discerned certain patterns regarding the apocalyptic supermarket, realizing that it has the capacity to relocate with the passage of time. It may reside in one place today and vanish to another by tomorrow. The duration of its stay remains a mystery, seldom exceeding 3 days, and occasionally disappearing within mere half an hour. Therefore, despite being the chosen ones who can leverage the supermarket's aid, the challenge lies in locating this elusive establishment, which verges on the arcane. Do not be disheartened. Gather more supplies. When we eventually encounter the supermarket, we shall be able to exchange them, Chu Xiu reassured. In truth, he felt a sense of glee, affirming that his earlier decision was indeed prudent. Initially, he believed that 1,000 gold coins constituted a substantial amount. However, at present, this sum seems trivial. Over time, he has procured numerous items, amassing hundreds of thousands of coins within the system. Upon reflection, Even 100,000 coins is not particularly significant, given that they nearly plundered an entire dock, selling off all its goods and thereby accruing millions of coins. Coupled with the profits from selling fish, this is how they have accumulated their wealth. If the dock's goods were to be converted into pre-apocalyptic currency, it could amount to tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions. Thus, one could argue that the apocalyptic supermarket is quite the swindle. Nonetheless, pre-apocalyptic money has become obsolete. Rendered as worthless as scrap paper, it is far more beneficial to seize usable resources rather than dwell on bygone riches. After a brief exchange, Zhang Jiaxuan, Cheng Su, and Zhang Xiaochu emerged. Upon seeing them, Li Raolao inquired, "Xiaochu, are you unscathed?" "I am well," Zhang Xiaochu replied. The preceding ordeal felt like a fleeting dream. Cheng Su had administered a pill and excised the leech's mouthparts and the necrotic flesh from her leg, all without her experiencing any pain. Remarkably, she soon observed that her wound had entirely healed, returning to its original state. She had never encountered such a miraculous pill before. However, she refrained from probing further, aware that any questions would lead to the inevitable revelation that it was a product from the enigmatic apocalyptic supermarket, of which they had yet to experience. Thus, she was fervently eager to encounter the supermarket once more, especially since her water abilities were on the verge of leveling up to 2. At that point, she could ascend and explore the wonders housed on the second floor. "Thank goodness all is well," Li Raolao remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. Chu Xiao had already informed them about the marvelous items on the second floor, so they understood that the miraculous remedy for Zhang Xiaochu must have originated from there. At that moment, their thoughts were solely fixated on reaching the second floor, oblivious to whether their finances would suffice. "Thank you all for aiding in the search for Daban. We have encountered numerous challenges thus far, and from this point onward, let us forge our own path." Zhang Jiaxuan stated earnestly, "No, we have come specifically to search for Daban. Until we find him, we cannot abandon our quest," Zhang Xiaochu insisted, looking up determinedly. "Who among you possesses the ability to locate Daban? Even with his prowess, he has yet to return. I fear for your safety." Zhang Jiaxuan did not finish his sentence. "If you're not afraid, then neither are we," Zhang Xiaochu replied resolutely. "Brother Zhang, we have faith in your capabilities. When peril arises, you shall not forsake us. Consider us your companions in this adventure, as it is a journey we must all undertake," Li Hong added. Observing the treacherous terrain, it was evident that the path between cities had become perilous. Who could navigate such a treacherous wilderness? "Indeed, Brother Zhang, lead us onward." "We shall not hinder your progress," Zhao Liangyi affirmed. With the group's resolve to proceed unwavering, Zhang Jiaxuan opted not to dissuade them further. "Miao, can you sense Daban's whereabouts?" Cheng Su inquired. "I cannot pinpoint it, but I can detect its scent ahead of us to the right," Chu Xiao responded. "Then let us press on, but tread carefully," Zhang Jiaxuan urged, retrieving several pairs of work boots from his storage bracelet for everyone to wear. "To think you possess these boots as well. Are they from the apocalyptic supermarket?" Zhai Feiyu asked. "These are not from the supermarket. We collected them from a shop," Zhang Jiaxuan clarified before donning a pair himself. Wearing such boots, it was unlikely that the leeches could penetrate them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yin Lei fell victim to a leech that had latched onto his foot. The creature's mouthparts were alarmingly sharp, producing a crunching sound as it clung to him. With a swift motion, he kicked the giant leech to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. Crushing a giant leech was indeed repulsive, yet it heightened everyone's vigilance. Who knows how many more leeches lurked in the grass? "That cannot be a leech, can it?" Zhai Feiyu remarked, unable to spot any leeches on the grass. Yet the creature's mouthparts bore teeth capable of piercing rubber boots. Regardless of its identity, it is undoubtedly a troublesome and repugnant creature, Yin Lei retorted. Even in the pre-apocalyptic era, one could encounter leeches while traversing challenging terrains, though some referred to them as dry leeches, which were particularly fearsome. Li Yihong educated the group on the dangers of dry leeches, warning, "If we are indeed facing dry leeches, we must exercise caution. They inhabit grassy areas and stealthily attach themselves to unsuspecting individuals, often going unnoticed until they are fully engorged with blood. Some more menacing varieties travel in swarms, refusing to depart until they have drained their victim entirely." His words sent chills down the spines of the group. If dry leeches were already so terrifying in the pre-apocalyptic world, their post-apocalyptic counterparts must be even more formidable. With their vigilance heightened, their pace quickened as they frequently checked beneath their feet, wary of the potential for these giant dry leeches to attach themselves once more. Ironically, the more they feared the dry leeches, the more they seemed to encounter them, unlike their earlier minuscule forms, which blended seamlessly into the grass. These creatures now appeared as thick as a baby's arm, making them nearly impossible to overlook. Chapter 94. Long-legged spiders. The group discovered that numerous leeches were sprawled over the grass roots, lying in wait for them to pass by, ready to leap onto their legs and feast upon their blood. Upon seeing the leeches ahead in pairs, the members of the group hesitated to advance. Zhang Jiaxuan, at the forefront, spotted more leeches and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. What should we do? Cheng Su inquired quietly. Some leeches can jump. We cannot take any risks, Li Yihong added. The thought of these repulsive creatures leaping onto their faces and clawing at their eyes sent shivers down their spines. Especially for the two ladies, Li Rao Rao and Zhang Xiaochu, who trembled noticeably. Noticing Li Rao Rao's fear, Chu Xiu comforted her. Do not be afraid. I will protect you. Thank you, Chu Xiu, Li Rao Rao murmured, pressing her face against his, finding warmth in the softness of his fur. Cheng Su, could you perhaps hypnotize these leeches so we can make a swift escape? Zhang Jiaxuan proposed. I can give it a try. But how will we know if they are truly hypnotized? Cheng Su responded. Does anyone have a better idea? If not, let us proceed with Cheng Su's plan to hypnotize the leeches and then make a run for it, Zhang Jiaxuan declared to the group. I trust Chengge. I am willing to try, Zhao Liangyi immediately agreed. I will also give it a go, Zhang Xiaochu added. With that, everyone expressed their consent. Cheng Su took a deep breath, glanced at the group, and said, Thank you all for believing in me. Please stay close. With that, he activated his powers and dashed forward. Strangely, after he unleashed his abilities, the leeches seemed to fall into a slumber as the group passed through, showing no signs of awareness. In fact, during their run, they inadvertently crushed 2 leeches, yet the others remained oblivious. They hurriedly made their way out of the grassy expanse, with some leaves brushing against their faces, leaving streaks of blood, but no one uttered a word. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the meadow. As they stepped out, Cheng Su stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, Zhang Jiaxuan reacted swiftly, catching him. Cheng Su, are you all right? I'm fine. Cheng Su waved his hand dismissively. I'm just a bit exhausted. At that moment, his pale complexion revealed the toll of his abilities. Though traversing the grassland seemed effortless, exerting his powers over so many creatures was no trivial matter, especially since he was still a level short of the 3rd tier, making it exceedingly challenging to control such a vast number of beings. Let us rest for a moment, Zhang Jiaxuan suggested. Agreed, the others nodded, settling down in a cross-legged position. This jungle is truly perilous, Zhao Liangyi remarked, shaken. I once thought I was formidable, but had I not been with you, I would likely have perished here, devoured by leeches until naught remained. Indeed, within the base and the city, I felt quite invincible, thinking I could handle the zombies with caution. Yet upon venturing out, I realized how vulnerable I truly am, Zhai Feiyu concurred. It's hard to believe the area outside the city has become this dangerous, Li Yihong noted gravely. In such a short time, the jungle has transformed into this. What will it be like in the future? Li Yihong dared not ponder further, feeling his pace of evolution was woefully insufficient. Meow meow. Can you sense the location of Daban now? Zhang Jiaxuan asked again. I can, Zhu Xiu nodded. Daban has lingered here, and its current position is over there. He pointed in a direction. I can feel it. It is not far from us. Daban is truly remarkable. How did it navigate through such a treacherous jungle to arrive here? Though the group was concerned for Daban's safety, they were equally in awe of its resilience. Perhaps it hadn't traversed the jungle alone, but had been dragged here by some formidable beast, Chu Xiu contemplated. With that thought, a sense of dread settled over them. Once they successfully rescued Daban, they must procure a locator for it, enabling constant communication, Zhang Jiaxuan asserted. Indeed, we must strive to reach level 3, surely. Such devices will be available on the 3rd floor, Cheng Su concurred. Despite their silence, after all they had endured, Daban, Daju, and Chu Xiu had become like family to them, bound by the trials of life and death. After resting for a while, the group rose again, venturing deeper into the jungle in search of Daban. Everyone, be cautious, Li Yihong warned. As they exchanged glances, they recognized the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. The jungle was eerily quiet. The more silent it grew, the more ominous it felt. They proceeded slowly, step by step, assessing their surroundings while advancing. Not a word spoken among them. The jungle appeared relatively normal. The trees, though tall, bore no menacing vines or falling fruits, seeming devoid of unusual threats. Yet no one relaxed. As they delved deeper, their steps slowed. The dark forest loomed like the mouth of a monstrous beast, threatening to engulf them. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed from the depths of the jungle, followed by the rustling of footsteps surrounding them. They ceased moving, quickly forming a protective circle, backs pressed together, eyes alert to their surroundings. Then, without warning, a large clump of white, fluffy material fell from above. Before they could discern its nature, they felt something tugging at their heads. From the depths of the jungle emerged numerous long-legged spiders, spitting strands of silk at them. Their faces adorned with eerily anthropomorphic, mocking expressions. It's spiders. By the time the group realized, it was too late. The silk had ensnared them, and they were swiftly pulled apart from their protective formation. Chapter 95. My extraordinary abilities among all. Chu Xiu was the most unfortunate. Its small stature rendered it unable to evade in time, and it was ensnared by a mass of spider silk, dragged away entirely. Li Raorao felt a sudden lightness in her arms as the long-legged spider whisked Chu Xiu away. Chu Xiu, she cried out, dodging a second volley of silk directed at her, swiftly retrieving her gun from her storage compartment. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the spider squarely in its face. Bang! 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 Her marksmanship was impeccable, each bullet finding its mark, prompting everyone else to react, unleashing their own extraordinary abilities. Zhao Liangyi's fire ability was the perfect counter to the spider's silk. He quickly incinerated the strands that threatened to ensnare him, freeing himself. Li Yihong and the others also activated their powers to escape the sticky threads. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan activated their protective shields. The azure flame shield was the nemesis of the spider's silk, burning it upon contact. Enraged by being ensnared, Chu Xiu fumed, feeling it was an affront to its dignity. How dare you bully me, the esteemed feline? You shall pay dearly for this. It summoned its azure flame shield and floated gracefully before the other spiders, unleashing 3 wind blades that effortlessly cleaved one spider in 2. Meow, so impressive. Li Raorao praised, continuing to fire her weapon. Li Hong, equally proud of his marksmanship, though slightly weaker in other abilities, demonstrated his prowess by conjuring a wall of earth around him, taking cover behind it as he opened fire on the spiders. It turned out he possessed the legendary earth ability, which suited his steady demeanor perfectly. The solidity of earth complemented his sharpshooting. Through their combined efforts, the group swiftly eradicated the spiders, allowing them to finally exhale in relief. Are you all alright? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired once the threat had been neutralized. I'm fine. So am I. Though the preceding moments had been terrifying, they had managed to endure. At this moment, the group stood back to back, each wary of relaxing. Meow. Are you alright? Li Raorao cradled Chu Xiu in her arms. I'm fine, and you? Chu Xiu responded. I'm also well, Li Raorao replied, gently stroking Chu Xiu's head. The softness of her touch was soothing, and Chu Xiu relished the attention, momentarily disregarding any notions of feline pride. It seems that Big Spot may have been taken away by those long-legged spiders, Zhang Jiaxuan proposed. Perhaps. The group nodded in agreement, contemplating the enormity of the spiders capable of dragging Big Spot away. A collective shiver ran through them at the thought that these spiders might merely be an appetizer, with far more terrifying foes lurking ahead. Let us collect the carcasses of these spiders. They might yield contribution points at the base, Li Hong suggested. Trading them for contribution points at the base is less appealing than exchanging them for gold at the apocalypse market. What good items does the base even have? Chu Xiu queried. It was sincere in its inquiry, but upon voicing it, silence enveloped the group. The base lacks valuable items, they admitted. Well, while the base currently has nothing of worth, as more talents join, we will develop better items, Li Yihong responded. Indeed, Chu Xiu nodded, asserting that humanity should foster creativity rather than seeking everything from the market. If they relied solely on the apocalypse market for advanced technology, they would surely face extinction. Even without an apocalypse. You speak the truth, Zhai Feiyu wholeheartedly agreed, astonished by the profound insights of such a small cat. Yes. So let me take these items to the apocalypse market. As feline beings, we lack inherent creativity, yet our most cherished trait is our charming physicality. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the group collectively rolled their eyes, realizing that all of its prior discourse was merely a pretext to claim the items for itself. However, its jest lightened the atmosphere considerably. Let us hand everything over to Meow. It won't let us down, Zhang Jiaxuan declared, willingly entrusting his share to Chu Xiu, which Cheng Su also endorsed. This prompted Zhang Xiaochu to roll her eyes in exasperation. After all, they were all in cahoots with Chu Xiu, hence their readiness to entrust their belongings to it. Nonetheless, soon after, Li Raorao and Li Yihong volunteered their shares to Chu Xiu as well. Zhang Xiaochu felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning, why do you all trust it so implicitly? Simply because it is a cat, came the straightforward response from the group. Who would trust a human with the items? If we separate our possessions, Wouldn't we each occupy a slot in the inventory? Zhao Liangyi added. How many slots do you all possess? Upon hearing Zhao Liangyi's words, Zhang Xiaochu fell silent, begrudgingly accepting the decision to let Chu Xiu safeguard their items. In truth, under ordinary circumstances, she wouldn't have contested such arrangements, but for reasons unknown, she found herself more opinionated than usual. It was undoubtedly due to that irritating cat, which constantly teased her, nearly transforming into her most detested entity. Deciding to refrain from further commentary, she resolved to endure its antics in silence. Let us each share our abilities, so we can collaborate effectively should danger arise, Li Yihong proposed once more. No objections, the group agreed enthusiastically. My aim is precise, and I carry hundreds of rounds. I possess earth abilities. Li Yihong was the first to declare his strengths. The others followed suit, introducing their powers until only Zhai Feiyu remained. My abilities are somewhat peculiar, Zhai Feiyu admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. What is so peculiar? Aren't you just a flying ability user? Zhang Xiaochu queried. I am not a flying ability user, Zhai Feiyu retorted, pouting. In fact, my ability is to blow grandiose tales. Blow grandiose tales? The group was momentarily taken aback, including his teammates, Zhang Xiaochu and Li Yihong. Observing their reactions, Zhai Feiyu elaborated. Blowing grandiose tales is akin to boasting. As the scripture states, to blow the grand horn is to strike the great drum, igniting the great torch, producing rain more profound than the rain of the Dharma. Chapter 96. Surrendering and being dragged away. Who cares to hear you spout such nonsense? Just tell us about your so-called bluster. Zhang Xiaochu inquired with curiosity. It's quite literal, really, just blowing hot air, Zhai Feiyu replied. For instance, I boasted last time that I could soar to the heavens, and look, I did indeed ascend. If that is the case, then you could boast that we are impervious to blades and bullets, and thus we would be safe, Chu Xiu exclaimed, his eyes widening. What an extraordinary ability to manifest whatever one declares. Surely, it surpasses any elemental powers or the forces of nature, he mused. Not so easily done. My abilities are still quite rudimentary. Such grandiose claims beyond my actual capabilities are unlikely to succeed. Even if they did, you would only hold out for a mere 3 seconds, Zhai Feiyu explained. Nevertheless, in our hearts, that is still quite formidable. Sometimes, 3 seconds can save a life. Zhao Liangyi acknowledged, recognizing the merit of Zhai Feiyu's power. He was astounded. Truly, a master is a master. This bluster of his, accompanied by such an ability, left him pondering its origins. To be candid, were such abilities to manifest in ordinary individuals, they would likely be oblivious to their nature. Only within the context of the Chosen One system could one discern the name and function of such powers. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiu sensed something amiss. He observed that these peculiar abilities predominantly belonged to the Chosen Ones, whose innate talents were often lacking, whether in absorbing crystal cores or in cultivation. Could it be that these strange powers were bestowed upon them by the Chosen One system? He considered this possibility, realizing he would need to engage with more Chosen Ones to inquire further. If the system indeed granted various powers to those without abilities, it raised questions about whether this was beneficial or detrimental. Regardless, for those endowed with abilities, it seemed advantageous, as these powers, when wielded correctly, could be immensely potent. For instance, Cheng Su's enchanting melody and Zhai Feiyu's grandiosity, if they were to collaborate, the results would be exponentially magnified. Then, in the future, will you possess any ability you desire? Zhao Liangyi mused, still envious of Zhai Feiyu's gifts. Theoretically, yes, but my power upgrades rather slowly, Zhai Feiyu elucidated. Zhao Liangyi, having only interacted with him a few times, felt it prudent not to pry further. He recognized that pressing for answers might not be appropriate and chose to refrain from continued inquiries. Let us now discuss matters of cooperation, Li Yihong interjected. Inlay, you should partner with Rao Rao. One wields water, the other ice, and their synergy will surely yield impressive results. Understood, Li Rao Rao and Inlay replied in unison. Xiao Chu, stay close to me. I possess earth abilities and can create earthen barriers for your protection, Li Yihong added. All right, Zhang Xiaochu nodded in agreement. As for the rest of you, do as you see fit. Feiyu, keep a vigilant watch. Should anyone be in peril, unleash your bluster, Li Yihong instructed Zhai Feiyu. Agreed. Zhai Feiyu affirmed. After a brief arrangement, the group pressed onward. Yet, after only a few steps, Chu Xiu alerted the group in their system chat. Be cautious. A colossal spider approaches. Everyone heightened their vigilance, and Li Yihong promptly relayed the message to Zhai Feiyu. Just as he received the warning, a spider, towering approximately 3 meters high, materialized before them. Growling, The spider's mandibles clicked ominously, dripping with saliva. Its sheer stature was imposing, with a diameter of at least 5 to 6 meters. This spider rivals the size of the great striped one. Could it possibly defeat it? The group expressed their doubts. Do not forget, spiders excel at ensnaring prey far larger than themselves with their webs, Zhang Jiaxuan clarified. As they confronted the spider, his azure flame shield activated, as did Cheng Su's, with both standing resolutely at the forefront. Gulp. Zhao Liangyi swallowed nervously. Before they could articulate a battle declaration, the group sprang into action, and the spider lunged as well. Bang, bang, bang. Members of Li Yihang's team drew their firearms and began firing at the monstrous arachnid. Yet, the bullets struck the spider's elongated legs as though they were merely ricocheting off metal, utterly ineffective. Cackling. A chilling sound echoed, akin to a sinister laugh. Unsettling and eerie. Cackling. It was the spider mocking them. In an instant, it expelled a torrent of transparent spider silk, which swiftly transformed into a white, fibrous mist in the air, tenacious and highly adhesive. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan managed to intercept the onslaught of silk, their azure flames incinerating it upon contact. However, their protective shields sustained damage, appearing considerably weakened. Another assault could shatter their defenses. The others observed with trepidation, fully aware that their shields were nearing depletion. I'll step in. I still possess fire abilities, Zhao Liangyi declared. No need, Zhang Jiaxuan shook his head. None present had abilities exceeding level 3, and their power reserves were not infinite. Using them recklessly would lead to exhaustion before they even encountered the great striped one. Perhaps we should allow it to take us away, Chu Xiu proposed. I sensed the great striped one's presence on it. It must have carried it off. Agreed. Let it guide us to the great striped one, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded. Faced with the unknown dangers lurking behind, it seemed wiser to take this chance and let the spider lead them, rather than risk a reckless charge into the unknown. Protect yourselves, Chu Xiu advised, leaping from Li Rao's side to Cheng Su's. Both swiftly dispelled their shields. As the giant spider expelled its silk, it enveloped the two and the cat entirely. Once the silk vaporized, the spider glanced at the others, deciding to drag Chu Xiu and his companions to its lair first. The sight of the massive spider sent shivers down the spines of the group. Could this creature truly possess sentience? I sense a murderous intent from it. It shall return. Chapter 97. The newcomer in the dining group. What should we do now? I hope Cheng Su and the others are safe, spoke Zhai Feiyu. While Zhang Xiaochu expressed her concern, they seem well-equipped and powerful. They should be fine, but we cannot be too sure. Zhao Liangyi responded. So what shall we do? A hint of anxiety crept into Zhang Xiaochu's voice. She was no fool. It was clear that this forest could not possibly harbor just a single spider. How about I construct a dirt house for us to take shelter? Li Yihang suggested. In the past, during his excursions to combat zombies in the city, he rarely uttered such words, preferring instead to suggest avoiding danger temporarily. Yet, in this eerie forest, he dared not be complacent. After all, aside from Zhao Liangyi, who he was only slightly unfamiliar with, the others were his comrades and friends. He wished for none of them to come to harm. Let us act quickly then, Zhao Liangyi urged. His survival on missions against zombies was not merely due to his strength, but rather his cunning. He was acutely aware that accompanying Zhang Jiaxuan and the others on this quest to find the giant spider was his boldest endeavor yet. In this mutated primitive jungle, his mere second-tier ability felt insignificant, akin to a mere sprout in a vast field. Despite possessing a fire ability, he hesitated to unleash it fully, opting to conserve some for the impending crisis. Thus, he questioned the utility of his powers. Let us find shelter quickly. If those spiders return, even the smaller ones, standing at 1 or 2 meters tall, would be enough to send shivers down my spine, he mused, sensing agreement in the gazes of his companions. Li Hong wasted no time. Activating his ability, he swiftly erected a dirt wall, as more earth surged forth, forming the framework of a small house. Zhao Liangyi felt the ground beneath him sink as the dirt wall grew thicker and sturdier, ultimately sealing the top and leaving only a few small openings. Everyone, keep your distance from these openings to prevent spider legs from intruding, Li Yihang instructed in a hushed tone, consuming several crystal cores to replenish his power. Li Raorao promptly offered him a purification pill. Big brother, take this first. Li Yihang gratefully accepted the pill, then continued to reinforce the dirt structure. Now, this shelter is as solid as stone. Our safety should be significantly improved, he stated. The group exchanged wry smiles, bemused that the renowned team from the Wuhan base found themselves hiding in a dirt house within this jungle. I possess X-ray vision. I possess X-ray vision, Zhai Feiyu proclaimed excitedly. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaochu shot him an incredulous glance. I'm merely saying, if I had X-ray vision, I could see outside through this dirt wall, Zhai Feiyu retorted irritably. Do you think I want to look at you? It's pitch black. Even if I wanted to see something, I wouldn't be able to. Captain, look at him. Zhang Xiaochu felt that Zhai Feiyu had taken a turn for the worse. Enough, Feiyu isn't like that. You needn't worry, Li Yihong interjected, adding, let us try to keep our voices down to avoid attracting those giant spiders. Zhang Xiaochu felt aggrieved but refrained from speaking up. Zhai Feiyu had successfully showcased his ability. He could indeed see outside, though he knew that once his energy was depleted, his X-ray vision would fade. Nevertheless, he had not exaggerated too much about his newfound skill, so it should last a while. Feiyu, it's up to you, Li Yihong said, adding another layer of reinforcement to the dirt house before settling down to rest. Rest assured, Zhai Feiyu nodded, keeping a vigilant watch for any signs of spiders. Suddenly, he received a message through the system. Spiders are approaching. Li Yihong relayed the message to the group, but found it cumbersome. So he tried to add Zhai Feiyu to the chat group. Zhai Feiyu, glancing at the oddly titled group, what are we having for lunch today? Found it peculiar, but accepted the invitation nonetheless. Soon after, the group leader, Chu Xiao, approved his request. Welcome, newcomer, Chu Xiao greeted in the chat. At that moment, he altered his nickname to the great group leader. Welcome, welcome, chimed another member, the elder of meal distribution. A third participant shared a sticker of a little rabbit holding a welcome banner, under the nickname the second elder of meal distribution. Others chimed in with nicknames like water controller, ice controller, fire controller, vegetable controller, and one particularly amusingly named food moocher. Who are you all? Zhai Feiyu felt utterly bewildered. However, he soon deduced their identities. He contemplated changing his own nickname, but hesitated upon realizing it would cost 10 gold coins. When he clicked to proceed, the system prompted, would you like to change your nickname? He quickly declined. Do you all need to change your nicknames? 10 gold coins are not trifling. That could buy a purification pill. He couldn't help but feel exasperated at these ostentatious spenders. Our nicknames were changed by the group leader, the ice controller informed him. Zhai Feiyu felt disheartened and refrained from sending any more messages, merely tugging at Ian lay beside him. Why did you all join the group, and I didn't? Why do you all have new nicknames while I'm stuck with my real name? How about this? Tell the group leader that your X-ray vision can enhance the tastiness of food, and he'll help you change it, Inlay suggested. All right, Zhai Feiyu agreed, running to the group chat to relay his message. Sure enough, shortly after, his nickname transformed into Food Blower. Wait, what is Food Blower? Zhai Feiyu felt disgruntled but was reluctant to waste coins on frivolous messages, thus he swallowed his frustration. How are you all doing now? The food moocher inquired earnestly in the group. We're doing fine. The spiders led us to their lair, the elder of meal distribution replied. Keep us updated with any news. The food moocher responded. No problem, the second elder of meal distribution echoed. Seeing that everyone was safe and still in good spirits to joke around suggested that they were likely out of immediate danger. However, the elder of meal distribution soon sent another message, accompanied by 3 fiery little figures. Chapter 98. The Fate of Banban. What's the matter? The eager diner inquired. Let us talk later. I'm too angry, replied the grand elder of the meal gathering, and thereafter, silence enveloped the group. It seemed they had encountered some troubling situation. As Li Yihong remarked, should we wait here or go check it out? Li Rao questioned. Let us remain here. Our strength is insufficient, Li Yihong responded. A hint of helplessness in his heart. Despite possessing the spirit of a warrior, admitting weakness before his comrades was somewhat disheartening. Yet, even with his commendable marksmanship, what could he do against those impervious colossal spiders? The only vulnerable spot was their eyes, but those creatures hardly afforded him the chance to strike. Coupled with the ever-present threat of their silk projectiles, he felt utterly powerless. Concealing themselves here to avoid causing trouble appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, the reason for Chu Xiao and his companions' anger was the sight of Daban. Upon being ensnared in the spider's lair, they were not devoured, but rather tightly cocooned in silk, forming a chrysalis. The treatment they received led them to believe that Daban might be subjected to the same fate, instilling in them a sense of calm. Moreover, Chu Xiao had caught the scent of Daban, which permeated the surroundings. He was certain Daban was nearby. Once the gigantic spider departed, they stealthily sliced open the silk cocoon and cautiously emerged, journeying deeper into the spider's den. The ground was strewn with white webs, and overhead, a dense array of silk dangled, interspersed with various cocoon-like bulges, the contents of which remained a mystery, whether they held captured animals or young spiders. This sight instilled trepidation, prompting them to tread even more carefully. Given that this was the spider's stronghold, they knew the number of arachnids lurking within would be considerable. Although their abilities were respectable within the confines of the base, they had yet to reach the third level of their powers, and their cultivation was still in its infancy, leaving them relatively weak. Additionally, the energy in their Qingyan silver nails was running low, while the bi-snake ring, which granted immunity to 3 deaths, had yet to be activated. However, should they truly find themselves in a perilous situation, 3 chances would scarcely suffice. If surrounded by spiders, those 3 opportunities would evaporate quickly, much like when they had fallen into the ocean, encircled by a horde of monstrous fish. Of course, in dire circumstances, they could unleash the restroom, rendering the spiders powerless against them. Yet, their primary objective here was to rescue Deban. If they released the restroom, they would find themselves in a passive position, unable to advance further. Once the bi-snake ring was activated, would they dare to proceed? What if a moment's hesitation led to Deban's demise? Such possibilities weighed heavily on their hearts as they tiptoed forward. Suddenly, a pained whimper echoed ahead, unmistakably belonging to Deban. The distressing sound sent their hearts racing, prompting them to quicken their pace. Deban was undoubtedly in trouble. At this point, they cast aside caution and decided to charge ahead. Cheng-Su activated his melodious sound, hoping to hypnotize any nearby spiders. However, this would deplete his abilities rapidly. Fortunately, he managed to confine the range of his sound to a 10-meter radius around himself, a distance sufficient for everyone to react. Their fortune favored them. Although the passage was teeming with spiders, most were in the midst of hatching. A few guardian spiders approached, but once they neared a 5-meter distance, they became immobilized. Thus, the group hastened their pace and traversed the passage without incident, finally laying eyes on Deban. Upon sighting Deban, rage surged within them, the very source of their earlier fury. They had anticipated Deban being drained of blood by a spider, but to their shock, the center of the passage revealed a far larger cavern. The uneven ground bore signs of having been forged by some immense force, resembling a space carved by a hammer. In the cavern's center lay Deban, covered in blood, its body marred and bleeding profusely, as if something had been methodically carving into its flesh. Yet, due to its evolved stature and tenacious vitality, despite such brutal treatment, it had not succumbed to death, only groaning in agony. Deban! Cheng-Su cried out, his heart aching as tears welled in his eyes. Without a second thought, he rushed forward. At that moment, 2 youths rose from in front of Deban, their expressions shifting to astonishment upon seeing Cheng-Su. "How did you get here?" they exclaimed in disbelief. This cavern lay deep within the spider's lair, surrounded by tunnels filled with arachnids, making it implausible for them to have traversed such dangers to arrive here. "Are you responsible for Deban's condition?" Cheng-Su demanded, noticing the bloodstains on the 2 youths. "So what if we are?" The youths replied, unperturbed, a sinister smile gracing their lips. "You've come at the perfect time. It merely provides us with another plaything." With a wave of their hand, a giant spider appeared above Cheng-Su, ready to ensnare him in silk. In a split second, Cheng-Su evaded the silk projectile, while Zhang Jiaxuan, carrying Chu Xiu, advanced without hesitation. With a swift motion, 2 bolts of purple lightning materialized above them. Remarkably, they managed to command the giant spider to shield them from the fatal strike. "Are you Su Qing and Su Ping?" Zhang Jiaxuan inquired. "Indeed, and what of it?" Su Qing's eyes glinted with malice. The 2 youths felt a twinge of fear. These opponents were formidable. "It's them." Chu Xiu recognized them as well. "Do you know them?" Zhang Jiaxuan asked. "Cheng-Su, do you recall the pitiful state in which you found me?" Chu Xiu began to recount his memories. "My suffering was a result of their actions. Despite their seemingly refined demeanor, they are nothing but demons, having lured stray cats and dogs to their home before the apocalypse, only to torture them. After the apocalypse, their cruelty has only intensified." Chapter 99. Demons among us, so it is. We shall not spare you today, Cheng-Su declared. "We intend to take you to our base for judgment. That will depend on your capabilities." As they spoke, a peculiar sound escaped their lips, soon followed by the unmistakable noise of arthropods scuttling outside. "This is bad." These 2 seemed to have had some fortuitous encounter, enabling them to command spiders. Zhang Jiaxuan uttered anxiously. As several spiders emerged from the corridors, Zhang Jiaxuan drew his thunder hammer, preparing to strike them down with lightning. However, in that fleeting moment, Cheng-Su appeared to unlock a hidden potential within himself, utilizing a mesmerizing melody to control the 2 individuals before him, compelling them to drive the spiders away. Cheng-Su issued the command, and they complied without hesitation. The long-legged spiders retreated swiftly, Impressive. You've discovered a new application for your powers. Chu Xiu praised Cheng Su, inquiring. How long do you believe you can maintain control over them? They are rather inept, lacking in strength. With my abilities, I can control them for several hours. And I could even exert mental pressure to make them serve our purposes, Cheng Su responded. Continue to control them. We have no use for such trash, Chu Xiu remarked. Indeed, they shall not escape retribution for the torment they inflicted upon you, Cheng Su affirmed. Zhang Jiaxuan approached to inspect Daban, and the more he observed the condition of Daban, the heavier his heart grew with hatred. Daban was covered in wounds, subjected to unspeakable tortures by these brutes. They had not only flayed its flesh, but had also driven spider claws into its body like cruel nails. Nearby, a fire crackled, knives lay scattered on the ground. And a basin held pieces of Daban's flesh, as they intended to consume it before its eyes while it still drew breath. Beasts. Zhang Jiaxuan, usually of good temperament, could no longer contain his fury. He marched over, delivering a resounding slap to one of the brutes, knocking them to the ground, and proceeded to rain blows upon them. There is no need for such trouble. These creatures are not worth your efforts, Cheng Su interjected, commanding them to strike themselves instead. He had always been fond of cats and dogs, possessing a compassionate heart, and witnessing Daban's suffering ignited his rage. Even butchers before the apocalypse granted a swift end to their livestock. Yet these two savages tortured Daban in such a manner that to call them beasts would be an affront to the term. Chu Xiu had already procured a healing elixir and began to treat Daban. Fortunately, they had stocked up on such remedies during their time in the post-apocalyptic supermarket, and they were grateful for the ample gold coins they possessed at that time to purchase these miraculous potions. Upon sensing the presence of Cheng Su and the others, Daban had already succumbed to unconsciousness, having endured a day and night of torment. It was on the brink of collapse. Yet, within it resided an indomitable spirit, which had enabled it to persist thus far. Otherwise, it might have perished long ago. After administering some healing elixirs to Daban, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan sprinkled healing powder over its body. Upon seeing the multitude of injuries, burns, stab wounds, and cuts, they were moved to tears. Realizing how much flesh had been cruelly severed from Daban. Daban, you have suffered greatly, Cheng Su murmured, gently stroking its head as he spread the healing powder over its wounds. The injuries were so numerous that despite using all their available healing powder, they could only cover the most grievous wounds, leaving some minor abrasions unaddressed. Nevertheless, the powder would alleviate some of its pain. Alas, our Daban will forever be a eunuch dog, unable to bear offspring, Chu Xiu lamented, noticing areas that the others had overlooked. Upon hearing this, Cheng Su's ire flared even more. They had hoped to witness Daban become a father one day. How shall we deal with them? Chu Xiu asked, contemplating. If we were to hand them over to the base, they might only receive a death sentence, if that. Death would be too lenient for them, Zhang Jiaxuan growled. Yet, these two were merely kind-hearted recluses before the apocalypse. What cruelty could they possibly devise? Shall we reciprocate their deeds, an eye for an eye? Cheng Su replied with malice, envisioning the most vindictive retribution he could muster. Let us take a photograph and consult with Li Hong and the others, Chu Xiu suggested. Agreed. We must inform them of Daban's plight, Cheng Su concurred. Chu Xiu accessed the system, spending 1,000 gold coins to activate the photographic feature. They had not realized the system possessed such a function until now, but upon their desire to use it, the system prompted an upgrade, necessitating another 1,000 coins. Henceforth, each use of this feature would cost 10 coins. However, money is meant to be spent, and Daban's condition warranted their emotional investment. In the dining group, upon seeing the photograph, the members were instantly enraged. Who could have done this? How could they treat our Daban in such a manner? Was it those Valspiders? Oh no, is Daban all right? The group erupted with indignation. At that moment, the elder in charge of meals inquired, who were the fiends responsible? If it were you, how would you deal with these criminals? Kill them, flay them alive, burn them at the stake, subject them to torturous punishments. The crowd shouted in fury, brainstorming various methods of retribution. At this juncture, a user suggested, to deal with demons, one must employ the methods of demons. A commendable suggestion. Albeit demons would never devise their own punishment, SCI remarked. I understand now, the second elder of the dining group stated. While others may not compel the demons to devise their own punishment, Cheng Su had a solution. After all, these two were now his puppets, under his control. Before enacting their punishment, both Min and Cat felt it prudent to interrogate them first. How many wrongdoings have you committed? Cheng Su asked coldly. Wrongdoings? We have committed no wrongs, they replied dully. At that moment, Cheng Su began to doubt the efficacy of his control. Chu Xiu interjected. You should ask them how many cats they have tortured, how many dogs they have harmed, how many lives they have taken. Following this guidance, Cheng Su inquired. And the two responded, the numbers are too great. We cannot recall them all. They had clearly not deemed such trivial matters worthy of remembrance. However, Cheng Su's enthralling control enabled him to unearth their memories, compelling them to divulge their deeds, and so they began to recount their transgressions right before their very eyes. Chapter 100, The Judgment at the tender age of 5, the two brothers concealed the head of a neighbor's small dog and hurled it from the upper floor, delighting in the sight of the little girl weeping as she searched in vain. By 6, they lured a stray kitten home only to cruelly suffocate it. At 7, they enticed a child with sweets and brutally slaughtered him, discarding his body beneath a bridge. In those days, technology was still primitive, lacking surveillance. And no suspicion fell upon the brothers, allowing them to evade justice effortlessly. During the summer of their 8th year, while visiting their grandmother in the countryside, they witnessed an elderly neighbor mowing grass. They ignited a fire, leading to her tragic demise in flames. Thus, from a young age, they were already demons. And as they matured, they spiraled further into depravity. However, with the advancement of technology and the installation of surveillance in many areas, they refrained from murder, instead resorting to the clandestine abduction of numerous cats and dogs to torture at home. Chu Xiu had once been a victim, but he was far from the only one. Even more despicable was their creation of a website titled Home of Love, where they fabricated tales of rescuing cats and dogs. The animals, bloodied and terrified, seemed to thrive under their care, but in truth, it was all a deceit. They merely altered the sequence of their recordings. A once beautiful kitten, subjected to their cruelty, became a bloodied creature, too terrified to trust humans again. Meanwhile, well-meaning individuals online were duped into believing the brothers were angels, showering them with praise, donations, and gifts. The brothers, appearing gentle and refined, easily garnered trust, yet their hearts had long since rotted. Fate seemed to favor them when the apocalypse descended. Their parents mutated into red-eyed beings. Without hesitation, they slaughtered their parents with a knife. Subsequently, they emerged as chosen ones, gaining access to the apocalyptic supermarket. They stumbled upon a swarm of spiders and exchanged items for a pill that granted them the ability to control these creatures. Initially, they hunted zombies, after all. No one condemned them for that, but soon grew bored, for zombies do not scream, cry, or plead. Their dark desires remained unquenched, leading them to covertly murder numerous individuals. They even imprisoned people to feed them to the zombies, harvesting the crystal cores after the zombies matured. After hearing the confessions of these monsters, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were left astounded, their shock beyond description as they descended into a profound silence. Truly, hell was empty, and demons walked among men. The brothers infiltrated ordinary neighborhoods solely to lure unsuspecting victims into the open, where they could torture them without fear of suspicion. The residents of these areas, lacking any formidable skills, would not raise an eyebrow if they perished alongside the brothers. A few faint tears would suffice to absolve them of any guilt. Now, they had set their sights on a large spotted creature, intrigued by its size, as they had never before inflicted cruelty upon such a large animal. Despite knowing it belonged to a newly arrived powerful individual, their greed overcame their caution. They lured the creature away and orchestrated a trap with the spiders. Once the creature arrived, the spiders ensnared it completely. As they dragged it into their lair, their plan for torment began. In their accounts, this large creature would provide ample opportunity for prolonged cruelty, unlike the usual quick deaths of human victims. For some, the apocalypse was indeed a paradise. Cheng Su questioned, if someone were to treat you thus, and you managed to escape, how would you respond? One demon replied, if someone dared to treat me like that, I would capture them and slowly torment them. Another added, I would confine them in a cage, carving a piece of flesh from them each day for my enjoyment. I would sever their limbs and imprison them in a large vat, immersing them in various nutrients, ensuring they could neither live nor die. These were the very words of the two demons. Cheng Su then declared, if that is your wish, so be it. Though Chu Xiu lacked the nutrients necessary to sustain a living body, he remembered the apocalyptic supermarket, intending to procure healing potions for the large creature. Thus, he placed an order at the supermarket, but before summoning it, he had one more task to attend to. Cheng Su, let us first utilize these creatures and summon the spiders one by one. We shall sell them to the supermarket, effectively cleansing this area. There's no rush to kill them. Let's see if we can sell them alive. Perhaps they will fetch a higher price, allowing us to upgrade our equipment, Zhang Jiaxuan suggested, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, Chu Xiu nodded, swiftly summoning the apocalyptic supermarket. They retrieved their purchased items from the supermarket, and with better medicines, the large creature's injuries healed rapidly. Subsequently, Chushio returned to the supermarket to sell the spider shells they had collected. Each shell, measuring over a meter, was worth 100 gold coins. The 2-meter shells fetched 1,000, while the 3-meter shells, yet untouched, were estimated to sell for 10,000 coins. Next, Chung Su commanded the 2 demons to summon the spiders one by one, while Zhang Jiaxuan led them to the supermarket for valuation. The living spiders indeed commanded a higher price, nearly doubling in value. The spider nest contained countless spiders, and after they sold their catch at the supermarket, they netted over 300,000 coins. The majority of this wealth came from 8 towering 3-meter spiders, contributing 200,000 coins, while the smaller spiders brought in around 100,000. Although they had spent a considerable amount on healing potions and nutrients, their finances were replenished. The trio then purchased a new Qingyan earring, as the energy of the previous one had nearly depleted. At that moment, Chushio casually inquired, "Is there any after-sales service? This earring costs 10,000 coins, and it has barely lasted us. Should you encounter any issues, please visit the after-sales service area," a sweet voice unexpectedly responded, guiding them. Emanating from the previously silent apocalyptic supermarket. Chapter 101. The Fate of the Demons. Ah, how peculiar it is that someone has responded this time, thought Chushio. Could it be that our numerous purchases have elevated us to esteemed members? Zhang Jiaxuan speculated. Regardless, having this after-sales service is indeed a boon. And thus the trio, 2 humans and a cat, made their way to the service area. This service area also featured a luminous machine. The 2 men and the cat placed their items upon it, and soon enough, the details of the Qingyan earrings were displayed. Item: Qingyan earrings. Energy: 10. To fully recharge, 45,000 gold coins are required. Would you like to proceed with the charging? These were Zhang Jiaxuan's Qingyan silver earrings. Chung Su's Qingyan earrings were similar, yet with a 15 energy level, thus costing a mere 40,000 gold coins. Chushio's Qingyan earrings boasted an energy level of 30, requiring 30,000 gold coins to recharge. It appeared that each 20 increment in energy necessitated an expenditure of 10,000 gold coins, making it significantly cheaper than purchasing a new pair. Meow, from now on, you should wear 2 pairs. If you ever encounter such a demon, it would be truly terrifying. We can take our new purchases back for Deju and Deban, Cheng Su remarked. Indeed, I initially thought they were tough and resilient, not needing such protective charms. But it seems prudent to exercise caution, Zhang Jiaxuan concurred. After finalizing their purchases, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan exited the store. Chushio remained inside, reflecting on the kindness shown to him by the 2, and decided to buy them a pair of fortune-enhancing glasses. These glasses appeared rather ordinary, yet once donned, they would imbue the wearer with an alluring gaze, enhancing their charm and appeal to women. Considering both men were still single, Chushio thoughtfully prepared such a gift for them, knowing it was a trivial expense of merely 500 gold coins. Meanwhile, Chung Su and Zhang Jiaxuan busied themselves in the various corridors, collecting unhatched spiderlings, spider eggs, and the animals stored by them, along with an assortment of spider silk. Disregarding the labor involved as they packed everything meticulously, they had brought along spatial bags, which provided a small but unstable storage space, just adequate for their needs. Once everything was packed and sold to the Apocalypse supermarket, they garnered a total of 30,000 gold coins for their efforts, rewarding their hard work. Next, they turned their attention to the 2 demons. Their fate had already been sealed. Nutritional agents and a large vessel had been prepared by Chushio and Cheng Su, who both agreed that personally butchering them would be too cumbersome. Soaking them in the nutritional agents would suffice. However, these agents were not permanent solutions and would only last a month. After all, none wished to be burdened with the task of replacing the agents. Nor did the demons merit such precious resources. Nevertheless, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan found it hard to take the final step. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, they had slain countless zombies and beasts, yet they had never truly taken a human life. Recognizing their inherent goodness, Chushio wished to shield them from becoming cold-hearted and ruthless. Thus, he proposed that they let the demons do the deed themselves. Consequently, Zhang Jiaxuan utilized a spider leg as a makeshift shovel and began to dig a deep pit in the ground. They had preserved some spider legs, believing them to be sturdier than iron, making them effective weapons. Little did they know, they would soon serve a different purpose, having evolved into supernatural beings. Their enhanced physiques made the task of digging the pit no challenge for Zhang Jiaxuan. Should Li Hong have been present, he could have completed the task in mere moments using his abilities. Once the pit was excavated, Cheng Su employed mental coercion to implant a thought within the demons' minds, compelling them to sever their own limbs, extract their tongues, dig out their own eyes, and cut off their ears. The scene was excruciatingly brutal, and Chu Xiao and the others could hardly bear to witness it. They had no choice but to allow the demons to act. After they collapsed into the pit, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan hastily poured the nutritional agents into the pit, allowing the demons to languish there for a month, awaiting their inevitable demise. Subsequently, Cheng Su retracted his abilities. While his hypnotic skills provided a sense of bliss to the coerced, it was only fitting that the demons faced a torturous fate. Upon the removal of his powers, the demons were immediately besieged by waves of pain, thrashing about in the pit, yet without hands or feet, their tongues severed, rendering them mute, their eyes gouged out, leaving them blind. Although their ears remained, they could hear but not see, which only intensified their terror. Memories of their previous actions flooded back, and they recalled their own proclamations of punishment upon demons, only to find themselves subjected to judgment and retribution. Cheng Su restored their memories fully, for whether the controlled beings could remember their actions during the coercion depended solely on his whims. By returning everything to them, Cheng Su aimed to amplify their suffering. What they sought, they received. Their own malice had birthed their punishment. "Let us depart," Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, turning his gaze away from the writhing figures in the pit. Chu Xiao leapt into Cheng Su's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh my, this place is dreadful. I wish to go home." "Daban, wake up," Zhang Jiaxuan called to stir Daban, who had also been subjected to Cheng Su's hypnosis. Though temporarily oblivious to its pain, the creature was now in a deep slumber. Upon awakening, its wounds had healed significantly, and though still weak, it could manage to walk. The experiences it had endured felt like a nightmarish ordeal, yet it had transformed into a true eunuch dog, incapable of reproduction. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained ambiguous. In the human world, many pets were often subjected to sterilization, and Daban's fate was not uniquely cruel. "Daban, this Qingyan silver earring is for you. Should you ever find yourself in peril, you may activate it with your thoughts." Zhang Jiaxuan affixed his newly acquired Qingyan earring onto Daban's ear. After enduring such torment, the pain of the earring piercing was negligible, akin to a mere mosquito bite. And the creature felt naught. Chapter 102. "I truly did not peep, Daban. Has your green snake ring been triggered?" Cheng Su inquired after exiting the cave. "It seems not," Daban replied. "The green snake ring is known for its immunity to certain fatal damage, yet these two beasts subjected Daban to a relentless torment, leaving it trapped in a state of despair, unable to live or die. Thus, the ring remained dormant. Better that it has T triggered. We want T need to purchase a new one," Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, noting the ring's considerable expense. They would require ample gold coins for their future cultivation. So it was wise to conserve resources. "You shouldn't say such things. It might hurt Daban's feelings. It could think you care only for money and not for it at all," Chu Xiao interjected. Zhang Jiaxuan quickly clarified, "Daban, I did not mean it that way. I simply struggle to express myself." "I understand. Thank you for rescuing me," Daban expressed. Having gained a profound appreciation for Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan after narrowly escaping death, it had believed it was destined to perish, only to be saved by their brave intervention. As the trio, a cat and a dog, emerged from the cave, they found the jungle now liberated from spiders, rendering it quite safe. "I see them." Within the earthen shelter constructed by Li Yihong, several individuals were grappling with inner turmoil, divided on whether to remain hidden or venture out to find Zhang Jiaxuan and the others. Just as patience wore thin, Zhai Feiyu spoke up, "Really?" The revelation sparked joy among the group, and they hurried to peer through a small vent. Li Yihong had quietly used his earth manipulation ability to create a large hole in the wall, and upon spotting Zhang Jiaxuan and the others, he began to dissolve the earthen structure. The shelter seemed to melt away, and as the ground beneath them rose, they found themselves standing in the sunlight by the time Zhang Jiaxuan and his companions arrived. "Jiaxuan, Cheng Su, are you all right?" Li Hong and the others rushed toward them. "Daban has sustained serious injuries. We'll discuss it later," Zhang Jiaxuan replied. The group glanced at Daban, whose exterior showed no visible scars. Yet they had seen the earlier photos sent by Zhang Jiaxuan, which had revealed the truth. "We only treated Daban's external wounds. Its internal injuries are still quite severe," Cheng Su added, particularly noting, "Our Daban can no longer be a father." At this comment, the group cast their eyes downward, causing Daban to feel a sense of embarrassment, instinctively drawing its legs together. "Not to worry. This way, Ban can forever remain our little one, Zhang Xiaochu comforted. Ban's spirits lifted once more. Observing the scene, Chu Xiu felt the urge to cover herself, realizing she could no longer remain exposed. However, she quickly reconsidered, noting that her fur served as her attire, and her elegance was not for others to covet. If they wished to gaze, they were welcome to do so. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaochu recalled something and turned to Zhai Feiyu. Zhai Feiyu, has your ability been disabled? What ability? Zhai Feiyu looked skyward, his cheeks reddening. I swear I shall end you. In an instant, a vine seed landed on Zhai Feiyu, accompanied by several ice spikes materializing behind him. Help! Zhai Feiyu screamed, bolting away in fear. You lecherous scoundrel, you deserve this. Li Raorao and Zhang Xiaochu pursued him. Chu Xiu, bewildered, asked the group, what is happening? Why are they chasing Zhai Feiyu? Zhao Liangyi explained Zhai Feiyu's ability to see through things, and upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was also incensed. You lecher! Don't run away. In a flash, she summoned Little Green, who apprehended Zhai Feiyu. Boss, save me! Zhai Feiyu cried out as he was bound in midair. Yet no one paid him any heed. Li Yihong stood beneath a large tree, casting a cold gaze upward. Dare to bully my sister? You seek death, and you wish for my assistance? How dare you peep at girls? I'll strip you bare for all to see, Chu Xiu declared, as Little Green extended its tendrils to begin removing Zhai Feiyu's clothing. Zhai Feiyu quickly raised his hands to shield himself, but Little Green ensnared his hands, subsequently pulling his legs apart into a humiliating position. No, I truly did nothing. Zhai Feiyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Why won't you believe me? Boss, you must believe me. I truly did not peek. As the first layer of clothing was pulled away, Zhai Feiyu, feeling utterly wronged, cried out, Raorao, Xiaochu, I genuinely did not peek. I saw nothing. Humph. Li Raorao scoffed. But you were always beside the boss, and I was far away. Even if I wanted to look, the boss would block me. Zhai Feiyu protested. Your intention alone is enough to incriminate you, Chu Xiu retorted, intensifying her command for Little Green to strip him of his shirt, while also teasing him with its tendrils. Ah, ha ha ha. Wu Zhai Feiyu's expression was a tumult of emotions, caught between laughter and tears, as he squirmed and struggled. Yet, against Little Green's capabilities, he could only flail helplessly in vain. Confess properly, or I shall remove your trousers as well, Chu Xiu threatened, crouching down to address him. Boss. I truly did not peek. The two ladies were obscured from my view. I saw absolutely nothing. Though I did catch a glimpse of our boss's measurements. Would you like to know? Such nonsense. Zhang Xiaochu's cheeks flushed crimson. Stay away from me. Zhai Feiyu looked upward in despair. Ah, your ability is still active. Zhang Xiaochu quickly hid behind Ching Su, while Li Raorao sought refuge behind her elder brother. Can you all be reasonable? My ability is a boastful bluster. Once released, I cannot simply turn it off at will. It will only cease when depleted. Zhai Feiyu lamented, tears streaming down his face. Very well, we shall leave you with a pair of shorts, Chu Xiu decided, instructing Little Green to remove his outer pants, leaving him with only a pair of boxers. You all. Zhai Feiyu felt a mix of humiliation and anger, yet he was powerless against them. Hasten to exhaust your ability. Otherwise, you shall remain suspended there while we dine, Chu Xiu stated. Dinner? Count me in. Upon hearing the word dinner, Zhao Liangyi's eyes lit up. Zhang Jiaxuan quietly produced a pot and some food. Today, they would feast on instant noodles. As the sight of instant noodles brightened everyone's eyes, they busily prepared. With a wave of his hand, Li Yihong conjured an earthen stove, followed swiftly by Zhao Liangyi's fire, while Yin Lei silently cleaned the pot with water. Chapter 103. Dogsheng's leftovers. The group began to tear open the packaging of instant noodles, while Zhang Xiaochu, on the side, utilized her botanical abilities to cultivate fresh vegetables. Chu Xiu yearned for lettuce, believing it essential for enhancing the flavor of the noodles. Ban, limit your noodle intake. I shall prepare fish for you later. With such a large pot, they worried it would take an eternity to cook all the noodles, especially since instant noodles were a strategic resource they wished to preserve. If Ban indulged excessively, their collected stock of noodles would dwindle far too quickly. No, I want instant noodles too. Ban insisted stubbornly. It's not good for your health. I saved a fish head for you. How about we set up a separate stove just for you? Cheng Su gently suggested. All right then. Upon hearing about a dedicated pot just for him, Ban's spirits lifted once more. Zhang Jiaxuan produced a large pot. Li Yihong set up a new stove. Zhao Liangyi rekindled the fire, and Zhang Xiaochu cultivated additional ingredients. For the noodles, Zhang Jiaxuan prepared 2 packets per person, including Chu Xiu, along with a generous helping of vegetables and fish, culminating in a hearty pot. Despite any nutritional concerns, The aroma wafting from the cooked noodles was undeniably enticing. Once ready, Li Raora lowered the temperature of the pot, and everyone eagerly began to eat. Daban watched longingly as its pot of fish heads still required additional cooking time. "Your noodles smell so good. I want some too," Daban voiced, circling around the others with eager eyes. Yet, none of them yielded. After all, this was instant noodles, a delicacy they themselves barely had enough of. Even if they offered Daban a bowl, it would scarcely satisfy its appetite. In the end, it was Chu Xiu who softened and offered Daban a bowl of noodles, primarily because she could not finish her 2 packets. "I no longer wish to eat instant noodles. I want meat." For Chu Xiu, who had consumed excessive instant noodles in a past life as a homebody, the noodles held little value. Now, she craved various meats. "All right, since we're here, let us take a stroll through the forest and gather some meat before heading back," Zhang Jiaxuan suggested, usually accommodating the little demands of his feline and canine companions. Of course, the principal reason was that he himself was not particularly fond of instant noodles. "By the way, if you wish to return, I can escort you back first," Zhang Jiaxuan added. No, I want to stay with you," Zhao Liangyi quickly protested. "Us too," Li Hong chimed in. Once everyone finished their noodles, Daban's fish feast was ready. After Li Raora cooled it down, Daban indulged in its grand meal while the others settled beneath a large tree, engaging in light conversation. "Strange, where have all the spiders gone?" Zhao Liangyi remarked curiously. We've eliminated all those spiders," Zhang Jiaxuan explained. "There shouldn't be any left in this forest." Just then, a message appeared in their group chat, revealing a gold coin reward from the esteemed group leader. "This is the payment for the spider shells." Each member received 200 gold coins. While this amount was trivial for Chu Xiu and her companions, it was akin to a fortune for others. Who would have thought the carcasses of these spiders would be so valuable, surpassing even the worth of the zombie crystal cores? Zhao Liangyi remarked gleefully. "I suspect these funds were advanced by Miao Miao." Li Raora glanced at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu simply meowed in response, leaving Li Raora uncertain if her suspicion was correct. "Don't worry, we Miaos have plenty of money," Cheng Su reassured, encouraging everyone to utilize the funds in times of need without hesitation. "Agreed," the group responded in unison. At that moment, a voice in the group chat piped up. "Could you all consider my feelings? Who are you? How did you get in this group?" Cizao, the one who previously mooched off their food, inquired. Thanks to his cooking skills, the great group leader had humorously renamed him Cizao. "Hey, my grand boasting has run its course. Could you please let me down?" he pleaded again. However, after sending this message, the chat fell silent. Zhai Feiyu had no choice but to call out, "Hey, could you all have a bit of conscience? I genuinely no longer possess my X-ray vision." "Oh, and how did that happen?" Zhang Xiaochu asked. "I kept boasting that I was incredibly strong, that I could move mountains, that I could fly. After excessive bragging, my abilities simply drained away," Zhai Feiyu replied. "Please, have mercy and let me down." "Meow, let him down," Cheng Su remarked, feeling a pang of pity for him. "What do you all think?" Chu Xiu sought the opinions of the two ladies. "Let him down if that's what everyone wishes," Li Raora agreed. "After all, he is a teammate. A little punishment suffices. No need to truly suspend him from the vines." "Very well, since everyone has interceded for you, I shall release you this time. However, if you dare to act like this again, do not expect my kindness," Chu Xiu warned. "Understood, I won't dare next time. And I only did it for the team's sake." Zhai Feiyu lamented internally, feeling unjustly treated. After being let down, he donned his clothing while grumbling. "Why do you treat me this way? I was merely using my powers to observe the outside environment, but it spiraled out of my control. You claim it was out of your control, yet your X-ray vision can be managed. Clearly, you were up to no good." Zhang Xiaochu shot him a glare. "But it was my first time using it. How was I to know how to control it?" Zhai Feiyu protested, still feeling aggrieved. Especially since the others were enjoying their instant noodles without sharing any with him. That does sound quite unfair. Luckily, Daban's fish head hasn't been finished yet. "I'll share a bit with you," Chu Xiu offered. "Are you giving me the leftovers?" Zhai Feiyu retorted, feeling uneasy. "What's wrong? Are you rejecting Daban's offering?" Chu Xiu asked. No, I just haven't had enough yet." At that moment, Daban extended its paw, guarding its large pot protectively. Having finally secured its meal without competition from Big Orange, it was unwilling to part with a single drop of its fish soup. Chapter 104. Hunting. "Give him a pack of compressed biscuits," Zhang Xiaochu said, her heart softening at the sight of the pitiful Zhai Feiyu. Li Yihong then retrieved a box of provisions from his inventory, offering Zhai Feiyu a pack of biscuits, followed by handing out a bottle of drink to each person. "Could I have a bottle as well?" Li Hong inquired. You sinner, do you still wish to drink? Li Rara shot him a glance, while Lin Lei, nearby, formed a small water balloon, asking, do you want water? If so, bring out a bottle to catch it. Zhai Feiyu produced a 1.5L mineral water bottle, finishing the contents before requesting Yin Lei to refill it. As he drank, he munched on the compressed biscuits with a sense of grievance. These biscuits could hardly compare to instant noodles. He had plenty of them himself. It was truly vexing. While he ate, he cast a forlorn gaze at the others. Seeing his expression, Daban felt a bit embarrassed, recalling that they had come to rescue him, and said, how about this? I still have a little fish soup left. I can share some with you. Zhai Feiyu glanced into Daban's pot, noticing there was indeed a bit left, but he was still a person. How could he eat what a dog had left behind? Daban, you can keep it for yourself, he replied. Zhang Jiaxuan patted Daban's paw and said, enjoy it. Daban then happily began to eat, even licking the pot clean. Feiyu, don't feel too bad. We will go hunting soon, and when we return, we will have roasted meat for dinner, Zhang Jiaxuan assured, while gathering their belongings. With this meal, everyone had a moment of respite, and soon they set off to hunt. After receiving various medicinal treatments, Daban's injuries healed rapidly, and he was now frolicking around, being with Chu Xiu and the others. He had nearly forgotten the torment he had endured and was once again full of life. Daban, slow down, Cheng Su cautioned, worried about him running into danger. Daban obliged, slowing his pace, but as the group caught up, he dashed ahead again. This area had once been the territory of spiders. Now, without them, it was much safer, yet who could tell what dangers awaited them beyond this place? The others were somewhat anxious about Daban's antics, fearing he might wander off. I'll follow him, Chu Xiu volunteered. All right, go ahead, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded, feeling more at ease with Chu Xiu around. Though small, Chu Xiu's intelligence was unquestionable, and he was accompanied by Little Green. Perched atop Daban, Chu Xiu tugged at the newly grown fur. I smell prey ahead, Daban declared. Chu Xiu replied. There are beasts all around in this forest. Which one do you sense? Let us not become the prey ourselves. It won't happen, Daban insisted. They're too timid. If I weren't ambushed, I would still be the formidable dog king. How soon you forget your current state, Chu Xiu teased, playfully swatting at him. No one would be crowned king here. You don't believe in me, Daban lamented, feeling that since his ambush, his status had plummeted. Previously, they had trusted him. But now it seemed he had become the one in need of protection. It's not that I don't believe in you. It's just that this forest is perilous. Chu Xiu countered. When you followed those two earlier, did you not encounter any dangers? I was ambushed by those spiders, Daban replied. And beyond the spiders? Chu Xiu pressed. Are you referring to those small bugs? I simply crushed them underfoot. What about those fruits that could knock you out or the vines that could ensnare you? You encountered none of these? Chu Xiu asked, surprised. No. All right. Consider yourself lucky then. Chu Xiu, let us check over there. There are indeed many prey, Daban suggested. Fine, let us go investigate, Chu Xiu agreed. With his consent, Daban sped through the forest, resembling a giant wolf in motion. With Chu Xiu riding atop him, it felt even swifter than a vehicle. The wind whipping past his ears, causing a slight ache in his head. Hey, slow down a bit, Cheng Su shouted from behind. We'll head out first. You can catch up at your leisure, Chu Xiu waved, then tucked his head into Daban's fur, remaining hidden. Once a dragon knight, now a dog knight? No. That was too undignified. Perhaps wolf knight would be more fitting. Look, there are so many goats, Daban exclaimed, drooling at the sight of the distant herd of mountain goats. Wait, aren't you all supposed to be loving and kind, being fellow livestock in this post-apocalyptic world? At that moment, the goats noticed Daban and, in a panic, scattered in all directions. Ah, the goats are afraid of Daban. Could it be due to the presence of shepherd dogs in some areas? But a spotted dog is not a shepherd dog, is it? Or perhaps these goats are simply too timid. From the hillside, Daban charged down toward the flock. Though the goats were not small in stature, they appeared diminutive compared to Daban, who had consumed plenty of crystal cores, while these goats, in the outskirts, likely had access to none. Before the apocalypse, far fewer stayed in the villages compared to those in the cities, resulting in fewer zombies, and these goats probably only stumbled upon a core or two, growing at a much slower rate than Daban. However, despite their smaller size, they were quick on their feet. Daban managed to catch one, but the others fled, causing him to bark in frustration. Hey, don't run away. Look at me. At that moment, Chu Xiu finally remembered his feline lineage, transforming into a fierce tiger. Standing atop Daban's back, head held high as he let out a mighty roar. The goats trembled at the sound of the tiger's roar. And it was not just them. Daban was equally unsettled. What are you waiting for? Go catch those goats. Chu Xiao urged Daban. With that, Daban snapped out of his stupor, charging into the herd like a tiger descending a mountain, going after the goats. In no time, he had killed 2 or 3 goats, while the remaining ones, shaken from Chu Xiao's intimidation, darted away. Yet, with one fighting for survival and the other merely trying to live, their speeds differed significantly. Chapter 105. Returning to base. All right, let us not pursue any further. Chu Xiao, still somewhat concerned about Daban's condition and wary of potential dangers, decided to halt their advance. What is the matter? Daban, puzzled by Chu Xiao's actions, inquired. For the sake of sustainable resource development, Chu Xiao replied. If we let them go this time, we can catch them again next time. Fair enough. Daban acknowledged the logic in Chu Xiao's reasoning and agreed. Hey, you two are running too fast. At that moment, Cheng Su and the others caught up with them. We caught a lot of prey. Daban exclaimed with joy. I told you there was prey ahead, but you all didn't believe me. We didn't doubt you. We were just concerned for your health, Zhang Jiaxuan said. Without the miraculous elixirs from the post-apocalyptic supermarket, you probably wouldn't be able to move at all, let alone be so lively. Daban is amazing, Cheng Su exclaimed, picking up a goat from the ground. Thanks to you, we can roast goat for dinner tonight. It's getting late, we should head back quickly. Big Orange is still at home, and if anything happens to it, it would be troublesome, Zhang Jiaxuan urged. Then let us hurry back, everyone agreed, feeling a sense of urgency. The sky was nearly dark, and once night fell, who could know what dangers lurked in the forest? The terrors of the day were daunting enough, and the night was even more unfathomable. Are we returning the same way? Zhang Xiaochu asked. We're not going back the same way. Do you have a better route? Zhai Feiyu retorted sharply. I'm just afraid we might encounter those drought leeches again. The thought of the leeches still unsettled Zhang Xiaochu. Don't worry, Cheng Su's abilities have upgraded. Chu Xiao reassured from the side. If you stick close to him, he will protect you. Your abilities have reached level 3? Zhai Feiyu inquired eagerly, and the others expressed envy. I haven't reached level 3. I've just developed some new applications, Cheng Su clarified. That is still something to be envious of, Zhao Liangyi remarked. We just barely reached level 2, and you're all close to level 3, with a few more days of training. I should reach level 3 soon, Zhang Jiaxuan said candidly, revealing, I'm already at level 29. When I hit level 30, my abilities should surpass level 3. Level 29? How terrifying. Zhao Liangyi exaggerated. What levels are you all at? Cheng Su asked, having reached level 28 through relentless training. Chu Xiao and Zhang Jiaxuan were both at level 29. Others reported their levels, mostly around 21 or 22, with the highest being Li Yihong at level 23. Still far from Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, as advancing in levels became increasingly challenging. Let us not talk about it anymore. The more we discuss, the more discouraging it becomes, Zhai Feiyu lamented, tears in her eyes. Before long, they arrived at the grassy patch they had encountered earlier. Zhang Xiaochu looked at Zhai Feiyu and said, You could have used your flying ability earlier. Can you use it now? It would make crossing this area much easier. Flying high isn't necessarily safe. What if some monstrous birds or bats snatch you away? Enough with the ominous predictions. Zhang Xiaochu shot him a glare. You might be reluctant to use your abilities, but don't curse my luck. You two ladies afraid of leeches can sit on Daban, Zhang Jiaxuan suggested. Though Daban was somewhat reluctant, it had become more obedient after the recent events. Come on up, it beckoned, lowering its body for Zhang Xiaochu and Li Raolao to climb on, with Chu Xiao naturally following suit. I'll hold you, Li Raolao said, wrapping her arms around Chu Xiao. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaochu dared not say anything further. She feared being pushed off by Chu Xiao and did not wish to endure the pain of being drained by leeches again. With the two ladies seated atop Daban, Zhang Jiaxuan and the others donned long rubber boots again. Cheng Su activated his powers and safely led them across the grassy expanse. Next, they faced the vines and peculiar fruits. Strangely, this time, the vines and fruits remained still, causing no further attacks. Could it be that these plants rest at night? Zhai Feiyu wondered as they traversed the woods. Who knows? We're not plant experts, no one could answer him. But it was indeed a relief that the plants did not attack them. The remainder of the journey was relatively safe, and they finally reached the base without incident. By this time, night had fully descended. Meow meow. Big Orange awaited eagerly in the yard, and upon spotting them, rushed out as if flying. Jiaxuan, Cheng Su, Chu Xiao, why did you return so late? And Daban, where have you been? You made so many of us worry about you. Do you not want to be with us anymore? Big Orange complained. Big Orange, don't be angry with Daban, it was deceived. Zhang Jiaxuan briefly explained the situation to Big Orange. Daban, you're such a fool. How could you run off with others so easily? Can't you tell who your real family is? Big Orange raised a paw as if to strike it. I really need to teach you a lesson. Big Orange. I know I was wrong. I'm in so much pain. I was bullied by two bad people, Daban replied, feeling aggrieved. Did Cheng Su and the others avenge you? Big Orange asked. If not, I'll take you to settle scores right now. They've already avenged me. Daban was reluctant to discuss the matter further, having only mentioned it to elicit sympathy. Big Orange, we brought you something delicious. We'll have roasted goat for dinner tonight, it added sweetly. Really? Talking about food makes Big Orange forget all the unhappy things quickly. I was starving since you didn't come back at noon. Then let us not waste any more time. Let us begin, Chushio said. With the leader's command, how could we dare to refuse? They all responded, busily preparing, some setting up the stove, others lighting the fire, and some handling the goat meat. Big Orange and Daban, would you prefer to eat raw meat today? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired, considering the hassle of preparing the goat. They both quickly protested, no. We want cooked meat. That's fine. Cooked it shall be. I'll handle the ingredients for you, Cheng Su said gently. After more than half an hour of bustling about, everything was finally ready, and they could begin to eat. Li Yihong had set up several stoves, and Zhao Liangyi had built several fires. The dinner consisted of lamb stew with radishes and roasted lamb. Zhai Feiyu also fetched a bucket of rice from the cafeteria, and everyone enjoyed the lamb stew with radish together. The taste was simply exquisite. Chapter 106. The mischief of the young ones. If only there were a bottle of beer to savor. Eating rice paired with meat, he couldn't help but reminisce about life before the apocalypse. How delightful it is, Zhang Xiaoqu remarked. I'm just pondering, Zhai Feiyu replied, continuing to pile meat into his mouth. These individuals were like wolves. One should not seize the opportunity to devour all the meat while he was speaking. Observing Zhai Feiyu's relentless consumption, Zhang Xiaoqu let out a soft hum, but her own pace was hardly slow. This meat is truly delectable. Zhao Liangyi commented with great satisfaction, noting that it seemed even more tender than the meat before the apocalypse. Not only tender, but also firm. Zhai Feiyu concurred from the side. Compared to his two rather reserved and jesting companions, Zhao Liangyi was evidently more attuned to his temperament. Brothers, do you have any spirits? If so, let us procure a bottle, Zhai Feiyu inquired again, unable to suppress his curiosity. Enjoying lamb and rice at this moment was incredibly relaxing, evoking a desire for merriment and toasting with drinks. Stand back, Cheng Su interjected, then waved his hand, retrieving a container from his inventory. The container nearly occupied the entire yard, its edge almost pressing against the wall. Is this your stored supplies? Zhai Feiyu asked, his throat involuntarily swallowing at the sight of the container. Sort of. We don't drink much, so we didn't bring it out before. Cheng Su replied as he extracted 2 boxes of beer from within, setting aside a few more to place in his storage bracelet. For retrieving beer, each time required cumbersome efforts with the container. Is this entire container filled with beer? Zhai Feiyu inquired, noticing the label that read Qingyao Mountain. No, don't ask foolish questions, Chu Xiu answered on behalf of Cheng Su, knowing he seldom lied. You, who merely indulge, should refrain from probing such sensitive topics in the future. Cheng Su had already put the container away and settled down, while Zhang Jiaxuan began distributing the beer among everyone. I want some of the good food you're having. Over there, Dezhu and Daban had finished their meat but were still unsatisfied. Beer. Do you wish to partake? Zhao Liangyi teased them. You fool. With their size, they wouldn't feel anything without 7 or 8 boxes. Do you really want to get them drunk? Zhai Feiyu quickly responded. Heeding Zhai Feiyu's words, Zhao Liangyi silently switched the beer to his other hand. Cheng Su. I want beer too. Dezhu nudged his head toward Cheng Su, knowing he was kind-hearted and favored them. Indeed, upon seeing their eager faces, Cheng Su felt an urge to fetch them some beer, but at that moment, Chu Xiu interjected, What are you children doing with beer? It's illegal to drink under 18. Huh, 18? How long must I wait? Dezhu pondered. I'm only half a year old. I'm 3 years old. Daban chimed in. Ah, then I must wait another 17 years? Ha ha ha, I only have to wait 15 and a half. Initially, Daban thought waiting 15 years was a daunting task, but upon realizing Dezhu had to wait 17 years, it felt much more uplifting. With the presence of beer, the humans could continue their merriment, while Daban and Dezhu frolicked nearby. However, the space outside the villa was rather limited for their size. They clumsily knocked down the adjacent wall and tumbled into the neighboring yard. Who was there? The neighboring villa belonged to Zhao Liangyi, but it was clear that he was not the sole occupant. After the wall fell, a woman in a leather jacket with voluminous hair burst out from within. What sort of monster is this? She exclaimed upon seeing the large heads of Daban and Dezhu. I detest loud women, Chu Xiu commented from the side, having initially thought her quite striking, only to find her timid demeanor disappointing. Anyone who disparages Deban and Deju is not our friend, Cheng Su added. Zhao Liangyi. I didn't expect you to be hiding a beauty. Zhai Feiyu teased him, but Zhao Liangyi merely chuckled awkwardly. Don't speak nonsense, she is my sister. As they were expressing their astonishment, the woman suddenly waved her hand, conjuring a burst of flames aimed at Deju and Deban. Watch, she is bullying me. Deju whimpered, stepping back in fear of singeing its beautiful fur, turning to Cheng Su and the others for comfort. The woman seemed oblivious to the presence of unusual guests next door and was astonished to hear Deju speak. Why, you can talk? She stammered. Deju ignored her and retreated back into its yard, avoiding her. Upon seeing the group of people enjoying their food and drinks on the lawn, her gaze fell upon a man in the middle. Was he her unruly brother? Zhao Liangyi, you better come here at once. She shouted. Sister, what are you doing? I have so many friends here. Can't you show me a little respect? Zhao Liangyi replied as he stood. What kind of friends are these, breaking my wall? Zhao Liangyi's sister expressed her displeasure. Despite her beautiful features, she constantly wore a fierce expression. I apologize, it was our fault, and we will help you repair the wall. Cheng Su quickly interjected. While Deju and Deban were at fault for damaging the wall, he believed it was a parental oversight, and he would apologize on their behalf. Meanwhile, Li Yihong began to mend the wall without further ado. The woman, standing atop the collapsed wall, witnessed it rising higher, ultimately obstructing her view of the opposite side. How infuriating, she exclaimed, leaping onto the wall, showcasing her earth manipulation abilities. Sister, can you refrain from interrupting our drinking? Zhao Liangyi found his sister's behavior rather embarrassing. All you think about is drinking while your sister is being bullied. Don't you care? Zhao Liangyi's sister retorted loudly. Sister, where have you been bullied? It's simply your lack of tolerance. Deju and Deban didn't mean to damage our wall. Why act so fierce? See, even Li Gu is helping us fix it. Li Gu? Zhao Liangyi's sister finally focused on the group, her gaze landing on the cold, yet handsome man holding a beer. Was it him who just repaired the wall for us? She asked softly, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice. Chapter 107. Zhao Liangyi indeed. Who else could it be but Brother Li? Zhao Liangyi remarked. Have you forgotten that Brother Li and his companions saved our lives back then? At the onset of the apocalypse, when people's abilities were just beginning to manifest and their powers were still feeble. The soldiers from the Wuhan camp had cleared the zombies from their encampment and ventured into the city armed with guns and ammunition to combat the undead. Zhao Liangyi and his sister Zhao Liangyi were fortunate to have been rescued by them. Of course, for Li Yihong and his group, such acts had become second nature. They had merely acted out of convenience and did not hold any sentiment towards those they had saved. Thus, although Zhao Liangyi and his sister recognized Li Yihong and the others, Li Yihong did not know them. I say, sister, without their help, we might have ended up as zombie fodder. What does it matter if they inadvertently damaged our wall? After all, we only have the right to reside in this villa. Do you truly think of it as your own home? Zhao Liangyi lowered her head, her demeanor one of bashfulness. Now is not the time for shyness. It's too late. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment and unhesitatingly exposed her underlying thoughts. At present, he was merely a cat and had no need to concern himself with the whims of women. I'm sorry. Zhao Liangyi felt awkward standing atop the wall. It was evident that, apart from her brother, the others did not welcome her presence, and she could only blame herself for having acted too aggressively moments ago. Elders. And the leader, could you please forgive my sister this once? She did not mean any harm, she simply has a fiery temperament. Zhao Liangyi attempted to explain to Cheng Su and the others. Meow, what do you think? Cheng Su directed his gaze towards Chu Xiu. Such trivial matters were usually left for him to decide. She is not entirely in the wrong. If someone were to intrude into my home, I would be even more fierce than she was, Chu Xiu replied. However, although we are at fault, we do not wish to invite her to visit. Perhaps you could ask your sister what kind of compensation she requires? Zhao Liangyi looked up at Zhao Liangyi. Chu Xiu's voice had not been quiet, and she had naturally heard what he said. What I require as compensation is for you to treat me to a meal, Zhao Liangyi stated immediately. All right then, we shall invite you next time, Chu Xiu responded. He was well aware of the woman's thoughts. She assumed he was oblivious. Why not treat me now? Tomorrow is uncertain. And who knows when the next opportunity will arise in this apocalypse. I might not even be here next time, Zhao Liangyi insisted. Chu Xiu tilted his head, pondering, and replied, very well, come on over then. With permission granted, Zhao Liangyi jumped down from the wall. Chu Xiu called out to everyone, a guest has arrived. Let us prepare a meal for her. Everyone, Please perform your duties. Upon hearing this, Inlay silently washed the cooking pot used for the large orange cat. Can I eat with you all? Zhao Liangli inquired. Not really. We are not familiar enough with you yet, and we prefer not to dine with strangers, Chu Xiu declined. Though Zhao Liangli had a fiery temper, within Chu Xiu's group, she was merely a small biscuit, not even worthy of that designation, so she had to endure it. Unable to retaliate against others, she could only desperately signal her brother Zhao Liangli with her eyes. He had no choice. After all, she was his sister. Big guy. Let my sister join us for dinner to avoid any trouble, Zhao Liangli pleaded. Fine, since it's your request, let your sister sit with us, Chu Xiu conceded. Having no intention of truly making things difficult for Zhao Liangli, he merely sought to tease her and temper her fiery disposition. Since Zhao Liangli had spoken up, it was permissible for her to join. Zhao Liangli wished to sit beside Li Yihong, but unfortunately, he was flanked by Li Raorao on one side and Zhai Feiyu on the other, leaving no room for her. Neither of them showed any inclination to yield their seats. And if she were to force her way in, it would seem overly deliberate. Sister, sit here, Zhao Liangli said at a crucial moment, offering her a spot and a bowl. Now, can my cats and dogs play in your yard? Chu Xiu inquired once she had a drink in hand. Of course. Any time is fine. Feel free to dismantle my yard if you wish, as it belongs to the base, not to me. Zhao Liangli's tone had shifted rapidly. Wow. This lamb is simply exquisite. Who prepared this? Zhao Liangli, who had initially appeared fierce, now exhibited the demeanor of a doting housewife, revealing her true gluttonous nature. Heavens. I thought only Zhao Liangli had a penchant for food, but his sister is no less enthusiastic, even claiming to have her crush nearby. In the blink of an eye, her image vanished, and she was the quickest to wield her chopsticks among the gathering. This is delicious, she exclaimed, devouring meat and sipping wine. Little brother, why didn't you invite your sister to enjoy such delights sooner? After a few drinks, she began to loosen up. Sister, I'm just a layabout myself. How could I have invited you? Zhao Liangli retorted. Huh, then how did you get in? Zhao Liangli asked, glancing at the others. I am far more capable than my brother, both in abilities and strength. How could he manage to get by? Brother, is there really such a thing? Why are you trying to steal your brother's opportunities? Zhao Liangli felt a bit anxious. Little brother, it's not that I'm being unkind. It's just too delicious. Zhao Liangli said, resting her hand on his shoulder, tossing her hair back. In the face of the apocalypse, was there any need to speak of familial bonds? Actually, it's not our cooking that makes this so delightful. It's primarily the quality of the ingredients, Zhang Jiaxuan interjected. This goat is a mutated breed, and these radishes were cultivated by our ability users. Now I understand why it's so delicious. Zhao Liangli burped and gulped down her drink, tossing the bottle aside. With bleary eyes, she asked, is there more wine? Sister, you're already drunk. It's best if you stop drinking, Zhao Liangli quickly advised. Zhao Liangli waved her hand, whispering in his ear, I'm not drunk. I just want to take the opportunity to drink a few more bottles. Hearing his sister's words, Zhao Liangli found himself both amused and exasperated. Could you keep your whispers quieter? You're practically shouting, which is rather embarrassing. Give her more. We're not short on a little wine, Chu Xiu said, adding, as long as you don't vomit on our lawn, everything is negotiable. Well, I've never seen a beautiful woman drunk before. Today is a fine opportunity to witness it, he mused. Now, I shall not drink your wine in vain. Allow me to perform a fire-breathing act for everyone. Chapter 108. A fiery performance having spoken, she herself was uncertain whether she was truly intoxicated or merely pretending. She picked up the empty wine bottle from the ground and blew into it, whereupon flames erupted dramatically from the bottle, startling everyone present. Sister, is this what you call breathing fire? I can do that too, and without any props, Zhao Liangli declared, as he too opened his mouth and blew. Well, I can spray water. YNLI, who had always been taciturn, suddenly joined in the revelry, placing his hands on his hips and beginning to spray water, extinguishing the flames and dousing Zhao Liangli and his sister in the process. Were they truly inebriated or not? Cheng Su turned to Zhang Jiaxuan and quietly inquired. I have no idea, Zhang Jiaxuan replied with a shake of his head. This group seemed oblivious to the effects of alcohol. Each one determined to drink as much as possible, eager to indulge as if every sip was a boon. Cheng Su had initially thought that 2 cases of liquor would suffice for the evening, yet they were already on their 3rd case. And they appeared capable of consuming even more. Captain Li, how about you perform a little show with dirt? Chu Xiu glanced at Li Yihong. Li Yihong shot him a look, but Chu Xiu was undeterred, thinking that no one could match the lethal gaze of these feline creatures. Hey, you little gourd children. Come along with Grandpa, Chu Xiu suddenly exclaimed. The group turned to him, and Zhao Liangyi remarked, "You're obviously a cat demon, not our grandpa." "Exactly, not a grandpa. You are all monsters," they retorted, moving to catch Chu Xiao. But how could Chu Xiao allow them to catch him? The yard quickly descended into chaos. Upon seeing the commotion, Daban and Daju also joined in the fun, and soon the place was filled with dust and disorder. Thank goodness they had nearly finished the pot of meat. Otherwise, such a cloud of dust would be quite wasteful. Cheng Su looked at the remnants of lamb stew with radish in the pot and sighed with regret. As the instigator of this commotion, Chu Xiao, taking advantage of his small size, darted away from their grasp. "Look, after dinner, we can enjoy a little show as well. Isn't that wonderful?" You, Cheng Su, hearing Chu Xiao's words, could only shake his head in exasperation. Chu Xiao continued, "We can't let our food and drink go to waste. Since they are so spirited, why don't we take them out to fight zombies? It would be a contribution to the city. Is that a good idea? They are in such a drunken state. Can they really fight zombies?" Zhang Jiaxuan looked worriedly at the group. "It will be fine. When it comes down to life and death, they will surely sober up," Chu Xiao assured him. "I don't know if you've heard the tale of Wu Song fighting the tiger." "I have heard of it. You know that story?" They were surprised that Chu Xiao was familiar with such a tale. "Well, it's good to know. Even Wu Song dared to fight a tiger while drunk. So what's the big deal about taking them to fight a few zombies?" Chu Xiao asserted. "Besides, we have medicine now. We need not worry about them becoming infected if they are bitten by zombies, as long as they aren't on the brink of death." "All right then." Although Zhang Jiaxuan and his companions looked like typical homebodies, they possessed a spark of passion within. With a bit of alcohol in their systems, they felt emboldened and stepped forward to address the group. "Everyone, let us take a moment to pause. The moonlight tonight is splendid. Shall we go fight some zombies?" Unfortunately, his voice was too soft, and those drunkenly laughing and singing could not hear him. Thus, Chu Xiao sent a message to the group. "Attention, everyone. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, perfect for zombie hunting. Let us gather at the main entrance in 15 minutes. The announcements in the group were far more effective than shouting. And soon, aside from Zhao Liangyi, everyone received the message. Chu Xiao then jumped onto Daju's back. "Enough of this. Let us head out to fight zombies." Being nocturnal creatures, cats like Daju were thrilled at the suggestion of hunting zombies at night. "Daban, stop messing around. Let us go fight zombies," Chu Xiao urged, glancing at Daban, who was frolicking about in confusion. "The moonlight is indeed lovely tonight," Li Raorao remarked, gazing at the blood-red moon in the sky. She had never seen such a crimson moon before, so perhaps this moonlight could indeed be considered beautiful. "Raorao, come here." Chu Xiao waved her over. Though her vision was hazy from intoxication, she managed to hop over. "Chu Xiao is much better. It saves me the trouble of walking," Li Raorao said as she picked him up and planted a kiss on him. Chu Xiao felt a sense of delight. With Li Raorao perched atop Daju, Cheng Su had no choice but to sit alongside Zhang Jiaxuan on Daban. Thankfully, Daban was spacious enough for them to sit side by side without feeling cramped. The others, lacking any mode of transport, could only follow behind Daju and Daban. "Let us go. Follow Grandpa to hunt zombies," Zhao Liangyi exclaimed cheerfully, earning a smack on the back of his head from Zhao Liangli. "What are you all doing?" "We're going to fight zombies," Zhao Liangyi replied, rubbing his head. "What zombies are you talking about?" Zhao Liangli asked, perplexed by their antics. It appeared that the others were either truly drunk or simply insane, as they all headed outside, proclaiming their intent to fight zombies, leaving her feeling as though she was the only sane one. Initially, she had only wanted to showcase her abilities, hoping that by revealing her fire powers, they would regard her with greater esteem and invite her to join their group. Little did she know that her foolish brother would challenge her to a fire duel, leading to this chaotic turn of events, with the two massive beasts joining in as well. Now, they were all clamoring to fight zombies, and she genuinely had no idea how this had escalated. How could they possibly take on zombies in the dead of night? Zhao Liangli was not keen on courting death and hurriedly rushed ahead to block their path. "What are you doing? You can't go out to fight zombies at this hour." However, Daju, walking in front, completely ignored her and simply blew her aside. "If you're not going to fight zombies, then stand aside," Daban added. Zhao Liangli picked herself up from the ground, glaring at them in frustration. "You truly don't know what's good for you." Yet her brother, seemingly blinded by foolishness, insisted on accompanying them to fight zombies. She attempted to pull him back, but he kept following them. Each time she tried to drag him away, he would just run back to them. Finally, in her exasperation, she attempted to knock him out, only for him to strike her on the head instead. "Everyone look, I've caught a snake spirit." Chapter 109. The Enigmatic Butterfly. At this moment, they had already exited the villa district. Despite it being nighttime, A considerable number of individuals were still active within the base. When Zhao Liangli called out, Zhao Liangli felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She wished to leave, yet Zhao Liangli firmly grasped her hair, insisting, "You snake spirit, don't even think about escaping." She attempted to strike him, but he caught her hand. In a fit of anger, she unleashed her fire ability to scorch him, but in his drunken state, he dismissed her as an elder sister and retaliated with a larger fireball that singed her hair. Zhao Liangli was genuinely furious. She pursued him, intent on delivering a blow, but he cleverly dashed into the crowd, exclaiming, "The snake spirit is after me. Brothers, lend a hand." Hearing this, the crowd turned their heads, and in an instant, earth spikes, ice shards, and water jets were directed at her. Zhao Liangli found herself at a loss, muttering bitterly, "Go on. Let the zombies devour you." With that, she stormed off in a huff. "That snake spirit almost infiltrated our group," Chu Xiu remarked. Indeed, Li Releo nodded earnestly. "These people have indulged in some counterfeit wine. They are truly immersed in their roles. Each one of them is quite the performer." Upon reaching the entrance of the base, registration was unnecessary for exiting, but given the late hour, the guards still needed to inquire. Cheng Su replied that they were heading out to combat zombies. Although the guard found it odd, upon seeing the two formidable beasts, he understood they were new powerful figures. With Li Yihang's squad also present, he dared not say more and allowed them to pass. Once outside the base, they immediately felt as if they had stepped into a vast wasteland. The flora beyond the base thrived rapidly, necessitating frequent maintenance. The area appeared quite desolate. "Let us head to the city," Zhang Jiaxuan suggested, and a band made its way towards the urban area. With its innate sense of direction, it left behind traces of its unique scent on the paths it traversed, ensuring that the group would not lose their way, regardless of day or night. In the sky, peculiar birds chirped, and distant roars of unknown beasts echoed, creating an unsettling atmosphere that explained why individuals at the base typically refrained from venturing out at night. Ordinary people would have long been terrified. Only they, with their exceptional skills and a bit of wine in their systems, remained relatively unafraid. As they advanced, they suddenly appeared to have entered a realm of enchantment. The roadside was adorned with numerous luminescent flowers, which upon closer inspection were not flowers at all, but rather volleyball-sized glowing insects. Red, yellow, and green. These twinkling critters transformed the night into a scene of exquisite romance. The group felt as though they had stepped into another world. The base was crowded, cacophonous, and drab, while the area outside was vibrant and resplendent. "Who would have thought it could be so beautiful out here?" Zhang Xiaochu murmured. Zhai Feiyu placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent, lest they disturb the delicate insects. As they approached, the insects fluttered in surprise, dancing gracefully as if carrying tiny lanterns, far surpassing the beauty of fireflies. Zhang Xiaochu spotted shimmering butterflies fluttering gracefully ahead. Their wings were as wide as an A4 sheet, thin and ethereal. As they took flight, they shed glowing powder, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Unable to resist, Diju quietly approached, extending its paw to catch a butterfly. However, the butterfly, startled, ascended into the air. Moments later, the butterfly returned, and a swarm encircled Diju, which was overjoyed, chasing the butterflies in circles. On Diju's back, Chu Xiu and Li Releo were also entranced by the enchanting sight. Who wouldn't be captivated by such beauty? Even the cold-hearted Li Releo couldn't help but glance at the butterflies and the starry glow that fell from them. "It is truly magnificent," she whispered, extending her hand. At that moment, if she were adorned with a crown and a flowing white gown, she would be the fairest fairy of the night. However, "Close your mouth," Chu Xiu suddenly cautioned. "You." Li Releo felt a flicker of irritation. Had she said something amiss? Why the admonition? Yet soon, she sensed something awry. The luminescence emitted by the butterflies seemed to possess hallucinogenic properties. Just moments ago, surrounded by a multitude of butterflies, she now felt dizzy and somewhat disoriented. Looking down at the others, she noticed serene smiles gracing their faces as they held hands and twirled in circles. The enchanting environment fostered a sense of tranquility. And Chu Xiu truly hesitated to disrupt this idyllic scene. But regardless of his reluctance, he knew he must act, for once they succumbed to unconsciousness, the butterflies would feast upon them. At that moment, a multitude of butterflies swooped towards Diju, some even landing on it. Diju squinted, believing the butterflies adored it, unaware that they were siphoning its blood. "Everyone, wake up!" Chu Xiu's mind raced as he invoked the Thousand Gods' decision, quickly regaining clarity. He produced a high-intensity flashlight and illuminated the beautiful meadow, revealing a macabre sight beneath. The ground was littered with bleached bones. Unbeknownst to them, they had strayed off course, encroaching upon the territory of the hallucinogenic butterflies. Chu Xiu had named them thus. The earlier lantern-like insects were indeed these very creatures. When their wings were folded, they resembled small lanterns, but when unfurled, they transformed into delicate, fluttering butterflies, drawing the attention of nocturnal wanderers. Not just humans, but animals too, would unwittingly be captivated as they passed through the butterfly's domain, leading them to an ephemeral rendezvous, ultimately fading away in bliss. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan also began to regain their senses, perched atop the band, which was now sporting a dazed expression, chasing its tail in a blissful stupor. It seemed to have returned to its youth, before being abandoned by its master, joyfully frolicking across the grass. What has happened to them? Cheng Su inquired. They have all fallen under the spell of the hallucinogenic butterflies, Chu Xiu explained. How can we awaken them? Zhang Jiaxuan asked. Our practice of the thousand gods' decision grants a superior consciousness, Chu Xiu replied. Is that so? Should we attempt to awaken them? Cheng Su questioned further. Chapter 110. Let the fireworks begin. Hold on. This apocalyptic world is exhausting. It is rare for them to experience such joy. Let them revel a little longer. We shall illuminate the scene with a few lights and capture the moment on video, Chu Xiu suggested. Agreed. Cheng Su quickly grasped the intent, activating the recording function to immortalize the sight of Li Yihong and others singing and dancing. Afterward, Chu Xiu retrieved a potent insect repellent from his storage bell and sprayed it around. This repellent had been purchased at the supermarket after he noticed the presence of land leeches and spiders, prompting him to consider the dangers posed by insects in this world and the necessity of acquiring some protective measures. Indeed, the products from the apocalyptic supermarket proved effective. Upon detecting the scent, the mesmerizing butterflies swiftly fled to the distance. Those that ventured too close were ensnared by the spray, plummeting to the ground like desiccated leaves, devoid of their former brilliance. With the departure of the enchanting butterflies, the ethereal ambience dissipated, though the effects they induced lingered. Nonetheless, Chu Xiu refrained from administering the clarity elixir, deeming the current state of the others satisfactory enough to avoid wasting precious pills. However, De Ju and De Ban still required assistance, as they were their guides and mounts. Having consumed the medicine, De Ban regained consciousness, puzzled. How do we end up here? This direction is incorrect. I saw numerous glowing butterflies. Whatever happened to them? De Ju inquired. I saw them too. I felt so joyful just moments ago. De Ban attempted to share his thoughts, yet the memory of his former owner abandoning him surfaced, and he questioned the need to dwell on such matters. Now, devoid of an owner, he found companionship in ill. Leading the group back on course, the others remained enraptured in their bliss, though they were aware enough to follow, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. Meow, do you think this will cause any issues? Cheng Su could not suppress his curiosity. What issues could arise? Chu Xiu replied, his titanium alloy eyes wide open. In this apocalyptic world, their burdens are immense. Allowing them some respite is indeed a good thing. True. Cheng Su nodded in agreement with Chu Xiu's perspective. Zhang Jiaxuan glanced at Chu Xiu, sensing an underlying motive directed towards the young lady. At that moment, Li Raorao appeared somewhat entranced, her sweet smile reminiscent of a fairy, her embrace of Chu Xiu softening further. Initially, Li Raorao had presented herself as an icy beauty, but her persona had gradually unraveled, revealing her true nature as a spirited young girl. Let us proceed. This path does not pose significant danger. We merely need to remain vigilant, Chu Xiu advised. Zhang Jiaxuan and his companion concurred, recognizing that with their capabilities, safeguarding the group along this stretch was not particularly challenging. They would allow them to enjoy the journey. Thus, the trio led a carefree group into the city, where the chill of the wind began to awaken Li Yihong and the others from their stupor. Upon reaching the city, the number of zombies increased, prompting Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su to heighten their vigilance. Let us adhere to our usual strategy. Hunting zombies is too troublesome. We shall head to the riverside and set off some fireworks, Chu Xiu proposed. Very well, Zhang Jiaxuan agreed. Their squad's approach to confronting zombies was always unconventional. Nearby, a small river beckoned, and they made their way toward it, effortlessly dispatching any zombies they encountered along the way. Surely, there are no monsters lurking in this river? Zhang Jiaxuan voiced his caution as they approached the bank, wary of potential ambushes while they set off fireworks. Fear not, we shall maintain a safe distance, Chu Xiu assured him. Upon reflection, Zhang Jiaxuan retrieved a selection of fireworks. Come, let us commence the celebration. Chu Xiu ignited a stick of incense and handed it to Li Raorao, instructing her to light the fireworks. I wish to set off fireworks too, Zhang Xiaochu chimed in. Though the cold wind had revived their awareness, the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens still clouded their minds, making a return to clarity a daunting task. Everyone, gather around, Chung Su said, lighting another incense stick and distributing one to each participant. Let the fireworks fly, they proclaimed as they ignited the pyrotechnics. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted in a cacophony of colors. Who is the fool setting off fireworks at this hour? A portion of the city survivors, already on edge during the night, were startled by the sudden explosions. Let us light some candles. It cannot be dark here, Chu Xiu added. I will do it, Zhao Liangyi volunteered eagerly. With candles lit and fireworks soaring, a hint of romance hung in the air, an almost surreal contrast to the harshness of the apocalypse. The zombies are approaching. Prepare for battle, Chu Xiu sensed the impending commotion and alerted the group. Not a problem, Li Yihang responded swiftly, quickly erecting a makeshift earthen barrier. Though still in a daze, he was an adept warrior, exhibiting remarkable reflexes. This earthen wall is a blessing, Zhao Liangyi remarked, positioning himself against it as he began launching fireballs. In what was supposed to be a brutal apocalypse, their experience felt more akin to a cinematic spectacle. If only we could enjoy some drinks afterward, Zhai Feiyu lamented, a true wine enthusiast, still preoccupied with thoughts of alcohol. Once we finish this battle, there will be drinks for everyone, Chu Xiu assured them, releasing his battlefield cleaning devices, the crystal core automatic collector, the protective robot, and Little Green, instructing it to extend its roots to gather crystal cores and tidy the battleground. Little Green cherished this opportunity, having absorbed countless nutrients from zombies alongside Chu Xiu, growing exceptionally powerful. As it collected crystal cores, it greedily siphoned water from the river. Previously, it would take considerable time to absorb a single zombie carcass. But now its efficiency had increased dramatically, allowing it to drain zombies dry and even pulverize their bones for nourishment, claiming it all for itself. Consequently, Chu Xiu had grown cautious in letting it out, as it resembled a cheat code in this small town, with few adversaries to challenge it. Relying solely on Little Green would negate the need for others to hone their skills. With its assistance, a significant portion of their tasks could be accomplished effortlessly. Currently, apart from cleaning the battlefield, Chu Xiu refrained from assigning Little Green other responsibilities, for the world remained perilous, and each member needed to cultivate their self-defense capabilities. Chapter 111. Level 3 abilities. The incessant sounds of gunfire echoed through the air as Zhang Jiaxuan wielded his lightning abilities to keep the zombies at bay. Chung Su, on the other hand, utilized his enchanting voice to control the undead from a distance. Whenever the zombies moved sluggishly, Li Yihang and his companions would swiftly deliver a fatal shot to their heads. This is exhilarating. It's far more satisfying than playing CS on a computer, Zhai Feiyu remarked. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, he had never experienced such carefree shooting. Previously, he always harbored concerns about lurking dangers, fearing that a zombie might suddenly appear from behind, putting them in peril. However, accompanying Zhang Jiaxuan on this zombie hunt allowed him to focus solely on firing his weapon without any distractions. Zhao Liangyi also relished the comfort of having his back covered by his teammates, free from the anxiety of threats from behind. He could simply unleash fireballs without the need to collect crystal cores. What a fortunate choice to have aligned with such formidable allies. Who would have thought that combating zombies could be this effortless? At this moment, Chu Xiu remained inactive, alongside Zhang Jiaxuan, both tasked with ensuring the safety of their group. Daban, having sustained injuries during the day, stayed back, while the Ju eagerly charged into the fray, showcasing its prowess. As the battle against the zombies raged on, dawn gradually broke. After 2 rounds of fireworks, the group began to feel fatigued, their initial excitement waning as exhaustion set in. Let us move on. We can tackle the zombies again tomorrow. It's time to return and enjoy some drinks, Chu Xiu suggested, feeling weary himself. Zhai Feiyu, sensing the soreness in his muscles, agreed. Let's head back then. Li Yihang, erect a dirt wall to cover our retreat, Chu Xiu instructed. With a swift gesture, Li Yihang conjured 2 towering earthen barriers. He was a resilient man. During the battle, he not only fought off the zombies, but also honed his abilities. Whenever his energy depleted, crystal cores and purification pills replenished his strength. As a result, his powers advanced to a new level. While he hadn't yet upgraded, his mastery over his abilities grew increasingly proficient. Previously, constructing such earthen walls would have been a daunting task, but now, with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly raised the barriers with elegance. Once everyone reaches level 3, we shall cleanse the forest, Chu Xiu remarked. Due to the rampant growth of mutated plants, cities had become isolated islands. Recently, the base leaders had worked tirelessly to establish contact with headquarters, which promised technical support and dispatched a helicopter, only for it to crash en route. Large passenger planes were grounded. Waves of electromagnetic pulses rendered their parts into debris, ensuring that any attempts to take flight would end in disaster. Though helicopters flew at lower altitudes, navigating through the skies was fraught with peril due to various mutated avian species. Nonetheless, this coastal city was populous, with an ample supply of zombies to clear. Once they finished here, they could venture to the neighboring city for even greater rewards and crystal cores, with Li Yihang's earthen abilities securing their retreat. The zombies could not keep pace, and soon, the group exited the city, heading back to the base. At the base entrance, Zhao Liangli had waited all night. Upon seeing their return, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her concern primarily lay with Zhao Liangli, who felt a pang of guilt toward his sister. He gazed straight ahead, feigning ignorance. Zhao Liangli was not one to be easily dismissed. She swiftly approached the group and pulled him aside. "Are you itching for trouble? Did you not heed my warnings? I told you not to go. Who are you? I don't recognize you," Zhao Liangli retorted, pretending to be dazed. "Feigning ignorance, are we?" Zhao Liangli was furious. This ungrateful brother had made her wait all night only to act as if he didn't know her. Seeing her tactic fail, Zhao Liangli changed his approach, pointing at her. "Listen, woman, do not lay your hands on me. You are not my type." If she attempted to strike him again, he would shout, "Help! A woman is assaulting me. Is anyone going to intervene? Fine, keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. Unless you plan to never return home and deny me as your sister forever," Zhao Liangli retorted, shaking her head in frustration before storming off. The group then returned to Zhang Jiaxuan's courtyard. For privacy, Li Yihang had repaired the damaged walls from the previous night, even erecting an additional wall beside the iron gate, ensuring that unless someone deliberately climbed over, the interior remained concealed. This infuriated Zhao Liangli further. She felt targeted by their actions. If she had known, she would have feigned madness and joined them in combating zombies. Sitting in her courtyard, her anger grew. She was strong as well, so why were they dismissing her? At that moment, music and the scent of grilled meat wafted from next door. Zhao Liangli entered her room, shut the door, and locked it, determined to ignore them and let them fend for themselves. Her brother, who typically listened to her, had completely changed after just one day of her seclusion. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu kept his promise, not only grilling meat but also presenting an array of delicacies, premium snacks, 5 mice, and assorted flavors for everyone to indulge. Naturally, beer was also in abundance. As they drank to the point of inebriation, this time, Chu Xiu did not retain them. Instead, he handed each a bottle of alcohol, sending them off to their respective homes. After a long day of hunting zombies, everyone was utterly exhausted, including Ching Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, who, after exchanging farewells with Chu Xiu, nestled against Daiju's belly to sleep. Chu Xiu, however, closed the door and retrieved all the zombie crystal cores he had collected the previous night, examining them with a sly grin. Compared to the initial batch, these cores had noticeably evolved, shimmering with greater brilliance, including several blue cores and even one golden core. Why is this so? Chu Xiu pondered, holding the uniquely colored crystal cores up for closer inspection, yet he could not discern any significant differences. Chapter 112. The Ant Swarm Assault. Pondering over the matter, Chu Xiu decided to sample the mysterious blue crystal core. As it entered his stomach, he felt a surge of vibrant energy coursing through him. It dawned on him that these were indeed second-tier crystal cores, which explained the significant enhancement they provided. Consuming a second-tier zombie crystal core yielded much greater benefits than the first-tier ones he had previously ingested. It seemed that upon reaching his current level, he was meant to consume second-tier cores. Thus, the golden crystal core he possessed must belong to the third tier. However, during their prior encounters with zombies, he had not perceived any notable differences. The combat tactics employed against both first and second-tier zombies appeared identical amidst the chaos of gunfire, and he had not sensed the presence of third-tier zombies. A sudden recollection struck him. There had been a particularly agile zombie attempting to ambush them, which Ching Su had swiftly subdued before Jia Xian dispatched it with a bolt of lightning. Yet, with so many zombies around, no one had the luxury of contemplation. They had simply fought to survive without discerning the tiers of the zombies. Reflecting on this, he surmised that the third-tier zombie had exhibited remarkable agility and independence, perhaps due to its fortuitous circumstances. Otherwise, it might have succeeded in its ambush. Moreover, the second-tier zombies also seemed to possess a notable speed and a tendency to conceal themselves behind their first-tier counterparts, hinting at the possibility of latent abilities. albeit not yet mastered. During the previous skirmish, they had relied on gunfire for suppression, leading them to overlook such nuances. It was plausible that among the zombies they had faced were indeed second and third tier ones, merely unnoticed at the time. With this in mind, Chu Xiu retrieved the various zombie crystal cores that Xiao Lu had collected earlier. Indeed, a myriad of colors lay before him, predominantly blue. Yet conspicuously absent was the golden hue. It appeared that third-tier zombies were still quite rare at this stage. Holding the golden crystal core in his hand, he contemplated consuming it, for he was on the cusp of reaching tier 3. However, before doing so, he deemed it prudent to ingest a couple more purification pills for assurance. 5 second-tier purification pills later, he finally placed the golden zombie crystal core in his mouth. As the core melted, it transformed into a warm liquid, flooding his mouth with an intense heat, which he hastily swallowed. Almost immediately, a wave of fiery warmth surged through his abdomen, igniting a sensation of discomfort as the energy from the zombie crystal core began to cleanse his veins and reshape his body. In that fleeting moment, his skin transformed, revealing intricate black patterns, while his fur took on a yellowish hue and his stature expanded. His abilities were evolving, and momentarily, he found himself unable to contain the surge of his feline lineage, morphing into a small tiger. Yet, the pain was transient, dissipating swiftly, and he soon realized that his auditory perception had heightened significantly, enabling him to hear conversations from afar. He could even discern Zhao Yongli's incessant chatter with her brother next door. Not only had his hearing improved, but his vision had sharpened as well. He could now spot a single fine hair in the corner of the room. Swiftly, he ascended the stairs and gazed down upon the base, where he could see a considerable distance, clearly identifying a tiny ant scuttling along the ground. Curiously, he noted the presence of ants within the base. Resolving to alert Zhang Jiaxuan and the others, he paused, realizing they were not in leadership positions. Awakening them seemed unnecessary. Instead, he opted to send a message in the dining group, announcing the arrival of a swarm of ants infiltrating the base. "Are we having ants for lunch?" a groggy Zhai Feiyu queried. "Not a chance. There are ants sneaking into the base," Chu Xiu replied, sharing the location of the ants he had observed. This revelation roused the others from their stupor, prompting them to rush outside. Indeed, as they emerged, they were confronted by a multitude of ants. Initially, he had spotted only a single ant, but now it seemed as if the entire base was teeming with them. The shrill cries of ordinary residents echoed from the nearby houses, warning of the ant invasion. Those residing in tents within the base were even more startled by this unexpected arrival. As the commotion escalated, Chu Xiu ventured outside and was astounded to see that what had begun as a solitary ant had multiplied into an overwhelming swarm. The air was filled with the sounds of panic as the residents reacted to the sudden influx of ants. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan, roused by the uproar, emerged to assess the situation. "There are swarms of ants in the base," Chu Xiu explained, urging them to see for themselves. Upon witnessing the massive ants, each the size of a basketball, both Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan were taken aback. Some of the ants began making their way toward the villa area. Yet with their size, the larger creatures could easily crush several ants with a single step. However, these ants possessed wings and were capable of flight. Initially, they crawled leisurely across the ground, but soon they took to the air. Chu Xiu retrieved insecticide and began to clear the ants from his vicinity. Where had these ants come from? It puzzled him how they had appeared in such numbers seemingly overnight. They must have flown in or burrowed up from the ground. Zhang Jiaxuan proposed, "There are plenty of ants outside. I'm going to assist others." "I'll join you," Cheng Su chimed in. "Let us all go." "There is nothing of interest here," Chu Xiu suggested. With so many ants present, it was certain that many would struggle to evade them. More importantly, these ants were not harmless. They were omnivorous insects that undoubtedly craved meat. The team set out to combat the ants, starting from the villa, where the numbers were fewer. They understood the danger of charging into the midst of a swarm, even as empowered beings. Chapter 113, Supermarket Emergence. The Zhao siblings, Zhao Liangyi and his sister, emerged from next door without a moment's hesitation, resolutely joining the effort to eradicate the ants. Both were adept with fire, and their flames quickly engulfed a large area. Of course, Zhang Jiaxuan was no slouch either. A single bolt of lightning from him could obliterate numerous ants. However, these ants were relentless, charging forth in droves, some even capable of flight. Clearing them was no simple task, and the group had to advance cautiously. At that moment, it seemed that their presence had attracted many onlookers who rushed over, complicating Zhang Jiaxuan's attempts to manage the zombies. "Everyone move aside," Zhao Liangli shouted, overwhelmed by the influx. Her control over her powers was not yet precise, and with her abilities indiscriminate, she feared causing harm to the approaching crowd. "Please, don't come any closer," Zhang Jiaxuan urgently called out, his grip on the lightning faltering as he watched the ants crawl onto the onlookers, their mandibles poised to bite. The moment they paused in their extermination efforts, the ants surged forward, and soon enough, cries of pain and chaos erupted as people were bitten and fell to the ground. At that critical juncture, a small girl stumbled and fell, a large ant advancing towards her, ready to bite. These were not the harmless ants of the pre-apocalyptic world. A bite now could mean severing flesh. Zhang Jiaxuan could not stand by as the child faced such peril. He activated his azure flame shield and dashed forward to lift her into his arms. Yet, in the ensuing chaos, he was knocked to the ground despite his formidable physique, shielding the girl beneath him while feeling the sharp jabs of feet upon his own hands. Roaring, Chu Xiu leapt onto the back of the great orange beast, transforming into a tiger and emitting a fierce roar that silenced the tumult. His upgraded roar reverberated through the area, momentarily stunning both the crowd and the ants, rendering them motionless. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Jiaxuan scrambled to his feet, and once he secured the small girl in a safe location, the throng regained its senses, though the ants began to stir once more. "What do we do now?" Cheng Su inquired of Chu Xiu, feeling utterly at a loss amidst the swarming ants. "We're out of options," Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. "If the ants were outside the walls, we could manage them, but now they've infiltrated the base. And with people everywhere, we're at a standstill. Could you summon the apocalyptic supermarket? We could stock up on insecticide," Cheng Su suggested. The solitary bottle of insecticide in Chu Xiu's possession was nearly empty and utterly ineffective. "All right." Seeing the crowded chaos and the continuous fall of individuals around him, Chu Xiu reluctantly nodded. He summoned the apocalyptic supermarket. As the supermarket materialized, it would vanish if unoccupied, but if someone entered, its presence could be sustained for 3 hours. The apocalyptic supermarket. With a flash of crimson light, nearly everyone beheld its emergence. A group of non-chosen ones gasped in astonishment, realizing that the supermarket truly existed. "The supermarket has appeared. Quickly, let the chosen ones enter to exchange for supplies. Perhaps they have something to control these ants, or at the very least, some insecticide," Zhang Jiaxuan shouted. Previously, Su Qing and Su Ping had managed to control spiders. Surely the supermarket had similar remedies for ants. The apocalyptic supermarket. Just then, Zhai Feiyu, who had rushed over from a distance, arrived. In their small team, only he and Yin Lei resided in a bungalow, unwilling to part with contributions for a villa. "Jiaxuan." "Cheng Su." Zhai Feiyu greeted them as the Yihang's team gathered, alongside the Zhao siblings. "How did the apocalyptic supermarket suddenly appear here?" Zhao Yangyi expressed his astonishment. He had searched for it for ages, and after finally locating it in the city, it had vanished before he could reach it. Now, it had seemingly relocated elsewhere, leaving him bereft of resources. Who knows when this peculiar supermarket will manifest? "Let's not stand idly. We must hurry inside to exchange goods," Zhang Jiaxuan urged, swiftly entering the supermarket. This supermarket was accessible only to the chosen ones, excluding any non-chosen and previously controlled creatures, such as the spiders they had once sold. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Xiu. "Cheng Su, our opportunity has arrived. We sold spiders before. Now we can do the same with these ants." "All right, I'll give it a try. The amount of money is irrelevant. What matters is relieving the burden on the base," Cheng Su replied. Zhang Jiaxuan, Cheng Su, Chu Xiu, and Li Yihang's team, along with Zhao Liangyi, were all chosen ones, with only Zhao Liangli being the exception. "Zhao Liangli, please watch over Big Spot and Big Orange for us," Zhang Jiaxuan instructed. In truth, with their capabilities, they hardly required her assistance. "Of course," Zhao Liangli affirmed, leaping onto Big Orange's back to continue the battle against the ants. These ants were not zombies. They could evade the supermarket's perimeter. Thus, those who sought refuge within found themselves unable to enter and fled in search of safer ground, while Chu Xiu and his companions successfully entered. Cheng Su stood at the entrance, swiftly taking control of the ants, which soon began to march in formation into the supermarket. "The ants are coming in," Zhang Xiaochu exclaimed nervously. "Didn't we say only the chosen ones could enter the apocalyptic supermarket? Are all these ants chosen ones as well?" "Do not worry. Cheng Su is controlling them," Chu Xiu reassured. The ants posed a threat within the base, but under Cheng Su's command. They could also be turned into a source of income. As Cheng Su directed them, the ants climbed onto the terminal, initiating the process of packaging themselves for sale. "I almost forgot to mention, those dead ants outside are also a resource, but live ants will fetch a higher price," Chu Xiu added. Chapter 114, Selling Ants Meow. "How do you know so much?" asked Li Raorao. Mainly because we have experienced a lot, Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly, concealing his accomplishments. All right then, Li Raorao said, moving to another terminal to exchange some supplies. Meanwhile, Cheng Su continued to sell the ants, one by one. These ants were quite valuable, fetching 10 gold coins each, and those with greater strength could command even more, roughly equivalent to a first-tier ordinary zombie. It was a good deal. Chu Xiu stood by to assist Cheng Su in the transactions, ensuring he remained focused. However, as they traded, Cheng Su's personal account balance remained visible on the screen for all to see. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even millions. Zhang Xiaochu counted the zeros. You have over 1 million gold coins? The crowd gasped, astonished by Cheng Su's wealth, realizing why he and his companions were so affluent. Chu Xiu, understanding the principle of not flaunting wealth, remarked, Cheng Su manages our assets. All our gold coins are entrusted to him. Isn't that right? Zhang Xiaochu tilted his head, feeling that his explanation was somewhat superfluous. What I meant was that Ban and Deju's wealth is also under his care, Chu Xiu clarified. Yet, even with that, your gold coins are still abundant, Zhang Xiaochu remarked, eyeing the sum with envy. Actually, you could possess such wealth too, Chu Xiu suggested. How so? I lack his control skills, Zhang Xiaochu replied, perplexed. It's quite simple. If you marry Cheng Su, your fortunes would be won, Chu Xiu stated earnestly. Cough, cough. Cheng Su erupted into a fit of coughs, nearly losing his composure. Fortunately, he quickly redirected his attention to managing the ants. What do you think? Chu Xiu continued. Look at Cheng Su. He's grounded, capable of earning, and possesses a compassionate heart. Zhang Xiaochu's cheeks flushed as she recalled the tenderness with which he had helped her remove the leech's mouthparts the day before. However, the issue remained that they had not known each other for long. I think Chu Xiu's suggestion is good. If you marry Cheng Su, we would be like family. And you could easily share resources with us. Zhai Feiyu chimed in with a smile. I agree, Li Raorao teased. If Xiaochu marries Cheng Su, I can visit Miao Miao every day. Raorao is wonderful, Chu Xiu smiled at her. Zhang Xiaochu's face turned crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. But we aren't very familiar with each other yet, and I never intended that. You just said before, Chu Xiu pointed out, taking on a fatherly demeanor. Now that we've resolved Cheng Su's lifelong matter, what about Jiaxuan? Can anyone suggest a suitable match for him? My sister is a great person, Zhao Liangyi quickly interjected. With such a wealthy brother-in-law, he would want one too, he thought. Your sister is not suitable. Her temperament is too fierce and would bully our Jiaxuan, Chu Xiu replied. My sister is not fierce, Zhao Liangyi's voice trailed off, recalling the pressure his sister often exerted on him. Speak with your conscience, they all chimed in. Zhai Feiyu added, Raorao has a pleasant disposition. She could be introduced to Jiaxuan. Cough, cough. Before Zhang Jiaxuan could interject, Chu Xiu leaped into Li Raorao's arms, exclaiming, Raorao is mine. No one is allowed to take her away. All right, they all laughed, dismissing the remark as mere playful banter with the little cat. From now on, no one is to harbor designs on Raorao. She belongs to me, Chu Xiu reiterated, then playfully licked the underside of Li Raorao's chin, causing her to giggle as she gently stroked his head. Enough of the teasing. We must hurry to procure supplies. The ants outside are wreaking havoc. And we don't know how many people have been harmed, Li Hong urged, prompting everyone to rush off to buy supplies. Meow meow. I'm going to buy supplies, Li Raorao told Chu Xiu, who stayed back to assist Cheng Su with the terminal. Xiaochu, come over and help Cheng Su operate this. Just click confirm to sell, alright? Chu Xiu instructed Zhang Xiaochu. Got it, she nodded, glancing at Cheng Su, who smiled back, bringing her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Raorao, I'll accompany you to shop, Chu Xiu declared. Li Raorao smiled and playfully ruffled his hair, leading him to the second floor. You can search in the system's supermarket and collect your items later, otherwise sifting through them one by one is too tedious. After a while of browsing, Chu Xiu suggested. I understand, Li Raorao replied, but soon her brow furrowed. Oh no. Upgrading this feature requires quite a bit of gold. I'll give you some, Raorao, Chu Xiu said, transferring 20,000 gold coins to her. This is my private stash. And Cheng Su and Jiaxuan are unaware. Meow meow, you are so kind. Li Raorao scratched his chin, then returned the money. Your kindness is noted. But I cannot accept your funds. How could she let a little cat support her? It should be the other way around. Raorao, just accept it. If you send it back to me again, I will be upset. Chu Xiu playfully turned his head away. Li Raorao did not return the money again, saying, Then consider it a loan. I'll pay you back later. Suit yourself, Chu Xiu replied. recognizing that modern women have become independent and do not necessarily need to be supported by others. With the funds, Li Raorao quickly activated the search function and placed numerous orders. Raorao, I'm going to check the third floor. You can head down first, Chu Xiu said as she finished her purchases and leaped off her. Wait, you reached level 3? Li Raorao exclaimed, astonished that a cat had reached level 3 while she remained at level 2. Yes, I arrived last night. I suspect that Jia Xuan and Cheng Su will also reach level 3 soon, Chu Xiu responded, darting upstairs. Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan had both utilized their abilities extensively today, so leveling up to 3 was a certainty. As Chu Xiu mused, he encountered someone on the third floor. Meow meow, you two have reached level 3? Zhang Jiaxuan appeared delighted upon seeing Chu Xiu. Jiaxuan, you reached level 3 so quickly? Chu Xiu was surprised, knowing he had yet to present the second-tier energy cores he had selected. Yet, he had managed to advance with just the first-tier cores. Chapter 115. And Attract and I have just recently advanced, Zhang Jiaxuan remarked. When we fought those ants earlier, I was on the brink of success. Just as I entered the supermarket, my level barely met the requirements. This indicated that their chosen one levels had now reached level 30. With their abilities at the third tier, we should test our strength soon, Chu Xiu suggested. Agreed, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded, visibly excited. However, our immediate priority is to purchase a locator for Big Orange and Big Spot to prevent them from getting lost again, he added. Sure. Chu Xiu thought he was referring to the urgent matter of dealing with the ants, but it turned out his primary concern was indeed for their friends, Big Orange and Big Spot. This was only natural. The two were their companions, and despite the ants' rampant presence, they were capable of self-defense. Thus, the matter of rescuing others could be set aside for now. What treasures are available on the third floor? Chu Xiu inquired as he walked ahead. There are many valuable items, including flying wings and a plethora of refinement pills, Zhang Jiaxuan explained. These pills are significantly superior to those on the second floor, offering much quicker enhancements. Then let us purchase a substantial amount, Chu Xiu replied, leaping onto Zhang Jiaxuan's back, eager for him to lead the way in shopping. As we advance to the fourth tier, we will certainly require more resources, so we must stock up this time in case others see the supermarket during our next summonings, Zhang Jiaxuan stated. Given the larger crowd this time, no one would suspect them. However, if they were found in any location with a post-apocalyptic supermarket, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. I understand, Chu Xiu nodded, acquiring numerous pills, particularly the purification pills, which he deemed strategic resources, purchasing a considerable quantity. I see that foundational pills are available on the third floor, Chu Xiu noted, recognizing the rarity of such foundational pills often depicted in cultivation novels. 1 million gold coins. He muttered upon glancing at the price, promptly setting the foundational pill aside. Indeed, the cost was exorbitant for a pill that was so sought after by cultivators. After amassing various supplies, their gold coins dwindled to 6 figures. Should he wish to acquire the foundational pill, it would likely lead to his financial ruin. Perhaps due to past hardships, Chu Xiu was unaccustomed to the sensation of being broke. Considering that with his talents, it would take time to reach such a level, he decided against the purchase. Once his abilities were higher, he would earn more gold coins, making the foundational pill a trivial expense in the future. After exploring the third floor, aside from various pills, locators, insect repellents, and attractants, Chu Xiu also acquired 3 sets of flying wings. Yearning to experience the sensation of flight. Though he possessed flight spells, his meager magical energy would see him plummeting after a mere few seconds. Thus, procuring wings was a more reliable option. Having completed their shopping, the duo descended the stairs. Chu Xiu then took out the crystal cores he had gathered, selling off the initial batch of red cores, and set up a tent for Zhang Jiaxuan to sort through the cores. The blue ones are second-tier cores. We should select these and sell off the first-tier ones, Chu Xiu instructed. Zombies are ubiquitous, and if we run low on cores, we can always hunt for more. Gold coins are more crucial for purchasing items and summoning the supermarket. Understood, Zhang Jiaxuan nodded, swiftly selecting the cores. Before long, he had gathered a considerable number of blue cores. Chu Xiu had already checked and found none of the yellow ones. Not particularly concerned about the blue cores, he spent half an hour selecting, ultimately selling off the remainder. As he often stated, if they ran out of cores, they could always hunt for more. After all, the apocalypse was rife with zombies. I still have some red crystal cores. Should I sell them? Zhang Jiaxuan asked. Let us hold off on selling for now. We should allocate some to Li Yihong and the others. They assisted us in battling the zombies yesterday and certainly deserve it, Chu Xiu replied. Moreover, If we encounter any issues in the future, we may need to use the cores as tips, as they are valuable currency. You are indeed considerate. Sometimes I wonder if you are truly a cat, Zhang Jiaxuan remarked, unable to contain his amusement. Ah. I've mingled with humans for so long that I've learned quite a bit. Before the apocalypse, I drifted aimlessly, but now, everything I've heard has become clear in my mind. Chu Xiu explained. Regardless, we are family, Zhang Jiaxuan pondered before saying, Here, let me share some of the wealth with you. Having just sold the cores for over several 100,000 coins, Chu Xiu divided a third for Zhang Jiaxuan and another third for Cheng Su. The energy contained within these crystal cores had been increasing, as had their prices, once valued at 10 to 20 gold coins each. The first-tier cores now commanded over 20 coins apiece. Thus, the price of a tiny ant paled in comparison to that of the crystal cores. Xiaochu, how many ants did Cheng Su catch? After distributing their spoils, Chu Xiu approached Zhang Xiaochu with a question. She had been busy confirming the sales and felt somewhat numb to the numbers. I don't know. I didn't count, but we earned several thousand gold coins. Only several thousand? That hardly seems significant, Chu Xiu remarked, having expected more value from the ants. Afterward, he approached Cheng Su, offering him a third-tier purification pill along with a second-tier crystal core for him to consume. Upon consuming the second-tier core, Cheng Su felt a surge of energy, revitalized as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Although the ants were not particularly valuable, he felt a sense of satisfaction knowing they had lightened the burden for those outside, dispelling any weariness. Indeed, Chu Xiu nodded, then turned to Zhang Xiaochu. Xiaochu, please stay here with Cheng Su while we go out to capture more ants. Go ahead. Zhang Xiaochu wished to join them but realized Cheng Su needed support. So she reluctantly remained behind, being the weakest among them. After departing, Chu Xiu and Zhang Jiaxuan took out a large plastic bag filled with ant attractant, instantly drawing numerous ants towards them. In truth, even without the attractant, the base was teeming with ants, yet their actions intrigued onlookers. Come, take these. We purchased these sturdy bags from the post-apocalyptic supermarket, and I've added the ant attractant inside. Zhang Jiaxuan distributed the bags to Li Yihong and others, as well as to some unfamiliar faces nearby. Chapter 116. Quality tool. Li Yihong and his companions swiftly accepted the bags, while others were somewhat perplexed by the situation. However, some astute individuals, noticing that the formidable Li Yihong and his group had taken the bags, deduced they must contain valuable items and eagerly claimed their own. Before long, all the bags in Zhang Jiaxuan's possession had been distributed. The sheer number of ants was overwhelming. Soon, several bags became filled to the brim. Zhang Jiaxuan gathered these bags again, exchanged them for 2 crystal cores with those who assisted him, and then made his way into the apocalypse supermarket. Ah, no wonder they are so extravagant. They can operate like this. Zhai Feiyu exclaimed, quickly following suit and entering the supermarket to sell ants. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and given that one ant equates to a small zombie, this hardly counts as insignificant. Thus began Zhang Jiaxuan's routine of entering and exiting the supermarket, distributing bags and selling ants. For anyone who assisted him in carrying bags, he generously offered a first-tier zombie crystal core, adopting the guise of a shrewd merchant. Despite this, many still sought him out for bags. The reason was simple. These bags contained an ant attractant. Upon acquiring one, although numerous ants would swarm towards them, creating an initially alarming sight, these ants would actually crawl into the bags rather than attack. Without such bags, the ants would pose a genuine threat. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jiaxuan's distribution of bags escalated rapidly. In the base, more chosen ones discovered this lucrative venture, abandoning the hunt for ants to purchase bags from the supermarket. Engaging in this enticing trap, many were reluctant to undertake tasks devoid of profit. If there were no benefits and potential danger, they would naturally shy away. Yet, the task of capturing ants had transformed into a profitable endeavor, prompting a rush of participants. Zombie crystal cores were universally accepted currency in any base, and merely watching over a bag could yield a crystal core. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, and thus, everyone was eager to partake. As participation grew, the ants appeared less menacing. In fact, people began to flock towards densely populated areas of ants, as capturing them there was much more efficient. Before long, Zhang Jiaxuan found himself overwhelmed with the demand. He had to enlist the help of Zhao Liangli, a non-chosen one, to assist him in collecting these ants and distributing bags. The frenzy within the base had reached a fever pitch. Upon encountering ants, individuals no longer perceived them as fearsome, but rather as a source of crystal cores. Although the number of chosen ones was limited, there were plenty of ability users and even more ordinary individuals. With the apocalypse dragging on, Most ordinary people understood that consuming crystal cores offered a chance to become ability users. While the cores were toxic and purification pills were out of reach, they could crush and consume them gradually, allowing their bodies to detoxify the poison within. As they accumulated a sufficient amount, they might eventually awaken their abilities. However, as zombies evolve, the opportunities to acquire crystal cores diminished since the initial days of the apocalypse, when zombies were less mobile. Now, as the zombies advanced, obtaining crystal cores seemed even more impossible. But the situation had changed. Opportunities were now within reach. Though there were risks, they paled in comparison to facing zombies. At worst, they might suffer an ant bite, yet this was a chance to alter their destinies. Initially, some ability users participated, but soon, more ordinary individuals joined in the endeavor of capturing ants. Zhao Liangli found herself somewhat numb to the proceedings. Who would have thought that as a second-tier ability user, renowned for her destructive fire powers, she would be tasked with gathering and distributing instead of exterminating pests during this insect plague? Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxuan appeared unfazed by the situation, tirelessly moving in and out, seemingly unwearied by the labor. To achieve prominence, one must endure hardship behind the scenes. Noticing Zhao Liangli's exasperated expression, Chu Xiu offered her a bowl of chicken soup. Zhao Liangli, however, was not swayed. She had considered enduring hardship, but never anticipated this particular form of toil. Why must you call me for tasks that ordinary people can handle? She questioned. Who says ordinary people can do this? Chu Xiu replied. Did you not notice that the moment you sprinkled the ant attractant into the bag, ants came flying towards you, only to be incinerated by your fireball? An ordinary person could not manage that as deftly as you. If they were bitten by an ant and their hand trembled, spilling the attractant, the consequences would be dire. Thus, although this task may seem simple, it is uniquely suited for you, Chu Xiu remarked meaningfully. Upon reflecting on Chu Xiu's words, Zhao Liangli acknowledged their truth. What appeared effortless to her was unattainable for others. As she recognized her significance, her resistance waned, and she joyfully resumed her work. Hey, you left the bag untied. That is quite dangerous, you know. After receiving praise from Chu Xiu, her attitude towards work visibly brightened. Chu Xiu chuckled quietly, realizing that a simple compliment could invigorate her spirit, quite unlike some seasoned veterans who waited for tangible rewards before committing. Suddenly, he found Zhao Liangli quite likable. After all, her combat prowess was commendable. Though her demeanor might not be the most amiable, her malleability and pleasant appearance rendered her an exceptional asset. 3 hours swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the supermarket vanished, expelling Qingsu and Zhang Xiaochu. Observing that few ants remained, Chu Xiu decided against summoning the supermarket again. They could collect the remaining ants. Perhaps they could even be utilized as food. Rumor had it that ants were rich in protein and might not taste unpleasant. Sister. Zhao Liangli busily maneuvered in and out of the supermarket, having spent the day selling ants. Lost in the euphoria of profit until he emerged to see Zhao Liangli carrying a plastic bag, causing him to pause in surprise. Sister, were you also capturing ants? Zhao Liangli nodded. I was helping Zhang Jiaxuan. Dear sister, I am your own brother. Why help them and not me? Zhao Liangli gazed at Zhao Liangli incredulously. You never asked for my help, Zhao Liangli retorted, casting him an annoyed glance. It seems you completely overlooked your sister. Chapter 117. Testing the waters. This left Zhao Liangli speechless. His sister was not a chosen one and could not enter the supermarket. So he had never mentioned it to her nor considered asking for her assistance. It wasn't until the supermarket vanished, and after he had profited handsomely, that he encountered Zhao Liangli and remembered this matter. How could I have forgotten to ask my sister for help? Other chosen ones had gathered as well, each wearing a smile. Thanks to the timely arrival of this apocalypse, the disaster could have claimed countless lives otherwise. It was nothing like this effortless scenario. Not only had there been minimal casualties, but they had also captured a significant number of ants and earned a fair amount of gold coins. With gold coins, they could exchange for more resources and rapidly enhance their strength. What about you, Jiaxuan? I presume you have amassed quite a fortune this time. Zhai Feiyu inquired as he approached Zhang Jiaxuan. Zhang Jiaxuan, being an honest man, would not lie and replied, It's not much, just several 100,000. Several 100,000? Zhai Feiyu's eyes nearly popped out. Earlier, while capturing ants, Zhang Jiaxuan had summoned many to assist him. They felt too embarrassed to take over his business and lacked the capital to purchase so many plastic bags and ant bait. So they had to rely on their own efforts. After all, the plastic bags from the Apocalypse supermarket were not ordinary. They could withstand the gnawing of ants, each costing over 100 gold coins, making them quite expensive. Actually, it's not that much. We still have to deduct our costs, Chu Xiu interjected, jumping onto Zhang Jiaxuan's shoulder to respond on his behalf. Wealth should not be flaunted openly. Declaring such a sum in front of so many could certainly incite envy. If someone were to strike them from behind, it would spell trouble. They were still not powerful enough and needed to remain low-key and stealthily develop their strengths. That's still quite a lot, Zhai Feiyu remarked with a look of envy. He suddenly recalled that Cheng Su had been sitting in the Apocalypse supermarket, controlling the ants for his own gain. That too was a considerable sum. Best not to dwell on it. It only makes one more envious, he thought. All right. Let us not discuss this any further. There are still some ants left at the base. We should go clear them out, Li Hong suggested. You all go ahead. After working so hard, we need to return and rest, Chu Xiu replied. Seeing that the ambush had failed, most of the ants scattered, and those remaining posed no threat. Chu Xiu thought it best to return for a nap. Perhaps it was due to becoming a cat, but he often felt drowsy during the day now. However, even before his transformation, he had a tendency to sleep a lot during the day. Are you just leaving like this? Zhai Feiyu called out as he watched Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan summon the big orange cat and head towards their villa. He felt as if something was amiss. Oh, we haven't eaten yet, right? Chu Xiu suddenly remembered. After all their efforts, it was indeed time for a meal. Quick, let us catch the remaining ants. We'll roast ant legs for lunch. Ant legs? Zhang Xiaochu felt a chill at the thought of ants. Can we actually eat those? Of course we can. It's similar to eating crayfish, Cheng Su chimed in, providing a serious explanation. Theoretically, the protein content in ants is comparable to that in crayfish. And since our ants have mutated, their flesh is likely to be even more tender. When cooking, just remove the mouth parts. If you're afraid, you can just eat the legs and skip the body, Cheng Su added. You're not scared, are you? Chu Xiu teased. By the way, everyone's lunch will be ant legs. Even Rao Rao will have to eat. Well, in that case, I'll go with the flow, Zhang Xiaochu replied hesitantly. Don't make that face. Ant legs are delicious. They might even taste like chicken, Zhai Feiyu encouraged. You've tried them? Zhang Xiaochu raised an eyebrow at him. While I haven't tasted them myself, I could eat one on the spot to see how it tastes. Saying this, he seized an ant, forcefully pulled off its leg. Asking Lei to rinse it with water and requested Zhao Liangyi to roast it over the fire. Soon, the air filled with the enticing aroma of the roasted ant leg. He removed the blackened shell, revealing the tender, inviting white meat steaming beneath. Wow, it really does taste like chicken, he exclaimed dramatically after taking a bite. Seeing the seemingly dull ant leg reveal such appetizing white meat, Zhang Xiaochu felt less resistant and extended his hand, wanting to sample a piece. Zhai Feiyu shared some with him, and after tasting it, Zhang Xiaochu nodded. It really is quite good. See, I wasn't lying, Zhai Feiyu replied, then turned to the others. Are you all going to eat? We'll pass. You guys go ahead, Chu Xiu said, continuing to watch Zhai Feiyu eat. Zhai Feiyu savored the dish, and suddenly noticed many eyes upon him. Confused, he eventually realized, oh, you're waiting for me to test it, aren't you? Pretty much, Chu Xiu admitted. If you don't have any reactions within half an hour, we'll gather together to roast more ant legs. Ha ha ha, don't you all have any conscience? Zhai Feiyu looked at the crowd. Not at all. For the pursuit of science requires sacrifice. Congratulations, you were the first to sample the mutated ant legs. The people at the base will remember you, Chu Xiu stated earnestly. Zhai Feiyu surveyed the surroundings. Upon learning that ant legs were edible, the people at the base grew even more fervent, eager to catch an ant to taste it. Especially those at the bottom tier of the base, whose food was the most mundane, provided just enough to stave off hunger without ever filling their bellies. Now, with a brave soul testing the waters, they finally had a chance to indulge in a feast. All right, hurry and catch some ants. If we delay, there won't be any left, Chu Xiu urged. Big Orange and Big Spot were reluctant to leave, wanting to capture ants and play in the base. Especially since they now sported small tracking devices around their necks, allowing them to roam freely. You all are quite strange. Isn't the ant bait still available? Just spray a little more to lure the ants over. Why bother catching them? Zhao Liangli could not help but interject, feeling perplexed by their fluctuating intelligence. However, her words garnered the attention of the group, their gazes directed at her in a way that left her bewildered. Sighing, Zhao Liangyi looked at Zhao Liangli with a serious demeanor. Sister, you're getting older. If you can't fit in with the younger crowd, it's best not to speak out of turn. You simply don't understand the joy of youth. Chapter 118, If I don't enter hell, who will? Zhao Liangli glanced at Zhao Liangyi, and without hesitation, raised her hand to strike him. Zhao Liangyi swiftly intercepted her hand and coughed lightly. Sister, it was just a jest. You are still quite youthful at heart. In truth, their intention was twofold: to enjoy some amusement and to seize the opportunity to investigate the source of the ants, ensuring they could eradicate them completely. Otherwise, they might find themselves missing out on a similar chance in the future, especially with the emergence of a supermarket in this apocalyptic world offering them support. Chu Xiu had originally accompanied Zhang Jiaxuan and the others back to the villa to rest. However, after recently enduring a catastrophe, the outside world was rife with commotion. Cries for help and wails echoed through the villa's walls, making it impossible for Cheng Su and the others to find sleep. Meow, should we venture outside and take a look? Cheng Su suggested. Chu Xiu replied, given the chaos outside, do you think you can handle it? After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Su chose not to argue. He truly found it hard to witness human suffering, so perhaps it was best to avoid it. By the way, I will transfer some of the gold coins I earned today to you, he added after a brief pause. How much did you earn? Chu Xiu inquired. Cheng Su checked the system and said, 360,000 gold coins. Each of us can receive over 100,000 gold coins, which is quite a decent profit. We've recouped a significant portion of today's expenditures. You need not transfer. It is I who should be sending you money. Meow and I just made over 800,000 gold coins, Zhang Jiaxuan stated, quickly calculating his earnings in the system. After deducting expenses, he found he had made 820,000 gold coins. With Cheng Su's 36,000, their total reached 1,180,000, allowing them to split approximately 400,000 among the three of them. He transferred 40,000 to Chu Xiu and 5,000 to Cheng Su, adding, Little Chu helped you quite a bit this time. Give him a little something for his efforts. Absolutely. Cheng Su nodded and then turned to Zhang Jiaxuan. I heard that Zhao Liangli also assisted you. You ought to reward her as well. Zhang Jiaxuan felt a bit embarrassed. Chu Xiu squatted on the sofa between them, sensing something was amiss. It was as if these two had caught each other in a moment of infidelity. Could it be that the end of friendship led to camaraderie? Never mind that. They should focus on exploring the system supermarket for valuable items. With the recent influx of 40,000 gold coins, their balance had exceeded 1 million again, making the purchase of a foundation establishment pill quite feasible. Thus, it was time to seriously seek out elixirs beneficial for his cultivation, striving to reach the peak of qi training and subsequently establish his foundation. Once he established his foundation, he could practice more spells, and with experience pills in hand, he would master them all. Imagining himself as a miraculous, omnipotent cat, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. While he was browsing the system supermarket, an unexpected message appeared in the group chat. Sichue, we've located the nest of those ants. Would the esteemed ones care to come take a look? Upon reading this message, Chu Xiu straightened up in excitement. Meow, as such a splendid opportunity has arisen, we must certainly go. Meow. Cheng Su and the others, noticing Chu Xiu's enthusiastic response, exchanged puzzled glances. Did you not say we should leave these matters to others? This isn't merely a cleanup. This is a chance to earn money. Chu Xiu replied earnestly. These ants are unlike spiders. They have a queen. If we can find the queen in their nest, we can capture these ants at will in the future. It's akin to discovering a treasure trove for generating wealth. With gleaming eyes, Chu Xiu was practically beaming. Then let us proceed, Zhang Jiaxuan concurred. Who would refuse more money? Soon, the trio set off again. Since Big Orange and Big Spot were with Li Yihong, they did not need to inquire about his location. They simply flew directly to the coordinates displayed on Big Orange's locator. Indeed, they were flying in the literal sense, having previously purchased flight wings. They were eager to test them out. As the wings unfurled behind them, they transformed into two pristine white wings, reminiscent of angelic appendages. With a powerful flap, their speed soared. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the gathering place, an open area near the base's kitchen. You arrived quite swiftly, Zhai Feiyu remarked, his envy palpable as he admired their wings. Truly, the esteemed ones were remarkable. Cough. Zhang Jiaxuan and the others retracted their wings, adding, with sufficient funds, you too could acquire them. No need to buy. I just need to blow, and I can fly, Chu Xiu quipped, landing in Li Reoleo's embrace before retracting his tiny wings. Weren't you saying you found the ant's nest? Why are we all standing here? Zhang Jiaxuan queried, noticing the crowd gathered. Many unfamiliar faces watching him with a mix of curiosity, envy, and jealousy, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. We just conducted a thorough investigation. The ants have burrowed extensively beneath our base, creating numerous tunnels, and this morning, they launched a massive assault, Zhai Feiyu explained seriously. This is the largest tunnel of the ants. Many retreated through here. We were considering whether to excavate this tunnel and explore further. Who was willing to go down first? Or should we all descend together? Chu Xiu inquired. This was indeed a critical question. Who would dare venture into the ant nest? Did they possess the capability to do so? If they descended and were immediately surrounded by the ants, it would be a calamity beyond measure. We're contemplating widening this tunnel a bit more, Li Hong suggested, raising his hand, causing the cave to expand until it formed a sizable opening. What lies below? Can your abilities sustain such an endeavor? What if the cave is bottomless? Chu Xiu asked again. The underground world was shrouded in mystery, and the unknown was often the most terrifying. What if there were other dangers lurking? In addition to the ants? I suppose I should go down and investigate for you, Chu Xiu declared, stepping forward with a resolute expression, embodying the spirit of if I don't enter hell, who will? Meow? Cheng Su turned to Chu Xiu, and Li Raolao also looked down. Are you really going? Chapter 119. Who enters hell? I am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to venture down and investigate. After all, I possess the protective. Allow me to descend first and assess the situation, after which we shall collectively decide whether to follow. At this moment, Chu Xiu exuded an air of righteousness. Very well. Off you go. I shall keep a watchful eye on you, Zhai Feiyu responded, stepping forward in agreement. You coward. Too afraid to go yourself. Yet you wish for the cat to do so? Li Raora shot him a glare. Meow, don't go. You're far too clever. And even if that swarm of ants reappears, you will suffer no harm. Let these timid souls deliberate at their leisure, Li Raorao added. Raorao, while your words hold merit. If the ants do come, we can always flee. This is for the sake of the base, spoke a man in his 20s, clad in a greenish military uniform. His countenance distinguished. Li Raorao cast him a sidelong glance but chose to remain silent, prompting Li Yihong to declare, although we are all here for the base, we mustn't let our hero feel disheartened. How about we petition for some supplies from above as compensation? The handsome young man pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I believe that would be acceptable. Chu Xiu perked up, eavesdropping on their discussions regarding potential rewards. Initially, it had not considered such matters, but now that benefits were on the table, it was certainly not inclined to let them slip away. I see it as a mere cat. How about we offer it 2 bags of imported cat food? It's quite rare to find imported cat food these days. These 2 bags were procured with great difficulty by our base personnel, a rotund middle-aged man suggested. Forget the imported cat food. Even more egregious, some individuals expressed their approval. Yes, I think that's a splendid idea. What do you think? Eventually, this greasy middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiu. I think it's rather unappealing. Chu Xiu replied, casting a glance at the corpulent man. First of all, I do not consume cat food. I dine like a human. Moreover, all my equipment was procured by friends who were concerned for my safety, using the gold we painstakingly earned. Do you truly believe a few bags of cat food could suffice to placate me? Your aspirations are quite fanciful. Instead, how about this? I shall offer a sack of rice as a reward. Who is willing to descend and take a look? Chu Xiu proposed. Those present, holding positions of some significance within the base, naturally looked down upon 2 bags of rice. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow upon hearing Chu Xiu's words and remarked, those not of my kind are bound to have different intentions. Director Huang, such words are unwarranted, Li Yihong interjected, his brow furrowed. During this insect disaster, Chu Xiu has aided us considerably. Meow? I sense they harbor no affection for us. Perhaps we should leave, Cheng Su remarked, anger evident in his voice as he promptly scooped Chu Xiu into his arms. Intending to depart. You insufferable biped. Your words are quite ungracious, Deju also roared at him. Since we are all considered outcasts, we shall not serve you any longer. Big Ban, let us depart. Had I known, I would never have come to this base. Deju added, addressing Big Ban. Do take care on your way out. This base is not governed solely by that man surnamed Huang. He is merely a logistics director. A voice interjected as 7 or 8 individuals encircled a leader approaching. This leader appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a gray long robe, tall and upright, with a triangular face and slightly sunken, yet piercing eyes, which gave him a profound and intense demeanor. Perhaps due to his commendable appearance, though aged, he exuded a composed handsomeness. His gaze towards Chu Xiu and others was exceptionally kind, invoking a flicker of fondness within Chu Xiu. Elder Qin, upon seeing this individual, Li Yihong and the others quickly inquired. The man referred to as Elder Qin raised his hand slightly towards the crowd and then turned his attention to Chu Xiu, saying, I have observed all that you have done for the base. Although I cannot make decisions unilaterally, I can provide you with some rewards within my capacity. Please, tell me what you desire. Chu Xiu exchanged a glance with Cheng Su, who shook his head subtly. They lacked for nothing and acknowledged the difficulties the base faced in supporting so many individuals. They had no intentions of selfishly requesting supplies for themselves. Their earlier desire to leave was merely a reaction to the indignation felt towards Huang, who had treated Chu Xiu as an ordinary wildcat. However, Elder Qin's benevolent demeanor gradually calmed their spirits. I have heard that this place was once a military base. Therefore, I would like 2 guns and a few grenades. Chu Xiu stated. What do you intend to do with those? Elder Qin inquired, sensing Chu Xiu's potential misinterpretation. He swiftly clarified. Fear not. I have no ulterior motives. Merely curiosity. For 2 of my good friends, Chu Xiu replied, glancing at Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan. After all, firearms are weapons, should the moment arise. They may find them useful. Furthermore, men have an inherent fascination with guns. Though I may never wield one myself, watching others do so suffices for me. As for the grenades, they are essential for dealing with zombies when the time comes. It pondered the perplexity of how, given Blue Star's military strength, these zombies and monsters could ravage the land so swiftly. I can provide you with guns, but I must insist that you do not use grenades against the zombies. Elder Qin reiterated. Why not? Chu Xiu questioned. Because these zombies are impervious to mundane fire, Elder Qin's expression turned grave. Should you use grenades on them? Not only will you fail to eliminate them, but you will also accelerate their evolution. Indeed, even if these zombies were reduced to mere skeletal frames. As long as their heads remain intact, they are unharmed, Zhai Feiyu added. Using fire is the poorest method. It cannot incinerate them unless it is of exceedingly high temperature, such as fire abilities, Zhao Liangyi chimed in. Ah, so there is such a consideration. Chu Xiu nodded, not inclined to doubt their words. Very well then. I shall take 2 guns. Consider it done. Elder Qin readily agreed, and soon dispatched someone to retrieve 2 machine guns and 2 crates of ammunition for them. Jiaxuan, Cheng Su, I shall take my leave. Once the items were delivered, Chu Xiu leaped down from Cheng Su's arms. Meow, do exercise caution, should any danger arise. Hasten to return, Cheng Su instructed. Li Raorao also regarded it with a silent nod, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, I shall, Chu Xiu affirmed. To it. This venture posed no real peril. It leaped into the widened chasm Li Yihong had created, only to find the descent unexpectedly slippery. Its footing faltered, and it slid down for quite a distance before finally regaining its balance. Chapter 120. The ant-hole. The passage was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, Chu Xiu, being a feline creature, could still discern the path ahead. Step by step, it descended through the narrow corridor, forcing even a fluid being like itself to crawl slowly forward. After an indeterminate period, a flicker of light appeared ahead. As Chu Xiu focused its gaze, it realized that the illumination emanated from a peculiar stone found underground. The deeper it ventured, the more abundant these glowing red stones became. The distinct, unpleasant scent associated with ants filled the air as it observed numerous ants scuttling about. Suddenly, the surroundings widened into a vast expanse, revealing a sprawling maze beneath the earth, precisely as Zhai Feiyu had described. Countless ants busily traversed the labyrinth, each fulfilling its designated role. Chu Xiu had evidently stumbled upon an ant colony. A line of ants approached, prompting Chu Xiu to hastily dig a small burrow and conceal itself. The ants paid no heed and continued on their way. Once they had passed, Chu Xiu emerged from its hiding spot and pressed onward. Perhaps due to the prior capture of many of their kind by humans, these ants seemed somewhat weakened. Yet they still thrived in considerable numbers. As Chu Xiu advanced, the passages grew denser, branching out in all directions, and it began to worry about losing its way. Choosing the widest path, it continued, driven by the hope of locating the ant queen. If it could find her, it would be a stroke of fortune. For capturing the queen might yield a constant supply of gold coins, an invaluable resource in this harsh post-apocalyptic world. With narrowed eyes, Chu Xiu proceeded cautiously, taking stock of the increasing number of ants around it. Everywhere it looked, the glowing red stones were present. As it pondered their origin, it suddenly witnessed an ant pause briefly, dropping a ruby-like stone from beneath itself. To its astonishment, it realized that these stones were, in fact, the excrement of the ants. While it had previously heard that only bats could produce luminescent sand, it was amazed to discover that these ants could produce such an extraordinary substance. Yet, in this desolate era, the ability of ants to generate glowing stones was hardly surprising. Chu Xiu's curiosity piqued. It wondered if these stones held any monetary value. If they did, it would certainly call upon Cheng Su and the others to join it in a true venture of waste collection. As it ventured closer, an idea struck, and it collected several pieces of the luminous red stones into its storage ring. Upon returning to the base, it could present them as evidence of its exploration of the ant nest. It decided to name these stones Night Bright Red, claiming the right of nomenclature for itself, as it had encountered them first amid the myriad new species and phenomena emerging in this age. After a moment's thought, it opened the system camera and snapped a photo to share with the group, eager to showcase its find. Meow, where are you? Chu Xiu sent a message, and soon, Cheng Su and the others became active in the chat. Ahem, in our dining group, there is no Meow, only your esteemed leader, Chu Xiu quipped in the chat. See Kai, what are these things you photographed? So many red gems? Esteemed leader, what do you think? If you like them, I could send you a pile. See Kai, would you really be so generous? Esteemed leader, they are merely the excrement of ants. If you desire them, I can easily part with a few. See Zaya, what? This is actually an excrement? Esteemed leader, don't spread this around. Just know it among yourselves. Those who understand, understand. With that, regardless of the group's lingering confusion, Chu Xiu focused entirely on its quest for the ant queen. The ant nest was indeed vast and intricate, and after navigating numerous passages and encountering countless ants, it still had yet to catch sight of the elusive queen. It even discovered a storage area where the larger ants hoarded food, an assortment of insects, mutated creatures, and even the remains of zombies, alongside the occasional human corpse. These ants seemed to possess an extraordinary skill for preserving their food, tightly packing it without fear of spoilage. However, Chu Xiu was overwhelmed by the foul stench and quickly moved on. At the entrance of the storage room, many ants were laboring diligently, with a large group carrying a substantial worm inside. Though the sight of the grotesque creature was repugnant, the ants regarded it simply as sustenance, indifferent to notions of beauty or ugliness. Having lost interest in lingering there, Chu Xiu sought a different path. Time slipped away as it wandered through the ant maze, collecting more night bright redstones, yet still no sign of the queen appeared. It seemed that her location was meticulously guarded. Ah, how clever I am. The thought of meticulously guarded sparked an idea. Previously, it had been overly cautious, avoiding the ants, yet clearly, the more ants there were, the greater the likelihood of finding the queen. Thus, how could it hope to locate her amidst such throngs of ants? But charging into a mass of ants was out of the question. After all, it was not an ant. Eureka! Chu Xiu marveled at its own brilliance. Remembering that ants primarily recognized one another through touch rather than sight, it seized the opportunity to kill a solitary ant and hollow out its abdomen, wriggling inside. Although emerging with a few tiny legs protruding from the ant's body seemed peculiar, surely the other ants would remain oblivious. With its head emerging from the top, Chu Xiu resolved to disguise itself as an ant and infiltrate the colony. A group of ants approached, drawing nearer, and with a swift motion, Chu Xiu fell into step behind them, successfully blending into the thrumming mass. After following this throng for a considerable while, Chu Xiu noticed that the number of ants ahead was increasing. Excitement surged within. Could it be that the queen was near? Switching to another line, it continued toward the densest clusters of ants, observing them veering off course, prompting further shifts in its position. After several adjustments, Chu Xiu heard the rhythmic patter of movement, reminiscent of the queen vibrating her tail in courtship with the male ants. As it drew closer, the sounds of the male ants fluttering filled the air, causing its heart to race. The ground was nearly carpeted with the red night bright redstones layered densely and glowing warmly, illuminating its furry paws and inducing a pang of anxiety. They cannot see. They cannot see, Chu Xiu repeated inwardly as it pressed onward. Turning another corner, it was suddenly enveloped in brilliant light. Chapter 121. The Ant Queen. What first caught Chu Xiu's attention were the transparent orbs, each the size of a chicken egg, radiating a soft yellow glow reminiscent of luminous pearls. Upon closer inspection, these were not pearls at all. They were, in fact, ant eggs, densely packed throughout half the cavern. Numerous tiny ants emerged from the eggs, gnawing at their shells with a distinct crunching sound. On the ground lay many red luminous entities. But the most striking feature was the immense ant queen sprawled across the floor. It seemed she had been lying there for an eternity. Her limbs were nearly degenerated, and her upper body was almost unnoticeable. What drew attention was her colossal tail, which accounted for nearly 2/3 of her body length, measuring over a meter. The tail, round and elevated, was surrounded by a swarm of male ants performing incomprehensible rituals. As her tail lowered, hundreds of ant eggs were expelled. My heavens! How could she produce them so swiftly? Chu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Without further ado, he decided to capture a few photographs. Activating the system camera to snap 2 shots of the queen, including a close-up of her tail, which he shared in the chat group. The tail resembled a crescent moon, emitting a gentle glow, and he could clearly see the multitude of ant eggs beneath it. Before her, many ants surrounded her, offering the finest and freshest morsels to feed her, including several crystalline cores. Could only zombies possess crystalline cores? The sight of the ants presenting these cores to the queen sparked a troubling inquiry in Chuxio's mind. Previously, he had slain ants without discovering cores within them, nor had he found any in spiders or goats. However, just because he hadn't found them didn't mean they didn't exist. He observed that the cores being fed to the queen were not solely the red and blue zombie cores. There were various shapes and colors, suggesting they might not originate from zombies at all. Yet, they could potentially be produced by those monstrous zombies. After all, he had encountered zombie fish before, indicating that not only humans may be subjected to zombification, but perhaps animals were as well. Another possibility loomed ominously in his thoughts. These peculiar crystalline cores might have been generated within animals that had evolved to a certain extent. With this notion, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could there be crystalline cores within his own consciousness? What about those superhumans who had consumed zombie cores? Would there be cores within their minds too? This idea had never been contemplated before, but as Chuxio pondered it now, a chill of apprehension washed over him. Perhaps, after departing this ant nest, he should investigate the spider lair to determine whether Su Qing and Su Ping possessed crystalline cores within their minds. If they did, humanity would face yet another layer of peril. Within the cavern, the queen, while consuming food, copulating, and laying eggs, also produced luminous red entities, remaining unyieldingly occupied, a true relentless reproductive machine. Her body approached 2 meters in length, while the males mating with her were scarcely 1/3 of her size, appearing pitifully small. Chuxio mused over whether such diminutive males could adequately satisfy her. Perhaps sensing her disdain, the queen abruptly flicked her tail backward, sending a swarm of male ants sprawling to the ground. Those unfortunate males were swiftly carried away by other ants, only to be replaced by a fresh contingent. Among them, some males might have been adept and battle-hardened, yet their struggles often led to exhaustion and demise. As Chuxio beheld this extraordinary spectacle of nature, an ant suddenly brushed against him with its antenna, seemingly urging him to leave. Unsure of their intentions, he continued to feign ignorance, wishing to observe the grotesquely beautiful queen for a while longer. However, when the ant saw him lingering, it appeared irate and bumped into him again, prompting him to step back. As he retreated, an ant's gaze fell upon him, specifically his feet. It suddenly occurred to Chuxio that while ants navigate using their antennae, they do possess eyes. They were not blind. Moreover, these post-apocalyptic ants seemed to exhibit an unusual mutation, with their eyes appearing extraordinarily large and bright. He raised his gaze to meet the ant's imposing eyes, and at that moment, it emitted a loud chirp and charged at him. Oh no, the infiltration had failed. As the ant surged towards him, Chuxio bolted, realizing that if he didn't escape now, he would become a meal for them. There were far too many ants to contend with. As they closed in, he halted, utilizing his bloodline talent to transform into a tiger, letting out a fearsome roar that momentarily stunned them before he resumed his flight. Before long, the ants regrouped and pursued him once more. Chuxio unleashed his tiger roar again, only to find himself retreating rather than advancing, inadvertently blending back into the ant swarm. These ants, with their limited intelligence, were oblivious to his infiltration. After a brief futile chase, they eventually ceased their pursuit, unable to locate the culprit. At this moment, Chuxio dared not approach the queen again. He was aware of her location and decided to return, intending to discuss his findings with the others before making any decisions. He had not forgotten to capture the earlier chaotic scene of being pursued by the swarm, and his chat group was now inundated with messages. Meow, are you alright? The most concerned were Zhang Jiaxuan and Cheng Su, who inquired not only in the dining group but also in a smaller chat. I'm fine. Chuxio replied in the smaller group, ignoring the messages in the dining group, knowing he would return soon. As he pondered the myriad of passages, he wondered which one would lead him back to the base. Chapter 122. Departing from the ant nest, to my astonishment, I, the illustrious Cat King, found myself utterly lost. After traversing 2 erroneous corridors, I recalled the locator device we had equipped for the large orange cats. I promptly activated the system, summoned the map, and proceeded along the passage nearest to my location. This corridor twisted and turned, and midway, I switched to 2 additional passages before finally arriving at the base. However, I emerged not from the entrance through which I had descended, but from an entirely different route. The onlookers were eagerly awaiting my return when, suddenly, a meow echoed from behind. Turning around, they were surprised to see me leap onto the back of the large orange cat, my wide eyes surveying the group. Meow. How did you come from behind? Cheng Su inquired, relieved to see my safe return. I got lost. The passages beneath the base are exceedingly numerous, I explained. Moreover, several corridors lead to the outside world. Fortunately, we had equipped the large orange cats with locators. Otherwise, I might never have found my way back. What is it like down there? Li Yihong and the others asked anxiously. It resembles a vast labyrinth, I replied. You must have watched nature documentaries before the apocalypse. Showcasing ants, the underground resembles those reported ant nests but on an infinitely larger scale. Are there many ants below? Elder Qin inquired. Indeed, I affirmed. There are countless ants down there, and I even encountered the queen ant, continuously laying hundreds of eggs. Given the number of ants we have eliminated, it won't be long before they are replenished. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew somber, and Elder Qin's expression darkened with concern. If what I said were true, living in proximity to these ants would necessitate relocating the base. We ought to reconsider this matter. For now, let us fill in these tunnels, mark them, and station guards. Elder Qin instructed gravely before departing. The affairs of the base were of little concern to me and my companions. After all, we were merely transient visitors, having only recently arrived with no deep attachment to the base. Once Elder Qin left, Zhang Jiaxuan and the others exchanged farewells with Li Yihong and departed as well. Zhao Liangyi followed suit, his usual nonchalant demeanor replaced by a rare expression of worry. Are those ants truly so formidable? Upon reaching the villa, he turned to Cheng Su, glancing at me nestled in his arms. Quite challenging, I nodded. Unless the apocalyptic supermarket makes a reappearance. Is that so? Zhao Liangyi expressed disappointment. The supermarket had already favored them once, and it was unlikely it would do so repeatedly. I shared his concerns, acknowledging the dangers of our current location. The proximity to the forest posed a growing threat, with flora inevitably encroaching, thus increasing the peril. Even in the absence of ants, other dangers could arise. Yet, where else could we go? The city was infested with zombies, and once they were cleared, the extensive urban transportation system would likely harbor new threats. It was clear that humanity's survival landscape was becoming increasingly dire, forcing us to exist in the interstices of danger. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Jiaxuan released the thatched hut's door, allowing the three of us to step inside and finally relax. It seemed Zhang Jiaxuan had also been unsettled by the sudden arrival of the ants. Should another creature appear, even if it posed no lethal threat, a mere bite would be unwelcome. Meow? Cheng Su called to me. Did you not mention that these ants are quite valuable? Should we devise a plan to eliminate them? Indeed, they must be dealt with, I replied, but not at this moment. I sense that these ants may yet serve a significant purpose for us. What purpose? Cheng Su asked, intrigued. I revealed the bright red ant droppings I had collected. What if these can be sold? It would be a pity to eliminate all the ants when they might possess value. I continued. This substance seems rather appealing. It must have worth. Furthermore, as the risks escalate, the saying goes, many ants can take down an elephant. While we are formidable, we still require allies. What do you mean by that? Zhang Jiaxuan and the others inquired, curious. I pondered, if those little devils, Su Qing and Su Ping, could command spiders, why can't we control the ants? At the very least, we could manage the queen ant, I proposed. Once we control the queen, we could secure a continuous flow of resources and, in critical moments, rally the ant army to our aid. That notion holds merit, Cheng Su and Zhang Jiaxuan concurred. The image of countless ants surging forth had indeed instilled fear. But if these ants were under our control, it would be others who would feel the dread. Moreover, the ant nest lay perilously close to our base. In time, they might even serve to protect it, provided we could manage their numbers. There would be no need for total annihilation. I must share one more matter with you, I stated after contemplation. What is it? Zhang Jiaxuan inquired. This requires the presence of Su Qing and Su Ping, I replied, my feline gaze reflecting a touch of human-like concern and contemplation. Shall we seek them out? Cheng Su suggested tentatively. Indeed, we possess the wings of flight. A round trip will not consume much time. It would also afford me the opportunity to elucidate my thoughts along the way, I reasoned. Though the spider den was devoid of its former inhabitants, it remained unsafe, even if they had sustained themselves for a month on nutrient solutions. What if a beast were to carry them off? That would be an unfortunate delay. Zhang Jiaxuan and the others, accustomed to my decisive nature, readily agreed to embark on this quest. Soon, the three of us set off, and during our flight, I shared my suspicions, leaving Zhang Jiaxuan and the others astonished. Originally, we were merely food for zombies, exotic beasts, and mutated plants, but should they possess crystal cores, we might find ourselves prey to our own kind.